My name is Chin Yang. I opened my eyes and found myself lying on top of a beautiful woman. She was yelling at me to get off. That's when it hit me. I had been reborn. Somehow I traveled back to 1980. But things were wrong. In my old life, I never married anyone. Now I had 3 ex-wives. 3. How did that even happen? The woman beneath me was Li Xuanyue, my 3rd ex-wife. We divorced just yesterday, and this was our last time together. She told me to stop staring and get out. So I put on my clothes and left the room. I stood outside watching the rain, trying to make sense of it all. This was still my house. I was still me, but everything else was different. Li Xuanyue went to the kitchen to cook. She was tall, beautiful, and kind. Why would I ever divorce a woman like that? I must have been crazy. Then my mother came home, soaking wet, carrying 2 heavy baskets. She had been out selling insoles in the rain. Seeing her again after so many years made my lips tremble. She scolded me, said I was lazy and did nothing while the whole family struggled. She was right. In this life, I had been useless. My mother and all 3 ex-wives had to sell handmade insoles on the street just to survive. Next, my first ex-wife Zhao Jingzhu came back, also soaked. She was tall and elegant, another woman I never should have let go. In my old life, these women were girls I admired from far away. Now I had married all of them and lost all of them. But my second ex-wife, Deng Yufeng, still hadn't returned. My mother got worried and told me to go find her. Zhao Jingzhu handed me a hunting rifle for safety, and I ran out into the heavy rain. Near town, I finally saw her stumbling toward me. She was covered in mud and scared. She said someone had been chasing her, and she had to throw away all the insoles to run faster. I heard footsteps behind us, raised the rifle, and fired a warning shot into the dark. I shouted for whoever it was to come closer if they dared. The footsteps stopped. Yufeng pulled me back and said, "Let's just go home." When we got back, everyone was waiting in the yard. Yufeng cried to my mother about losing the insoles. Mom hugged her and said it was okay, we'd make more. Then she turned to me and scolded me again, marrying and divorcing 3 times, letting the family go hungry. All 3 women stared at me coldly. I had nothing to say. In my heart I knew this wasn't my fault. I wasn't like this in my past life. Something went wrong when I was reborn, but I couldn't explain any of that. So I just nodded and promised my mother I would change. From now on, I would work hard and take care of them all. Yufeng laughed coldly at my promise and said if I were really hard-working, they wouldn't need to sell insoles. Jingzhu said nothing but looked unhappy. Mom gave me a hard look and told me to remember my words. Dinner was just sweet potatoes, plain and tasteless. But my 3 ex-wives and the kids ate like it was a real meal. That's when I noticed each wife had given me a child. My eldest daughter, Chunya, was 6 years old but looked like 5 because she was so thin. I asked her if the food was good. She smiled and said yes, but it would be better with some meat. Yufeng jumped in again, saying we'd never see meat as long as I kept being lazy. My daughter defended me, saying I was amazing. Poor kid. I sat there sorting out my messed up life. In my old life, I had a terrible wife named Lu Chunhua. But in this life, she never married me. Instead, I married Jingzhu first. She gave me a daughter, and I divorced her. Mom felt bad for her, so she let Jingzhu and the baby stay with us. Then I married Yufeng. She had a daughter too, and I divorced her, using the excuse she didn't give me a son. After that, I married Xuanyue. She actually gave me a son, but I still divorced her for some stupid reason. So now I had 3 ex-wives, 3 kids, my mother, and myself. 8 people under one roof. Life was hard, and the old me had been completely useless. I nearly choked on my sweet potato. This food was awful. I needed to do something. After dinner, the rain calmed down. I picked up the hunting rifle and cleaned it. Mom came over, frustrated, asking what I was doing. She complained about the village gossip and called me lazy. I looked at her seriously and said things would be different now. I told her to have Jingzhu and the others stop making insoles. They wouldn't sell anyway. I said I didn't want Xuanyue running around in the sun getting tanned. From today, I would take care of the family. I was going up the mountain to hunt. Mom was surprised. I hadn't hunted in a long time. But she saw I was serious this time, so she didn't argue. She just told me to be careful. Little Chunya ran over and grabbed my hand, asking where I was going. I told her I was going to hunt a wild boar so she could eat meat. She cheered happily. I patted her head and left. Jingzhu stepped forward like she wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Yufeng, though, She ran out and shouted my name. I turned around and smiled at her. She told me to be careful, that if something happened to me, the family would fall apart. I waved and headed toward Luofeng Mountain. It was tall, covered in thick forest, and known as a good hunting spot. But finding an animal up there took luck, and catching one took real skill. I was actually a very skilled hunter. In my previous life, I hunted all the time, even traveled abroad to do it when hunting got banned in China. My friends always joke that I never missed a shot. But good aim means nothing if you can't find the animals. That part is all luck. Then something strange happened. I noticed a faint red light ahead of me in the forest. At first I thought I was seeing things. But it was real, and it kept moving forward like it was guiding me somewhere. When I walked, it moved. When I stopped, it stopped. After about 10 minutes, it led me straight to a wild boar, at least 200 pounds, eating peacefully. The red light vanished. It had been showing me where to go. I knew it. How could I be reborn without some kind of special ability? Just coming back in time wouldn't make sense. I raised my gun and aimed carefully. Wild boars can be dangerous, especially when hurt, so I needed one clean shot. I found my moment and fired. The bullet hit its head, and the boar dropped dead instantly. I was thrilled. Then the red light appeared again, leading me to a pheasant sitting on a branch. One shot, down it went. The light came back a third time and showed me a rabbit. I decided to just shoot its legs so my kids could have a pet to play with. 3 shots, 3 catches. After that, the red light disappeared for good. I already had plenty anyway. The boar was too heavy to carry alone, so I brought the pheasant and the injured rabbit down first. It was around midnight when I got home. I tried to be quiet, but Shuang Yue was still awake, waiting. She said it was fine if I caught nothing. Other hunters often come back empty-handed. Then she saw the pheasant and the live rabbit in my hands, and her jaw dropped. I told her to take care of the rabbit so the kids could play with it, and that there was a 200-pound boar still up the mountain. I needed to go find some villagers to help carry it down. I handed her everything and left. The noise woke up Jingzhu and Yufeng. They rushed out worried, thinking something bad had happened. When Shuang Yue showed them what I caught and told them about the boar, they just stood there, too shocked to speak. I ran to find help carrying the boar. The first person I thought of was Chun Dachuan. People called him Silly Chun. He had a high fever as a kid that left him with the mind of an 8-year-old. But he was my close friend, and in my previous life we'd been like brothers. He wasn't smart, but he was loyal and brave. I knocked on his father Qin Gengchang's gate, calling him uncle. When I told him I had a 200-gene wild boar on the mountain, he couldn't believe it at first. But he knew I wouldn't joke about something like that, and helping meant getting a share of meat. He agreed right away. Dachuan came out clapping his hands, excited. Seeing him again made me emotional. We'd grown up together. His father grabbed his tools and the 3 of us headed up the mountain. Uncle Gingchang was nervous on the way up, probably thinking I was just being lazy and making things up. But when he saw the huge boar lying on the ground, he relaxed and patted my shoulder, impressed. We carried it down together. Back in the village, Uncle Gengchang banged a gong and shouted that there was wild boar meat for sale. People woke up and rushed out with flashlights and lanterns. Everyone gathered under the big tree in the center of the village where meat was always sold. Uncle Gengchang started cutting the boar while Dachuan helped. Someone asked who hunted it. Dachuan proudly said it was me, then added that his dad was actually kind of timid, that when his parents argued, his mom sometimes won, but he didn't understand why she still sounded like she was in pain afterward. The whole crowd burst out laughing. Uncle Gengchang's face went pale. I almost lost it too, but stepped in quickly to save him from more embarrassment. I announced the price, 1 yuan per gene, same as always. No ration tickets needed, which made it a good deal. Everyone lined up to buy. Dachuan cut the meat fast and clean. He wasn't smart, but he was a hard worker. Uncle Gengchang helped too while I collected the money. After about half an hour, most of the boar was sold. I kept a whole pig leg for my family and told Gengchang and Dachuan to keep some for themselves. Dachuan immediately said his dad had already cut his own share first. Gengchang just sighed. No point getting mad at his own son. I told Uncle Gengchang to sell the rest and save me the pork fat, about 10 gene of it, enough to make lard. Lard makes everything taste amazing. They kept about 6 gene of meat for themselves, and I took the fat and a pig leg home. Before leaving, Dachuan leaned in and whispered that he'd tell me the story about his parents' argument if I took him hunting next time. He said his mom was the one crying loudly, so he didn't understand why his dad would have lost. I nearly choked trying not to laugh and begged him to stop talking and just go home. I got back around 4 in the morning, took a shower since I smelled terrible, and changed into clean clothes. Then out of habit, I walked straight into Xuan Yue's room and reached for the bed. She slapped me across the face and yelled that I'd already come twice that afternoon. I froze, then remembered this used to be our room, but after the divorce I moved to the storage room. My body just went on autopilot. I apologized like crazy and ran out. The next morning, little Chinya woke me up, touching my face with her small hands. She said Mommy and Grandma were cooking braised pork and chicken and asked me to fix the injured rabbit so she and her sister could play with it. I went outside. The kitchen smelled incredible. Jingzhu and Mom were cooking. Xuan Yue was washing clothes in the yard. Yufeng was braiding my second daughter Chenyi's hair. Chenyi smiled and called me Daddy. I told Yufeng she did a great job with the braids, trying to be nice. She glared at me and said not to sweet-talk her. She wasn't the same girl I had fooled into marrying me. I felt helpless. Whatever power sent me back in time, couldn't it have at least left me with a better reputation? My ex-wives could barely stand talking to me. As I turned to leave, Yufeng suddenly asked if I got hurt last night. I grinned and said no, 1 shot, 1 kill. She stood up quickly and said she wasn't worried about me, just about Mom. But I could tell she was relieved. I went into the kitchen. Mom smiled at me and said I did well. Then she asked how much the boar sold for. I slapped my forehead. I'd completely forgotten to count the money. I went inside and counted the money from last night, 185 yuan total. After taking out the fat and keeping a leg for ourselves, that seemed about right. I brought the pork fat to the kitchen and told Mom and Jingzhu how much we made. Mom immediately held out her hand and demanded the money. She said I couldn't be trusted with it. I felt defeated. What had the old me done to make even my own mother think I'd waste it? I gave Mom 50 yuan and explained I needed the rest to buy supplies for the house. Then she reminded me that my 3 wives needed money too. She was right. I gave each of them 10 yuan. Jingzhu hesitated and looked at Mom first before taking hers. Yufeng grabbed hers quickly but couldn't resist saying it was the first time she'd ever used my money. Xuan Yue took hers without fuss. I told them to stop selling insoles. They didn't sell well anyway. I said if they wanted to start a small business later, just follow my lead. Yufeng fired back immediately. She said they followed my lead before, followed me into marriage, then followed me into divorce. Now the whole village probably laughed at them behind their backs. Jingzhu and Xuan Yue said nothing, but their faces showed they agreed. Fine. I'd have to prove myself through actions, not words. After the money was handed out, I only had 105 yuan left. Not much for a family of 8. Then Jingzhu asked if I could fix the leak in her room. It had been dripping all night. I looked up at our old house and sighed. Of course it was leaking. I grabbed a ladder, climbed up, and replaced the broken tiles. It wasn't hard work, just needed some courage with heights. When I came down, Yufeng half-teased me, saying it was rare to see the great young master Chun actually doing work. I ignored it. Then she pulled me aside and asked quietly if I had spent the night with Xuan Yue yesterday while everyone was out. I denied it, but she didn't believe me. She said Xuan Yue looked flustered while washing clothes this morning, and she knew what that meant. I joked that if she felt left out, I could spend more time with her too. Her eyes went wide, and she nearly slapped me. She told me to behave like a decent person and stop making the village laugh at us. I sighed. They weren't really laughing. They were just jealous. While I was up on the roof, the women were already rendering the pork fat into lard down below. They planned the whole lunch: braised pork from the leg, crispy fried bits with chili, and vegetables stir-fried in lard. Yufeng and Jingzhu took over the cooking and told Mom to go rest and play with the grandchildren. I spent the whole morning fixing leaks across the house. It wasn't just Jingzhu's room. The whole place was falling apart. By the time I climbed down, lunch was ready. The table looked completely different from yesterday. The kids couldn't take their eyes off the braised pork. Jingzhu served everyone like a big sister. She'd long stopped being angry at the other wives and treated all 3 children as her own. The dark braised sauce soaked into the white rice, and the girls Chunya and Chun Yi were grinning from ear to ear. My youngest, Chen Guang, Xuan Yue's son, was still a baby, sitting in his chair drinking milk. Chinya looked at me with big hopeful eyes and asked if we could have meat again tomorrow. I told her from now on, We'd have meat at every meal. Yufeng laughed and told me not to make promises I couldn't keep. I said I'd make it happen. Then Yufeng noticed Mom wasn't touching the meat. She picked up a piece and put it in Mom's bowl. Mom tried to refuse, saying she didn't like meat. Yufeng called her out, said don't pretend in front of us. She told Mom that whatever complaints they had were about me, not her. Mom had always treated them like real daughters, so Yufeng would treat her like a real mother. If Mom didn't eat, none of them would. Mom's eyes filled with tears. That meal, everyone ate happily. I watched them and felt good inside. But after dinner, Mom pulled me aside and whispered in my ear. She asked if I could catch some Christian carp. Xuanyue wasn't producing enough milk for little Guang because she wasn't eating well enough. Christian carp soup would help with that. I understood right away. Yesterday when Xuanyue and I were together, I'd noticed she didn't have enough milk. She needed better food to feed our baby son properly. Mom scolded me when I said I'd go catch fish myself. She said I didn't even have a net or a raft. She told me to just buy some and spend the money wisely. But that gave me an idea. We had mountains for hunting and rivers for fishing. Why limit myself to just one? I went to town and spent 32 yuan on a fishing net, some tools, and 2 packs of cigarettes. On the way back, I passed by the Maple River. That's when I saw it again. The faint red glow, this time over the water. It meant fish were there. My special ability worked for fishing too. I wanted to cast my net immediately, but I had no raft or bucket. I ran home to figure it out. When I got there, I found Dachuan sneaking around my door, looking inside. He'd come to ask about hunting. Apparently, the whole village got excited after hearing about my wild boar, and people were planning to go up the mountain. But I told him hunting could wait. Right now I needed to go fishing. Then I remembered, Dachuan's family had a bamboo raft. His father was half hunter, half fisherman. I brought Dachuan inside. He greeted my mother politely and said hello to Xuanyue. I caught him looking around with admiration. I could tell he was impressed that I had 3 beautiful wives. We went to his father's house. Uncle Gingchong was cleaning his rifle. He also asked about hunting tonight. The whole village was buzzing. I told him I wasn't sure yet, but for now I needed to borrow his raft for fishing. I handed him the 2 packs of cigarettes as a thank you for last night. He tried to refuse, but I insisted. He agreed to lend me the raft and said Dachuan could come help since he'd fished before. He just warned us to be careful. The river current was strong after all the rain. I promised we'd be safe, and Dachuan grabbed a bucket and ran after me, excited as always. We went down to the river where Dachuan's father kept his bamboo raft tied under a willow tree. Dachuan untied it and took the pole to steer while I got the net ready. I could already see red dots glowing over the water, my special ability telling me where the fish were. The Maple River was part of the Yangtze system, rich with life, especially back in the 1980s before everything got overfished. I cast the net, and it flew out in a perfect arc. Dachuan said even his dad couldn't throw like that. When I pulled it up, it was heavy. Fish were splashing everywhere. Dachuan started shouting. A grass carp at least 10 pounds, a regular carp around 3 or 4 pounds, a bigmouth fish 5 or 6 pounds, 2 big Christian carp, and 2 osmanthus fish about 2 pounds each. I was thrilled. The Christian carp were exactly what I needed for Xuanyue's soup. Then the red light appeared again, pointing to another spot. I told Dachuan to paddle over. I cast the net a second time and pulled up even more fish than before. But the best surprise was 2 large soft-shell turtles caught in the net. Those were valuable. Old folks believed they were very nourishing, so they'd sell for a good price. Dachuan couldn't believe it. When he and his dad fished, they only ever caught small ones. But everything I pulled up was huge. The buckets couldn't hold all the fish. We had to paddle to shore and unload before going back out. I cast the net several more times, and every single throw came back full. As long as I aimed at the red glow, I never missed. My face hurt from smiling so much. Dachuan just stared at me and gave me a big thumbs up. He said I was better than his dad. After several rounds, I felt it was time to stop. Dachuan had been working hard rowing and helping me the whole time, so I asked if he wanted to try casting the net himself. His face lit up, and he jumped at the chance. We switched places. I took the pole and let him throw. I told Dachuan that whatever he caught with his throw was his to keep. He cast the net exactly where I pointed and pulled up a bunch of fish. He was so excited, shouting that he'd tell his dad he caught more than him. Then he started talking about wanting a wife. He said I had 3, so surely he deserved at least one. I sighed inside. It wasn't that his dad didn't want him to marry. It was just hard for someone like Dachuan. We tied up the raft and sorted our catch. I had way too many fish to carry home, so I decided to sell them in town. I ran home first to grab cigarettes. Xuanyue asked what was going on, and I told her I'd make her crucian carp soup tonight to help with her milk. Her face turned red. She knew Mom had told me. I went to the village head, Uncle Dutching, to borrow a cart. He scolded me first, asking if I'd been farming my land or making my mother and ex-wives do it. But when I explained I'd caught a ton of fish and needed to sell them, he let me take the cart. He told me to stop giving him cigarettes and just act like a decent person. Dachuan and I loaded everything up and rushed to town before the fish died. When we got there, I noticed my special ability again. Purple light spots appeared over the fish-buying shops, some darker, some lighter. I guess the brightness meant something about the price. I tried the lightest shop first. A woman offered terrible prices, 1.8 cents per jean for grass carp and only 5 yuan per soft-shell turtle. Way too low. I refused and went to the shop with the strongest purple glow. The owner there was Lu Shun, friendly and polite. He offered much better prices. Grass carp at 25 cents, carp at 19 cents, osmanthus fish at 53 cents, and 12 yuan per soft-shell turtle. Dachuan immediately turned to the first woman and called her a shady dealer. Her face went red. We sold everything at Lu Shun's price. My total came to 60.5 yuan. Dachuan made almost 10 yuan, which made him incredibly happy. I kept a big grass carp, a silver carp, and some small crucian carp for home. Then I went shopping, bought tofu for fish head stew, seasonings we were missing, a pair of shoes each for Chunya and Chunyi, and a little vest for baby Qingguang. I spent about 20 yuan, leaving me with around 110 yuan total. We loaded the cart and headed home. Back in the village, I returned the cart and split up with Dachuan. He said he'd come find me after dinner to talk about hunting. I walked home humming a tune. Chunya ran to me first and hugged me. I showed everyone the fish and tofu I brought back. Mom's face lit up. Yufeng, of course, couldn't resist a jab. She said it was nice to eat fish for once, but wondered when we'd have it again. I told her I'd caught over 100 jean and sold most of it. She didn't believe me until I pulled out the money, over 110 yuan. Everyone went quiet with surprise. I handed out the gifts, shoes for Chunya and Chunyi, and a little vest for baby Qingguang. Then I told them all to wait outside while I cooked. In the kitchen, Jingzhu was chopping vegetables. Seeing her working so hard made me feel guilty. She was truly a good wife and mother. I never should have let her go. I told her to rest and let me handle dinner. She looked at me like she didn't recognize me anymore, but she handed over her apron. Everything was already prepped nicely: chili, scallions, ginger, garlic. I planned out the menu. First, a crucian carp and tomato tofu soup for Xuanyue to help with her milk. Then a fish head tofu soup for everyone. And baked fish in a clay pot with the leftover meat. I started with Xuanyue's soup. Fried the carp in pork fat until golden, added water, tofu, and tomatoes, then let it simmer until it turned milky white. When I lifted the lid, the smell was incredible. I tasted it, delicious. Mom came in to check on me. She couldn't believe I actually cooked something. She said in all my life, I'd never once touched a kitchen. I told her maybe I was a genius. She tasted the soup and her eyes went wide. She said it was better than her own cooking. She took the soup outside for Xuanyue. I reminded her it was mainly for Xuanyue since she needed help producing milk. Mom scolded me again, said if I only gave it to Xuanyue, the other two would get jealous. I explained there'd be fish head tofu soup for everyone else later. She accepted that and happily carried the bowl out. Everyone came to try the soup. Little Chunya took a sip and cheered. She said I was amazing. Jingzhu tasted it and was stunned that I could actually cook. Yufeng refused to drink it, saying it was my special milk-boosting soup for Xuanyue, and she didn't dare touch it. Jingzhu told Xuanyue to drink it all herself since the baby needed it more. I kept cooking, baked fish in a clay pot, and fish head tofu soup for everyone. When Yufeng came to get bowls, she stopped and stared at the dishes I'd arranged. I smiled and told her I knew she liked carp, so I baked some extra for her. Her eyes got misty for a second, then she slapped me. She said I was being slick again, trying to sweet-talk her like before. She grabbed her chopsticks and stormed out. I stood there helpless. Among my 3 wives, Yufeng had the hottest temper. That's exactly why I liked her. And honestly, All three of them still cared about me. They just acted tough. I made up my mind. None of them were getting away. I would win them all back. When I brought out the food, the whole room smelled incredible. Chun-Yi told me my cooking was better than her mom's. Yufeng glared at her own daughter and then glared at me, as if it was my fault. Everyone ate happily. Mom kept praising the food. Even she seemed surprised. I could tell she was thinking, if her son kept improving like this, the three ex-wives would fall for him all over again. I told them I'd cook every meal from now on. Yufeng shot back that we weren't lucky enough for that. Mom stepped in and warned me. If I was lying again, I'd answer to her. After dinner, Dachuan burst through the door like a storm. He said the whole village was getting ready to go hunting on Luofeng Mountain tonight, including his dad. He wanted to know if I was coming. I hesitated. If everyone went hunting together, I'd have to share whatever I caught. I definitely didn't want that. I told Dachuan I'd go hunting later, but not with the village group. The leader this time was Qin Dongfeng, a real troublemaker nobody liked. I said I'd go on my own after 8 o'clock, and Dachuan could join me. He ran off to tell his dad. Mom looked worried. She said I'd been going nonstop since last night, with barely any rest. I told her our family needed money for too many things. I had to keep pushing. She almost cried hearing that. I think she'd waited a long time for me to finally grow up. Then I told her something bigger. I wanted to tear down our old house and build a new one someday. She sighed and said my father had wanted the same thing, but he died young, and she couldn't do it alone as a woman. She told me not to get my hopes up. Building a house costs a fortune. When we were alone, I explained my real thinking. The house was too small and falling apart. If I built a nice new one with big, bright rooms, my three ex-wives would be comfortable and wouldn't want to leave. Then maybe we could all be a real family again and give her more grandchildren. Mom's face lit up. Her eyes turned into happy little slits. She said if I could win back all three wives, she'd just stay home and take care of the grandkids for the rest of her life. That was her only wish. I felt a wave of sadness. In my previous life, I never remarried or had children. Mom lived comfortably in her final years, but she died with regret because I gave her no grandchildren. This time would be different. I already had 3 kids and 3 women who still cared about me. I wouldn't waste this chance. I put the leftover live fish into the small pond in our yard, then packed my rifle and got ready to leave. At the door, Jingzhu appeared. She said Mom told her to remind me to be careful. I smiled to myself. She wanted to say it herself, but used Mom as an excuse. All 3 of my ex-wives were the same, saying one thing, meaning another. Just wait. I'd make them all come back to me. Dachuan showed up with his dad, Uncle Gengchang. Gengchang said he'd rather follow me than join the big group, since he believed I knew what I was doing. I promised we'd catch a wild pig and make good money. Back at home, Xuanyue asked Mom why she didn't stop me from going. Mom told her there was no point. Our family needed money, and I was finally acting responsible. Then she mentioned that I planned to rebuild the house. All 3 ex-wives went silent with shock. They couldn't believe it. Shortly after we left the village, we ran into the other hunting group. Their leader, Qin Dongfeng, immediately started mocking me. He was a senior relative I was supposed to call uncle, but he had a rotten personality. He was always taking shots at me. The real reason was jealousy. I'd married 3 beautiful women. Even after divorcing all of them, they still lived with me. Meanwhile, his own second son couldn't find a wife at all. That contrast drove him crazy. Today I wasn't in the mood to take it. I fired back hard. I told him if his son couldn't find a wife, maybe he should blame his family's bad genes instead of running his mouth at me. Everyone went quiet. They'd never heard me talk like that before. Dongfeng exploded. He pointed at me and started yelling. I didn't back down. I told him if he wanted politeness from me, he should show some first. I said I used to let things slide because he was my elder, but those days were over. If he talked trash about me again, I'd beat him. Then Dongfeng lost control and raised his gun. But I was faster. My rifle was already pressed against his head before he could aim. Uncle Gengchang broke into a cold sweat and shouted at me not to move. Dachuan, on the other hand, looked thrilled and asked if I wanted help fighting. He said he'd hated Dongfeng for a long time. Uncle Gengchang slapped Dachuan aside and told him to stop making trouble. He stepped in and scolded Dongfeng too, said he shouldn't talk to me like that, and it wasn't fair. The other men pulled Dongfeng away, but he kept pointing at me, yelling that I was useless and that my boar was just luck. Dachuan was still fuming, saying we should just shoot him. Then he started explaining why he was such a good fighter. He said he secretly watched his parents fight every night and learned martial arts from it. Uncle Ginseng's face went completely white. I nearly burst out laughing. The serious moment turned ridiculous thanks to Dachuan. I pulled Dachuan up the mountain before he could say anything worse. We took a different path from Dongfeng's group. Uncle Ginseng questioned my choice, said this route usually didn't have much game. I told him I didn't trust Dongfeng and didn't want to be anywhere near him. Ginseng agreed. Dongfeng had a bad reputation. As soon as we got deeper into the mountain, the red lights appeared in my eyes again. I followed one of them, and after about 10 minutes, I signaled everyone to stay quiet. Up ahead were wild sheep. Not just one, but 8 of them. Uncle Ginseng almost started drooling. I told them to circle around from the sides and wait for my signal. Once they were in position, I aimed and fired. One sheep dropped instantly. The rest scattered. Ginseng shot and missed. But Dachuan hit one. It was wounded and still running. I stepped out and fired again, dropping a second sheep. Ginseng was stunned by my accuracy. But I didn't stop. I grabbed my gun and chased after the herd. Dachuan told his dad to stay put and ran after me. Uncle Ginseng shouted at us to be careful as we ran ahead. I kept shooting. A third sheep dropped. Dachuan cheered and then said he wanted to watch how I got my next wife so he could learn some tricks. I almost choked. I kept running and reloading. A fourth sheep fell. After that, the rest scattered too far to chase. For sheep total, Dachuan was laughing like crazy, saying I was incredible and that he wanted to marry 5 or 6 wives himself. I thought to myself, just getting one would be a miracle for him. Each goat weighed about 70 or 80 jin, light enough for one person to carry. We brought them back to where Uncle Ginseng was waiting with the first 2. He was stunned, then burst out laughing. For goats in such a short time. He said the other group probably hadn't even seen an animal yet. I told Ginseng to take the 4 goats down the mountain while Dachuan and I kept going. He agreed, but warned me to keep Dachuan close so he wouldn't wander off and get lost. Dachuan asked if he could shoot next time we found something. He wanted to prove that even a fool could hit a target when Dongfeng couldn't. He wanted to rub it in Dongfeng's face. I smiled and agreed. Fair enough. We walked for about half an hour before I spotted another red dot. It led us to 2 wild chickens. Not as exciting as goats, but good for soup, and my family needed the food. We agreed to each take one side. On my signal, we both fired. My shot hit the chicken clean in the chest. Dachuan missed. His chicken flapped up into the trees. I quickly aimed again, and something new happened. A little targeting dot appeared in my vision, like an aiming circle in a video game. It locked right onto the flying chicken. I fired. The chicken dropped dead instantly. My special ability had just gotten even stronger. Dachuan was amazed. He couldn't believe I hit a flying chicken. I told him my aim was naturally good. After all, each of my 3 ex-wives gave me exactly 1 child. You don't get that kind of accuracy by accident. We kept moving. The red dot appeared again, and this time it led us to something big. 6 or 7 wild boars eating peacefully. I was thrilled. I told Dachuan to find a good spot and get ready. We needed at least 2. Dachuan found his position and signaled me. I held my breath, ready to fire. Then a gunshot rang out from somewhere else. It wasn't us. The boars scattered. It was Dongfeng. That idiot fired too early and missed, scaring the whole herd away. His group had stumbled into our area. I cursed under my breath and immediately raised my gun. I hit 1 boar on the run. Then I told Dachuan to guard it while I chased after the rest. Dongfeng followed me. I kept running until I got close enough for another shot, fired, and a second boar dropped. But before I could even catch my breath, Dongfeng walked up and stepped on my boar, claiming he shot it. I almost laughed. I told him to stop lying. He got angry. I kicked his foot off the boar and told him to get lost. That's when he snapped. He raised his gun at me. In my previous life, I'd fought my way through years of business in the South, blood, sweat, and real danger. A petty bully like Dongfeng didn't scare me. Before he could aim, I kicked him down, grabbed his gun, and pressed it against his head. He froze. Sweat poured down his face. Just then, Chun Haidong and a few others arrived. They'd been worried something like this would happen and had followed us. Haidong shouted at me not to be impulsive. Uncle Haidong stepped in quickly, telling me to calm down. He said they believed me. It was obvious I shot the boar. Dongfeng couldn't have done it from behind while I was sprinting ahead. But Dongfeng kept running his mouth. Even with my gun at his head, he screamed at me to shoot if I dared, calling me a fake tough guy. Haidong was furious at him. They were trying to save his life, and he was making it worse. Fine. He wanted me to pull the trigger? I fired a shot right next to his head. Dongfeng's whole body shook. He screamed, begged me not to kill him, and wet his pants. When I looked down and saw the stain, I laughed out loud. All that big talk, and he turned out to be a coward. Once he realized I hadn't actually aimed at him, he got angry again and called me despicable for disrespecting an elder. I raised my gun one more time. He went pale, and his legs started shaking. Haidong and the others stepped between us. They asked me to let it go for the sake of family. They said Dongfeng was wrong. Everyone saw it, and they'd help me carry my boar down the mountain. I lowered my gun. I looked at Dongfeng and gave him a warning. Next time he tried to steal from me or talk trash, I wouldn't just fire beside his head. Then I smiled at Haidong and the others and asked them to help carry the boar. I promised them some meat for their trouble. They were happy to help since they hadn't caught anything with Dongfeng's group anyway. Dongfeng stood there alone, completely humiliated. He'd lost his dignity in front of everyone, and the men who followed him up the mountain were now carrying my kill instead. When we got back to the group, Dachuan was the first to run up asking if Dongfeng fought with me. Then he walked near Dongfeng, pinched his nose, and shouted for everyone to hear. Dongfeng had peed his pants. He even asked if Dongfeng got excited seeing a sow. The whole crowd looked at Dongfeng. Dongfeng went crazy and reached for his gun, but Dachuan kicked him down and stepped on him. I couldn't resist adding a comment. I said if I killed him, I'd go to jail, but if Dachuan did it, who could punish a fool? Dongfeng's whole group went pale. Dachuan's eyes actually lit up, and he started pulling out his gun. Uncle Haidong nearly had a heart attack and grabbed him. Dachuan said he just wanted to check if his gun still worked. I told Dachuan to put the gun down, then smiled at everyone. I listed what we'd caught: 2 wild chickens, 4 goats, and 2 wild boars. I asked for help carrying everything down and promised to share meat with whoever helped. Nobody wanted to stay on the mountain with Dongfeng anymore. They all agreed to help. With about 10 extra men, carrying everything was easy. I walked down empty-handed. At the goat spot, Uncle Gengchang saw us coming with 2 boars on top of the 4 goats and couldn't believe his eyes. He was thrilled. Then he noticed that Dongfeng's entire group hadn't caught a single thing, not even a rabbit. He couldn't help feeling proud. Haidong quietly told Gengchang what happened up on the mountain. Gengchang got angry. He said Dongfeng was bullying me because I lost my father young and even tried to steal my kill. He called Dongfeng a scoundrel. Haidong said we were lucky nothing serious happened. He also noticed I had changed. I wasn't the kind of person anyone could push around anymore. Then he said we should hurry and figure out how to sell the meat, since the village just bought boar meat last night and probably wouldn't want more today. On the way down, I was already thinking about how to sell everything. It was summer, meat spoils fast. I pulled Uncle Gengchang aside and suggested we share 1 sheep with the helpers and sell the rest. He agreed, but refused to take any money. He said he and Dachuan barely helped with the actual hunting, so taking meat was enough. He was too proud to accept cash for work he didn't do. I couldn't change his mind, so I asked him to at least come with me to sell the meat. He agreed and suggested we slaughter 1 sheep at the bottom, share it out, and borrow a cart to sell the rest in nearby villages. We came down around 1 in the morning. Gengchang cut up the sheep and gave each helper 2 or 3 pounds of lamb. Everyone went home happy. I took about 10 pounds of lamb and a wild chicken back to my house. The house was quiet. Everyone was asleep. I put the meat in the kitchen, and just as I was leaving, Xuan Yue's door opened. She was still awake, eyes wide. Her face turned red when I asked why she wasn't sleeping. She'd been worried about me all night. I told her about the catch: 4 goats, 2 boars, 2 chickens. Her eyes lit up. I asked her to salt the lamb so it wouldn't spoil, then said I had to go sell the rest. She told me to be careful and watch me leave. I grabbed 2 jean of lamb and brought it to Uncle Dutching's house to borrow the cart again. He opened the door looking confused, but when he saw the meat, he handed me the key without fuss. After I left, I could hear him telling his wife about it. She said I was thoughtful and wondered how I managed to catch so much from both fishing and hunting. Dutching said as long as I kept working honestly, he wouldn't worry. His wife brought up my 3 ex-wives. She thought my mother probably hoped I'd remarry one of them. Dutching said he'd mention it to me someday, but whether I listened was my own business. I asked Uncle Gingchong where we should sell. He knew every village in the area, so he suggested starting at Donglin village. He handed me a drum and told me to bang it through the village while he set up the stall at the central market. I walked through the dark village beating the drum and shouting, "Wild boar meat, goat meat, cheap prices, no ration tickets needed." People woke up and came out excited instead of annoyed. Meat was rare, and nobody wanted to miss it. Gengchang already knew some of the locals. Pork was 1 yuan per jin, lamb was 150. Some people thought lamb was expensive, but Gengchang reminded them it was still cheaper than the government store. They started buying. With Dachuan and Gengchang cutting meat, and me collecting money, we sold fast. We cleared a whole pig and a whole sheep just in that one small village. Then we moved on to the next village, and the next. All night long I rang that bell and shouted until my voice was hoarse. By 7 in the morning, everything was sold. 2 wild boars totaling about 400 jin, and 3 sheep totaling about 240 jin. I counted the money. My hands were shaking. We made over 738 yuan. Gengchang said it wasn't surprising given how much we sold, but even he admitted he'd never seen anyone bring back this much from one hunt. He refused to take a share of the profits, like before, but he agreed to accept wages for helping sell meat all night. I took 700 yuan for myself and gave the remaining 38 to him and Dachuan, about 19 each. That was more than most city workers made in half a month. Gengchang was surprised it was so much. I told him it was fair. He'd worked hard and spent his own money on tools. Then Dachuan opened his mouth. He told his dad that with this money, he should go buy medicine from the town doctor, because his mom always complained that his dad was weak and couldn't last. Gengchang's face went white. I burst out laughing and slapped the cart. Dachuan looked confused, wondering what he said wrong. Then he muttered that normal people were impossible to please, and that next time he'd just play the fool around me. I suddenly stopped laughing. Something about that hit different. At home, the women had been waiting all night. Xuan Yue was washing clothes, but kept glancing at the door. Yufeng was combing Qin Yi's hair, also looking outside. Xuan Yue teased her, said if she was so worried, she should go find me. Yufeng denied it, then fired back that Xuan Yue was the one who stayed up all night waiting and rushed to talk to me the moment I came home. They went back and forth, each accusing the other of pretending not to care. When I walked through the door, I was exhausted and starving. I told everyone what happened. 2 boars, for sheep, 2 chickens. I pulled out 700 yuan and showed them. Mom's eyes went wide. She immediately reached for the money, but I pulled it back. I told her I needed to save it for rebuilding the house. She didn't trust me with that much cash. Yufeng backed her up, said I'd spend it all drinking with friends. They decided the money should go to Jingzhu. I went into the kitchen where Jingzhu was cooking. She'd made me food, even though it wasn't a regular mealtime. She knew I'd been out all night. I handed her the 700 yuan and told her it was for the house renovation. She was genuinely surprised. She looked at me carefully, like she was trying to figure out if I'd really changed. She told me she hoped I wasn't just saying nice words to make Mom happy. I promised I meant every word. After I left, Yufeng went into the kitchen and teased Jingzhu, asked if I'd made her cry with a few sweet words. Jingzhu told her to stop. They had an honest moment together. Yufeng admitted she still cared about me, but hated showing it. Jingzhu pointed out that none of them had left, not because they were trapped, but because they all still had feelings. They were all pretending to be tough. Jingzhu called Yufeng a sharp tongue with a soft heart. Yufeng couldn't argue. After breakfast, Mom told me to sleep and not go anywhere. I'd been up 2 nights straight. The girls wanted to play with me, but Yufeng stopped them, told them their dad needed rest, and not to bother me before lunch. Even that small gesture showed she cared, no matter what came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, at Gengchang's house, his wife was thrilled about the 38 yuan. Gengchang said I was generous and thoughtful. He was still angry about Dongfeng ruining our hunt. Without that interruption, we could have caught even more boars. Then Uncle Haidong came by. He asked when we were going hunting again. Dachuan saw right through him. Haidong was too shy to ask me directly, so he came to ask them instead. Haidong admitted it. He wanted to join us next time. Gengchang teased Haidong about wanting to join us after following Dongfeng and catching nothing. Haidong admitted it. He said my shooting was impressive, I was generous with money, and Dongfeng was useless. Gengchang promised to ask me next time. Then Dachuan piped up again, telling his dad to use the money to buy medicine because his mom kept saying he was weak. His mom slapped Dachuan on the head and went pale. Apparently Dachuan had told the whole hunting group about it, and now the village was laughing. Gengchang sat there numb, wondering what he did to deserve this son. I slept until 1:30. When I sat down for lunch, a bowl of chicken soup was waiting for me. Little Chunya told me her mom, Jingzhu, made it specially because I'd been working too hard. When I looked at Jingzhu, she acted completely normal, like it was nothing. That was just her way. After lunch, Dachuan showed up asking if we were going hunting or fishing. I thought about it. We'd already sold meat to nearby villages, so hunting wouldn't be profitable right away. Fishing was the better move. Dachuan happily ran home to get his bucket and the bamboo raft. Mom was worried I was pushing myself too hard. I told her our family needed too many things: a house, a cart, supplies. I was 27 years old with 3 kids and years of laziness to make up for. If I didn't work hard now, when would I? Xuan Yue followed me to the door and told me to be careful. Behind her, Yufeng made a face. Jingzhu said nothing. Same as always. At the river, Dachuan spotted Dongfeng and his son Qinfeng already fishing. After last night's humiliation, nobody wanted to hunt with Dongfeng anymore, so he'd come here instead. I told Dachuan to ignore them and find our own spot. Dachuan wanted to go teach them a lesson. He was serious about it, said Dongfeng had called him a fool for years, and he wanted revenge. I told him to forget it. Then my vision blurred, and the red dots appeared over the water. I cast my net immediately. On the other side, Dongfeng and his son were watching, probably hoping I'd catch nothing so they could mock me. When I pulled up the net, Dachuan screamed at the top of his lungs. 3 soft-shell turtles, at least 10 gene of grass carp, 6 or 7 gene of big-mouth fish. The net probably weighed 30 or 40 gene total. Dongfeng and his son stared with their faces turning white. It was very, very real. Damn it. What's going on? Why did all the fish go to his side? Why does he get such good fish? Qinfeng cursed, feeling like the heavens were unfair to him. Next to him, Qin Dongfeng was also envious, his legs almost turning purple. This guy is really lucky. How come he's so lucky every time he comes here to fish? He catches 3 soft-shell turtles and such big grass carp. Damn, something's not right. Maybe it's targeting us? Qin Dongfeng was furious, his teeth itching with anger. Dad, don't worry. Let's go over there later and see. Maybe he catches fish, but we can too. Qinyang didn't expect his luck to be so good. With this net, it's more than 30 or 40 gene, at least 50 gene, way beyond what he expected. He was so happy that he packed everything carefully, then asked Dezhu to row the boat according to his instructions, moving to the other side. Because that side was glowing bright red. After they rowed over, the original spot was immediately taken by Qin Dongfeng and his son. Look at them. Dazhu suddenly pointed at them and laughed loudly, speaking boldly. I tell you, your luck isn't good, huh? Do you also want to come and join in? Don't you see you don't have such luck? All the fish are gone, caught by us. You're not even fast enough to eat hot food. It's hilarious. Dazhu's words made the father and son furious. It's really hard to listen to a fool like Dazhu talk. Damn, he's asking for trouble. How dare he talk to us like that? Ignore him. Let's quickly set our net here. Maybe there are still fish here. That fool caught his net and left. Let's show them what we've got and make them regret it, Qin Dongfeng said to Qinfeng. All right. Qinfeng nodded and immediately took charge of casting the net. The net sank to the bottom of the water. Once he felt it, he quickly pulled it up, full of hope. Dad, I think there are definitely things down there, and quite a few. I can feel them struggling. Yes, they are really struggling. Haha, there must be something, he said happily as he pulled the net up. When he pulled it higher, he found that there were indeed some things inside, but most of them were just stones. He didn't know how it happened, but he accidentally got a stone inside the net. Haha. At this moment, Dachuan had already rowed his bamboo raft to the other side. He was leaning on his raft, watching them pull up the net. When he saw there was nothing inside, especially seeing Qinfeng looking so frustrated, he burst out laughing, finding it very funny. You fool. Even I knew that after we hit that spot, there was nothing left, but you still went there to fish. That's hilarious. Do you really think you'll find treasure? Damn it. Qinfeng cursed angrily, pointing at him. Stupid Dachuan, do you want to die? Say such nasty things. Do you believe I'll hit you? Come on, try hitting me and see. Qin Dachuan was not afraid at all. If you dare hit me, I'll be your dad. If you don't dare, then you're my son. You're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Chen Fong reacted and cursed loudly. Chen Yangzi almost laughed out loud. Who said Dachuan was stupid? He's actually clever, and he even tries to trick you with his words. But he didn't care about Chen Dongfeng and his son. Instead, he quickly pulled up the net again. When he did, many fish inside the net were lively and jumping, trying to escape. Did you see that? Did you see? You guys can't catch a single fish. Our brother Yang is amazing. Look, one net has fish, two nets have fish. Do you know what fishing is? I think you not only don't understand hunting, but also don't understand fishing. So what's the point of fishing? Just go home and rest. Chen Dongfeng stared in shock at what was happening. He was blushing from Chun Dachuan's scolding, but also felt unwilling. He was still unconvinced. Why? Why was this guy so powerful? He caught fish one after another, but he hadn't caught anything at all. This was wrong. He truly hated it, but he had no way to do anything. Fortunately, after Qin Yang finished here, he went to another place and seemed to give up on this spot. Let's go and check over there, said Chen Dongfeng, still not believing it. He pushed the bamboo raft again and cast another net. But still, no catch. Then he looked again and saw Qin Yang casting another net nearby. The catch was very rich, and the fish inside were quite large. What's going on? Are they cursed or something? Qin Fong was stunned, feeling something was off. How could such a miraculous thing happen? Haha, are you surprised? Qin Dachuan laughed loudly. He didn't like them and took every chance to tease them. The father and son looked very angry, their faces turning red. They didn't know what to do, whether to keep chasing or just stand there, grinding their teeth in frustration. Forget about them. Qin Yang saw how anxious they looked and couldn't help but smile as he spoke to Qin Dachuan. They must be really mad at us. Why bother with them? Just focus on our own work. Keep fishing today, catch more. Tomorrow is market day. Maybe in the afternoon, we can go to the market or the city to sell. Selling directly will definitely earn us more. Sounds good. Where do you want me to sell, Brother Yang? I'll go wherever you say. Qin Dachuan nodded eagerly. Qin Yang smiled slightly. All right, let's fish more and go to the city to sell. Got it. After casting several nets without any success, Qin Dongfeng and his son finally gave up. They stopped fishing and watched from afar as the two continued. What they saw next made their hearts bleed. They noticed that every time Qin Yang and Qin Dachuan cast a net, they caught fish. Every single time. They never missed. Although they watched from a distance, just seeing the fish on the bamboo raft, they knew the fish were very big, much larger than the ones they caught. This is impossible. Chen Fong couldn't believe it, but what he saw made him have to accept it. Dad, what is going on? Why can they always catch fish, but we can't? It doesn't make sense. We're fishing in the same river, so why is this happening? Do the fish recognize him? I've never seen fish rush to their doom like this. Qin Dongfeng's hands were trembling. And you ask me? I have no idea. This was the first time I had experienced something like this. There are indeed many fish in the Feng River, and the resources are plentiful, but you need luck. Of course, I was able to catch some, but if I couldn't catch any, there was nothing I could do. I don't know why he was able to catch so many. I've never seen anything like this before. That makes me so angry. Qin Feng was so jealous his eyes nearly popped out. But on the other side, Qin Yang was almost done fishing. Today, they even brought extra things, like a net tied to a bamboo raft with an opening, so they could put the fish in the net. They also brought large basins and buckets, so they had packed a lot of fish. Even so, they had filled all the containers. They couldn't fit any more. Qin Yang estimated there were at least 200 to 250 pounds of fish here. That's enough. Qin Yang was very happy with this harvest. Seeing they had enough, he told Dachuan, and the two hurriedly rowed the boat back to the willow tree. Hey, they're gone. When they reached the shore, they found that the father and son were missing. You think they were watching us fish and are now probably very anxious? Haha, they must be jealous. I'm so mad I could explode, Dachuan said, laughing proudly. Let's not worry about them. With so many fish, tomorrow. Damn, I'm worried they might die by then. Maybe we should sell them today. It's only about an hour's ride to the city, and with a cart, it would be even faster. I'll go borrow a cart. You wait here for me, and once I have it, we'll head straight to the city. Sounds good. Dachuan nodded eagerly. Qin Yang hurried to the village committee. Inside, Qin Duching was surprised to see him come in. Are you here to borrow the cart again? Yes, I need to borrow the cart. No, you can't. Qin Dongfeng and his son just came and took the cart, Qinyang froze for a moment and quickly realized what was happening. Damn it, they're targeting me on purpose. Uncle Duching, what do they want the cart for? I don't know. Qin Duching shrugged helplessly. You know, since I can borrow the cart, they probably can too. I can't just lend it to you and not to them. The troublemaker intentionally blocked me. Qinyang cursed silently and then asked Qin Duching, Uncle Duching, do we still have a horse-drawn cart in the village? Is this the only one? What do you need the cart for? I caught about 400 or 500 gene of fish to sell. But relying only on people, we definitely can't sell it all. I plan to take it to the city. Maybe I can get a better price. You're going to sell it in the city? Qin Duching was a bit surprised, and when he heard about the 400 or 500 gene of fish, his tone changed. Are you sure? 400 or 500 gene? Yes, just 400 or 500 gene. If I don't sell it today, I'm worried it might die tomorrow. That makes sense. Wait a moment. Qin Duching thought for a bit, and then said, we can't delay this. Our village has only one horse-drawn cart, but there's another one at the forest farm. It's just being loaded with some goods and should arrive soon. You might wait a little while and see if they come. Just as he said that, there was movement outside. They saw a cart coming toward them, loaded with some wood. It was the cart from their village's forest farm. Just in time, Qin Duching chuckled. Come on, Lao Lu. Qin Duching called out to the driver. His name was Lu Rong, the manager of the forest farm. Since the forest farm needed a cart to connect with the village, they always used one. Uncle Lu. Qinyang also stepped forward to greet him warmly. Oh, you're here. Lu Rong nodded at him. I'm here to borrow the cart. Qinyang explained his purpose. Yes, this kid has 400 or 500 gene of fish and needs to sell it now. Otherwise, it might die tomorrow. You know how hard it is to keep fish alive in summer. If they die, they spoil easily. So, let him use the cart to sell the fish. But this cart is different from ours in the village. Our carts are really meant for work, so this isn't just borrowing, it's renting. No problem, I'll rent it. Just for one day. How much is the rent? Si Mao Qian, Si Mao, 6 cents. Qin Duching offered a price. Here you go. Qinyang quickly paid 6 cents and said, Uncle Lu, Uncle Duching, keep the change. I'll go now because I'm worried my fish might die. When I come back, I'll treat you to a meal. There is no need to eat now. You have already paid the rent, so you should go quickly. Qinyang nodded and immediately turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Rong, who had just taken the wood off the cart, called him. What's the matter, Uncle Lu? Uncle Duching has already agreed, and this. Don't misunderstand. I'm not stopping you from renting the cart. You've paid, so there's nothing more to say. It's not against the rules. Besides, after using the forest farm today, you won't need it anymore. I just want to ask, you know, I heard you caught a lot of wild boars and mountain goats yesterday. Is that true? You know about that too? Yes. I also know you went to East Forest Village to sell meat. You know, I have many contacts in this forest farm, and we also have connections with other farms. Plus, we like to go hunting in the mountains. But that was just last night. Are you planning to go hunting again tonight? Lu Rong looked at him excitedly. Honestly, there's a group of wild boars in the forest farm, at least 7 or 8 of them. I've been watching them for a long time, but I'm afraid I can't handle them alone. I've asked others for help several times, but no one could find them. I also think they're too strong. You're so good at shooting, why don't you come with us? I've heard your marksmanship is excellent. 7 or 8 wild boars. Qinyang felt a bit tempted when he heard that. Since Lu Rong is part of the forest farm, he might need to work with him often in the future. It's good to get closer to him. All right, I'll check them out after I sell the fish. Are you sure you can find them? I can't guarantee I'll find them, but I roughly know where they are. It just depends on luck. Okay, I'll come back tonight after dinner and decide then. You can come find me, but I need to go to the city to sell fish, so I don't know when I'll be back. No problem. Let's do that. Hurry up and sell the fish. After a few more words, Qinyang hurriedly pulled the cart and left. He went under the willow tree, pulled the cart over, and loaded all the fish onto it. Let's go. We need to get moving, Qinyang told Deju, and they hurried toward the city. By the time they arrived in the city, it was around 6 p.m. Fortunately, it was summer. Otherwise, everyone would be eating dinner by now. Right now, everyone is getting ready to cook. Brother Yang, I heard that places like this are different from our village. If we try to sell things here, we might get caught easily. Where should we sell? Qin Dachuan looked around and started to feel a little scared. At this moment, Qinyang saw small lights appear again in front of him, and this time, they were purple, just like before. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that these lights were guiding him. He looked at the area where the purple was the strongest, then spoke to Chindachuan. At times like this, we shouldn't sell on the busy streets. Let's go near the residential buildings. People are cooking, and our fresh items will be just right for them. Also, there are usually fewer patrols near the residential areas, so even if some villagers want to buy, they might protect us a little. Qinyang already had a plan in mind. Okay, where should we go then? Just follow me. All right, I'll follow you. Soon, they arrived at a local residential building. This area mostly has local homes, along with a few factory workers' houses and some other local residences. They drove their cart here. Chindachuan didn't know how to sell things, but Qinyang looked around carefully. Seeing that there were no officials with red armbands besides the residents, he relaxed and shouted loudly, "Fish for sale." As he shouted, many passers-by looked over. "Maple River fish. Come and see. We have grass carp, silver carp, soft-shell turtles, and osmanthus fish. If you want to buy, come and take a look." His shout drew a crowd. Since no big rivers run through Baikang County, water products aren't very common here. The most famous river seafood in Baikang County comes from Maple River, which is a large river. People here know about Maple River fish, so as soon as they heard, many gathered around. "Wow, really? Look at the size of this big-mouth fish." Seeing the fish, everyone was surprised and excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is authentic Maple River fish. Take a look, and if you want to buy, just tell us. Our prices are as follows. Osmanthus fish costs 70 cents per pound. As you know, this fish is quite valuable. Common carp costs 30 cents per pound. Wavy-mouthed fish also costs 30 cents. Carp costs 27 cents. Silver carp is the cheapest at 22 cents. By the way, for soft-shelled turtles, we sell them at a flat rate of 15 yuan each." Qinyang set the prices, which are slightly higher than what he pays wholesale, but a little cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperatives or the market. Most importantly, these fish are sold without receipts, so the prices are very affordable. After he announced the prices, some people started choosing fish. Some people were shopping, others were bargaining. "Young man, can you lower the price a bit? I think this osmanthus fish is good, but it's too expensive. How about 60 cents per pound? Auntie, this isn't really expensive. You've probably bought this fish before and know the market price. This fish is naturally quite valuable. It's hard to find here. Even fishermen by the river wouldn't be sure they could catch this kind of fish easily. Our price is already quite cheap. Look at such a good fish. Where else can you find it at this price? It really can't be cheaper." Honestly, their prices are quite reasonable. Someone nearby added to support. "All right, I'll take this one. Please weigh it for me." Soon, the place was busy and chaotic. In the end, Dai Chun was weighing the fish, while Qinyang maintained order and handled the money. "Everyone, don't rush. We have about 200 pounds of fish here. If anyone still wants some, come over and buy. We can't stay here too long. I'm worried those people with red armbands might come and arrest us. Don't worry, no one is coming here. No one is selling things here. If anyone does come, we'll watch out for you." The villagers reassured him, showing respect. Mostly, these vendors get chased away and have to buy from the supply store or designated shops, which requires ration tickets and costs more money. They're not happy about that. If someone came and offered cheaper prices without needing tickets, it would be great. Everyone could enjoy some snacks now and then. Otherwise, city life conditions are better. Even with 400 or 500 pounds of fish, everything was sold in just over an hour. Some people who didn't buy the fish felt a little regretful, but they had to leave now. "Young man, are you coming back or not?" Someone asked Qinyang before leaving, still hoping. Qinyang's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect to sell the fish so quickly. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I will come back, but it depends on the time. If I can catch more fish tomorrow or the day after, I will come again. If not, then I won't. Also, is this place really safe?" "Yes, it's definitely safe." "All right then. I'll see if I can catch more later. It's getting late, and we need to go home to eat." Okay. Soon, Qinyang and Chindachuan drove the cart away from there. But now it was already after 7 p.m., and it was getting dark. "Dachun, we're not going home to eat tonight. I'll treat you to a restaurant." "Great. What shall we eat? Let's decide once we get inside. There's a state-run big dining hall nearby. I'll treat you there." After saying that, he stopped the cart next to the dining hall. When they went inside, they found it was quite lively. This place is where you can pay money or use food tickets to eat. Tickets are a bit cheaper, but without tickets, it costs more. Inside, Qinyang spent 1.5 yuan on 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. That's so expensive? Dachuan was surprised to see the 2 simple stir-fry dishes, costing 1.5 yuan. Hurry up and eat. Qinyang smiled slightly and scooped a big piece of meat onto his plate. You've been working really hard today, and it's not easy. Eat more. After we finish, we'll go back to the village and split the money. Dachuan nodded eagerly. Okay. They enjoyed their meal very much. After eating and drinking well, they drove the cart back to the village. Dachuan ate 3 bowls of rice, and they finished all the dishes on the plates, even the soup, pouring it all into their stomachs. Both of them felt very satisfied. By the time they got back to the village, it was nearly 10 p.m. Come on, let's split the money, Qinyang said with a smile, starting to divide the money. They sold about 500 jin of fish for over 140 yuan. Dachun, let's split the money 50-50, Qinyang said after counting the money, looking at Dachuan. Dachuan scratched his head, looking at him with curiosity. Qinyang twitched the corner of his mouth, really wanting to slap himself. Damn it, I shouldn't have said anything extra. I just want to split it evenly, half for me and half for you. Oh, that won't do. Dachuan shook his head seriously and refused. When I came, my dad told me that since we go fishing and sell together, I can't take that much money. He said, at most, a 70-30 split, with you getting 70 and me 30. That won't work. Qinyang felt uncomfortable taking advantage of someone else's kindness. Why not? Dachuan looked serious and sincere. Brother Yang, it's your effort. You took me fishing so we could catch fish, and you also helped sell them. I didn't do much, just rowed the boat and carried things. I didn't put in much effort. How can I split the money equally? Besides, you already have 3 wives. My dad only has 1 wife, and she's not in good health. My mom always complains he's weak. Your 3 wives are probably even weaker. You should save more money to take care of your health. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Qinyang almost pushed him to the ground and gave him a hard punch. Don't talk rubbish. I don't have any of that. That's your dad, not me. Fine, 3 parts. There are over 140 yuan here, so I'll give you about 40. Qinyang didn't expect his kind gesture to provoke Dachuan, who immediately retorted. He handed him the 40 yuan, keeping the rest for himself. That's fine. Are we going hunting tonight? Dachuan asked happily after receiving the money. It's already 10 p.m. They should have left for the mountain to hunt by now. Forget it, you go home first. I'll bring the cart back home. After saying that, the 2 parted ways and went home separately. But before reaching his own house, Qinyang saw Lu Rong at his doorstep. You're finally back, Lu Rong said with relief when she saw him, then stepped forward to warmly hug him. I've already come to your house 3 times just to see if you're back. This is the 3rd time. If you don't come back soon, I won't come looking for you anymore. So have you sold all the fish? Yes, all sold. Not a single one left. You're impressive. Lu Rong was very surprised and looked him over from head to toe, realizing he had indeed finished selling. He warmly put his arm around his shoulder and asked, Are you going hunting tonight, at the forest? Yes, I've already made plans with Jin Chong. I said just the 3 of us go. No, for with Dachun. Your shooting skills are so good, we'll just help out nearby. I'll lead the way, and we'll surely find some good things. Qinyang thought for a moment. Don't worry about it. Is that okay? Seeing his expression, Lu Rong was afraid he wouldn't agree. Don't worry, since your shooting is so good, we won't split the catch equally. You take the biggest share, and the rest of us get smaller parts. Qinyang scratched his head, thinking it wasn't really about that. He had just come back from selling fish outside, and was tired. If you want to go, it's not a problem. But I just got back. Have you eaten yet? I ate in town. That's good. You can go rest now. We'll leave at 11 o'clock. This time, we'll take a carriage to go faster. If we really catch something, wouldn't it be better to load it onto the carriage? Seeing Lu Rong's eager face, it was clear he wouldn't easily let him go. He probably wanted him to go hunting with him and also had something to discuss. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, since you insist, let's do it that way. Let's agree on an hour. I'll come find you at 11. I'll bring Jin Chong and Dachun to meet you. I'll take the carriage, feed the horses, and later, we'll go to the forest. All right. After confirming, Qinyang got off the carriage, returned it to him, and happily took a bucket home. At this moment, the house was very quiet. The children were all asleep, but the women were still awake. When Qinyang pushed open the yard gate, all the rooms were open, and everyone was standing at the door watching him. Are you still awake? Have you eaten yet? Ding Xiaoyi was the first to come forward, looking at him with some concern. I've eaten. I went to town to sell fish. The fish there sell for a bit more than in the town. I decided to sell there. It went very well. Over an hour, I sold 400 or 500 jin of fish. Look, I earned over 100 yuan, with a little change given to Dechun. We kept 100 for ourselves. Qinyang reached out and took out 100 yuan, handing it to Zhao Jingzhu. Look, now we have 800 yuan for building the house. We're one step closer. Are you crazy? Deng Yufeng looked at him working from dawn to dusk. He really wanted to scold him, but felt a bit sad, so he just glared. Are you hungry? Li Shuangyue asked directly, coming forward with concern. Only Zhao Jingzhu took the money, looked at him without speaking, then turned and went into the kitchen to busy herself. I've already eaten. Qinyang saw her busy and quickly followed. Jingzhu, I've already eaten. I took Dachuan to eat in the city. Eat a bit more. Zhao Jingzhu only said that, then brought out small bowls of food, put them in the pot to reheat. Qinyang looked and saw these dishes weren't leftovers. They were freshly cooked and packed separately, waiting for him to eat. You're still good to me, Qinyang said with a playful smile. Zhao Jingzhu took a deep breath, seemed to concentrate for a moment, but didn't reply. Soon, the food was heated. Qinyang had no choice but to go back to the table and eat. Mom, if we want to build a house, should we buy some wood first to make furniture? Qinyang asked his mother during the meal. You think too much, Ding Xiao said helplessly. It's not just me thinking. It's the truth. I want to build a red brick house. When the house is better, we'll need more money. We should bring back some wood to make furniture. Do you think I should steal wood from the forest or buy it? As the old saying goes, it's better to steal the beams from the forest, Ding Xiao said seriously again. Steal? Qinyang smiled bitterly. If I steal, is that okay? Or should I see if I can buy it? I'll carry it myself, Zhao Jingzhu said. Huh? Qinyang looked at her. His middle school classmate, his first love from his previous life. Since coming here, I have truly tasted the hardships of life. I work in the fields, do house chores at home, and even now, when we are building a house, she still thinks about helping me carry trees. No way, he refused. I'm okay with doing some chores at home, but going to carry trees with me? That's not possible. I can't bear to see you do that. Maybe I should just buy the wood instead. Buy what? It's not just us stealing trees in the forest. Everyone does it. If you're on good terms with Uncle Lu Rong, maybe he can help you steal some too, Deng Yufeng said. But with your personality, you probably don't get along well with Uncle Lu Rong either. That's not true. Tonight, I'll have a good talk with Uncle Lu Rong and see what he says. If it's okay, we'll bring back some trees first. Later, I'll ask them to help carry the trees out. We don't need these trees for the beams of the red brick house, but we do need them for furniture. When the time comes, we'll hire someone to help us make furniture. Really? Ding Xiao looked at Qinyang, not joking, but seriously planning these things. Her eyes lit up. Of course, do you think I would lie to you about this? Qinyang said helplessly, thinking to himself, why don't you trust me? If it's really like that, then when the time comes, give Uncle Lu Rong a little gift, some wine or cigarettes, and talk to him nicely. It's better than buying everything yourself. Buying it with money would cost a lot. I understand, Qinyang nodded. So tonight, he planned to impress Uncle Lu Rong, make him admire himself, and maybe get some favors in return. After chatting and finishing dinner, Qinyang rested for a while before preparing to go out again. Are you really going hunting again? Li Shuangyue looked surprised when she heard he was going up the mountain to hunt. Are you risking your life? Even if we're building a house, we don't need to be so reckless. You're not home all day, only sleeping for an hour in the morning. Can your body handle that? No choice. Now is the time for us to make money. Wait until I finish this period of hunting, Qinyang said helplessly. Outside, he only heard Qin Dachuan calling his name. Look, they're calling me. I have to go now. You all stay at home and take care of yourselves. Don't worry about me. After saying this, Qinyang hurriedly left. Mom, why don't you stop him? Li Shuangyue couldn't hold back anymore and spoke to Ding Xiaoyi. Oh, you can't take it anymore. Deng Yufeng teased with a mischievous smile. Yes, I can't take it anymore. Let me tell you directly, I don't want to divorce him or be apart from him. I even want to get back with him. Deng Yufeng, You always act so clever, but I'll tell you, if there's a chance, I will definitely remarry him. You can think whatever you want. I love him. Even if I divorce him in this life, I won't marry anyone else unless he marries me again. It's your business if you don't like him, but I do. Li Xuanyue seemed to have given up and turned to speak to Deng Yufeng. Deng Yufeng was stunned, her face turning bright red. She didn't expect Li Xuanyue to admit it so openly. Ding Xiaoyi immediately took 2 steps back, squinting as she watched the 2 daughters-in-law argue. I really want to see what kind of feelings you two have for my son. Zhao Jingzhu also watched coldly from the side. Now, the most awkward person was Deng Yufeng. Li Xuanyue, dare to love and hate. I like what Qinyang has become, and now he's doing so well. I have nothing to dislike. It was him who wanted to divorce me, not me. I only divorced him because I had no choice. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have divorced him. You, Deng Yufeng, always like to mock others, whether it's me or him. Fine, if you have the guts, don't stay here. Go back to your parents' house. You can't do that either, right? In the end, you have to stay here. Do you think we don't see your little tricks? Loving him isn't shameful. If it were shameful, we would have already thrown him out. Yes, I love him. I can't let go of him. Are you happy now? Deng Yufeng looked at the excited Li Xuanyue and finally couldn't hold back anymore, speaking angrily. I'm staying here because I don't want to leave. I'm just staying here. I can't let go of him. I bother him here, but that's because I want to. Since he wants to divorce me, I want to give him a little push. If you're upset, don't watch. Ding Xiaoyi looked confused. What can I say? They don't listen to me. I told them not to get divorced, but none of them paid attention. What can I do? Besides, what they think is normal. I don't need to stop him. But Jingzhu, you haven't really talked about what you think. Zhao Jingzhu was speechless for a moment, looking at her mother-in-law who was pretending to be innocent. Forget it. I should not get involved. Let you all argue and fight here. I will focus on my own work. At this time, Qinyang had no idea that he almost caused Deng Yufeng and Li Xuanyue to argue. He went outside where Lu Rong and Chun Gengchang were waiting for him. Are you tired? Chun Gengchang smiled happily, seeming to know that Chun Yang's family was going to the city to earn money. Not too bad. Qinyang stretched. I'm still young, and my body can handle it. When I get older, it might be harder. All right, you take the carriage, and we'll walk. Lu Rong chuckled. During the walk, Qinyang decided to ask about building a house. Are you going to build a house? When he heard this, everyone looked at him in surprise. Yes, our current house is not good, as you all know. We have to build a new one. We have a big family now, and if I don't build a house, no one will have a place to stay. When Lu Rong heard about the big family, she couldn't help but be curious and asked, Xiaoyang, don't mind me asking, how come your ex-wives never argue or get angry? They all live under the same roof. It's amazing. How do you do it? I'm really curious. Not just me, but everyone in our village is curious. Yeah. Do they fight with you? Shin Dachuan, hearing this, immediately asked eagerly. My dad and mom often fight. Sometimes, my dad might not even win against my mom. Now, with 3 sisters-in-law, are you sure you can beat them? Do you fight together or separately? Lu Rong almost burst out laughing at this. Stop. If you tell me more about this, I swear I'll beat you up. Chun Gengchang almost lost his temper. What kind of son is he? He keeps talking about his fights with his mother in every few words. Are these fights serious? Can he really tell others about them? You're shameless, but I still have some pride. Qinyang also tries not to laugh, but seeing Lu Rong and others look at him with admiration, he can't help feeling a bit proud. Actually, it's not a special trick. It all comes down to one word: love. Why do they keep staying? All the reasons are just ways to give them an excuse. The real reason they stay is because they still love me and have hope in me. That's why they haven't left. If they had no hope, they would have run away long ago. What makes you so special? Lu Rong agrees but still looks puzzled, staring at him with confusion. Uncle Rong, there are 2 good reasons for a man to marry a good wife. As long as one of them is true, it's enough. Guess what those 2 reasons are? Qinyang looks at him mysteriously. 2 reasons? I don't know. Don't keep me guessing. Lu Rong thinks for a moment and shakes his head. I know. It's because they can't beat me. Chen Dazhu answers first. Get lost. Chen Jinchang glares at him annoyed, then turns to Chun Yang humbly. Xiaoyang, tell us, give us some advice. Your ideas are different. Maybe one day, my Dazhu will marry someone too. There are two reasons. The first is called money ability. Qin Yang smiles and pinches his fingers. Money ability means having money, having cash. If you have money, people will marry you. Isn't that right? Not always, but it makes some sense. Qin Jinchong and Lu Rong agree. But that's not entirely true. Your family doesn't have much money either. Don't just think about money. Your current family situation isn't even better than ordinary people. They wouldn't be with you just for money, right? Lu Rong agrees, but feels his explanation isn't convincing enough. Yes, my family is poor. They definitely didn't marry me for money. So, the second reason is about a man's ability, called ability to work. You're giving one reason twice? Why say it twice? Lu Rong and Qin Jinchong ask at the same time. How can they be the same reason? The first is about money, cash. The second, Chao, is a type of plant and also a kind of action. Wow. Lu Rong and Qin Gengchong both finally reacted and exclaimed, staring in shock at Qin Yang. This young man, wow. His mother actually makes sense. Only Qin Dachuan was still confused, not understanding what they meant. And hearing their secretive conversation, he was so anxious he was scratching his head, looking like a monkey with a very red bottom. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me. What Chao? What plant? What action? It's the action your dad and mom do when they fight, Qin Yang said mischievously. I see. So you're saying you can handle them, right? Like my dad can't handle my mom. I get it. How do you understand that? Qin Gingchong didn't expect the topic to turn to himself again. He was so angry he glared at his son. But looking at Qin Yang's face, he felt a bit of admiration. No matter what Qin Yang was like before, he married 3 beautiful wives, and after divorce, he still managed to keep them at home. That really takes skill. Could it be that he really has some special ability? Qin Gingchong looked a bit embarrassed. After hesitating, he asked him seriously in a low voice. Xiaoyang, I have a friend who has been having trouble in that area. He's been seeking treatment everywhere, but nothing works. Do you have any medicine or remedy you can tell me about? I want to help him. Hearing this, Qin Dachuan's eyes lit up. Yes, Brother Yang. I have a father who also has this problem. Do you have any remedy to tell me? I want to help him. Don't misunderstand. It's not me. It's my father. Lu Rong beside them burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. Qin Yang also laughed in the carriage, patting the carriage board. This Dachuan is really amazing, very effective. Qin Gengchong's face turned pale. For a moment, he didn't know whether to scold his son or praise his filial piety. After all, your father is me. Don't misunderstand. Who else would it be? His hands were trembling. Uncle Gingchong, don't be angry. This shows that Dachuan is a very filial child, always thinking of you. Don't play dumb with me. What do you mean by having a friend? That friend is you, isn't it? But I need to tell you, this is something you're born with. Why would I need medicine at my age? I don't have a prescription. Uncle Qin Gingchong looked at his son awkwardly and didn't say anything for a moment. Qin Dachuan scratched his head, thinking, did I say something wrong? I know you're lying when you say I have a friend, just making an excuse. I say I have a father, which is also just an excuse. How? Can that be exposed? I say I have a father, but he's not just your father. Qin Yang smiled warmly as he watched the father and son. But Uncle Gengchong is also experienced. Seeing the problem coming his way, he quickly changed the subject. If you really want to build a house, you should ask the village mason to look at it. We can help you too. And you need to lay bricks. That's a skill. You probably haven't laid bricks before, so you might not know how. I'm not planning to build a mud brick house. I want to build a red brick house, Qin Yang said. A red brick house? Like the ones in the city? That sounds good, but it must be expensive, right? Yes, it's quite costly, but it's better to build. I think it's stronger than our mud brick house. Plus, it's easier to design. What do you think? Of course, it's good, but it costs a lot. Many things can't be compromised. You have to spend money, Lu Rong advised. So, I need to earn more money. That was true, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Actually, Qin Yang could mention to him about planning to secretly cut some trees, but he thought it was better to wait. Maybe in the evening, after hunting, he could see how things go. If he first surprises Lu Rong, it will be easier to talk about later. After all, Lu Rong works in the forest, and it might be inappropriate to ask him to secretly cut trees. Better to give him some benefits first. Unknowingly, they arrived at the forest management office. They couldn't take the carriage further, so they had to leave it there and walk up the mountain. It'll take about an hour, Lu Rong said cheerfully, taking charge. I'll take you there. It should be faster to find the way. Stay alert. Now we are about to enter the final battle. Although I usually guard the forest area, go up the mountain to patrol, and hunt, I haven't caught anything in a long time. I feel restless and want to try my luck, so I decided to join you. As soon as I said that, I took action. Chen Yang, Chen Jinchang, and Chen Dachuan quickly organized their guns and followed him up the mountain. From the start of the climb, Chen Yang could faintly see some red spots, but they varied in strength. Right now, most of what he saw were faint red spots. Based on his understanding of these things, weak signals usually mean little value, so he didn't bother with them and kept climbing. They continued upward for about an hour. All four of them were getting tired, so they stopped to rest for a while. Old Uncle Lu, there's nothing here, Chen Dachuan said after coming up and looking around, feeling a bit confused. Don't rush. We just started climbing. It's not easy to find anything so quickly. I only know they're around here, but they move around. Who knows where they'll go today? Be patient, Lu Rong explained, though he was also a little nervous inside. Today he brought Chen Yang along. If they don't succeed today, there might not be another chance. Hunting can be a way to make money by selling meat, but many people hunt just for fun because it's exciting. Lu Rong does both. While they were resting, Chen Yang suddenly noticed the red color in his eyes change. At a certain point ahead, one red spot looked especially bright. It definitely wasn't a small thing. This gave Chen Yang extra motivation. He immediately stood up and headed toward that spot. Hey, aren't we just resting? Lu Rong asked curiously, seeing his reaction. Yang Ge must have found something. Let's go. Chen Dachuan, who was a loyal follower of Chen Yang and had hunted with him before, could tell from his expression that he had definitely discovered something. Excited, he followed behind. Let's go. Chen Ganchang also gave him a look to signal him to follow quickly. I haven't even seen anything yet, and you've already found something? Are you joking? But since their father and son had already gone ahead, he didn't want to fall behind, so he hurriedly followed. After walking forward for about 10 minutes, Chen Yang finally stopped at a certain spot and looked ahead. Under the moonlight, several wild boars were calmly searching for food, as if they were taking a walk. Lu Rong almost shouted, "Wow, huh? Isn't this the same group of wild boars I saw before? I didn't expect to find them here," and Chen Yang was the one who led me to them. Chen Jinchang and Chen Dachuan's father and son both looked surprised and happy. No mistake, this is the place. Almost instantly, everyone was ready for a fight. Chen Yang didn't need to say anything. He immediately raised his gun to aim and also directed others to surround the area from different directions. Seeing that everyone had found their positions, Chen Yang held up 4 fingers. It meant he hoped to shoot down 4 boars this time. Chen Dachuan was a bit excited. 4 boars. While thinking this, Chen Yang suddenly fired his gun. 1 boar fell to the ground. The remaining boars didn't know where the shot came from and panicked, running in all directions. At this moment, the other 3 also started shooting. 3 shots in a row, and another boar fell. I hit it. Lu Rong was very excited. After hitting the boar, he eagerly ran forward, wanting to see if he had really killed it. Be careful, Chen Jinchang shouted angrily when he saw this. The boar that had fallen to the ground suddenly got up again. When it saw Lu Rong approaching, it was furious and roared, charging toward him. Lu Rong was startled. Everyone knew that a wounded boar was as dangerous as a tiger. There was no time to reload or aim again. He froze in place. Just as the boar, showing its sharp tusks, was about to attack Lu Rong, Chen Yang fired his gun again. Bang! The bullet hit the boar's head, instantly killing it. The once fierce-looking boar wobbled and then fell to the ground. It was only about a meter away from Lu Rong. Lu Rong stood there frozen, cold sweat constantly dripping down his forehead. He knew he had just gone through a life-and-death situation. At that moment, he heard another gunshot. Chen Dachuan fired his gun. Brother Yang, they're about to run away. I hit one of them. Look, it's moving very slowly, Chen Dachuan said excitedly, pointing in the direction where the wild boar was fleeing. Chen Yang didn't have time to say much to Lu Rong. He quickly grabbed his gun and ran forward. While running, he also cocked his gun and aimed. There was indeed a boar hit by Dachuan, and it was now a bit unsteady, running slowly. Without hesitation, Chen Yang shot and hit it. It fell down without making a sound. The remaining wild boars were so frightened that they scattered and ran away, with no courage to fight back. All they knew was to escape. Qinyang moved quickly, aiming again. He knew he could probably only shoot one more boar. The others would definitely escape. But the distance was a bit difficult for him. Just then, a bright spot appeared again, helping him aim precisely at the last boar. This boar was slower, trailing behind the others, desperately trying to run forward. But its large size made it slower. At the moment Qinyang locked onto it, he fired again. The bullet whistled out of his gun and hit the boar's leg. The boar tumbled, howling wildly, and fell to the ground. It tried to get up and keep running, but it was too exhausted. Qinyang took a few more steps forward and shot again. This shot was perfect, hitting the boar right in the head. The boar finally stopped moving. Meanwhile, the other boars scattered and ran away, disappearing from sight. 4 of them. Chen Jinchong hurried over from behind, almost laughing when he saw the scene. Wow, that's amazing. For boars, all 4. Qinyang plopped down on the ground. Damn, they really did shoot 4 boars. Even though this was just a small fight, it took a lot of energy and effort. After Qinyang just ran over, he used a lot of energy in a short time. Now he sat down, took a deep breath, and nodded with a smile. Not bad. You just injured 2 wild boars, which helps me a lot. Damn it, Lu Rong, behind him, also came over and looked at the 4 wild boars, laughing loudly. Great. We've really made a big profit this time. Let's go, let's go. We won't fight anymore. These 4 wild boars are enough. We need to sell them. Chen Dachuan was a bit happy. It's still early. Chen Jinchong didn't want to leave so soon. We still have time. Let's look around here for more prey. If we catch a few more, we can sell more. Xiaoyang needs to build a house now, so we need to spend money. Sounds good. We've already caught 4 wild boars so quickly. Maybe we can find more. There are other goats and deer on this mountain. If we catch them, we can earn more money. Let's go. Hurry up. Since he said that, Qinyang had no objection. He also wanted to get more things. We'll move these 4 wild boars to the forest management first, then go look for more prey. They decided and nodded, carrying the 4 wild boars down first. After spending some time bringing them back, they continued up the mountain. Because they already caught 4 wild boars, everyone looked more relaxed. Qinyang saw the red dot again, and the red dot seemed to have a high concentration. He was a bit surprised and excited. He immediately headed toward that spot. Although the most familiar person here wasn't him, but Lu Rong, Qinyang was the one who found the place earlier, so everyone cooperated when he suggested going somewhere. Did you find something again? Seeing him rush over in a hurry, Lu Rong and Chen Jinchong looked at each other and asked. There should be something ahead. I can feel it. Let's go quickly. Something else? The 3 of them looked excited and eager, then hurried over. Not long after they arrived, they saw a lone wild boar walking under the moonlight. They became very excited. Brother Yang, should just a few of us go hunting this time? Your shooting skills are so good that if you take the shot, we might not get a chance. Maybe you shouldn't shoot? Chen Dachuan suddenly said, seeming to think that Chun Yang's skills were a bit too impressive. Chen Yang was about to say something when he suddenly saw a bright red glow in his eyes again, and it was very intense. He was startled. This doesn't seem right. It doesn't look like that wild boar. What could it be then? All right, I'll leave this wild boar to you 3 to handle. No matter what, you must kill it. You stay here and fight. I'll go nearby and look around. Chen Yang noticed that the creature was also nearby, so he quickly patted Chen Dachuan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I promise I won't let it escape, Lu Rong said confidently. Chen Yang nodded and immediately headed toward the red dot with his gun. He followed the trail. He had already reached the area around the red dot, but he didn't see the prey. Not even a wild chicken. This thing definitely wouldn't deceive him, but there's no wild chicken here. So how could this creature appear? There must be something else. He muttered to himself and kept moving forward. Just then, he finally arrived at the place where the red dot was flashing, and it was flickering very brightly. When he looked ahead, he was shocked and a look of joy spread across his face. It was this thing. At this moment, a healthy ginseng plant was quietly growing under a tree. He looked at the leaves and saw there were 4 of them. This is a 4-leaf ginseng, at least several decades old, Qinyang thought excitedly. Such plants are very rare in the southern regions. He never expected to find one here, and he was so happy he almost couldn't contain himself. Who would have thought there are so many good things here? I knew I should get it out. He excitedly started digging around the soil to extract the plant. After a while of careful work, he finally found the complete ginseng. Great stuff, he said excitedly as he looked at the ginseng. If he took this to the supply and marketing cooperative, it wouldn't be considered very valuable, as it would likely be discounted quite a bit. If you find a person who truly needs help, the value becomes much greater. Ginseng has always been valuable, and older ginseng is worth more. This ginseng is estimated to be at least several decades old. That makes it very valuable. Anyway, first, I need to get this ginseng down. After removing it, I looked around and saw that the red glow had disappeared, which means I had already taken all the valuable things here. There's no need to stay any longer. It's better to go back early. I just heard gunfire, so they must have started fighting. I don't know how it's going, so I should go back and check. Deciding to secure the item, I hurriedly headed back. When I got there, I saw the three of them sitting happily, chatting and laughing. The big wild boar was lying in front of them, completely exhausted. "Brother Yang, look. We took down this wild boar. I fired the first shot and hit its leg," Chen Dachuan said happily when he saw me return, describing the hunting scene vividly. Chen Jinchong and Lu Rong also looked pleased. When they saw me, they nodded and smiled. "We did pretty well just now. Each of us shot once and killed it. Now we don't have to worry about others saying we only followed you to get the loot. That's good. It shows everyone's shooting skills are decent. Besides, what others say doesn't matter. Can we leave now? Let's go, let's go." They carried the wild boar down, and now there were 5 wild boars in total, a very good harvest. Usually, the whole village would work together to hunt wild boars, and catching even one was considered good. But every time they went hunting with Chen Yang, they caught at least one, sometimes several. Their harvest was more than what the entire village could gather in a year. "I just found a small thing," I said, after putting the items down and sitting to rest with the others before moving everything out. Taking this chance, I took out the ginseng. It was something I found myself, so there was no need to share or hide it from them. If they knew, it might cause some resentment, so I simply showed it to them. Ginseng. 4-leaf clover. When these two saw the ginseng, they were stunned. Both of them were experienced and knew what this meant. After seeing it, they were completely shocked. "This is at least a few decades old. Where did you find it just now?" Chen Gengchang's voice trembled. "I was just about to look for other prey when I unexpectedly found this under a tree. I dug it up right away. It has 4 leaves, which means it's at least 50 or 60 years old. Do you think it's worth a lot of money?" "Of course. 4-leaf ginseng is at least 50 or 60 years old. If you take it to someone who knows about these things, you could sell it for a good price. But don't sell it to the supply store. They offer very low prices that don't match its true value." "Oh, Xiaoyang, I have to say, you're very lucky. Every time we go up the mountain to hunt, we always find prey because of your good luck." Chen Gengchang happily rubbed his hands, starting to think about the value. "That's right. Before, they rarely caught any prey, and it was hard to find any. But whenever they went up the mountain with Chen Yang, they always found prey or even caught some. It was clear that Chen Yang's good luck was the reason. You really do have good luck. This thing is worth at least a few hundred yuan, maybe more. But I advise you not to sell it in our village or town because most people can't afford it. You should go to the city or a pharmacy. The prices there are a bit higher, and many pharmacies are private, so they can handle herbal medicines easily." "Got it. I'll find some time to go take a look. The hunt is over now. What should we do with these 5 wild boars?" "Let's sell the wild boars," Chen Gingchang and Lu Rong said at the same time. "Selling is fine, but where should we sell them? We sold to several nearby villages yesterday. Some people didn't buy, but we probably can't sell all 5 at once." "Go to the other side of the river," Lu Rong suggested. "Didn't we already sell there? That side has more villages than ours, so they can handle more pork." "All right," Chen Yang agreed. "That's settled then. But you guys go to sell them tonight. I've been busy all day and want to rest. When you're done, just tell me how much money you got, and we'll split it later." "All right. You've been busy for a while, and there's no need to stay and sell with us. Let's settle on that. You go back and rest well, and we'll handle the other things." After confirming, Qinyang followed them down the mountain. Today's harvest was so good that everyone was in a good mood. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the 3 of them went to sell pork, while Qinyang took the ginseng home. Actually, it was already late, about 2 in the morning. When Qinyang entered, he found that everyone was sleeping peacefully. No one disturbed him when he returned. He took a shower, washed the ginseng, and decided to go to the city tomorrow. This trip to the city was to sell the ginseng, and he wanted to sell it at a high price. He slept well tonight. Around 8 o'clock, He heard a knocking on the door and also heard Chunya's voice. Dad, Dad, wake up quickly. Breakfast is ready. Chunyang opened his eyes and looked outside. The sun was already high in the sky, really time to get up. He quickly responded and got up to wash and get ready. He was also thinking about going to the city today to sell the ginseng, so he didn't pay attention to anything else. Soon, after washing up, he went to eat. What time did you come back last night? His mother, Ding Xiaoyi, asked. Pretty early last night, around 2. I didn't lose anything. I just asked them to go get some. I came back on my own. I haven't rested well these days, so I decided to come back early and rest. Uncle Jin and Uncle Lu Rong also agreed. The women sighed in relief. Chunyang was glad he came back early to rest. He was worried that if he didn't rest properly, it might harm his health. After dinner, I need to go to the county town, he said. You're going to the county town for something? Ding Xiaoyi frowned, looking at him, seeming a bit upset about his trip. Mom, look what I found yesterday, Chunyang said, almost finished eating. He put down his chopsticks and took out the ginseng. When the ginseng appeared in front of them, everyone's eyes widened. There had always been some rumors about ginseng in the village, but very few people had actually seen it. There are many strange rumors, like tying red strings to make things run away, but those are false. Everyone understands that the leaves of a ginseng plant show how old it is. Chunyang carefully dug out the ginseng, keeping the leaves intact. You can see the leaves on it now. There are 4 of them. Is this 50 years old? At least 50? Did you find it in the mountains? His mother's voice changed. Yes, I found it in the mountains. Isn't it impressive? I plan to take it to the city to sell. I think I can get about 1,000 yuan for it. This is a very valuable item. If someone needs it, they'll pay a high price. Zhao Jingzhu rarely spoke at this moment. People who need it might pay a lot, especially since it's so valuable. But the problem is, where can we find someone who needs it right now? If you go to the city to sell it, how do you know the buyer actually needs it? That's a good point, Li Shuangyue nodded. It's okay. Since I'm going, I'll find a way. Maybe I'll walk around near the hospital. I'll definitely find someone, Chunyang explained. Don't be so reckless. This is a good thing, and these are dangerous times. If others find out we have it, we don't know if it's good or bad, Zhao Jingzhu said seriously, thinking carefully. Chunyang couldn't help but admire her. His wife really knows her stuff and thinks things through. No wonder his mother almost begged him not to divorce her when they were about to split up. Where can you find such a good daughter-in-law? Although she seems cold and quiet now, she cares about him deeply. Even with 3 ex-wives living under one roof, they get along peacefully. People say Chunyang or his mother are impressive, but it's really because Zhao Jingzhu is strong. If it had been someone else, the family might have already been arguing loudly. Maybe they wouldn't even live together anymore. Only their family truly understands these things. I am confident I can find someone. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't tell them I have this thing. Zhao Jingzhu wanted to say more, but seeing Chunyang's confident look and his eager attitude, she felt she shouldn't discourage him, so she stayed silent. I'll go with him, Deng Yufeng suddenly spoke. An extra person means more safety, Deng Yufeng explained. Then I'll go too. Li Shuangyue also spoke up at this moment. Deng Yufeng glared at her. I'm going with him to handle things. Why are you coming over? He asked. I'm also going with him. I can help with what he's doing. You said one more person is safer, so why not 3 of us instead of just 2? She replied. Deng Yufeng was so angry he almost couldn't speak, so he kept quiet. No need. I'll go alone, Chunyang said, feeling a bit tired. Although it seems like the family is happy and peaceful, it's not always so calm. Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue don't get along well, and they often argue. But that's normal. Usually, if I or my mother step in, we can calm them down. If I take you both, it might be inconvenient. I'll go alone. I can find a buyer. I've been to the county town many times before. Look at all the wild pigs and goats I sold there. I know what I'm doing. Just wait at home for me, Chunyang insisted, so they couldn't say much. In the end, they just nodded. After dinner, Chunyang hurriedly prepared to leave. Are you really going like that? Walking all the way, Zhao Jingzhu asked him before he left. I'll catch a ride to the town later. It's easier that way. You don't need to worry. If possible, I'll buy a new bike. I might go to the town often for work, so having a vehicle is better. I'll take a ride this time. Hurry up and go inside. Don't worry about me. After I sell the things, I'll buy the bike and come back. Also, if Daju or Uncle Jinchang come to ask for their share, just tell them I've gone to the city and will return later. After saying these words, Qinyang hurriedly went to the town. He caught the nearest bus and headed straight to Baikong City. Qinyang didn't know exactly how to find the right buyer, but he trusted that his special ability would help him. Over time, he understood how his special skill worked. It could help him find prey and also find suitable buyers. The different colors could tell him who was kind to him and who could offer a better price. So he wasn't in a rush. The person who needs it most should be near the hospital. I'll go there and look around. When I see the color, I can tell who needs it. Once he made up his mind, he immediately went to the people's hospital. The hospital was busy and lively. Qinyang appeared outside the hospital. As soon as he arrived, he noticed many people's heads seemed to have glowing spots above them. Some were bright, some faint. Seeing this, Qinyang almost laughed out loud. It made his job much easier. He just needed to find someone with a strong need. He looked around and finally found his target. There was a middle-aged man pushing a wheelchair with an elderly woman sitting in it. Most importantly, the glow above them was very strong, almost purple-red. This meant they needed it very badly. Qinyang didn't hesitate and headed straight for them. He believed that as soon as he told them about it, they would buy it. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was talking to the woman in the wheelchair. "Mom, you don't need to worry about this. I'll ask my friends if they have something like it. It's hard to find, but as long as you pay, you can buy it. There's no need to bother. Such things are hard to find now, and they cost a lot. I'm already like this, so I don't have many regrets." "That's not true. I still believe there's a chance. I'm a doctor. I should know better." While they were talking, Qinyang was already approaching them. "Sir, do you need to buy something?" "I'm not sure if I have what you're looking for," Qinyang said directly as he approached. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at him and adjusted his glasses. "Young man, you see, brother, here's the thing. I'm from Fengjiang town. Yesterday, I went hunting in the mountains and unexpectedly found a ginseng root. Take a look." Qinyang took out the ginseng and placed it in front of the man. At first, the middle-aged man almost laughed when he heard this. He thought it was a joke and wondered how Qinyang knew he needed this. Wasn't that a bit strange? He found it hard to understand and even wanted to refuse him right away. But since Qinyang was a doctor, well-mannered and educated, and from the countryside based on his clothes, he held back. However, when Qinyang really took out the ginseng and put it in front of him, he was stunned. Ginseng. 4-leaf ginseng. His breathing became heavy. He quickly took the ginseng and examined it carefully. Luckily, he was a doctor, someone who could tell the real thing. This was definitely not ordinary. In his hands, it was clearly identified as genuine. Yes, it was freshly harvested ginseng, at least 50 years old, or it wouldn't have 4 leaves. He was completely shocked. He stared at Qinyang in amazement, then scratched his head after a moment. "Young man, are you planning to sell this?" "Yes, I want to sell it. I know there are probably many people nearby who need this. I saw that my grandmother isn't feeling well, so I took the chance to ask if I was bothering you." No, not at all. We do need this kind of thing." "Well, I'll buy it. Name your price. I've never sold this before, and it's quite rare. I don't know how much it's worth. Why don't you give me a price and see if it's fair?" Qinyang's approach was to step back to move forward, and he genuinely didn't know the value of the ginseng. So he let the other person name the price to see if it was reasonable. The middle-aged man was very happy, even close to tears. "I didn't expect to find ginseng at my hospital in the city, especially since I couldn't find it anywhere else." Suddenly, someone showed up offering it, which felt like fate. He looked at Qinyang with a kind and honest face, and he seemed like a rural kid. This made Qinyang hesitant to haggle with him. "Young man, have you asked at the supply and marketing cooperative about the price?" "No, I haven't. I heard their prices are usually low, so I was told not to ask there." "Yes, their prices are quite low. You could sell this for a few hundred yuan at the cooperative, but it's hard to say exactly how much because they don't pay high prices. Still, this thing is actually very valuable, especially for someone who needs it. Our family really needs it. You've solved a big problem for me today, so I'll give you a good price. I bought this for 1,500 yuan. 1,500 yuan. Qinyang was a bit excited. He knew this item was valuable, but you had to find the right person willing to pay that much. Clearly, the man in front of him was willing to pay that price. If he could really sell it for 1,500 yuan, that would be excellent, and Qinyang had no objections. "Isn't that a bit expensive? You just said it's only worth a few hundred outside. Aren't you losing money?" "Not at all. The middle-aged man was happy that his mother had something that could save her life. Plus, he was kind-hearted and understood young people like Qin Yang, so he was willing to pay that much. This item can save lives. Do you think 1,500 yuan is too much for that? And I see you're a reasonable person. I bet it took you a lot of effort to find this ginseng, so I won't let you lose. 1,500 yuan, sell it to me. All right. All right. Qin Yang was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Then it settled. Come inside with me. I don't have that much money right now, but once we go inside, I'll pay you. Don't worry, I'm a doctor at this hospital. My name is Jiang Dihao. Dr. Jiang, thank you so much. Qin Yang agreed happily and followed him inside. He knew that the person chosen by his special talent wouldn't make a mistake. He sat down in the office, and Jiang Dihao poured him a glass of water. Then he hurriedly left. Not long after, he came in holding an envelope and placed it in front of him. This is 1,500 yuan. Please check it carefully face to face. Qin Yang excitedly reached out to take the bag. When he opened it, he saw a stack of large banknotes. He counted them. Exactly 1,500 yuan, no more, no less. They were neatly stacked and folded. Dr. Jiang, all 1,500 yuan is here. Then the deal is done, Jiang Dihao said with a smile. He looked at him with some emotion. Honestly, you've really helped me a lot. This ginseng over 50 years old is very rare. My mother has been sick for a long time, and we always thought ginseng might help. We've been trying to buy some for a long time, but couldn't find any. Even the Chinese medicine shops in Baikong City couldn't help. I didn't expect to meet someone today while taking my mother for a walk outside. It was a big surprise for me. I should thank you properly. Qin Yang knew he should say something nice, so he spoke with some emotion. Dr. Jiang, this shows that the old lady is blessed. That's why we met so luckily. Yes, exactly. Seeing that everything was settled, Qin Yang decided not to stay longer to avoid disturbing them. Since that's the case, I'll go now. I wish the old lady a quick recovery. All right, I'll see you off. Jiang Dihao looked genuinely happy. After hearing his good wishes, he smiled so broadly his mouth almost closed. He warmly opened the door for him and saw him out. After leaving the hospital, Qin Yang finally relaxed. This golden finger really works well. It not only guides him toward his targets, but also points him in the right direction for business. Now that he had sold the ginseng, he needed to do something else, buy a pair of despised, a type of lottery ticket. After buying it, he planned to go home quickly and not stay here any longer. Thinking about it, he hurriedly went to buy the lottery ticket. The despised requires a ticket. If he didn't have one, he would need to pay extra. Qin Yang didn't have a ticket, so he had to pay more. Originally costing around 160 yuan, he ended up spending over 220 yuan to buy it. He felt a bit pained about the expense. Seeing the brand new 28 big card, he couldn't help but smile. Although it's not very convenient for selling things, having it makes it easier to go to town later. Besides, when he goes to town, he might not only sell things but also handle other matters. So he must buy this cart now. He also predicts he might need to buy a horse-drawn carriage to go home. Even if he doesn't get a horse-drawn carriage, it would be better to have some kind of motor vehicle. But these things can't be rushed, so he decided to focus on sorting out his current tasks first. After buying the 28 big card, he happily rode it home. In the village, a group of people was gathered under a tree, chatting. Come on, do you really think Qin Yang is that amazing? I don't believe it. Qin Fang was pointing and talking confidently, looking down on Qin Yang. That's just luck, stepping on a lucky streak. Where does he get such skills? If he were that good, I'd call him Dad. All right, call me Dad then. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and he pushed his cart forward. Everyone looked at him all at once. Many showed expressions of schadenfreude. Although people in the village didn't think highly of Qin Yang before, saying he was lazy and idle, that was all. Being lazy just meant damaging his reputation and making life a bit worse for himself. He didn't bother others, nor did he steal or rob. But Qin Fang was not like that. You couldn't even say Qin Fang was lazy or idle. He was very hardworking, even taking things from others' homes to his own. Because of this, people found Qin Yang more relatable, and they all supported him. Plus, Qin Yang was tall, handsome, and spoke nicely. He also went hunting and sold meat in town, so naturally, the villagers supported him. When they saw Qin Fang caught talking badly about someone behind their back, everyone looked on with glee. Qin Yang, are you coming over again to take advantage of me? Have you never been beaten? Chen Fong was very angry, but when she saw his 2-8 big card, she paused. Where did you get this 2-8 big card? Is it stolen? Fine. I knew you weren't a good person. How dare you steal something like that? You're so shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang stepped forward and slapped him across the face. With a loud slap, Chen Fong was pushed back several steps, more furious than ever, covering his face and glaring at Chen Yang. You dare to hit me. If you hit me, I swear I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he made a move to attack Chen Yang. But when he tried to rush forward, he realized no one was stopping him. No one was around to hold him back. He was much weaker than Chen Yang, thin and fragile like a little chicken. Now, standing there making such harsh threats and gestures without anyone stopping him, he looked very awkward. Why don't you guys stop him? Chen Yang knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile as he spoke to the others. Didn't you see? They're just waiting for you to stop him. Otherwise, what if he really comes in front of me and I have to teach him a lesson? Why not step in? Stop what? Let him hit himself if he wants. If he's brave enough to fight you, we'll cheer him on here. We just don't know if he has that courage. Hearing these teasing words, Chen Fong felt very uncomfortable. All right, I see now. You all are no good. Fine, keep flattering him. When something happens, don't come crying to my house. Seeing that things were getting worse and that everyone didn't welcome him, Chen Fong decided to leave after saying one last thing and patted his, but as he walked away. As he left, the others in the village immediately gathered around. Xiaoyang, is that the big truck you just bought? Yeah, it's so new. It must be worth 100 or 200, right? Wow, our whole village doesn't have many big trucks like that. You got one already? That's impressive. Exactly. I heard you hunted several wild boars yesterday, right? People in the village started chatting excitedly. But the more they looked at his big truck, the more they liked it. No wonder. These days, such vehicles are rare. For a farmer to own a big truck is like being rich. Yes. Chen Yang smiled slightly and explained to everyone. I recently made some money from hunting. I often sell things. I decided to buy a big truck so I can easily transport and sell stuff myself. If I make more, I'll get more. And sometimes I have to go to town, and buying a bike back is quite useful. You've hunted a lot of game recently, Xiaoyang. Next time you go up the mountain, can you invite us along? Yeah, we also want to go hunting and see how things are. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, asking him to take them along to hunt. Chen Yang didn't give a clear answer to any of this. Many people here are not hunters at all. Do you think taking you along is just to share my food? I definitely don't want to do that. After finally leaving that place, Chen Dachuan was already waiting for him at the gate when he got home. Brother Yang, you're finally back. Oh, is this the big bike you bought? It's really good. Can I try it? Chen Dachuan was very happy when he saw the bike. Sure. Do you want to try it now? Maybe next time. Anyway, since you haven't been back for a while, my dad asked me to wait here for you. When you return, I'll tell him, and I'll also call Uncle Lu Rong. We can split the money from selling the meat last night. How much did you sell? Chen Yang was a bit curious. 5 wild boars, even if each weighs 200 jin, would total over 1,000 jin. And the whole pig is definitely more than 200 jin. Of course, getting 200 jin of pure meat from one pig is already quite impressive. I don't know exactly how much we sold, but it seems like a lot. Wait here for a moment. I'll go call them over. After saying that, Dachuan happily left. As soon as Chen Yang got home, he heard Chunya and Chun Yi, the sisters, cheering loudly. Mom, Dad bought a bicycle. With their loud shouts, others came forward. Everyone was surprised when they saw the bicycle. Except Zhao Jingzhu. How did you buy a bicycle? Isn't that a waste of money? Ding Xiao said this, feeling both happy and a little guilty. But even as she scolded him, her smile never left her face. That's right. These days, having a big bike like a 2-8 bike in the village is considered a sign of wealth. Ordinary people don't usually need one. Their family has been poor all their lives. Now that their son bought a bike, as a mother, she felt proud. In the future, I can sit with others, drink water, chat, and even show off a little. So even though I complain about it, I actually feel happy inside. Mom, if he really starts this business, he'll need a big truck like a 28-wheel one. He didn't buy the wrong one. At this moment, Zhao Jingzhu explained from behind. Zhao Jingzhu seems cold towards Chen Yang, but actually, she is very reasonable. She says what she thinks and never targets anyone intentionally. Is that so? That's good. We don't have one of those yet. Oh wow, this looks so new and nice. Ding Xiao was very happy when her eldest daughter-in-law said this, almost smiling brightly. Even Ding Yufeng, who usually doesn't say much, was just watching curiously. Here, try this bike. You can practice with it, Qinyang said. Seeing that everyone didn't say much about his decision to buy the bike, he knew they agreed and felt both relieved and happy. Just then, there was some noise outside, as if Chun Dachuan, Chun Jinchong, and Lu Rong had arrived. I want to try. Deng Yufeng was the most excited. He immediately pushed his bike outside to test it. The two kids saw this and quickly ran out happily. Soon after, Ding Xiao, Zhao Jingzhu, and Li Shuangyue also went out, leaving only a few of them inside. Not bad. Lu Rong looked at him with some envy. Xiaoyang, you even bought a big truck like a 28-wheel one. Looks like you've made quite a bit of money these days. Don't you know how much I earned? How did we do last night? This is the money from last night. We sold a total of 1,125.5 yuan, Shen Ganchong said, holding the money, which he laid out neatly. Honestly, in this era, over 1,000 yuan was quite a lot. Even though the bills were stacked neatly, they looked quite thick. That's a lot. Yes, it is. 5 wild boars, we sold all of them. We didn't keep any. Mainly because everyone has meat at home now, so cash is better. All the money is here now. How should we split it? Qinyang smiled and looked at them. According to my idea, this time you and old Lu take the big share, and we take the small share. Old Lu told us about these wild boars. He has the information, so he can take a larger share. But mainly, you did most of the work. Out of these 5 boars, 3 were killed by you. Actually 4, almost all by you, so you should also get a big share. Although to Chun and I also helped a little, we didn't do as much as you, so my son and I will take the small share. Chun Gingchong is a very careful person, and what he said makes a lot of sense. When he said this, every point was reasonable, and for a moment, Qinyang couldn't find a way to argue. Since that's the case, why don't we split into 3 parts? Qinyang looked at them. You and Chun take 1 part, I take 1, and Uncle Lu takes 1. That works? Chun Gingchong was very pleased to hear this. Splitting into 3 equal parts, his son and he could each get 1, which made him very happy. And it was about 1,200 yuan in total, so each person would get around 400 yuan. That's a lot of money. He realized that for this kind of work, you have to go with Qinyang, or else you might not be able to catch a wild boar all year. All right then, you take 400 here, and the rest of the money will be split between us two. Lu Rong also understood that Qinyang was the most important. He said he shared the information with them, but in the end, Qinyang was the one who found the boars. He didn't want to take the same amount of money from Qinyang, so he quickly divided 400 yuan for Qinyang, and the remaining money was split between the two of them. In this way, even if they didn't get 400, they still got over 300. Qinyang didn't refuse much. Come to my place for lunch, Qinyang invited them. But we don't need to. They shook their heads. Why not? I just have something I want to ask you about. That's all. I'll ask my mom to cook more food later. Don't go, stay and eat here. They were originally shy about eating at Qinyang's house, but after hearing there was something to discuss, they didn't refuse anymore. All right, we'll come over for lunch, but not right now. We'll go back first. I need to put the money away. Okay. Remember to come over. After watching them leave, Qinyang went outside and saw Deng Yufeng riding a 2-wheeled cart very steadily, clearly experienced from before. He watched for a while without speaking, then got on after they had finished. At noon, I will treat Uncle Gong, Uncle Lu Rong, and Dazhu to a meal. Now go to the town to buy some vegetables. You can start cooking when you get back. Okay, we'll go right now, his mother replied quickly, knowing it was an important matter, and went home efficiently. Zhao Jingzhu didn't need to be told. She understood immediately. Li Shuangyue and Deng Yufeng also quickly went home after hearing the plan. Qinyang rode his 2-wheeled cart to the town to buy things. Right now, he had sold 1,500 yuan worth of ginseng. After subtracting about 200 yuan, he had around 1,300 left. Plus, he still had over 100 yuan from before, making it about 1,400. He also just received 400 yuan, so in total, he had over 1,800 yuan. That was a lot of money. According to Qinyang's plan, he could now start preparing to build a house. But before that, he wanted to fix up some things at home. So, after arriving, he began buying supplies. He bought everyday items that didn't require a ticket, like salt and seasonings. He also bought some rice. Although the village had divided land to each household, taxes were high, so his family didn't eat much. With many people and little land, they needed to buy more rice. After buying rice, he bought some cooking oil. Then, he saw some cloth nearby, and after thinking for a moment, he bought a few yards to make new clothes for his children. Since he had already taken some cloth, he bought more so everyone in the family could have clean clothes. He also picked out some nice fabric for his 3 former wives. After finishing these, he bought some wine. He didn't buy cigarettes because there was already some at home. He packed all these items into bags and placed them on the back of his 2-wheeled cart, making everything ready. Let's go home. After shopping, he hurried back home on his cart. By then, the family was already cooking, and the smell of food rising from the house made it look very warm and cozy. Dad, why did you buy so many things? Chunya and Chun-Yi are now very close to him, mainly because recently Chun-Yang often brings home some items, which has improved their meals. These 2 children naturally feel very close to Chun-Yang. Chun-Yang smiles and nods, patting their heads. Why did you buy so much rice and oil? Li Shuangyue is very happy when she sees all these things. Mom, Chun-Yang bought a lot of stuff. Come and see. Our family doesn't lack anything now. Oil, salt, rice, all are here. Oh, and there's flour too. Deng Yufeng also comes over, looking at these things with amazement, and can't help but glance at him a couple of times. Wow, how much did all this cost? We have some money, but you shouldn't spend it all at once. Didn't you say you need to build a house? Ding Xiao comes out and sees all these things. Her mouth almost drops open, but she still instinctively says this. The older generation is used to being poor. Even if they have some money now, they still spend carefully. They are also used to speaking like this, so Qinyang isn't surprised at all. It's more than that. I also bought several yards of cloth in different colors, thinking of making new clothes for the kids and all of us. Look, Qinyang, hearing their words, takes out the other fabrics he bought and places them in front of them. This surprises Ding Xiao even more. Now, everyone's family isn't wealthy. Usually, they don't have new clothes to wear. Only during the new year do they get new clothes. Even then, they have to tighten their belts and buy fabric to have a tailor make clothes. But now he's bought so much fabric all at once, and for everyone. Son, why did you spend so much money? Ding Xiao feels distressed. Chen Yang whispers to her, Mom, aren't you thinking I want to marry one of my 3 ex-wives again? Shouldn't I be generous? They eat simple food with us, so I want to make them feel at ease. Who doesn't like to look good? If I make them new clothes, they'll be happy. Maybe it'll even improve their impression of me. Hearing this, Ding Xiao realizes it makes sense, and she keeps nodding. Honestly, this son of ours is quite clear-headed. No wonder these women are so devoted to him. He can make people cry and laugh in a moment. Sure enough, Li Shuangyue and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the cloth. Even Deng Yufeng, who was usually very sharp-tongued, didn't criticize him this time. Not only did they like the cloth, but some of it was also bought for the children. Of course, they were happy about that. Soon after, Zhao Jingzhu came out and saw all the cloth and other items, and she was surprised. Nowadays, the children's clothes are really too small or torn. It's true that we need to buy new clothes for them. But you actually don't have to buy us anything, Zhao Jingzhu said after a while. How can that be? Since we're buying, everyone should have some. We can't leave you out. We've been eating simple food lately, and everyone has had a hard time. Now that things are a bit better, we bought some cloth. Later, you can take it to the village tailor to make some clothes for us, he replied. Okay, Zhao Jingzhu nodded. Later, we'll measure the kids' sizes and take the cloth to the tailor. Put these things away, Qin Yang said with a smile, rubbing his hands. He could feel that even Zhao Jingzhu's attitude toward him had improved a lot, no longer cold and distant like before. Are you thirsty? Li Shuangyue asked more obviously. After putting everything away, she immediately came out to ask if he wanted water. Yes. With that, Li Shuangyue quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Deng Yufeng, standing nearby, rolled his eyes when he saw this. Hey, you're quite eager to serve. Especially seeing Chun Yang's calm and natural expression, Deng Yufeng felt annoyed and couldn't help but want to say something to him. Just then, they heard voices outside, as if Lu Rong and Qin Jinchong and others had arrived. Chen Yang immediately took out a cigarette and went to greet them at the door. Come on. Qin Yang handed them cigarettes. The 3 of them came inside. and Qinyang also brought chairs for them to sit on. It seemed that after selling so much, everyone was very happy. Are you really planning to tear down this house and rebuild? Lu Rong asked as he sat down and lit his cigarette. You see, I am still living in a storage room. My bed is uncomfortable and narrow. No matter what, I have to find a way to rebuild this house, or I really won't be able to live here anymore, Qinyang said sincerely. Earlier, you mentioned building a red brick house. Yes, I am planning to build a red brick house. I also thought about asking if I could help you get some trees. If you're building an old-style earthen house, you'll need a lot of trees. But now, building a red brick house doesn't require so many, Lu Rong chuckled. Qinyang almost wanted to clap for himself. See, I said that giving Lu Rong some benefits would make him willing to help. He didn't even need to ask. He brought it up himself first. If he brought it up, then negotiations would be much easier. Uncle Rong, I plan to build a red brick house, so I won't need that much wood. But I still need to make furniture, and that also requires wood, right? Making furniture does need wood. Do you want me to help you get some? Can you get some? What do you mean? What am I doing in the forest? Just patrolling the mountain. I know all the trees in the forest. Besides, I can help you cut them. Later, I'll call Jin Zhang and the others to help you carry the wood, and we can bring it straight to your house. Then, a carpenter can come and work there. That's simple. Would that be too much trouble for you? There's nothing difficult about it. One night, I'll take you into the forest to cut trees. You can pick whichever you like. Besides, I'll be there watching, so no one will say anything. We can cut whatever trees we want. This really needs your help, Uncle Lu. Even if we can help you cut trees, we might not be able to do much else, Chen Jinchong said, smoking a cigarette nearby. Brother Yang, I'll help you carry the trees and make sure they're handled properly. No problem at all, Dazhun happily added, supporting Qinyang. All right, since Uncle Lu has said so, I won't be polite. Qinyang finally relaxed, knowing he had accepted their help. It was also because he had helped them with hunting before. This is called cooperation, mutual benefit. After discussing this, Qinyang also felt relieved. He had been thinking about how to talk to Lu Rong in a way that was fair and respectful. I didn't expect him to bring it up himself. Isn't that much easier? Once you're rested, we can all go to cut the trees tonight. Usually, you need to work with wood to make furniture, so it's best to cut and dry the wood first. Qinyang looked at Chun Dachuan and Chen Jinchong. We're fine. As long as you go, we will help carry the trees. All right, let's go together tonight and see if we can find some wild pheasants. We can catch a few. That's not a bad idea. They all started to laugh. In the kitchen, Ding Xiaoyi listened to her son's cheerful chat with them and couldn't help but smile. Her relationship with her husband was gradually fading, and the family's connection depended on Chun Yang to keep it going. Now that he was willing to come out and socialize with these uncles and relatives, it was a good thing for their family. Mom, he seems to have become much more mature all of a sudden, Zhao Jingzhu, who was cooking at the time, suddenly said. Did you notice that too? Ding Xiaoyi looked at her daughter-in-law with interest. He knew his daughter-in-law was a very smart woman. If she hadn't married his son, her life would probably be much better now. At first, I thought he was pretending, but someone can only pretend for a day or two. It's been several days now, and he's genuinely going to the mountains to hunt. Earning money outside also seems effective. It doesn't look like pretending. He really wants to do this. Just look at how he interacts with people outside. He can't fake that. Zhao Jingzhu was straightforward and honest, never playing tricks. Yes, I think so too. I didn't expect such a big change this time. But honestly, it's all thanks to your support. Jingzhu, in the future, smile more at him. It's not easy for him to change. Zhao Jingzhu looked at her mother-in-law with some helplessness. But she also thought that parents always want their children to do well, so she didn't blame her too much. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. When we build a new house, you can choose the best room. Ding Xiaoyi was already imagining the future house. Soon, the meal was ready. Their family was quite large, with 8 members in total. With 3 more people outside, the place became even livelier. Actually, Lu Rong and Chun Gengchang's families weren't very far from Chun Yang's home. But that was before Chun Yang's father passed away. Later, they did have meals together, but usually only during village events, not at their own homes. Now, seeing this lively family with their charming wives sitting happily together, the 2 big men felt something was a bit off. How could they do this? They looked at Ding Xiaoyi with admiration. Only Chen Dachuan felt the atmosphere was very lively. All these sisters-in-law looked so special. My brother Yang is truly lucky. After eating, they didn't stay any longer and prepared to leave, as everyone needed to rest. Sister-in-law, just as they were about to go, Chen Gengchang pulled Ding Xiaoyi aside and gave her a thumbs up. I'm really impressed by you. Having 3 ex-wives here, all getting along peacefully and eating together, I truly admire you. You're amazing. I need to talk to my wife and tell her to learn this skill, so our Dachuan can marry a wife sooner. Don't make fun of me. It's not me who's so great. It's my son. You think I kept them here? No, it was my son who did that. Stop being modest. If your mother-in-law hadn't done this well, how could they be like this? Anyway, I'm leaving now. Chen Gengchang didn't listen to her explanation. He just expressed his admiration and hurriedly left. Don't believe me, Ding Xiaoyi said helplessly. After the meal, Li Shuangyue, Zhao Jingzhu, and Deng Yufeng washed dishes and tidied up, each busy with their own tasks. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyi, the mother-in-law, simply folded her hands and happily sat beside her son, not needing to do anything. Listen, you talked quite well with them earlier. Did you mention to Uncle Lu Rong about needing wood? Yes, I did. Tonight, I'll go with them to cut trees. Uncle Gengchang and Dachuan will help too. The trees for making furniture should be stolen back in a few days. Ding Xiaoyi's eyes immediately narrowed into a small slit, and she looked very happy. She was very pleased and knew that this time she had done something really good. I tell you, since we are in the countryside, we should get along well with the locals. Be friendly with your uncles and elders. They can help us. Your father used to have very good relationships with them. You should learn more from them. If something happens to you, they will help, just like today. I understand. Don't worry about it. Good. Good. I'm not worried, Ding Xiaoyi said with a smile. Not long after, the kitchen and the countertop were all cleaned up, and Zhao Jingzhu and a few others came out. Qinyang immediately took out the money from his pocket. He kept muttering about calculating expenses as he did so. Right now, I have more than 1,800 yuan left. I'll keep about 300 for myself, and I'll give you 1,500. Plus the 800 I gave earlier, we now have over 2,300 yuan. That means our building fund has grown a lot. Over 2,300 yuan. In 1980, that was a huge amount of money. Their family was originally poor and had never had so much before. For a moment, all the women were stunned. It felt like a dream. How could our family have so much money? It was hard to believe. Zhao Jingzhu quietly put the money away and looked at him again. Then she softly asked, Tonight, I'll go cut trees with you. No need. Those trees are big. How can I really let you carry them? What am I then? We have several people going. It's no problem. Qinyang shook his head and refused. Zhao Jingzhu thought for a moment, then finally nodded and said nothing more. Go rest quickly. Li Shuangyue came over and pulled him. You didn't sleep much last night, and you went to the city this morning. Hurry up and rest. We need to go cut trees tonight, or you won't have enough energy. Okay, I'll go to sleep. If your room isn't comfortable, you can sleep in my room, Li Shuangyue added. Deng Yufeng, who had been annoyed seeing them arguing, suddenly stood up when he heard Li Shuangyue say this. You two are divorced, and you're sleeping in her room. Aren't you afraid others will talk about you, seeing these two daughters-in-law about to argue again over their son? Ding Xiaoyi stepped back 2 steps, smiling as she watched them. She enjoyed watching her daughters-in-law compete for her son. It made her feel quite happy. As long as they don't fight, she was fine with it. Enough. Zhao Jingzhu saw the situation and knew she had to step in to stop the fight. She quickly stood between them, worried they might really start fighting. Stop arguing. He can go to his own room to sleep. Where else would he sleep? Qinyang saw things might get worse and seemed ready to argue, so he quickly nodded and hurried to his room to sleep. Forget it. She really couldn't handle more trouble. Li Shuangyue and Deng Yufeng looked at each other, snorted, and then each went to do their own things. Mom, let's go find Uncle Qi, the tailor, and ask him to make us some clothes, Zhao Jingzhu said after thinking for a moment. Good idea. Let's go now. Come on, don't argue. Bring the kids and the fabric, and let's find Uncle Qi to take measurements. When they mentioned making clothes, Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue stopped arguing. They quickly picked up their children and hurried to follow. Uncle Qi was the village tailor. He made good clothes and was quite busy in the village. But now wasn't the busy season. Usually, The busiest time was around the new year because he had to make clothes for many villagers. Back then, people often couldn't afford ready-made clothes, so they bought fabric and handed it to the tailor to make garments. So Uncle Chi's business was always good. When they came over, he greeted them and looked a bit surprised. He knew the village's conditions well, especially Chun Yang's family, which was not well off. Ding Xiaoyi's husband had died early, and it was already hard for her to support the family. It was impossible for them to be wealthy. "Hello, sister-in-law." Uncle Chi greeted Ding Xiaoyi. "Old 7. Our little Yang brought some fabric. Here it is. Mainly, we want to make 2 sets of clothes for everyone. Please help us figure out the details and take measurements now." After seeing these things, Uncle 7's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but make a sound of admiration. He stepped forward and looked around, then gave her a big thumbs up. "Did Xiaoyang buy this cloth? I heard Xiaoyang is making good money hunting in the mountains now. Looks like he's doing quite well," Uncle 7 said pleasantly. "That kid is just lucky. He's hunted quite a few things on his trips. But you know our family situation. There are so many of us now. So, please help us make a few clothes." "No problem. Come here. Let me take your measurements." The adults and children all went over to be measured. After measuring, it was time to arrange for cutting. "Just make clothes for the children and the 3 of them. My Xiaoyang also needs some, but he's resting now. I'll have him come over another day to be measured. And you just watch. I won't need anything," Ding Xiao said to Uncle 7 on the side. Uncle 7 remembered the measurements and frowned when he heard this. "Sister-in-law, I see there's plenty of fabric. Each of you can at least make 2 sets. No need. I won't need any. I'm too old to wear new clothes. Just make some for them." "Uncle 7, make 2 sets for my mom too," Zhao Jingzhu said softly as she walked over from the other side. "Why should only we make new clothes, and she doesn't? Our family is only kept together because my mom works hard to hold everything together. If she wasn't here, our family would have fallen apart long ago. Mom, if you don't want to make them, then I won't either." Tears almost welled up in Ding Xiao's eyes. Such a good daughter-in-law, and her own son keeps doing these things? "All right, I'll do it. I'll do it." Dinner. This was probably the most relaxed day Chen Yang had had since his rebirth. Although he worked in the morning, he slept the whole afternoon. When he woke up, Li Xuanyue took him to Uncle 7's place to get measured. By the time he returned, it was time to eat. But after eating, he had to go back to work. Soon after, Chun Jinchong and Chun Dachuan's father and son came to find him. After talking with his mother, he grabbed his tools and gun and headed up the mountain. The 3 of them rested well and chatted happily on the way. When they arrived at the forest management office, they found Lu Rong waiting for them upstairs. "Finally, you're here. Let's work quickly to cut down the trees early. After cutting them, I plan to have my cart pull the trees down the mountain, which will be easier. Once we reach the bottom, you need to hide the trees well and let them dry outside. When they are dry, we can use them." Lu Rong greeted them warmly when he saw them and arranged everything for them. "Let's go," Qin Yang said with a smile. "Let's go." They took their tools and guns and headed into the forest. But they didn't need to go too deep into the woods to cut trees. There are tall trees near the management office. Usually, they use fir trees for furniture. The most common trees in the forest are fir and pine, so cutting trees here is quite easy. That's why there are guards in the forest, because in those days, many people stole trees. When they arrived, they saw tall, thick fir trees, some even quite wide. These fir trees are straight and tall. Their wood isn't too hard, making it easier to work with. The best wood for furniture is actually camphor trees, but they are hard to find and difficult to process, so they are more valuable. "This one looks good," Chun Gingchong, an experienced man, circled a tree and immediately took out his saw. "Let's cut this one first. You 2 go and cut another tree." They started working together to cut the trees. Cutting trees is a skill, especially when they are about to fall. You have to be careful they don't fall the wrong way. Luckily, Chun Gengchang and Lu Rong are experienced, so they led the work, while Chun Yang and Chun Dachuan worked hard. But cutting trees is also very tiring and difficult. It took them 2 hours to finish cutting one tree. After cutting it down, they had to trim the branches and saw the tree into pieces. Fir trees grow very tall, which makes the work even harder. That night, they cut down a total of 5 trees. Afterward, they brought a cart to help carry the cut trees out. They also had to carry some on their shoulders. That night, they managed to bring all 5 trees back. That was exhausting. After finishing, It felt like the sky was about to brighten. Although they brought guns up that night, they didn't fire a single shot. They just spent the time cutting trees. "Everyone, come to my house for breakfast," Qinyang said, exhausted himself, sitting by the roadside and inviting them. "Forget it, let's go back and rest." "No need to eat." Qin Jinchang shook his head. Qinyang thought that everyone had helped him a lot this time, so he definitely wanted to treat them to a good meal. Since they refused today, he decided to wait until everything was settled. "But your supplies might still not be enough. We should cut more trees tomorrow," Lu Rong said. "Since we've already started, let's finish it all at once. That way, we won't have extra trouble later. But make sure no one finds out about this. Just leave the wood here to dry and cover it with something to hide it during normal times. It's not a big deal, but less trouble is better," he added. "I understand," Qinyang replied. After saying that, everyone went their separate ways. Qinyang took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then lay down to sleep. He slept very deeply. When he woke up groggily, it was almost noon. There was noise outside, but soon he heard someone scolding them. "Stop arguing here. Dad is still sleeping inside." Hearing this, Qinyang couldn't sleep anymore, so he hurriedly got up. He looked up to see the sun hanging right above, shining down on the land. It was noon. "You're awake?" The person scolding the children was Li Shuangyue, who looked a bit surprised to see him get up. "Did they wake you up? I'll send them out, and you can keep sleeping here," she said. "It's okay." Qinyang shook his head, feeling clearer in his mind, and explained, "It wasn't them who woke me up. I've slept enough now. Well, it's about time to eat." Li Shuangyue nodded. Just then, Ding Xiao sneaked over from the side and pulled him aside, lowering her voice to ask, "Are those cedar trees next to us the ones you cut last night?" "Yes, they are." "Big or small?" "It's too big. That thing is really valuable. How did you manage to get so much at once?" "They helped me bring it back. Uncle Lu Rong even used the horse cart from the forest farm to help me carry it. We made several trips, but it was really tiring. These trees weren't dried, and each one was incredibly heavy." Yes, very heavy." Ding Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly, but her eyes seemed a bit moist. "When your father was alive, he told me many times that our house was too old and needed to be rebuilt no matter what. But after he passed away, he never mentioned it again. Over the years, I didn't dare to think about it. I couldn't get wood either. I never thought you could now handle such things for Mom. Mom is very happy. Maybe soon, we will live in a new house." Hearing this, Ding Xiaoyi's voice trembled with tears. Over the years, she raised Qinyang alone, facing many hardships that no one else knew about. Only mother and son truly understood. Now, of course, she felt happy and surprised. "Mom, don't cry. From now on, I will take care of everything at home. Our life will definitely get better and better. I believe you. We will definitely have a better life." Ding Xiaoyi wiped her tears, then quickly shifted to another topic. "I don't have any objections to others, but I just want to remind you. Look at these ex-wives. They all like you so much. You should find a way to settle things with them." Qinyang raised an eyebrow and suddenly chuckled softly, asking her quietly, "So, which one should I marry? I'm listening to you. Whichever one you want to marry, I support you." "Ah, well." His words made her happy at first, but when she asked him which one he would marry for sure, she suddenly couldn't say anything. Jingzhu seems cold and distant, but she handles family matters very well and is very generous. Yufeng may seem rude and sarcastic, but if anyone says something bad about you, she immediately goes out to argue. She really defends you outside. Shuangyue's marriage to you was the shortest, but she also can't forget you easily. Compared to the others, her attitude is much more gentle. If you talk about appearance, each one is the best in their own way. Our 3 children are also handsome or beautiful. As for me, if you ask me to choose, I really don't know how to pick." At this point, the mother became a little angry again. "Isn't it because of your own actions? Now you're asking me to choose. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" "Mom, don't worry." Qinyang knew this was how it would turn out. His mother just wanted to remarry one of the women, but when it came to actually choosing, she didn't know what to do. All 3 daughters-in-law are good people in their own right. How can I choose? Kids only have to make choices. Adults, I want them all. Can I marry all of them? Ding Xiaoye's eyes lit up, but she also looked a bit worried. She looked at him with a mix of amusement and concern. "Your dad and I are decent people. How did we end up with a son like you who doesn't behave properly? You really dare to think about 3? Are you dreaming?" Do you think the law would agree? Can you marry 3 women? You're saying that if I don't get married, I can still have 3? I never said I had to marry them. Besides, all 3 of them are already married to me. Does it really matter whether I marry or not? I just want them to stay with me, Chen Yang said shamelessly, smiling foolishly. You. Ding Xiaoyi thought carefully. Maybe that was possible. She felt both excited and worried. Can you stop messing around? Just marry one properly. Why are you thinking about all 3 at once? What do you think of them? Do you think they'll agree? If not, they might even hurt you. It won't happen. How could they hurt me? Don't worry about this. I'll have each of them give me another child, and you'll have 6 grandchildren. You said our family is too small, and now we only have Chun Guang as a son. Later, I'll have 2 more sons for you, and then you'll have 3 grandsons. Our family will be thriving, right? What do you think? Of course, that's good, but I can't help feeling this whole thing sounds strange and unreliable. Don't play tricks on me. If you do, I'll get angry and be tough on you. Mom, I would never play tricks on you. Just wait and see. You don't need to worry about this, and don't rush me to marry them. You wait for me to slowly sort out our family matters, and they will naturally come to rely on me. Are you serious? Of course, I am. Just wait and see. Seeing my son's mysterious expression, Ding Xiaoyi felt a little relieved. But inside, she still felt a bit anxious. You see, her son used to be lazy and irresponsible, which made her angry. Now he's very motivated, saying he wants to win over his 3 wives, but it also makes her feel scared. Please don't trick me here. But looking at Chun Yang's serious face, she knew he wasn't joking. Forget it, I won't bother anymore. This son of mine can't be controlled now, and he's quite capable. Let him do as he pleases. If something bad happens because of it, then we'll deal with it later. After lunch, unexpectedly, more people came outside. It's Chun Haidong. Uncle Haidong. Chen Yang cheerfully took out a cigarette and invited him in for water. I heard you went with them last night to steal some trees, Chen Haidong asked, taking the cigarette from him. Chen Yang was startled, thinking, who leaked this secret? No need to be afraid. Zheng Chang told me. I was wondering why you didn't tell me about this. I could have gone with you to help carry the trees. How long do you think you guys can carry on like this? It's okay, we've finished already. Just a few more trees tomorrow should be enough. I won't need that many for making furniture, Chen Yang said, feeling a bit relieved. Wood is very useful. If you're building a house, you need more furniture and trees. Are you going out tonight? I want to go with you and help, Chun Haidong said generously. But Chen Yang understood what he meant. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Uncle Haidong, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. Your way of approaching me is a bit unexpected. It's nothing special. I just want to ask if I can join you next time you go hunting. I want to see what it's really like up there. Chen Yang finally relaxed. I knew he wouldn't come over just to flatter me or go hunting with me for no reason. Now I understand. So he's after going hunting with me. I already know about your hunting. Last time, I told you I would go with you, but Chang didn't come to find me. You guys hunted 5 wild boars and sold them, which made me feel a bit jealous. Next time, please include me, okay? Sure. Chen Yang thought for a moment and finally decided to agree. Since Chun Haidong was already so sincere about helping to steal the trees, it was normal to take him along for a hunt in the mountains. All right, it's settled then, Chun Haidong said happily, patting his shoulder. I'm leaving now. I'll come find you after dinner. I'll go with them. Okay. After getting Chun Yang's approval, Chun Haidong happily left. But after a few steps, he turned back to remind him. Chen Dongfeng and Chen Fang's father and son are not good people. We just need to keep this to ourselves. Don't tell them, or they might go to the village and report us for stealing trees. If the village doesn't believe them, they might go to the town and say the same thing. I understand, all right? I'm leaving now. Watching him walk away, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Just then, he suddenly saw sisters Chunya and Chun Yi rush over and hug his thigh tightly. Dad, a bee bit us. Chen Yang turned his head and saw a few bees flying around in his yard. Don't worry, they won't bite you. Don't be afraid. I'll go swat them. Seeing how scared the sisters looked, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. He was about to go swat the bees. But as he looked at the bees, he noticed a strange glow on them. He realized the glow was quite bright. What does this mean? Just as he was thinking this, the glowing spot suddenly floated away from the bees, seeming to point somewhere far away. Is there something on the bees worth my attention? Could it be honey? With this thought, his eyes lit up. Yes, I should go see. He immediately grabbed a big bucket and put on a tight-fitting outfit. "What are you doing?" Deng Yufeng looked at his strange outfit and frowned, asking him. "I'm going to check out the mountain behind us. You don't need to worry about me. Just stay at home and take care of the kids." After saying this, Qinyang hurriedly went up the mountain. "Dad, what are you going to do?" Qinya looked at Deng Yufeng curiously. "I don't know either. You all stay here with Grandma and don't run around. I'm going up the mountain with your dad." Deng Yufeng decided to follow Qinyang to the back mountain. Qinyang was watching a red dot moving ahead. "Wait for me." Soon, he heard Deng Yufeng calling from behind. Qinyang turned around and saw Deng Yufeng was already behind him, panting heavily, with sweat on his forehead. "How did you come up here?" "I told you to wait at home for me," Qinyang asked. "Who wants to wait for you?" Deng Yufeng shot him a sharp look, showing frustration. Qinyang felt a bit helpless. "Where are you going?" "I just saw some little bees. I was thinking there might be honey up here. I came to look," Deng Yufeng explained. "Honey? What are you thinking?" "If there was honey here, we would have known long ago," Deng Yufeng said, thinking he was dreaming. "Maybe so, but I want to check nearby." "You don't have to send me down. Just go ahead," Deng Yufeng insisted. He ignored Qinyang completely. Fine. If you want to come up, then come. But you have to stay with me and not cause trouble. Don't disturb me while I look for honey. Honey is a good thing. If we find some, the kids will have snacks to eat," Deng Yufeng said. Nowadays, people generally lack sugar, so honey is very valuable. Deng Yufeng didn't argue with him about that. "Let's see how you find it," Qinyang said with a smile, teasing her on purpose. "Humph." Deng Yufeng snorted coldly, glaring at him. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were full of doubt and contempt. "You think I don't know what you did with Li Xuanyue that day? You want to divorce her, then sleep with her afterward? Are you mentally unhealthy? Are you looking for a young woman?" she accused. Qinyang chuckled nervously. "Don't say that. I didn't do anything. I'm normal. Only fans of tomato red stories like that. I am a normal person." "You're still normal? I think you're just doing this on purpose," she said. Deng Yufeng glared at him and said, "You are not allowed to bother her again." Qinyang pouted and thought to himself, "If you say I shouldn't bother her, I won't. Why should I?" But luckily, he soon noticed some movement. After arriving here, he saw more and more bees, all flying into a nearby cave in the rock wall. Could it be here? He had a thought and saw the red glow on the other side growing brighter. He pointed and said, "It looks like a lot of bees are coming in and out there. If there's honey, I think it will be inside. You're dressed too lightly. Don't go in, or you'll get stung by the bees. I'll go in and check." Then he grabbed a bucket and was about to enter. "Are you crazy? Just going in like that? There are so many bees, they'll all sting you. You might get hurt or worse." Seeing him about to go in, Deng Yufeng became anxious and quickly pulled him back. Her hand was soft and felt very comfortable in his grip. At that moment, Qinyang felt a strange thrill in his body. Actually, all three of his ex-wives were beautiful and had great figures. But if he had to pick the most attractive, it would definitely be Deng Yufeng. Deng Yufeng had a fiery personality and an incredible figure. When she pulled him like that, her soft, sticky, and gentle touch made him feel impulsive. "It's okay. Didn't you see I'm wearing thick clothes? I even brought a bag," Qinyang said as he put the bag on his head. The bag was transparent with a few small holes for airflow. This way, he could breathe and see the path ahead. Deng Yufeng looked at him helplessly, knowing she couldn't stop him. "Be careful, and don't do anything reckless," Qinyang nodded. "I knew all women were stubborn. But don't worry, someday I'll open your mouth and see if you're still so tough. When that day comes, you won't be so tough, but I'll have to soften up." Thinking about this aimlessly, he arrived at the cave entrance, bent down, and went inside. When he looked around, he almost burst out laughing. I guessed right. Inside, there was indeed honey, not just one, but 3 large beehives. They were hanging inside the rock wall, covered with countless bees. In addition, there are many bees coming in and out, seemingly adding more honeycombs to the hive. Damn, this place really hides such a big hive. This time, I've really struck it rich. Not only do I have food for myself, but I can also sell some. He smiled happily and quickly looked around, then picked up a bucket and a knife to cut the honey. The honey on top was so rich and thick that it looked like it would flow out with just a gentle touch. He first tasted a small amount and found it very sweet. "Don't blame me, but I'll leave some for you," Qinyang said excitedly as he started cutting the honey. The bees became a bit anxious, but Chunyang's good equipment prevented them from attacking him. They could only watch as he cut away the honey they had worked hard to gather. However, Chunyang is a kind person. After taking so much honey, he still leaves some for the bees. That way, they will continue to gather honey here next time, and he will have a steady supply. Growing chives is like this. You harvest one crop, but you don't dig up the roots completely. You leave some to let them grow again. When you come back next time, you can harvest more. If you cut all the roots, how can they grow back? Then there would be nothing left to harvest. While Chunyang carefully cut the honey inside, outside Deng Yufeng seemed a bit anxious. Chunyang, how is it inside? Say something, don't scare me. It's fine. There's a lot of honey inside. I'm just harvesting honey, Chunyang replied, hearing her anxious voice, which made him realize she was quite worried. Hearing his voice, Deng Yufeng let out a breath of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and glare angrily inside. I don't know what kind of spell you're under. Not only did I get divorced, but I still live with you. I'm not afraid of what the villagers might say, or that my family back home might look down on me. I really owe you in my past life. But just as she was thinking this, suddenly a bee flew in front of her. Although Deng Yufeng is fiery-tempered, she is still a woman. The sudden attack startled her, and she screamed. At this time, Chunyang had already collected most of the honey. When he heard Deng Yufeng's frightened voice, he was startled, thinking something had happened. He quickly ran out carrying a full bucket. He saw that a bee seemed to think Deng Yufeng was easy to bother and was about to sting her. Chunyang stepped forward, grabbed a kitchen knife, and struck the bee. The blow knocked the bee to the ground, dead beyond doubt. Taking this chance, Chunyang quickly embraced Deng Yufeng and comforted her. It's okay. I've killed it, so it won't sting you anymore. As he held her, he immediately noticed her full figure in his arms. Soft, warm. It felt like a new experience. Chunyang shivered. Damn, I have to admit, young women are really fun. Deng Yufeng's face relaxed a little, but when she saw Chunyang's expression, she immediately sensed something was wrong. You? Oh, I saw you were so scared just now, so I wanted to comfort you. Look at this honey, isn't it a lot? Almost a whole bucket, and there are 3 big ones inside. Let's go back now, and tonight we can make something nice for them. Deng Yufeng glared at him, wanting to say something, but when she saw the honey bucket, her face changed in shock. There was way too much honey. Honey is a precious thing. At this moment, she couldn't blame Chunyang anymore. She hurriedly helped him carry a kitchen knife, and they quickly descended the mountain together. Down at the village, Li Shuangyue and Zhao Jingzhu heard that they went up the mountain and frowned. Could they be doing something up there? Li Shuangyue was a bit worried. Zhao Jingzhu looked at her with some frustration. You're overthinking. What could they be doing on the mountain? You don't know, do you? Li Shuangyue shook her head and explained, I heard some people like to do these things outdoors, and some even like to do it in the water. Who knows what's true? Deng Yufeng is so brave and wild. Isn't it normal for her to play rough? Next to them, Ding Xiao almost covered her ears, thinking it was too dirty. Oh, my daughter-in-law is always so polite and well-mannered in front of everyone. How come she's talking about such dirty things now? I really can't listen. Zhao Jingzhu was momentarily choked and couldn't respond. Honestly, Chunyang does have quite a few tricks up his sleeve. You're overthinking. There aren't so many complicated things happening. Didn't you see how upset Yufeng is with her now? She could only say this. Just then, there was a noise from the back mountain. Chunyang and Deng Yufeng appeared at the gate of the yard, carrying a large bucket of something. We got honey. Come look, there's a lot of honey. Chunyang's voice rang out, drawing everyone closer. When they saw what was inside Chunyang's bucket, they all stared in surprise. It's really honey? Why is there so much? Mother was even happier, clapping her hands. It wasn't impossible to get honey, but the chances were small. Mom, there's a stone cave on the back mountain. I went there before and didn't realize there was a hidden cave inside, and it has so much honey. It's all thanks to Chunyang. He found the place and brought all of it down. Li Shuangyue also looked pleased. Dad, what is this? Can we eat it? Chunya and Chun-Yi, the sisters, came over, looking confused at the stuff. Of course, you can eat it. This stuff is definitely edible. Mom, bring some hot water. I'll make honey water for them. I'll go. Zhao Jingzhu smiled and hurried into the kitchen, boiling some hot water and bringing a bowl. Afterward, Chunyang took some honey from the bucket and dissolved it in the water. As he did this, He noticed the honey was very good quality, thick and sticky. Just by its stickiness, he knew it must be very sweet. He let the honey melt into the water, and once it cooled slightly, Chinya took a sip. Suddenly, her eyes squinted from the sweetness. Dad, it's so sweet. Why is this water so sweet? It's sweeter than sugar. Yes, yes. I want more, Chun-Yi said nearby. Okay, we have plenty. Don't worry, you can eat as much as you want. Come on, try this honey water. Soon, everyone had finished drinking the honey water. The honey water was very sweet, and everyone felt relaxed after drinking it. That's enough for us to drink for a long time, Ding Xiaoyi said happily, looking at the half-filled bucket, her eyes almost closing with joy. How much can we drink just by ourselves? Do we have any glass bottles? If we take out some glass bottles, we can keep a few for ourselves, and the rest, I think we should sell, Qin Yang said, shaking his head. Sell it? Can we really sell this? Ding Xiaoyi was quite surprised. Why not? Of course we can sell it. It would sell well in town. But right now, it looks a bit rough. Divide it into bottles first, then sell, Zhao Jingzhu said softly, reminding them. Just selling it like this isn't a good idea. If we had glass bottles, we could pour the honey into individual bottles, which would make selling much easier. Plus, this is wild honey, so it could fetch a good price. The most important thing is, once it's bottled, we can sell it at a higher price. If we just sell it in the bucket, people might think it's not worth much. Zhao Jingzhu was very smart, hitting the point perfectly, and Xinyang couldn't help but clap and praise her. Exactly, that's what I mean. We need to bottle it first, then selling it will be much easier. I remember the supply store sells empty bottles. I'll buy some tomorrow. Tomorrow is market day, so we can sell the honey then. I believe many people will want to buy it. Then hurry up and go. Once you're done, we can stay here and start dividing the honey into bottles, Ding Xiaoyi said immediately, clapping her hands in agreement. All right, I'll go now. You all wait at home. I'll handle this right away, Xinyang said and quickly left, rushing straight to the town. He hurried into the supply store and explained what he needed. You want these empty bottles, right? How many do you need? The clerk asked, pointing to the bottles nearby. They weren't glass bottles, but plastic ones. But they looked pretty good, and the price wasn't high. Yes. I want 100 of these. Of course I have some, but I am warning you kindly. Why did you buy so many? We can't take them back once sold here, and there are no returns. I understand your concern about returning items. Since I came to buy these, I definitely won't return them. All right, I'll bring them out for you. Soon, all 100 bottles were packed. Xinyang paid and hurriedly rode his bike back home. When he got there, he placed the bottles over there. 100? Why did you buy so many? Ding Xiaoyi was angry when she heard he bought so many bottles, pointing at him. Why are you so wasteful? Do you really need 100? Maybe 30 or 40 bottles would be enough? Not just 30 or 40, at least 50 bottles, Zhao Jingzhu said, defending Xinyang. And maybe in the future, we can get honey too. It's good to keep some extra bottles. Ding Xiaoyi was silent after hearing her daughter-in-law's words. Deng Yufeng couldn't help but glance at Zhao Jingzhu twice, thinking, are you pretending today? Come on, let's pack these bottles. Tomorrow is market day, and we can try to sell them. Let's see how much each one can sell for, Zhao Jingzhu said, sensing Deng Yufeng's gaze. She felt a little embarrassed, but kept her composure and called everyone over to help pack. So, the women started packing the honey into bottles. After dinner, Qin Yang rested for a while. Outside, he heard footsteps. Brother Yang, we can leave now, came Chun Dachuan's hearty voice. Qin Yang nodded, stood up, and grabbed his tools. This time, he didn't carry a gun. Since they were stealing the trees, they might as well do it properly. Yesterday, with a gun, he wouldn't have had time to find prey. It was better to quietly steal the trees first. Be careful, Li Shuangyue warned him as he left. Qin Yang nodded and immediately went out. Outside, Chen Dachuan was already waiting for him. Seeing him, he was very happy and stepped forward warmly. Uncle Haidong also said he wants to go with us, you know? He's already waiting for you at my house. Later, we'll all go up the mountain together and visit Uncle Lu. Let's go. Qin Yang smiled slightly. At Qin Genchang's home, Chen Haidong was indeed waiting for him. Let's go, Chen Haidong said cheerfully. Without saying much, they immediately set out. They returned to the forest farm. Lu Rong was already waiting for them upstairs. When he saw them, he waved his hand and led the way. After working together yesterday, They didn't need to say much today. Lu Rong still led the way. They walked for about 20 minutes and arrived at a place. Look at these trees. Do they work? I think they're even better than yesterday's. Perfect for use now, Lu Rong said generously, probably because these weren't his own. The trees in the forest farm were all tall and sturdy, ideal for making furniture. Sure, let's get started. Don't just stand around, Qin Jinchong said happily, inviting everyone to begin. With one more person, they worked faster. Chen Yang and Chen Dachuan had also improved a bit since yesterday, so they worked quickly and cut down 2 big trees in no time. More people meant better division of work. After cutting the trees, some started sawing the logs shorter. Once sawed, others could carry the wood to the management office. While they were busy sawing the trees, suddenly they heard gunshots from the other side. The group, who had been joking and laughing, froze and all looked toward the sound. Someone's hunting over there, Chun Haidong said excitedly, looking in that direction. Really? Qin Yang was also surprised. Who went over there? I heard that Qin Dongfeng brought some people up the mountain to hunt tonight. Maybe he's over there, Qin Jinchong said curiously. That guy? Qin Haidong looked annoyed when he heard this. His shooting skills are terrible. Anyone hunting with him is unlucky. Last time, we followed him and couldn't find any game. When we finally found a group of wild boars, it was actually Xiao Yang and Jinchong who spotted them first. They were hiding nearby. He even messed up their plans. Honestly, I think he's just unlucky. From Chun Haidong's annoyed expression, it was clear he felt he had been tricked last time. They really aren't that skilled, Qin Jinchong said with a dismissive look, showing no respect. They had all seen how powerful Qin Yang was. Now, these amateurs didn't seem to pose any threat to them. Since they've started shooting, maybe there's another prey over there? Should we go see? Lu Rong felt a bit curious and tempted. His curiosity was shared by Chun Haidong, and everyone looked at Qin Yang. Forget it, Qin Jinchong suddenly said. Today, we're here to help Xiao Yang cut trees. We need to finish that first before going hunting. Xiao Yang isn't unwilling to take us up the mountain, but we have to help him finish these tasks first. Why rush? His words made sense, and no one argued. They all nodded in agreement. Anyway, we should be able to finish everything tonight. No need to rush. We can stay another night and go hunting tomorrow, Qin Yang said, trying to calm everyone. All right, since they're busy over there, it doesn't really concern us. If we go, they might think we're stealing their prey, Lu Rong agreed. Since they were helping Qin Yang cut trees, they decided to do that first. Later, they could go hunting anytime. Chun Haidong looked regretfully at his rifle, which was set aside. He was here to help Qin Yang cut trees, but he also hoped to get lucky and find some game. However, since they were so close to the forest, it was hard to spot any prey. Unless they looked specifically, it was unlikely to see anything. So, they kept chopping trees. After about an hour, Qin Yang suddenly sensed something was wrong. He saw a small red dot appear ahead, moving very fast and seeming to get closer. He paused, thinking he might be seeing things. Could it be prey coming toward them? No way. As he watched, the red dot grew nearer, and he felt uneasy. Then, suddenly, there was movement ahead. On the mountain across from them, a wild boar appeared like lightning, rushing straight toward them at high speed. Its presence was very intimidating. This is actually a frightened wild boar that ran here in a panic. It seems to be heading toward Lu Rong over there. Be careful, Qin Yang reacted the fastest. When he saw the wild boar coming, he was already prepared. Without much thought, he quickly ran to Chun Haidong's side and picked up his hunting rifle. In a split second, he fired a shot at the boar's head. Bang! The wild boar, running wildly, finally stopped and was hit by the shot, falling heavily to the ground. The sudden gunshot and the wild boar's appearance caught everyone off guard. They could only watch the fallen animal and then react, looking at Qin Yang with shock. Lu Rong, who had just been attacked by the boar and was still trembling, was especially frightened. If Qin Yang hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been seriously injured or even lost his life here. He considered himself a capable person. Usually, he felt confident walking alone in the mountains, but this time, he was truly scared. Is this okay? Chen Haidong finally realized what was happening and stared in disbelief. Not good, Qin Yang quickly responded, frowning as he spoke. That gunshot will definitely alert Qin Dongfeng and his people. We're here secretly cutting trees. If they find out, it will be trouble. Here's the plan. Move the pig to another direction, then carry all these trees away. We must not let them know. Hurry. Hearing this, Lu Rong and the others finally understood and hurried to cooperate, moving the trees. Move the pig here. Later, they'll come looking for the sound. Just sit here and wait for them. Uncle Lu, Uncle Haidong, stay here. I'll take the others to move the trees. Don't let them come here. With Chun Yang's instructions, everyone else responded quickly and followed his plan. Fortunately, they had made a trip back earlier. Although there were quite a few trees, a few people working together managed to move them all. Not long after they finished moving the trees, people hurried over from that direction. Lu Rong and Chun Haidong both held their rifles and sat there smoking. Chen Dongfeng was followed by several people, rushing over at this moment. When they saw the wild boar, their eyes lit up. Yes, we shot it, Lu Rong said with a slight smile. It seems like we arrived just in time. Chen Dongfeng looked at the wild boar with a greedy expression. You guys arrived just in time? Who knows? Chen Dongfeng, do you mean we still have to share this wild boar with you? Lu Rong and Chun Haidong both understood each other's meaning and frowned at the same time. If it were just Chen Haidong, Chen Dongfeng might not care much. But Lu Rong was different. Lu Rong was a manager at the forest farm, originally a hunter, and not someone easy to get along with. Hearing this, Chen Dongfeng forced a smile, but still felt a bit unwilling. Let's not say it like that. We really rushed here, and then you guys took the advantage. How about sharing some meat with everyone? What are you thinking? Lu Rong almost laughed out of anger, stood up, and glared at him. We're not hunting together. We encountered this wild boar here, and naturally, we shot it. If you had injured it first, it would be fair to share some of the meat. But this wild boar was healthy when it came, not injured at all. I almost risked my life to hunt it. Now you have the nerve to ask us to split the meat? What are you thinking? Dream on. After Lu Rong finished speaking, others didn't dare say much and looked at them awkwardly. Chen Dongfeng was unhappy but knew he couldn't fight them, so he waved his hand and signaled the others to leave with him. Damn it, we worked hard here, but they took the benefit. We really lost out. One of them couldn't help but say after leaving. Yeah, how long did we chase after him to get here? And he shot it in one shot, not sharing any of it with us. Is there such a thing? Chen Dongfeng cursed silently. Lu Rong, that bastard, relying on his job at the forest farm, is pretty arrogant. We really can't afford to offend him for now, another person said. Why can't we offend him? He took everything we caught and gave us nothing. Why should we be polite to him? Several people here had different opinions at the same time. I'll go find him again. Chen Dongfeng couldn't swallow this anger. He had finally prepared to climb the mountain to avenge his loss. This was the most likely chance to catch a wild boar, but now they had taken it away from him. He might not even get another chance. Of course, he was unhappy and decided to go look for them again. Don't come over. I want to talk to him privately. With so many people here, maybe he's too shy to admit it. I'll go talk to him and see if he's willing. If we can settle it peacefully, that would be best. If not, we can discuss it later. Chen Dongfeng clenched his teeth and hurriedly turned back. Actually, after sending them away, Chun Haidong and Lu Rong both sighed in relief and quickly carried the wild boar toward the management office. When they first arrived, they suddenly sensed something was wrong. Behind them, Chen Dongfeng's voice came again. Wait a minute. At this moment, Chun Yang, Chen Dachuan, and Chen Jinchong also came out to greet them, ready to carry the wild boar together. Unexpectedly, Chen Dongfeng arrived just then, and everyone ended up together. What are you all doing here? Chen Dongfeng frowned when he saw them, looking quite displeased. Why can't I be here? I've hunted quite a few animals these days. Uncle Lu asked me to come help him with hunting techniques, so I came. Is there a problem? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly found a reason. You're here to get guidance? Are you joking? Why can't I ask him for advice? He really has skills. Unlike some people, who are not as good but refuse to admit it. Xiao Yang's shooting skills are excellent, and he has a lot of experience in hunting. What's wrong with asking him for guidance? Besides, this wild boar was actually the result of his guidance. If he hadn't reminded me when to shoot, when to aim, and how to prevent the animal from escaping, I wouldn't have been able to catch this prey so quickly. Faced with their combined words, Chen Dongfeng was left speechless. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He also knew that with Chun Yang and Chen Jinchong here, this wild boar definitely wouldn't be shared with him. So he took a few steps back, cursing under his breath, and prepared to leave. But after walking a few steps, I suddenly felt something was wrong. I immediately frowned and turned my head to look at them. I'm just curious. Could it be that you're lying? Qinyang, are you here to steal trees? My heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Uncle Lu is right here. Are you accusing me of stealing trees in front of him? Do you look down on Uncle Lu or me? Are you trying to slander me? Who knows? Maybe you guys are working together to do such things. It's not the first time. Do you really think I'm stupid? When I said this, Chen Haidong and Chen Jinshang behind me looked a bit worried. Everyone knows that stealing trees is common. In the past, we didn't have enough money to buy wood or planks. Most of the trees were stolen. But knowing something and having proof are two different things. If the other side takes this chance to cause trouble, it could be difficult to handle. Just then, Lu Rong suddenly got very angry and pointed at Chen Dongfeng, shouting loudly. Chen Dongfeng, why are you here at my forest farm, talking nonsense? Stealing trees, right? Accusing me like that? Fine, you're right. Usually, I turn a blind eye to your tree thefts. We're all from the same village, and we understand it's not easy for everyone. But now you're forcing me to do this, so don't blame me for being rude. Do you think I don't know you've stolen trees from us? If you're really doing it, I'll go to the town government tomorrow and report this. I'll also tell Diqing. Let's see what you do then. If you don't return the trees, you better pay me the money, or I'll have you arrested. Chen Dongfeng had just built a house a couple of years ago, mainly for his son's wedding. It hadn't been used much since then. But when the house was built, it was impressive. Everyone in the village admired it. As for where his wood came from, it definitely wasn't bought. It was probably stolen from the forest farm. Now Lu Rong was no longer playing along and had just thrown a fit. Chen Dongfeng's face changed. He realized that his words earlier had been a bit too much, and more importantly, he had angered Lu Rong. Brother Lu Rong, don't be angry. I was just talking casually. I didn't mean to suspect you. Do you think I don't know who you are in our village? Because of you here, we can get some things done. You are much better than other forest rangers. We all appreciate you. Just pretend I'm talking nonsense and don't mind me, okay? Chen Dongfeng was really worried and anxious. He begged him for mercy. Don't mind me, but what you just said hurt my feelings. No matter how tough Lu Rong is, I still turn a blind eye for the sake of the villagers. You immediately put a label on me. How can I stand that? I know I was wrong. Sorry. There's no problem this time. Please don't mind me. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Chen Haidong and Chen Jinshang saw how polite he was and almost laughed out loud. They also cursed this fool silently. Get lost. Lu Rong was really short-tempered and also thought this guy was stupid. He spoke harshly. What are you doing here causing trouble? It's so strange. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here. Chen Dongfeng felt embarrassed and didn't dare to stay longer. He forced a smile and hurriedly left without looking back. Damn, he really stirred up trouble this time. He thought his words and guesses made sense, but he knew he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Only after he was sure he was gone did everyone else breathe a sigh of relief. This fool came here to cause trouble. He scared me, Chen Haidong cursed. Ignore him. He should be gone now, so we don't need to worry. Let's finish this and then go back to cut more trees later. Everyone nodded, quickly put the wild boar away, and continued chopping trees. Today, with their help, after cutting a few trees, Qinyang felt it was enough. Around 4 a.m., they moved all the trees to the side of Chunyang's back mountain. That was considered done. Now, Uncle Lu and Uncle Haidong said that the hunt was done by you guys, so you can sell the wild boar. I won't interfere tomorrow. Just take it to the town and sell it yourself, Qinyang said as he was about to leave, giving everyone a cigarette and saying these words. Of course, we'll go to the town to sell it early in the morning. And tomorrow is market day too. Yeah, I also need to sell honey at the market tomorrow. All right, let's do that. You should go home and rest early. Once everything was settled, everyone went back to their own places. The next morning, at dawn, Qinyang got up early. In the countryside, people go to markets early. First, to get a good spot, and second, because markets in rural areas start early, especially in summer. He didn't expect Zhao Jingzhu to be awake so early too. I'll go with you, Zhao Jingzhu said. It's not convenient for you to sell alone, so I'll come along. Great, Qinyang was naturally happy. But with an extra person, the truck couldn't carry as many goods. After packing everything, he pushed the cart and went to town with Zhao Jingzhu. On the way, Zhao Jingzhu didn't talk much. Although Qinyang tried to chat with her, she mostly responded with 1 or 2 words and then stayed silent. Fortunately, they arrived in town smoothly and early in the day. They found a good spot to set up their stall and took out their items. Qinyang also found a red paper and wrote the prices on it. Natural honey, 1 jar for 2 yuan. Zhao Jingzhu looked at it and had no objections. However, when people approached, she greeted them warmly and smiled brightly. Ma'am, would you like to buy some honey? This is honey we collected ourselves from the mountains. It's very sweet and fragrant. Look, 2 yuan per bottle. Not expensive. Zhao Jingzhu was beautiful, spoke nicely, and was very polite to others. When she started inviting people, many came over to take a look. In this era, sugar was a strategic resource. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to buy sugar, and sweets were generally scarce. Children loved to eat them. As she introduced herself, some people thought the price was cheap and bought honey happily. Within half an hour, the two of them had sold more than half of their stock. Many of the buyers were probably attracted by Zhao Jingzhu's beauty. Her enthusiastic selling, combined with her charm, made everyone, whether older or in their prime, feel pleased. Not many bottles left. Are you hungry? After selling for a while, Qinyang looked at the remaining stock and asked her warmly. No, I'm not hungry. Zhao Jingzhu shook her head. Then why aren't you hungry? After these few bottles are sold, it's time for breakfast. I'll treat you to some clear soup. Clear soup. Zhao Jingzhu looked at her ex-husband, feeling a bit dazed. Actually, although Qinyang is lazy and doesn't do much, he treats his wives well, including himself. He gives them the best he can offer. That's why, after divorcing him, these 3 women didn't want to leave his house. There are some family reasons too, but mainly because Qinyang is kind to them. Now, Qinyang still treats her well, and he seems more reliable. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly she heard a voice. He came a slightly mocking voice. Aren't you two divorced? Why are you still selling things together? Oh, your family must have 3 ex-wives, right? All living in your house. Are you up to some messy stuff? I tell you, that's illegal. When this voice sounded, Zhao Jingzhu sighed. Qinyang raised an eyebrow. He knew this voice very well. It was Zhao Guohua, Zhao Jingzhu's cousin. Actually, Zhao Jingzhu's biological parents had already passed away, and she was raised by her uncle, Zhao Fashing. She didn't go back to her family because there was no one left there. Zhao Guohua is Zhao Fashing's son. Now, Zhao Fashing's words made Qinyang frown. He really deserved a beating. What are you looking at me for? Just as Qinyang frowned at him, Zhao Guohua suddenly got excited. Look at me. Do you think I said something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. You two are already divorced, so what's the deal with living together? Zhao Jingzhu, aren't you embarrassing our Zhao family? Zhao Guohua deliberately spoke loudly to make them feel awkward. Zhao Jingzhu's face changed slightly. Guohua, don't talk nonsense. Say what you mean. Seeing Zhao Jingzhu look so flustered, Zhao Guohua couldn't help but feel proud. I see your honey sales are doing well, making quite a bit of money, huh? Zhao Guohua said with a smile. Zhao Jingzhu and Qinyang immediately understood his meaning. He wanted money. You two living together without explaining anything has caused a lot of gossip in our village. My parents have spoken well of you many times. You rarely come home, maybe once a year. No matter what, you are still my brother. Look at your ex-husband. He's not giving you any face. And you still look so unconcerned. Are you even serious about asking for money? Zhao Guohua just finished speaking, but Qinyang couldn't hold back and finally responded. What's your problem? When I married Jingzhu, did I give your family a bride price? Now Jingzhu's household registration isn't even in your village. She can live however she wants. Why are you here criticizing? Do you think you're someone special? Are you secretly asking me for money? Did you lose at cards? Are you coming to me because you have no more money? Qinyang used to be a lazy, easygoing person who wasn't very assertive. He felt like anyone could step on him. Zhao Guohua saw him the same way. When he saw them selling things here, he became greedy. So he came over to say these unpleasant words, mainly just wanting to get some benefits. But Qinyang was no longer playing along with him. Not only that, he even loudly spoke in front of him, revealing all his secrets. Just gamble if you want, lose if you lose. Why are you causing trouble here? Who do you think you are? And you still have the nerve to ask me for money. You're... Zhao Guohua couldn't take it anymore. Seeing others point at him and whispering, his face turned red. He pointed at Qinyang. Fine, you two are really something. Disowning your brother-in-law. You're impressive, but don't regret it later. Just wait and see. After saying that, Zhao Guohua hurriedly left. Why did you offend him? Just give him a few dollars. Zhao Jingzhu sighed and looked at Qinyang. No way. Qinyang shook his head, angry. Why should I give him money? It sounds like he, as an uncle, raised you. But when your parents left, all the property went to you. Isn't it natural for him to support you? And I know you worked hard for his family before you married me. Now that you're married to me, he still wants money from me. Why should I give him anything? Sorry, I caused you trouble. Zhao Jingzhu suddenly had red eyes. She didn't want to go home because her uncle wasn't a good person either. When she just divorced Qinyang, people kept coming to send messages asking her to return home. They spoke nicely, saying that although she was divorced, her family was still her real home. But Zhao Jingzhu knew the truth. People just wanted her to go back, remarry, and get more bride price. Neither Zhao Jingzhu nor Qinyang were fools. They understood this well. So, Zhao Jingzhu hadn't gone home even once during all this time. Most of the gossip from the villagers was probably spread by Zhao's family. Don't pay attention to him. Qinyang shook his head to comfort her. What happens to our family is none of his business. If he keeps bothering me, I'll deal with him when I visit Zhao's village. Zhao Jingzhu shook her head and said nothing more. Just then, someone came to buy honey, so she focused again on selling honey. Selling honey was very easy. They sold almost all of it after a little while. They had a total of 51 bottles of honey, which sold out quickly, earning 102 yuan. After paying for the bottles, they still made about 70 or 80 yuan. Let's go. I'll take you to have breakfast first, Qinyang said with a smile after collecting the money. We'll go eat something, then head home, and maybe bring some unsweetened soup for the kids to try. Although Zhao Jingzhu was very frugal and didn't usually think about eating well herself, she couldn't refuse when it came to the children. Then by a lot. It's been a long time since Mom went to the market. Of course, Qinyang nodded and hurried to a small shop nearby. He first ordered 2 bowls of clear soup for themselves, then asked to buy 2 jin of unsweetened soup. After eating, they took the soup and rode their bike quickly back home with Zhao Jingzhu. Look what we bought for you, Qinyang said with a gentle smile as he took out the soup. Qinya, after tasting it, eagerly ran to the kitchen on her short legs, calling out as she went. Grandma, look. My dad bought me some clear soup. Let's cook it and eat. It was still early, about 8 a.m., and no one in the house had had breakfast yet. Actually, they were waiting for everyone to come back so they could eat together. When they saw the clear soup, everyone looked at Qinyang and Zhao Jingzhu. Cook it for them to eat. We already ate outside, and this was bought for you. Otherwise, it might spoil. What we cooked this morning can be eaten at noon. The clear soup was similar to dumplings, a local specialty snack. It was just a thin wrapper with some meat inside, boiled in water, with some added ingredients for flavor. It tasted really good, especially in times when food was scarce. Good. Ding Xiao felt very sorry for her 2 granddaughters. As long as she could cook the soup for them, that was enough. Meanwhile, Qinyang finished cooking the soup and also talked about selling honey today. Did you sell that much? Hearing that they made over 100 yuan, Ding Xiao and others smiled. That was quite a lot. Exactly, Qinyang nodded with a smile. It adds up to 102 yuan. I'll give this 100 yuan to Jingzhu. That means we have 2,400 yuan for building the house. Qinyang took out the 100 yuan and handed it to Zhao Jingzhu. Yes, you should give it to him. If you keep it, I'd still worry. Ding Xiao nodded repeatedly. Qinyang felt a bit speechless. Why didn't they trust him now? He had already done so well. He wanted to complain to his mother, but in the end, he said nothing. Zhao Jingzhu carefully stored the money and looked seriously at Li Shuangyue and Deng Yufeng. If I have this money, I will keep it safe. When our family really builds a house, I will take it out. Jingzhu, I believe you, Li Shuangyue said. Next to them, Deng Yufeng glanced at Li Shuangyue and nodded firmly. The money in our family is either with Mom or with you. I don't trust anyone else to hold it. Li Shuangyue felt there was something behind those words, as if they were aimed at her. Qinyang chuckled awkwardly. Why did it seem like they were about to argue again? He felt a bit helpless. Just then, there was a noise outside. Sister-in-law is still having breakfast. Lu Rong casually ran in. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? This is clear soup Xiao Yang bought from the town. Let's eat it together, Ding Xiaoyi greeted. No, I won't eat. We just came back from the town, but we didn't run into him. I've already had the clear soup. Here, this is the money from selling the pigs today. Lu Rong took out the money in front of everyone. The pigs sold for a total of 186 yuan. We are 5 people in total, but we will split it among 4 families. So, you get 43 yuan. Lu Rong handed the money to Qinyang. Count it. Qinyang didn't bother to count. He casually put it in his pocket. Are all the pigs sold? Yes, all sold. Today is market day, so things are selling very fast. If we had 2 more pigs, they would be sold too. Qinyang couldn't help but smile. By the way, Haidong and Jinchang just told me that we won't go out tonight. We'll rest well, and tomorrow we can go hunting again. Qinyang thought for a moment and nodded. That's not a bad idea. So, we won't go out tonight. Okay. Then I'll go home and rest well, Lu Rong said happily and left. Today, there was nothing urgent to do, but Qinyang didn't dare to relax completely. He thought for a moment and went to the fish pond near his house. From now on, hunting and fishing would be his main activities to make money quickly. Fish are easy to die, so he needed to find a way to keep the fish he caught alive. He couldn't guarantee that he could sell the fish immediately after catching them, and there might be some delay. Their house was on the edge of the village, next to a valley with a stream, which also had his fields. Their water came from this stream. Maybe I can build a fish pond here. Actually, there was a big hole here before. I remember it had water, but over time it dried up. It only fills with rain. If I divert water from the stream into that hole, it could become a pond. Then I can keep the fish I catch here and sell them when needed. That way, I'll have more space. After thinking it through, he immediately went home to get tools and started working. The first thing is to clean the pond here by removing all the mud at the bottom. Next, we need to dig a small canal. The canal doesn't have to be very big. To make the water clearer, he even added some sand and gravel at the bottom. Fortunately, this project isn't too large, and while he was working on it, Li Shuangyue also came to help. By evening, they had finished the canal, and water was slowly being directed into the large pond. All done. After finishing, Qinyang clapped his hands and took a deep breath. Now, when the water flows in and the pond fills up, we can start raising fish here. According to his plan, although he didn't intend to go hunting tonight, he could go fishing instead. Will you catch a lot of fish? Li Shuangyue's attitude towards him was much better now compared to the other 2 women. Yes, I should catch quite a few, Qinyang said with a smile. I'll try tonight, and we'll see when I come back. When the 2 of them returned, it was almost mealtime. Inside, Deng Yufeng had set the bowls and chopsticks and glanced at them. Soon, everyone sat down at the table to eat. Chunya and Chun-Yi, the sisters, ate very honestly. They felt the food was especially delicious, something they never dared to imagine before. So, whenever they ate, they just started eating without saying a word. They only knew one rule. If you don't eat actively, there's something wrong with your mind. Now that the family's conditions have improved so much, if they didn't eat eagerly, they would feel guilty towards their father, who was busy every day trying to improve their lives. Compared to them, the others didn't seem as eager. I just discussed with Sister Jingzhu and Mom. Our family situation has improved a bit, but it's not that great. We can't just sit around doing nothing. So, we have an idea. Since everyone is here today, we want to share it with you and also hear your opinions. What did you all discuss? Qinyang looked at them curiously. We discussed doing something new. After all, we're all at home every day. Just sitting around waiting for you to earn money and support us isn't enough. So, we plan to do some other things at home, Ding Xiao said. What are you doing? Qinyang looked at them with interest. After thinking for a moment, they said, I think we should make tofu at home. Make tofu? Qinyang almost laughed out of frustration at their words. No, why make tofu? Mom, you know how hard it is. People say the 3 biggest hardships in life are forging iron, supporting ships, and making tofu. Making tofu is very tough and tiring, and you know that. Plus, it requires getting up early and working late and doing all those things. We can handle that hardship, Zhao Jingzhu spoke before he finished. I know you can handle it. I don't doubt you. I know what kind of people you are. You can endure hardships better than I can. But some hardships we don't need to force ourselves to endure, Qinyang said with some helplessness. Why can't we endure hardships? Deng Yufeng frowned. We can do something that makes a little more money and isn't so hard. Qinyang thought for a moment before speaking to them. What do you mean by something that makes a little more money? Deng Yufeng and the others looked at him curiously. Making tofu is hard because it needs to be fresh for selling, and to keep it fresh, you have to get up early and work late. Plus, the process of making tofu is quite complicated. Just grinding the beans can scare off many people, and you have to hurry. So, although making tofu can make money, it takes a lot of time. So, what do you suggest we do? Ding Yufeng asked again. Hearing this, Qin Yang had a sudden idea. He still needed to go hunting, but with several women at home, he couldn't let them just sit around. They should go out and do something. Now that they had some money, it was a good opportunity to start a small business. After thinking it over, he had a clear plan. Starting a business isn't urgent. I can help you think of a profession, Qin Yang said, since he didn't know exactly what to do yet. But you need to think carefully for us. If you're out earning money all the time, that's good, but if you work alone, we'll just be waiting at home to eat. That's not fair, Ding Xiao advised him. Mom, you can't say that. We still have the fields to work on, Qin Yang explained. There are many things to do in the fields, and you all do them. So don't say you haven't worked. If you keep saying that, I'll feel embarrassed, she replied. Are you still feeling shy? Ding Yufeng took the opportunity to ask again without hesitation. Of course I feel shy, Qin Yang replied seriously. I'm a person with a lot of shame, you know. Ding Yufeng almost stood up to expose him when he saw his expression. He thought to himself, you still have shame? Did you forget all the poses I made you do before? It made me feel very embarrassed. The next morning, seeing others, I felt guilty as if I had done something wrong. But you, this guy, don't feel embarrassed at all. You smile happily all day long. You completely forget how intense it was the night before. But these thoughts are just in my mind. I wouldn't dare say them out loud, so I just glared at him. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, pretending not to notice, and ate his meal honestly. After dinner, since there was nothing to do, he took the two children for a walk along the village road to help digestion. Unexpectedly, after a while, Chen Dachuan sneaked over from behind. Brother Yang, he greeted Qin Yang warmly and pulled him aside. Tonight, we don't need to go hunting. Yeah, you know that, I know. So today, we get a rare night off. He chuckled and winked at Qin Yang as if he had something to say. Don't be like that. If you have something to say, just tell me directly, Qin Yang said, a bit confused by his antics. Come, let's talk a few steps away, Chen Dachuan said, glancing at the two children, then pulled him aside. What's going on? Qin Yang asked, feeling puzzled, especially seeing his shy and hesitant expression. Why has this guy changed like this? This doesn't seem like his usual self. Brother Yang, your shooting skills are really accurate. After they moved aside, he said with admiration. Qin Yang scratched his head, thinking, aren't they really accurate? They're perfect, but what does his praise mean? Chun, let's be straightforward. Say what you want directly, don't play games with me. How did you learn to shoot like that? Did you learn it from watching your parents fight in bed? But your dad left when you were young. How do you think you got such great shooting skills from watching others fight? What are you thinking about? Qin Yang's mouth twitched, thinking that if his mother heard this, she would definitely give him a good slap. Hee. Qin Dachuan scratched his head, thought for a moment, then spoke mysteriously, revealing his true intention this time. You might not know, but Chen Dongfeng is having an affair with Aunt Xiulan. Aunt Xiulan is actually the wife of Chen Dongfeng's younger brother, Chen Dongfeng. Qin Yang wasn't completely unaware of this. There were some rumors in the village, and since he had lived twice, he had heard about it before. Now, after hearing Chen Dachuan say this, he paused for a moment, looking at him with a strange expression. Don't look at me like that. I happened to see them. Chen Dachuan chuckled, scratching his head, with a hint of mystery and shyness. Anyway, I accidentally ran into them. They often like to do all sorts of messy things near the oxen pen. I guess they'll go there again today, and I thought, since my marksmanship isn't great, maybe I should go see what they're up to and learn something. Do you want to come with me and learn from them too? Are you just here to tell me about this? Qin Yang's mouth twitched again, thinking to himself that he really had too much free time. Tonight, I was planning to go fishing, Qin Yang said, scratching his head and looking at him. Are we going fishing again tonight? It's okay. They usually start late, so we can finish fishing and then go see what they're doing. How about it? Want to come along? Dachuan looked eager, his eyes shining, and he seemed to be trembling with excitement. Chun, why are you so excited? Qin Yang asked helplessly, seeing how he looked. I don't know. I just feel really excited whenever I see scenes like that, and it feels really good. Qin Yang's mouth twitched again. All right, let's not worry about this for now. We'll see what happens later. Qin Yang hesitated before speaking, not giving a definite answer. Let's go fishing first. Okay, let's go fishing. I'll go with you later. Remember to call me. Can we leave now? Almost ready. Qin Yang nodded. Let's go early so we can come back sooner. Got it. Qin Dachuan hurriedly left, clearly heading back home. After Qin Yang took his 2 children for a walk here, he went back home. As soon as he arrived, he found an uninvited guest at his house. Isn't that Annie missing tooth? Qin Yang was surprised to see a middle-aged woman missing a front tooth, and he became alert. Auntie Missing Tooth is well known in their village because she is a matchmaker who travels to other villages to introduce suitable marriage partners for people of the right age. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but for Qin Yang now, it's not good news. I don't have siblings, so if she's here, she's probably trying to introduce her own ex-wives. She's my wife's family. How dare she try to steal her away? Sure enough, as soon as Auntie Missing Tooth saw him return, she immediately stood up with an awkward smile on her face. Xiaoyang is back. I'll go now. Jingzhu, if you need anything, feel free to come to Annie. We're so close, your matters are my matters. After saying that, Annie Missing Tooth hurriedly left without saying another word. Qin Yang saw his mother, Ding Xiao, with a pale face. Clearly, she was angry. He didn't think much and hurriedly followed outside, calling out loudly behind Annie Missing Tooth. Annie Missing Tooth, why did you leave just as I got home? Why not tell me what's going on directly? Oh, what could I possibly want? I just came to see your family. Nothing serious. You should go back now, and don't follow me. Auntie Missing Tooth seemed afraid of him. After saying this, she hurriedly ran away. But the more she acted like that, the more Qin Yang felt she was hiding something. After thinking for a moment, he returned home. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? Auntie Missing Tooth doesn't know what she's doing. She boldly came to our house to say she wants to introduce Jingzhu to someone, saying she wants her to get married. Ding Xiao said angrily, her face turning pale. Isn't she bullying us? No matter what, Zhao Jingzhu is still part of our family. Even though she's divorced, she lives and eats here. How can she just come and say she wants to introduce her daughter-in-law to someone else? Just as I thought. Qin Yang's face showed anger. Why did she come to our house to do this? Are you crazy? Qin Yang frowned. He said Zhao Sheng told her to come specifically to talk to Jingzhu, she explained. Zhao Sheng? Qin Yang was surprised. Why is there another issue with Zhao Sheng? It's probably because today when we were selling things in town, Zhao Guohua saw us. You embarrassed him, and after that, he probably said some unpleasant words to my uncle, Jingzhu finally explained. Qin Yang thought about it carefully and realized it was possible. Does Zhao Guohua's mother have a problem? Qin Yang looked upset. She really is not all there, Jingzhu sighed helplessly. After thinking for a moment, she said, I think I should go back to Zhao village tomorrow. Why do you want to go back? Qin Yang immediately shook his head. No, you can't go. If you go back, they might not let you come out again. Yes, Sister Jingzhu, how can you go back? Zhao Sheng's family isn't good to you. They probably sent someone to cause trouble so you'd marry someone else. You shouldn't listen to him, Ding Yufeng added. But, stop saying but, Qin Yang cut her off firmly. Don't think about going back to their house, and don't think about marrying anyone else. I won't let you marry again here. Stay with us honestly. We're still doing business together, remember? I'll think of a way to make money, but you must not think about going home. That's final. Qin Yang made his stance very clear and firm. Ding Xiao was very pleased when she saw this. Yes, at this moment, you need to show this kind of attitude so they know how you feel. Jingzhu didn't want to go back. If she wanted to, she would have gone already. Her uncle's family wasn't kind, and she had seen that clearly after so many years living under their roof. For a moment, she just nodded without saying anything. Stay at home and rest well. I'm going out to fish, Qin Yang said. After grabbing his tools, he hurriedly left again. He took Dazhong and another person to go fishing on the river. Dazhong was even happier, excited because he had already prepared his things. He cheerfully followed Qin Yang to Fengjiang. On the Fengjiang River, there were also a few people fishing, with lights visible on the water. As usual, Qin Yang pointed out a spot and personally lowered his net, while Dazhong rowed the boat. The two worked together very smoothly. Thanks to their previous experience working together, they now fish more skillfully. After some time, Qin Yang caught many fish, both big and small. Dechun was very happy and kept talking excitedly. However, Qin Yang looked worried and thoughtful. When they nearly finished, their storage was almost full. Brother Yang, we can't fit any more. We have several 100 pounds of fish. What should we do? Dechun asked him. Qin Yang finally realized and looked around. noticing the storage was indeed full. "Let's go home," he said. "When will we sell the fish? Tomorrow? And aren't we going to watch Chen Dongfeng and Aunt Xiaolan fight?" De Chun asked curiously, though he had no objections. "There's no fight. I set up a pond to put the fish back in to grow. You can also put some in your pond at home. I remember you have a pond too. Just tell your dad when you get back." "Okay." Actually, it was still early, and their catch was quite good. After quickly dividing the fish, Qinyang hurried home. It took several rounds to finish sorting everything. Now it was around 11 p.m. When he returned, he saw Zhao Jingzhu's door open, and she came out. "I put the fish into the pond we just made," Qinyang explained when he saw her come out. "There are still so many small fish, and they've already died. I'll cut open their bellies and cook them to dry. Otherwise, they might spoil." Zhao Jingzhu nodded and pointed to the dead small fish. "These small fish sell well in town, especially after drying, as they become dried fish. Fish from Fengjiang are famous for their quality." "Aren't you going to sleep?" Qinyang asked. "I can't sleep." Zhao Jingzhu shook her head. Clearly, today's events made her restless and unable to rest. "Then go dry the fish. I'll put the rest of the fish into the pond first," Qinyang said, hurriedly moving the remaining live fish back into the pond. He blocked the water in the ditch and released the fish inside. "This is mountain spring water, and the fish are very clear. When I put them in, they happily swim around. The pond is also quite deep, so the fish are safe inside. As long as no one intentionally steals them, there shouldn't be much trouble." After finishing his work, Qinyang felt very satisfied. He took a deep breath and hurriedly went home. When he arrived, he found Deng Yufeng had also woken up and was helping to build a fire. In the kitchen, she seemed to be whispering something with Zhao Jingzhu. But when she saw Qinyang come in, Deng Yufeng suddenly stood up and looked at him. "Tell me, what should we do about this? They've already come to bother your family. Are you just going to do nothing?" Qinyang looked at her. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Your wife is about to be taken away to marry someone else, and you're still out fishing and hunting every day. Do you even care about this?" Deng Yufeng said angrily. "If you keep acting like this, Sister Jingzhu will marry me too. Who would want to stay at home? Seeing you just makes me annoyed." Seeing Deng Yufeng like this, Qinyang scratched his head helplessly and explained, "I'm just thinking of a way to solve this. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be easy to fix it overnight. Then you should come up with a plan. The plan is simple. I think I need to go to each village tomorrow to sell fish. I might also go to Zhao village to sell some. I'll talk to Zhao Xin carefully." "Talk carefully?" "Yes. Since it was his idea, I definitely need to talk to him. Don't worry too much. I'll go back with you. I'm just worried you'll have a conflict with them," Zhao Jingzhu said after thinking for a moment. "Don't go. If you go again, there might be a conflict, or at least a misunderstanding. I'll go by myself." Qinyang refused with a shake of his head. "But, no buts. You need to stay at home and help me with work and business. How can I let you marry someone else? Zhao Sheng is the same. He's already married to me, but still wants to do this kind of thing. I'll deal with him." After saying this, Qinyang went into his room. For a moment, the two women looked at each other but didn't say anything. Early the next morning, just before dawn, Qinyang carried his hunting rifle, borrowed a cart from Chindiching, loaded the fish, and hurried off to sell them. This time, his purpose was very clear. He was heading straight to Zhao village. Zhao village is about 10 miles from here. When Qinyang arrived, it was still early, around 6 o'clock, just the time people were preparing breakfast. As he shouted about selling fish, quite a few people came out to buy his fish. Some of these people didn't know him, but others recognized him and looked surprised when they saw him. "Isn't that the son-in-law from the Zhao family?" "Yes, that's right. His name is Qinyang, right?" Yes. He divorced Jingzhu but still lives here." "Oh, so it's him. He's quite good-looking, tall and handsome. Jingzhu didn't choose the wrong person to marry. But since they've divorced, why doesn't Jingzhu leave home? Who knows? The Peanuts couple often sigh and complain, trying to get her back." "You're saying that. If I were Jingzhu, I wouldn't go back. Those two aren't good people." Jingzhu was raised by her family, but when her parents left, she was only about 12 or 13. Her parents handed everything they had to her and her husband. Wasn't that right? She was raised by her family, but after the divorce, do you think they want her to come back? No, they just want her to remarry. That's true. They might even get another bride price." Many people were talking and pointing behind him. Qinyang heard some of it, but chose to ignore it. His fish was selling well, and many villagers came to buy from him. The market was lively. While he was happily selling fish, someone else told Zhao Sheng. When Zhao Guohua heard about this, he immediately stormed out. Damn it, Qin Yang embarrassed me in town, but he dares to come to our village? Do I look like I'm afraid of him? All right, so it's you, Qin Yang. You still dare to come to our village. Zhao Guohua saw Qin Yang's stall surrounded by many people from afar. He hurried over and started shouting loudly. People nearby, whether they were watching or selling things, made way when they saw him coming. Some even looked on with glee, enjoying the spectacle. I don't really have a strong impression of either side. I just wanted to watch the excitement. These days, people's entertainment options are very limited. Watching this lively scene is already quite good, and everyone is very happy. At this moment, Qin Yang had just finished selling a fish and received the money. As he saw both sides retreating, he coldly looked toward Zhao Guohua. Zhao Guohua had just come in front of him when suddenly Qin Yang kicked him. Thud! Zhao Guohua fell flat on the ground. He was stunned and didn't react right away. Qin Yang stepped forward, picked up a stick, and started hitting him. This blow made Zhao Guohua dizzy. His eyes flashed with stars, and it seemed he was cut and bleeding. The people watching the scene turned pale with fear. Damn, that was a harsh hit. Are you crazy? Zhao Guohua didn't expect Qin Yang to be so fierce, to come up and hit him with a stick, even causing him to bleed. This is Zhao family village. You're someone with the surname Qin coming here to hit me. Aren't you afraid the whole village will come after you? Hurry up and hold him back, Zhao Guohua cursed, and then ordered the people nearby to go and hold Qin Yang back. But the people nearby looked at him without moving. Actually, in the past, this was common. People from different villages would unite to fight outsiders because their interests were tied together. But now, others didn't move because Zhao Guohua had a bad reputation in the village. He was known as a lazy troublemaker who stole chickens and caused trouble, making the villagers angry. If Zhao Guohua had been a normal person, when Qin Yang started hitting him, maybe others in the village would have come forward to help Zhao Guohua, or at least try to stop Qin Yang. But now, everyone just watched Zhao Guohua get beaten. You see, we've all wanted to hit you for a long time. Now that someone is helping us do it, we're happy. Besides, this doesn't hurt anyone's interests. Isn't it fun to see you get beaten? However, while hitting him, Qin Yang was also cursing. Zhao Guohua, do you really think I don't know about your sneaky tricks? Did you forget you bragged to me while drinking? You stole 3 chickens from Lao Wu's house at the village entrance, and when you couldn't finish them, you were afraid they'd find out. So you threw one into the latrine and drowned it alive. There is also an old village committee member, Zhao Tu, who is angry at you because you stole his goose. He secretly ran into his pickled vegetable jar at midnight to pee, but he hasn't noticed yet. Qin Yang cursed loudly and recounted everything Zhao Guohua had boasted about when drinking with him. Coincidentally, old Zhao was nearby. Hearing this, he froze for a moment, then became very angry and went to help Qin Yang beat him up. Damn dog, you always do bad things, right? You dare to pee in my pickled vegetable jar? I'll kill you. I always wondered how my 3 chickens went missing. Turns out, it was you, a dog, stealing them. I suspected you from the start. You did it to cover up by drowning my chickens. I'll kill you. Seeing old Zhao rush forward to hit him, old Zhao's son, Zhao Laowu, was already furious and joined in the fight. Hey, don't hit him. He's innocent. I didn't do such things. Zhao Guohua was terrified. He didn't expect Qin Yang to come prepared. But you did do those things. You even secretly groped Zhao Laoyu's wife. She was just going to the toilet at midnight, and you hid in the haystack, touching her, but while she was on the toilet, scaring her away. Qin Yang kept revealing more. It wasn't just him making up stories. Zhao Guohua had boasted about these things himself when drinking. After hearing this, Qin Yang thought he was a terrible person, but since he was his brother-in-law, he didn't want to expose him. Now that he dared to cause trouble, Qin Yang couldn't hold back anymore and exposed all his shameful acts. Fuck you. Zhao Laolu was so angry he pushed his way in and started punching and kicking. How dare you touch my wife's butt? I'll beat you to death. The 3 of them fought fiercely, really beating Zhao Guohua. Qin Yang paused at the right moment and looked at the crowd watching. Are you all just standing there? Hasn't he done enough bad things? Hasn't he harmed any of your families? Like stealing your vegetables or grain? Why don't you hit him? The onlookers were initially hesitant, but after hearing this, they didn't hesitate and went to join the fight. That's how justice works when everyone joins in. Over the years, Zhao Guohua has caused a lot of trouble for their village and has done many bad things. Now, they decided to go and give him a good beating to vent their anger. For a moment, Zhao Guohua was being hit and kept crying out in pain. At first, he tried to defend himself, saying he hadn't done these things. But soon, he realized he couldn't argue anymore because no one was listening to him. He became nervous. "Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong about these things. I apologize to everyone. Please don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. Okay?" He cried and begged, but no one paid attention. Now he wants to apologize? It's too late. Everyone had already started fighting, and those who hadn't yet joined in were now rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. Anytime something was stolen from our home or something was damaged, it was all because of Zhao Guohua. "First, we'll beat him up." Qinyang watched happily, seeing that Zhao Guohua was about to get a beating without him having to do anything. He quickly rode his carriage to Zhao Fashing's house. At that moment, Zhao Fashing and his wife didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, they saw Qinyang standing at the gate of their yard. "Huh, you shameless thing. You dare to come to our house." Zhao Fashing was furious when he saw him. He grabbed a broom to chase him away. But just then, Qinyang raised a gun and pointed it at him. Zhao Fashing immediately got scared and put down the broom, pretending to sweep the ground. "Oh dear, why is the floor so dirty?" "I'll sweep it," he said nervously. Seeing how scared he was, Qinyang almost couldn't help but laugh. "You really are a coward." At the same time, Zhao Fashing's wife came out from inside. When she saw Qinyang pointing a gun at her husband, her legs went weak, and she almost kneeled down. "Qinyang, what are you trying to do? Do you want to kill him and cover it up?" she asked. "Killing and covering it up? You good for nothing. When Jingzhu married me, she told me about all the chaos in your family. When she was young, you and your husband bullied her a lot. Now she's divorced from me, and you still dare to encourage her to marry someone else. You don't respect Zhao Jingzhu or me, Qinyang. You want to marry my wife to someone else, and you dare to do such things." With a thud, Zhao Shengfa's wife fell to the ground. "Qinyang, don't go crazy. This is Zhao village. Is this where you cause trouble? What about Guohua? When our Guohua returns, you'll be in big trouble. He has many brothers. Just find a few outside, and they can easily beat you down. Stop joking. Your Zhao Guohua is currently being beaten by people from this village, and now you're coming to attack me?" Qinyang sneered, then kicked Zhao Shengfa. Zhao Shengfa also fell to the ground with a thud. "Tell me, did you make our village's missing tooth Annie go to our house yesterday to ask Jingzhu to marry?" "Oh, sir, it's all a misunderstanding. Anyway, you two are divorced now. We only did it for Jingzhu's good." "For her good?" Qinyang almost laughed. "You bunch of scoundrels think you're doing Jingzhu a favor? Do you forget the suffering she endured as a child? You can eat, but she had nothing to eat, sometimes just spoiled rice. You told outsiders how good you two are, adopting her niece. But do you really think we don't know what's happening inside? Ask the elders in the village, see if they know. And now you still dare to let Jingzhu marry? I swear I'll shoot you if you do." At this moment, someone outside the yard arrived, an old man. "Don't be impulsive." The old man hurriedly entered, pulling Qinyang aside. "Young man, don't be impulsive. These two are truly not good people. They treated Jingzhu badly before, and all the elders in our village know this. But there's no need to get angry with them. Besides, you and Jingzhu are divorced now. Why bother? Grandpa Ba help. This guy is really crazy. He wants to ruin us." Zhao Xingfa saw the old man arrive and seemed to see a savior, begging him desperately. "Grandpa Ba, he even wants Jingzhu to marry someone else." Qinyang also recognized the old man. "Since you're divorced from Jingzhu, whether she marries someone else is her own choice. Why should you care?" Grandpa Ba looked confused. That really is the truth. All right, today if you can guarantee he won't bother Jingzhu in our village again, I will let him go. If he tries to persuade Jingzhu to marry, I will shoot him." No, 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 that's not necessary." Grandpa Ba glared at the couple. "Hurry up and promise him." This couple was truly scared by Qinyang, especially with the dark gun pointed right at their heads. They felt like they might lose their lives. "Xiaoyang, I am your father-in-law after all. We didn't do the right thing today, and I apologize to you. But don't hold it against me. I promise this won't happen again. Jingzhu can choose how she wants to live in the future. If she wants to marry you again or marry someone else, I have no problem with that. Zhao's legs were trembling, and he didn't dare argue with Qin Yang. Whatever Qin Yang said, went. Only then did Qin Yang slowly lower his gun and look at him coldly. All right, I'll take your words as true. Grandpa Ba is a witness. If you dare to persuade Jingzhu to marry again, I will shoot you. After saying that, Qin Yang bowed to Grandpa Ba in thanks, then turned and left with the horse carriage. Uncle Ba, do you think he's bullying us? No one acts like that, Zhao said, feeling more confident now that Qin Yang was gone. He started cursing behind his back. Uncle Ba was so angry he slapped him across the face. Stop embarrassing yourself. It's a good thing you're still here, or I would have shot you too. You two useless people. Go check on your son. See what he's become. Did he hit him? I want to report him to the town. Forget it. It was someone from our village who did it. Your family is causing trouble everywhere. When someone stepped in to stir things up, they went and beat Zhao Guohua. Think about why that happened. Because your family members did some sneaky and dishonest things, it caused anger among the villagers. Really? I'll go right away. Zhao Huasheng and his wife cried and cursed, then hurried to help Zhao Guohua. After feeling relieved here, Qin Yang happily got on the carriage and went home. Today's fish selling wasn't the main goal. He mainly wanted to deal with their family. It turned out that bringing a gun into the village really had an effect. Of course, Zhao Guohua's family isn't very good, and the villagers are annoyed with him. Since he's an outsider and revealed his old secrets, the villagers took the chance to give them a good scolding. Isn't that a good thing? Back home, he placed the remaining unsold fish into a nearby pond, feeling refreshed. But when he saw Ding Xiao tying the carriage, she hurried out to see him. Are you crazy? Did you really go to Zhao's village to sell fish? On the other side, Deng Yufeng moved faster than him, pulled Qin Yang over, and looked around nervously. His anxious look couldn't be hidden. I'm so disappointed. Did they manage to hurt you a lot? After confirming Qin Yang was fine, Deng Yufeng quickly pushed him forward, shot him a glance, and said a few hurried words before rushing inside again. Haha, you women are really funny. You were so anxious during the checkup, trembling with fear that something might happen to me. And after I was fine, you started hurting me with your words, didn't you? Your mouth is so tough. One day I'll have to open it up and show you how strong my iron rod is. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Yes, Yufeng is right. Not getting hurt was lucky for you. Ding Xiao agreed with Deng Yufeng, then let out a sigh of relief and pulled him aside. Did they really let you go like that? Mom, you should say I let him go. Qin Yang chuckled, then went into the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with smoke. Li Xuanyue was cooking, and Zhao Jingzhu was preparing the meal. Jingzhu, I already went back and sorted out their father and son. Zhao Guohua even got a beating, he said. Zhao Jingzhu looked at him. Following the last time, when Deng Yufeng possessed him, he looked him up and down. Did you hit him because he was beaten? If you hit him, won't your uncles and relatives also come after you? You're mistaken. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile and softly spoke in her ear. Zhao Guohua doesn't handle things properly and has offended almost everyone in your village. Once, he drank with me, and I poured him 2 more bowls of wine. After that, he started talking nonsense and revealed all the disgusting things he had done to your village before. I just beat him up a bit, and there were quite a few people watching. While they watched, I told everyone about his bad deeds. Surprisingly, your villagers fought even more actively than me. I just watched the fun. Zhao Jingzhu was stunned. Her face, which hadn't shown a smile in a long time, suddenly burst out laughing. At that moment, Qin Yang felt like flowers were blooming in front of him. Since he divorced Zhao Jingzhu, she hadn't smiled like that in front of him. He remembered when he was in middle school, seeing that kind of smile on Zhao Jingzhu. That was the brightest memory of his life. In his previous life, they had no fate, just passing by each other quickly. He didn't know what happened to Zhao Jingzhu later in life, but probably not good. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, their relationship became complicated, and he was lucky enough to marry Zhao Jingzhu. Even so, during the first 2 years of their marriage, Zhao Jingzhu often smiled. But since their divorce, she seemed less happy. She had been gloomy and sad. Now, she was smiling in front of him. That smile made Chun Yang's eyes water, and he stared at Zhao Jingzhu blankly. You. Zhao Jingzhu suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Qin Yang. At that moment, she seemed to understand something from his eyes, and her heart trembled slightly. As someone who married Qin Yang through a free love relationship in this era, They had shared many experiences when they were young. Qin Yang was a carefree, easygoing person. As long as he was happy and joyful every day, that was enough. He had never shown such sadness in his eyes before, not even today. It almost made him want to cry. Zhao Jingzhu felt her softest inner part hit hard by Qin Yang, making her stand there unable to help but reach out to touch Qin Yang's face. "Are you okay?" At this moment, Li Shuangyue awkwardly stood up and spoke, breaking the atmosphere between them. Zhao Jingzhu quickly withdrew her hand from Qin Yang's face and returned to her cold, distant look. "Just beat him up, that's enough." Zhao Jingzhu resumed her icy expression. "But don't do things like that again in the future. You should go to Zhao village. There are many people with the Zhao surname there, and it's too dangerous to stand on your side." Although Zhao Jingzhu quickly pulled her hand back, Qin Yang sensed her change in attitude at that moment, almost like her mental state was collapsing. This woman would eventually return to his embrace someday. Qin Yang was absolutely sure of that. "I'm not that stupid. Next time, I'll make sure they don't dare to hit me," Qin Yang said with a slight smile. After finishing this matter today, he felt much better and hurriedly left. Today's breakfast was quite good. They still ate rice, and last night's dried fish, stir-fried with chili, was especially delicious and fragrant. Qin Yang was very satisfied with his meal. Just as he finished breakfast, the toothless auntie sneaked over again. But when she saw Qin Yang, her face clearly showed discomfort. "Jingzhu, come out. I have something to tell you." Qin Yang almost laughed out of frustration. "Auntie, I gave you some face yesterday by not saying much when you came to my house to cause trouble. Why are you here again today? I have something to tell her. It's none of your business. Besides, she's already divorced from you. My uncle and aunt asked me to handle this matter. Do you think you can still criticize me?" The toothless auntie didn't know what was going on, but seemed to stand straighter today. When Qin Yang asked her this, she responded with another remark. If Qin Yang was just angry and amused earlier, now he was truly annoyed. "Didn't you get notified? Do they still dare to send Jingzhu to call her? Do you believe I'll beat them to death? Hey, don't be so aggressive with me. We all speak reasonably. It's normal for Jingzhu to want to remarry after divorce. Why are you talking nonsense here? It's none of your business." Qin Yang's hot temper couldn't be contained. "You say my relationships have changed a bit, but my temper is still so bad. Anyone, people or ghosts, can step on me. Are you trying to be bossy with me?" Qin Yang suddenly got very angry, walking up to the woman with a missing tooth and pointing at her. "Get lost now. Don't be shameless. I warned you yesterday. Why are you coming here again today? Leave now." "Qin Yang, you still hum at me? Do you really think you're the boss? Marrying someone who can't keep a home, marrying someone who can't hold on. Now I come here to introduce her to a man. What's wrong with that? I haven't done anything wrong or harmful. Try to lay a finger on me if you dare." At this moment, Deng Yufeng stormed out from inside, slapping the woman with missing teeth across the face. The slap was loud and clear. "What are you doing, acting tough in front of my man? He doesn't hit women or children because he's a kind man. Do you think I, Deng Yufeng, am so easy to bully? If you have the guts, say one more word in front of him." Deng Yufeng crossed her arms, glaring angrily at the woman with missing teeth, showing no respect at all. "Calling you Annie is out of respect for your age. If you don't want respect, then don't expect me, Deng Yufeng, to hold back. My husband is good or bad, and it's none of your business. Even my ex-wife hasn't said anything. So why are you talking nonsense here? If you dare to say one more word, I swear I'll have Jingzhu and Shuangyue come over and teach you a lesson." The woman with missing teeth covered her face, staring in shock and disbelief. Among Qin Yang's 3 ex-wives, Deng Yufeng was the most fiery and fierce. But before, everyone just heard about her temper. They hadn't seen her truly explode. Now, they finally saw it. She really dares to hit people. Ding Xiao behind her almost burst out laughing. "Yesterday, my son and I were polite and sent you away. Now you're here looking for trouble? You're just asking to be beaten by Deng Yufeng. My second daughter-in-law has never been easy to handle. She only acted obedient in front of you because my son kept her in check, preventing her from being too fiery. Now you have offended my son, so she certainly won't be polite to you. Her scolding my son is her own business. Do you outsiders have the right to scold him? Your family is bullying people. Just wait and see." The woman with a broken tooth was so angry she pointed at Deng Yufeng and cursed, then hurriedly turned and ran away. Qin Yang also looked at Deng Yufeng, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's his own woman. When something happens, she immediately stands on his side. You still have the nerve to laugh. Look at your temper. Anyone can bully us now. Deng Yufeng was angry seeing his reaction. Looks like the news hasn't spread yet. So this woman with a broken tooth still came over to find Jingzhu, just like a fool. No worries. I'll go to her house later and teach her a lesson. Qinyang comforted her. But to his surprise, before Qinyang could do anything, the woman with a broken tooth came again. This time, not only she but also Qin Dongfeng and Qin Feng arrived. What do they have to do with this? When Qinyang saw the father and son coming, he was stunned, even thought he was seeing things. Dongfeng, look, it's him. I was just trying to help your family, Qin Feng, connect with Jingzhu. But Qinyang stopped me, and he even had Deng Yufeng come to hit me. Do you think that's fair? The woman with a broken tooth pointed at Qinyang and scolded loudly. Qinyang's mind exploded. Are you crazy? He couldn't hold back anymore. Earlier, Deng Yufeng had slapped him, and now Qinyang didn't hesitate to kick the woman in the stomach. The woman with a broken tooth suddenly fell backward, landing on the ground with all four limbs in the air, her face turning pale, and she kept crying out. Oh no, hitting people. Qinyang is hitting people. Qinyang, what are you doing? Qin Feng was also startled, not expecting Qinyang to dare to attack. Fuck you. But as he spoke, Qinyang slapped him across the face and then kicked him. Qin Feng, like a little chicken, was no match for Qinyang. After being kicked away, he couldn't stand up. You're asking to die? Qin Dongfeng was furious and immediately wanted to step in to help. But just then, Deng Yufeng and Li Xuanyue stepped forward, holding sticks and standing behind Qinyang. If Qin Dongfeng dared to make a move, the two women were ready to fight. Do not say it is them. At this moment, Zhao Jingzhu unexpectedly took a kitchen knife and stood nearby, with a pale face, glaring at him. For a moment, all three women stood beside Qinyang. Qin Dongfeng was actually scared at this moment. And Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground and now stood up, was extremely angry and jealous. Damn it, such a useless person, and all three women are supporting him. Why is that? Heaven is so unfair. Jingzhu, I truly like you. I don't mind that you got married and have a child. Your uncle told you to remarry, and I specifically asked Aunt Kia to talk to your uncle. They all agreed. What's there to disagree with? It's great to marry into my family. Look, I've already built a new house. You can move in soon. Isn't it better than living here? Why wouldn't you want that? Qin Feng, who said I want to marry you. Even if I never marry in my life, I would never marry you. Don't even think about it. And who I marry is none of my uncle's business. He has no right to control my life, Zhao Jingzhu said angrily, her face turning pale. Isn't that all decided by parents and matchmakers? Your parents are gone, so it must be your uncle and aunt making the decisions. Besides, no matter what, I, Qin Feng, am better than Qinyang, right? Would you rather be with him than me? If you think about it, you're still a broken shoe. I'd be happy just to wear a broken shoe. Qin Feng, despised by Zhao Jingzhu, was furious and started talking nonsense without thinking. Qinyang didn't hold back. Hearing this, he kicked him again. Ouch! Qin Feng was kicked again, flying backward. Qinyang, are you bullying people? Qin Dongfeng's face turned pale with anger, and he was about to step forward again. At this moment, Qin Jinchong and Qin Dachuan all arrived from behind. Qin Dachuan saw the scene and got excited. Fighting. I like it. He kicked Qin Dongfeng from behind. Damn it. You dare to bully my brother Yang. And you dare to bully my sister-in-law. I'll beat you to death. He was so quick that even Qin Jinchong didn't expect it. Qin Dachuan was tall and strong. With one kick, Qin Dongfeng fell with a thud and landed on the ground. Da Chun, like a fierce warrior, pressed down hard on Qin Dongfeng, holding him tightly and hitting his face. You're asking for trouble. If you dare to bully Brother Yang, I will beat you to death. The tense atmosphere was unexpectedly broken by Qin Dachun's actions, which made everyone laugh. Idiot, are you crazy? None of this is your business. Qin Dongfeng, who was being beaten on the ground, wanted to cry but couldn't. He tried to stand up but couldn't, so he could only curse loudly. Qin Jinchong didn't expect his son to be so fierce. He stepped forward to fight. He wanted to stop him, but when he heard Qin Dongfeng call his son an idiot, he couldn't hold back anymore. He rolled his eyes and let Da Chun hit him, not saying a word to stop it. Qin Dongfeng took a good beating. Actually, Both father and son were beaten. At this moment, unexpectedly, someone hurried over from the other side. Seeing the fight, they panicked and hurriedly got off the motorcycle. "Uncle Sheng," the person called out. Seeing who it was, Zhao Jingzhu was stunned for a moment and quickly went forward to greet him. Chen Yang looked and recognized him as a villager from Zhao village, also Zhao Jingzhu's uncle, named Zhao Lixing. Zhao Lixing was confused when he saw the scene. "What is going on?" he asked, looking puzzled. "It's nothing, just a little sparring," Zhao Jingzhu said, unsure how to explain. But Zhao Lixing seemed to understand something. After all, he knew this matchmaker. "Stop fighting. Today, I'm here to speak for our family's Zhao Sheng. Whether Jingzhu gets married or not has nothing to do with them. Their family won't interfere anymore." When he said this, Qin Yang finally stopped hitting Qin Fong and smiled. "Exactly. I told you it's none of your business. Why are you here talking nonsense? And you, are you crazy or what?" Qin Yang pointed at the woman with a missing tooth and scolded her. Today, Chun Yang's sudden outburst and violence scared the woman with the missing tooth. After being beaten, she looked a little afraid. But she couldn't understand. Why did Zhao Xing change his mind again? "It's not. How can this be? He asked me to find Jingzhu. Why now that I've found him? Your people have changed their minds. Are you even human?" The woman with the missing tooth was angry. Qin Fong also stood up, looking angry as he stared at Qin Yang and Zhao Lixing. "Yes, we had an agreement. I was allowed to come here to propose marriage, so why does he suddenly deny it now?" Qin Jinchong saw everyone stop and stepped forward to hold back Qin Dachuan from fighting, standing aside instead. As for Qin Dongfeng, he looked very embarrassed, with a swollen face from being beaten. Jingzhu's marriage was not really his business, and Zhao Lixing was angry when he heard this, glaring at them. How old is Jingzhu? She can marry whoever she wants. Why does it matter to him? Even if he's an uncle, he can't decide Jingzhu's life choices. Where does he get off thinking he can decide for us? He's not the boss. Zhao Lixing's words made Jingzhu's eyes fill with tears. Although Zhao Sheng, her uncle, was not very responsible, Zhao Lixing and the others still treated her pretty well. The reason Zhao Sheng asked Zhao Lixing to come and change the situation was partly because he was afraid after being beaten by Qin Yang. Another reason was that the other uncles and aunts from Zhao's village had scolded him, so he had no choice but to send someone. Also, after Qin Yang beat him up, he was worried Qin Yang might come back to trouble him again. After thinking it over, he decided to accept this outcome. His acceptance was a bit forced, but for Zhao Lixing, it was different. When they said these things, Zhao Lixing felt very uncomfortable. He already felt sad for Jingzhu, who lost her parents at a young age, and Zhao Sheng's irresponsibility made him even angrier. Now, hearing that his family's children were being treated like objects made him even more upset. "Do you still have the nerve to talk nonsense here? Jingzhu is part of our family. Do you think you have the right to talk here? If this happens again, don't blame us old Zhao family members for being rude to you," Zhao Lixing scolded. "Did you hear that?" Qin Jinchong shouted from behind. "Stop talking nonsense here. And you, coming here like this, are you missing teeth or sick? Get out now." With that, Qin Jinchong, along with Qin Dongfeng and the others, felt embarrassed and hurriedly left, muttering something as they quickly walked away. "Uncle Lixing, come inside and have some water." Until everyone had left, Qin Yang took a deep breath and warmly invited Zhao Lixing, Qin Jinzhong, and Qin Dachuan to come inside and have some water. The three of them went in together. However, Dachuan looked very excited, clearly still immersed in the recent fight. "Brother Yang, I just did a big move, hit him hard. I wonder if I hurt his second brother too much, so he can't sneak around with Aunt Xiaolan anymore," Dachuan whispered to Qin Yang as they entered. Qin Yang almost laughed out loud. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, thinking that while other things might be uncertain, Dachuan was really clever. Who says he's a fool? He even knew where to hit a person's vital points. Now he felt a bit sorry for Qin Dongfeng and his son. They went inside, brought tea, and everyone sat down to chat. Zhao Lixing couldn't help but glance at Qin Yang's home. It wasn't a nice house. It looked very old. It had been many years, and everything was not in the best shape. But that wasn't the main point. The real focus was on the three young, beautiful women in Qin Yang's house. Seeing them instantly made him lose his temper. At the same time, when he looked at Qin Yang, his face showed clear dislike. What kind of trouble is this? Why did she marry someone like him? And his niece was also feeling helpless. Even though she was divorced, She refused to leave. Rumors in the village were spreading. But thinking about what would happen if she left, and how her brother was also a disappointment, he just wanted to marry her off again. The problem was, she didn't want to marry anyone, and he couldn't force her. After thinking all this through, Zhao Lixing felt very uncomfortable. He realized he couldn't blame anyone but Qinyang. Yes, it was all Qinyang's fault. He immediately glared at Qinyang and spoke bluntly. Qinyang, we've met a few times. Technically, you're considered part of our family now. But what you've done is really unacceptable. When you said you wanted to marry Jingzhu, you showed sincerity, and everyone agreed. You gave a good dowry. But look at what you've done since marrying her. I think Zhao Sheng's actions weren't good, but yours aren't much better either. If you had been kinder to her, maybe you wouldn't have gotten a divorce. Without the divorce, these other problems wouldn't have happened. Yes. Uncle Lixing is right. I didn't handle things well, and I know I was wrong. I will change. Qinyang surprisingly didn't argue this time, but sincerely admitted his mistake. His honest apology surprised Zhao Lixing a little. He knew what had happened in their village this morning. Although he wasn't there himself, he had heard about it. Now seeing Qinyang so honest, he even looked like someone who hadn't come to settle scores with a gun earlier that day. Uncle Lixing, no one is really to blame for this, and it's not her fault either. It's just fate, Zhao Jingzhu said calmly. All right, fate, huh? Anyway, I don't care about that. Just live your life well, Zhao Lixing replied, feeling a bit helpless. After all, family matters are hard to judge, especially since he's far from being a judge himself. After drinking some tea and saying a few words, he hurriedly left. Although they left, Qinyang still felt angry inside. Damn it, Qinyang felt his anger hadn't gone away. Suddenly, he stood up. I'm going to find Aunt Chia. Qin Dachuan's eyes lit up, and he kept nodding, even getting a little excited. Brother Yang, I'll go with you. I'll help you deal with her. It's so frustrating. Next to them, Qin Jinzhong looked distressed and stopped them. That's enough. You're going to find her again? You already just fought with him. Uncle Hai Chong doesn't want to cause trouble for you, and you're still going? Are you trying to make a big mess? Uncle Hai Chong was Aunt Chia's husband, and he was of the same generation as Qin Jinzhong. If he comes to find me, let him. I'm not afraid of him. Besides, this whole thing is their fault. Whether Jingzhu gets married or who she marries isn't her business. I warned her yesterday when she came over, and today she shows up again. Isn't that bullying me, Qinyang? Qin Jinzhong sighed, thinking that Aunt Chia was just stirring trouble. It seemed like she was deliberately provoking. It really felt like she was bullying Qinyang. Yes, this matter is definitely his fault. But for my sake, let's just forget about it, okay? No more trouble. Qin Jinzhong is someone close to him, and he just helped himself. For a moment, Qinyang couldn't argue with him and could only nod. All right, Qin Jinzhong sighed. Let's settle it that way. You rest well. I'll go talk to the missing tooth about it, and later I'll mention it to Captain Hai. Uncle Jinzhong, thank you so much. No need to thank me. I just don't want to see you clash with so many people in the village. It's better to live peacefully. Let's go, Dachuan. Dachuan Chun grinned and waved goodbye as he left. The house became quiet, and Zhao Jingzhu clearly relaxed, knowing that this matter was finally settled. That's it. Zhao Fashing probably won't bother us anymore, Qinyang said happily, clapping his hands. This time, he had fought quite a few people and vented his anger. Although he won, Deng Yufeng shot him a stern look. Just now, you almost crippled him. We didn't really win. Why are you so happy? Yes, I was wrong. We didn't win, Qinyang hurriedly nodded. Deng Yufeng glared at him, feeling that this guy was losing face now. But looking at Qinyang's current state, he couldn't stay angry. After all, Qinyang had performed well just now, fighting evenly and even more fiery-tempered than before. The important thing was, his temper was fiery, but he still responded to his family's needs. He was a bit flirtatious, though. Thinking about his flirtatious nature, Deng Yufeng couldn't help but glare at him again, feeling like he had scolded him dozens of times. If only he wasn't flirtatious and married only to me, how wonderful that would be. Even if others bullied him, I would stand up for him. Could we really let others bully us as a couple? The atmosphere became a little tense. Ding Xiao keenly sensed that the mood was off, so she stepped forward and sent the 3 daughters-in-law away. Boy, you really are lucky, Ding Xiao said to her son once the 3 daughters-in-law went to do their chores. Qinyang chuckled awkwardly. Don't smile at me like that. Just think about how to treat others well. Look at what happened at our house today. Everyone was ready to fight, holding things in their hands. You wonder where you got such good luck, kid. You should treat others well. I understand, Qinyang nodded. And the rice at home is ready to be harvested. In the next couple of days, we need to harvest the rice, Chen Xiao said again. All right, Qinyang nodded. If that's the case, we will go hunting tonight. After hunting, we will need to harvest the rice, so we might not be able to go hunting for a while to earn money. After dinner, Chen Jinchong, Chen Dachuan, and Chen Haidong came to see him. Chen Yang told his family and quickly grabbed his gun, then hurried up the mountain with them. On the way up, Chen Haidong asked curiously, I heard your house was lively today. Is that true? Missing tooth ant came to cause trouble at my house. Chen Yang cursed. I went to talk to them, and Uncle Haichong also promised me he won't mention this at your house again, Chen Jinchong replied. Missing tooth ant is really out of her mind. She feels like she has nothing else to do but try to matchmake and collect money. As long as there's a matchmaker, even her mother could marry her off. Luckily, her father is still around. Believe it or not, if her father wasn't here, her first plan would be to find a way to marry off her mother and make some money from the matchmaker. Haidong's words were very sharp, making Qinyang and everyone else laugh. How are your rice fields? My mom just told me that we might need to harvest our rice in the next couple of days, Qinyang asked. My family is almost ready too, Chen Jinchong answered. Maybe after tonight, we won't have time to go hunting anymore. We need to go to the fields and harvest the rice. Yes, my family is also planning to start harvesting the day after tomorrow, Haidong nodded repeatedly. After dividing the land, everyone was assigned their plots. Each family farmed their own land, and after each harvest, they had to submit part of the grain to the government. Everyone's enthusiasm for work has improved a lot compared to before, and they are actually getting more things to take home. Since they no longer share everything equally, each person can keep what they grow themselves. This naturally boosts everyone's motivation to produce, which leads to higher yields on the same amount of farmland. However, for everyone, the food supply is still seriously insufficient. For many years, food has always been the top priority. Now that they have reached this point, they focus mainly on harvesting rice. Let's finish this last round of hunting today, then we can concentrate on harvesting rice. After that, we can go hunting again once the harvest is done. Everyone nods and heads up the mountain together to the forest. Lu Rong waits for them at the forest station. When he sees them arrive, he immediately raises his gun and leads the way. Today, there was quite a fuss at Qinyang's house. Lu Rong heard about it and asked around while climbing the mountain. After hearing the story, he chuckled and also made a teasing comment about the woman with a missing tooth. People in the village have their own ways of judging things. Some actions are acceptable, but others are not. For example, introducing someone to a matchmaker is fine, but doing so in front of a person's ex-husband to introduce a new partner is quite funny. That guy is just trying to make money from the matchmaker service. As they walk along the forest path, they soon arrive at a side area. Qinyang's eyes start to turn a faint red, but it's not very intense. Something seems to be over there, Qinyang guesses. It's probably a rabbit or a bird, but since many people are around and he doesn't see anything more brightly colored, he figures they shouldn't miss even a rabbit. It's a good chance to experience the thrill of hunting. They follow the trail and soon see a rabbit sneaking around nearby. Chen Haidong gets excited and fires his gun with a bang. But the rabbit is quick and manages to dodge the shot. Chen Haidong curses loudly, frustrated that he missed such a small target, and hurriedly chases after it again. At that moment, Qinyang raises his gun and shoots, hitting a wild chicken. They continue hunting along the way, and with the idea that they won't let any red-marked animals escape, Qinyang guides them to many wild animals, and they have quite a successful hunt. Soon, they are carrying 7 or 8 wild chickens and 5 or 6 rabbits. However, today luck seems to be against them. They haven't encountered any large game so far. However, everyone felt that their efforts to hunt rabbits and wild chickens were worthwhile. Usually, they couldn't always catch wild rabbits when they went up the mountain, so now that they had caught so many, what more could they ask for? It was pretty good. They thought this and kept moving forward. Suddenly, a bright red dot appeared in front of Qinyang, very red. This made the experienced Qinyang immediately realize what it was. Another big prey, and it looked like a wild boar or a mountain goat. Right now, Qinyang was most interested in these 2 animals because they were valuable. He urgently needed money to build a house. Let's go over there. Qinyang pointed in that direction and told the others to follow him. Seeing how excited Qinyang was, everyone knew he had found something, so they hurried to follow him. Qinyang led the way quickly, running up the mountain. After about 10 minutes, they reached a hilltop. Looking ahead, they saw the prey. Qinyang was a bit excited when he saw it. "Look, there's a water deer," he said to the others behind him. Lu Rong, who often saw many animals in the forest, almost laughed out loud when he saw the water deer. "It's really a water deer. These are quite rare, even around here. I didn't expect to see such a big one, at least 200 to 250 pounds. If we catch this water deer, we can go home tonight." The water deer is also called a mountain ox, a fairly large animal in this area. But compared to wild boars and mountain goats, they are less common. "Get ready to act now," Qinyang said to everyone. With their previous hunting experience, everyone had already taken their positions and was prepared. Qinyang fired the first shot. Bang! The bullet hit the water deer, but it was far away, so Qinyang didn't kill it with one shot. Plus, the water deer was very big, around 200 to 250 pounds, so one shot wasn't enough to kill it. At this point, the water deer sensed danger. After being shot, it started running wildly. Lu Rong and the others also fired their guns, trying to stop the water deer. But surprisingly, he was not hit by a single shot. "Damn it! He ran away again," Lu Rong cursed loudly. Fortunately, after firing one shot, Qinyang didn't rely on them anymore and ran forward desperately. Bang! Another shot was fired. This time, the water deer was hit again, but it wasn't fatal and still had the strength to run forward. Qinyang was stunned. "You're incredible. After being shot twice, you can still run?" Just then, Chen Dachuan appeared from the side and fired a shot. This shot hit the water deer. With a thud, the water deer fell to the ground, seemingly out of energy and unable to run anymore. Qinyang aimed and shot at its head. The water deer was completely still. It was dead for sure. Behind them, Chen Jinchong and others hurried over, panting heavily. When they saw the large animal on the ground, everyone smiled. "Running? Not running anymore." Chun Haidong chuckled, looking at the big creature. "Are we done fighting now?" But after saying this, everyone looked at Chen Yang, clearly waiting for his final decision. Chen Yang looked around and saw that there was no more color in front of him, meaning there probably wasn't anything worth hunting nearby. "Let's go back," Chen Yang said, glancing at the water deer. "Let's sell this water deer first. Tomorrow or the day after, we need to harvest the rice. The family still has preparations to make. We shouldn't stay out too late." No more fighting. Recently, they have been hunting and selling quite a few animals, and they have already sold to nearby villages. Since they have sold so much, the market is now full, and people don't have enough money to buy more. Now everyone looks at each other, unsure of what to do. "Maybe we should go to the city to sell?" Qinyang asked suddenly, looking at them. "Go to the city?" Lu Rong hesitated at this suggestion. "I've thought about it. We've sold a lot of meat in the nearby villages recently. Moving to the city might also work, but it would be slower than before. Plus, rural people generally have less money, so fewer can afford to buy our meat. Also, our water deer meat will probably be more expensive than pork or lamb. It might be harder to sell here, so I think we should go to the city. First, the city has higher spending power, and many people get salaries. Second, wild game sells better in the city because many people really like it." Qinyang's words made sense, and they all nodded in agreement. "Actually, going to sell in the city isn't a problem. We can take the cart there. It only takes about 2 hours each way. So 4 hours round trip. We could leave around 7 or 8 in the morning and be back by noon or early afternoon. But I'm worried about the people with red armbands there. If we go, we might get caught. That is indeed a big problem." But Qinyang doesn't need to worry now, because with his special abilities guiding him, he's not afraid. Not only can he avoid the red armband people, but he can also find good buyers. "Let's go to the city to sell," Qinyang said confidently when he saw their worried looks. "I've been to the city many times to sell things. I know the city well, where it's safe and where I can sell. Just follow me. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." But that's not right. Chen Jinzhong and the others blushed when they heard this. No matter what, they are elders. If something really happens, how can they let the younger ones take the risk? Wouldn't that mean they don't respect their elders? If you're so confident, then let's go to the city to sell. If something happens, aren't we afraid of them? We'll find a way. Let's go. After Chen Jinzhong said this, Everyone nodded in agreement. They loaded the water deer onto the cart, and Chunyang rode the two-wheeled carriage. The carriage couldn't hold that many people, and the more people there were, the slower the horse's speed. So he brought Chun Dachuan along, while the other three took the carriage toward the city. They arrived in the city around 4 a.m. At this time, it was still early in the morning. The Baikong County town was very dark and quiet, not like a busy city. Everyone felt a bit confused and didn't know where to go. Finally, they looked at Chunyang. Chunyang was not in a hurry because he noticed a small light flickering again nearby. The light meant he was lucky this time. He waved to them and signaled for them to follow him. They followed the light. Chunyang rode at the front on a two-wheeled cart with Chun Dachuan, looking calm and confident. The other three were nervous in the carriage, worried that someone in red armbands might come out to catch them. At that time, everyone was most afraid of meeting such people. But luckily, Chunyang was a reliable person. After walking a bit, he found himself near a rural urban area, and there seemed to be lights ahead. There were people walking around, but they looked cautious and quiet, as if they were doing something secretive. Suddenly, Chunyang had an idea. It might be a black market. Because in this era, many things were restricted openly, mainly because the country's industry was weak. When people couldn't buy certain items legally, they had to find other ways. This led to the rise of black markets. Black markets didn't have fixed locations. They moved around from time to time. If Chunyang guessed correctly, this was probably one of those black markets. That's the black market. Lu Rong and the others saw it too, their eyes brightening. They hadn't expected to stumble upon a black market by accident. Xiaoyang, do you know this is a black market? Chunyang didn't quite know how to answer. He chuckled and said, I've heard of it before, but I wasn't sure. I just came to try my luck. I didn't expect to find it. Let's quickly take this thing and sell it. Yes, let's go. They quickly found a spot inside and started dismantling the water deer on the carriage. The water deer was very large. Even in the black market, this item is quite rare. While they were dissecting the water deer, someone had already moved to the front to watch. After seeing it, everyone nodded in agreement. What's this? Someone asked, confused. Have you never seen it? This is a water deer, a wild animal. It's hard to catch, and there aren't many around here, an experienced person explained. Is it tasty? Of course. Who cares if it's good or not? Just having meat is enough. Plus, it's delicious and rare. Boss, how much for this water deer? Someone immediately asked. Everyone looked at Chunyang. 1.8 per gene. That's expensive? Someone shook their head in surprise. It's not about whether it's expensive or not. When you buy meat at the market, you need a receipt, and it costs over a gene. This water deer is very rare, and we got a big one this time. Luck was on our side. We don't need a receipt, so it's only 1.8. The price is fair, Chunyang explained. That makes sense. Many people here are eager to try this uncommon meat, so some actually bought it. Give me 5 gene. Since city folks have more money, someone quickly bought 5 gene. Let me have 2 gene too, 1 gene for me. Soon, the place became lively, with many people coming forward to buy meat. Lu Rong and Chun Jinchong handled the cutting. Chunyang and Chun Hailong took the money, and Chun Dachuan helped out on the side. The market was bustling, and their water deer was selling very fast. The sales were so busy that this stall became the most lively one. Chunyang, happily collecting money, suddenly saw a bright flash of green light. The green light moved very quickly, as if warning something. Chunyang was startled. This was the first time he saw such a thing. He instinctively thought it was an alarm, indicating danger. Damn, could it be someone with a red sleeve passing by? Thinking this, his face changed instantly, and he shouted to the others, Everyone, pack up quickly. Someone with a red sleeve is coming. There is no need to persuade anyone. As soon as someone mentions that people with red armbands are coming, many immediately scatter and run away. Quickly pack up your things and get out of here, Chunyang said quickly, guiding Lu Rong and others to pack everything. Lu Rong and a few others were confused. Although he didn't know how Chunyang knew about this, they quickly started packing as well. Some people believed Chunyang, but others did not. Nearby vendors saw Chunyang shout and scare everyone, causing them to run away in fear. They immediately started criticizing. You're talking nonsense. How could anyone come here? We've only set up shop for 2 days. How would they know so quickly? Stop spreading rumors and scaring people. You're not doing good business yourself, and now you want us to do well. Chunyang secretly cursed him as an idiot. He ignored him and hurriedly packed up, urging their cart to leave quickly. Some people believed Qinyang, but others still refused to move and stayed put. Qinyang didn't care about their opinions. He just kept pushing them to hurry and leave with the cart. Huh? What's so funny? Who said anyone is coming? We have guards here. No one can sneak in. If anyone was coming, we would have known already. Where does this fool get his stories? Several vendors insisted no one was coming and kept arguing and cursing. Suddenly, outside, there was a loud noise. Many people wearing red armbands appeared, shouting loudly. Don't move. Not a single one is allowed to leave. All right, anyone trying to cheat or sell illegally, arrest them all. The sudden commotion stunned everyone. Many people froze in place, feeling paralyzed. Run, someone shouted into the night, and the rest of the crowd scattered and fled. But it was too late. A large group of people arrived quickly, pinning each person down. For a moment, everything was chaotic. Meanwhile, Qinyang and his group had already left the area. They had just arrived at a different place and saw the scene from afar. Look, look, they whispered from a distance, watching as many people were pushed out by those with red armbands. Wow, Shindachuan clapped his hands and said, these fools, let them go if they want. They insist on staying stubbornly. Look at them now, they're even more foolish than I am. They're all stunned now. Lu Rong and Chun Haidong had just been hesitant to leave because they had sold most of their goods, leaving only a small amount, about 100 jin. They were thinking they could sell a little more before finishing. But now, after seeing those people being caught, they felt scared. If Qinyang hadn't insisted they all leave earlier, they might have been caught too. Xiaoyang, how did you know they would come? Lu Rong wiped his sweat and looked at him. Qinyang smiled slightly. It's hard to explain, but I just had a feeling there was danger, so I told you to run. A feeling? That's really hard to explain. Could it be what people call a sixth sense? And thinking about how Qinyang always finds wild animals when he goes hunting in the mountains, they were convinced now. Damn, I told you I should have gone hunting with you. Not only that, but we also need to sell our stuff together. Your instincts are better than anyone's. Lu Rong couldn't help but praise, smiling. He felt lucky to follow Qinyang now. It would be much easier to handle things with him. But where should we sell the remaining goods now? Chun Haidong, standing nearby, also felt scared but was more concerned about what to do with the stuff. Everyone looked at Qinyang, waiting for his decision. Qinyang thought carefully, but thinking about it was useless. In the end, he looked into the distance. He noticed a red spot appearing again ahead. Let's go this way, Qinyang said with interest, pointing in that direction. Again with the sixth sense? Of course. My gut tells me going that way will solve our problem. So let's go that way. I trust my instincts again, Qinyang joked with himself. Everyone trusted him completely. Wherever he said to go, they went. Follow the path straight ahead. They didn't know the destination. After walking a while, the light ahead disappeared, as if they had reached their destination. Behind them, Chun Jinchong and the others looked confused, staring blankly at the scene. Qinyang looked around at this moment because he didn't know where his customer might appear. Since there were bright spots here, it meant there were buyers nearby. As he was thinking this, someone came walking toward them. Curious, they approached to see what the group was doing. Hey, what are you guys doing? Chun Jinchong and the others became nervous, as times were still unstable. They didn't want to be mistaken for bad people. Sir, we're here to sell things. Qinyang quickly explained his purpose. Sell things? What are you selling so late at night? You really have guts, the man said, surprised. We come from the countryside. We caught a water deer last night and thought it wouldn't sell well in the village, so we brought it to the city. But we had bad luck. Just started selling when some people with red sleeves came, so we had to run. Water deer? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, showing interest. Is it this one? Let me see. Qinyang was pleased. His target was now in sight. He led the man to the back to look. They lifted the water deer, which now weighed just over 100 jin, but the meat looked fresh and very fatty. Really a water deer? These are rare. You're lucky to get such a thing, the man said, nodding repeatedly, clearly impressed. Want some? Lu Rong asked enthusiastically. How can I not take some? How much do you have here? The man asked generously, pointing at the deer. Probably around 100 jin. We'll weigh it now, Qinyang said happily, immediately asking them to weigh it. They worked together to lift and weigh the whole deer, which turned out to be 136 jin. Do you want it? Chen Ginchang's voice trembled slightly. How much are you selling it for? 1 yuan 80 per jean. I'll take it all, the man said without hesitation. When they were about to leave, Qinyang couldn't help but ask him, I can't eat all of this myself, but I can share it at my workplace. My boss is asking me to find some good things to bring them. I looked everywhere but couldn't find anything special, but your water deer is quite rare. You've really helped me a lot. Everyone sighed in relief, realizing it was for the workplace, so it made sense. At the same time, Lu Rong and Chun Haidong gave Qinyang a thumbs up, thinking his intuition was really accurate, which helped him find clients. Soon, they arrived at the person's home. After placing the items and paying him, the transaction was complete. They took the money and prepared to return to the village. However, Qinyang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gently asked the middle-aged man in front of him, Uncle, do you often eat these things in the cafeteria? Is there a long-term need for them? Can you usually get them? The man asked, looking at him. Almost, Qinyang replied. I do need some things here too, but it depends on the time. During festivals or special occasions, there's more demand, especially for those leaders. They really like this. If you manage to get these around festivals, you can come find me. Since you know my family now, just tell them when you come. Thank you, Uncle. What's your name? I'm Han Chonglin. All right, Uncle. I'm Qinyang. If I get these again, I'll come find you. Okay. Take care on your way. Soon, Qinyang and everyone else left. After selling the water deer, and since it was still early, everyone happily headed home. When they got back, it wasn't very late, just after 6 a.m. Although some villagers had already started their day, it was still quite early for them. Taking this opportunity, everyone gathered together to count the money. They sold the water deer for a total of 723 yuan. Let me speak, Chen Jinchong said first after counting the money. Although we hunted together, everyone knows who contributed the most effort. Even selling the stuff, it was mostly Xiao Yang who did the most. It wouldn't be fair to split everything equally. So I think Xiao Yang should get half. Chun Haidong and Lu Rong looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Although there are only 4 of us left, Dazhu and I share 1 portion. So the remaining share is divided among the 3 of us. Is that okay? No problem. Lu Rong and Chun Haidong quickly nodded in agreement. Qinyang didn't hesitate and took over 360 yuan himself. Since he was the one who found the prey, caught it, and even sold it, it was only fair he got the biggest share. Honestly, it's already generous of him to give some money to the others. Then he said, let's all go back now. It's still early, and everyone can rest a bit. Maybe tomorrow we'll need to harvest rice. He carefully put away the over 300 yuan and told them. Everyone nodded happily and went home excitedly. Each person received at least 100 yuan, which was a lot for them. When Qinyang got home, he gently pushed open the door. He saw that everyone was already up. When they saw him come in, they all looked at him. They had prepared things, wearing their oldest clothes, and rolled up their sleeves, ready to work. What are you all doing? Qinyang was a bit confused, but when he saw the sickles in their hands, he understood. Our rice is ready to be harvested. We wanted to go early in the morning when it's cooler. Did you just get back? Then stay at home with Mom. She'll make breakfast, and after we finish harvesting, we'll come back. Zhao Jingzhu, the eldest sister, explained as usual. I'll go with you, Qinyang said shyly. You've worked all night. Do you want to go harvest rice with us now? Are you crazy? We just divorced, not asking for your life. If something happens to you, people might say we're bad luck, and it'll be hard for us to remarry, Deng Yufeng said sharply. Qinyang looked at her speechless, thinking, why do you have to be so harsh? All right. I'll rest for a while first. You all go ahead and harvest. When I've rested enough, I'll go with you in the afternoon or whenever I wake up, he said. Then you rest well, Zhao Jingzhu replied, and she, along with Li Xuanyue and Deng Quanfeng, left. Ding Xiaoyi was already up, doing housework. Seeing her son come in from outside, she felt both worried and helpless. Go to bed quickly. I will wake you up when it's time to eat. Qinyang nodded and hurriedly went to bed. He was drowsy and didn't know exactly when he fell asleep. When he woke up again, he saw that the sky was already bright. Still groggy, he got up and went outside. Chunya and Chun Yi, the sisters, were playing happily outside with little Qinguang. When they saw him, they happily ran over. Dad, you're awake? We already ate meat this morning. Grandma told us not to wake you, so you could sleep a little longer. Already 8 in the morning? Then what time is it now? Qinyang was stunned. He looked up and saw the sun high in the sky. Wow, it's noon? He looked toward the kitchen and saw smoke rising, as if they were cooking. You're awake? When he went inside, he saw his mother cooking and stirring the dishes. She glanced at him and greeted him. How is it noon? You didn't call me in the morning. Qinyang felt a bit helpless. He went closer and saw that the food was quite good, with meat and vegetables. This was because their family had gone through big changes recently. Last night, you didn't sleep at all, only a couple of hours in the morning. How could you sleep like that? So I didn't call you. Are you awake now? Yes, I'm awake. Qinyang nodded. Now that you're awake, take some tea to them and call them back to prepare for the meal. I'll go right away. Qinyang quickly finished washing up and went to get a pot of tea. The tea was made from dried leaves and roots of the foldear root, used for brewing tea. It was very refreshing and thirst-quenching, especially when cooled. It was a popular way to beat the heat here. He hurried to his field and saw 3 women wearing straw hats working under the hot sun. The golden rice paddies swayed as they swung their sickles, gradually returning to the original color of the land. Many families' rice was ripe, and people were busy working in each field. The sound of threshing machines filled the air, adding a rural summer atmosphere. Qinyang felt a bit dazed. He had been reborn for some time now, but the season of rice harvesting was always the most unforgettable for him. Now, seeing it again, he finally snapped out of his trance. The familiar, frustrating feeling slowly faded away. Lunch is almost ready. You all stop working here and go home quickly. After eating, we'll come back, Qinyang said as he packed up his things and spoke to them. The 3 women wore straw hats and rolled up their pant legs. The 3 beautiful wives he married all looked good and had smooth skin. Now, working in the muddy rice fields, stepping deep into the mud, they looked especially eye-catching, with a strong contrast. They were also a bit tired, sweating all over. When they heard Qinyang, they put down their sickles and came to the edge of the field. Leeches! Suddenly, Li Shuangyue screamed and pointed at Zhao Jingzhu's leg, looking scared. Deng Yufeng, who was usually brave, was also frightened and took a step back, shouting in surprise. Zhao Jingzhu's face turned pale. It's not that they are really cowardly, but some people are naturally afraid of these things, especially leeches. Leeches are soft and sticky, but just thinking about how they might crawl into someone's flesh makes it terrifying. Qinyang reacted quickly. He stepped forward, pinched the leech, and then placed it on the ground. He stomped on it with his foot. Not satisfied, he picked up a stone and smashed it to pieces. It's okay, don't be afraid. Qinyang comforted them. The 3 women's faces relaxed a little. Hurry up and drink some water. Let's go home. I'll come back with you this afternoon. Their work was almost done, and no one said much more. They followed him and left the field together. Back home, they washed their hands and feet first. Qinyang started preparing bowls and chopsticks, waiting for everyone to sit down and eat. Their mother seemed to feel sorry for her daughters-in-law working so hard, so she made many dishes. When they sat at the table, she kept serving them food, more attentive than Qinyang himself. This made Qinyang feel a bit embarrassed. But thinking about how, before, his mother and 3 ex-wives did most of the work, while he was like an old man, he also helped out but wasn't the main worker. Now, he knew he had to work hard himself. He decided to start right away. After finishing his meal and waiting for the sun to become less hot, Qinyang went to work. At that moment, his 3 ex-wives were all resting in their own rooms. He took a sickle and went alone. By the time his ex-wives woke up, Qinyang had already harvested a large area of rice. Strange, how did he suddenly become so hardworking? Deng Yufeng asked, watching Qinyang sweat and work hard from afar. He couldn't help but ask Zhao Jingzhu beside him. Zhao Jingzhu also felt puzzled but kept a smile on her face. He's changed a lot recently. Before, everyone in the village said he was lazy and idle. Don't you often say that too? Actually, the reason you 2 divorced was because you kept criticizing him. Besides the fact that you had a daughter, you also said he was always being controlled by you. Now, he doesn't need to be controlled. He just comes over to do this himself. Shouldn't you be happy about that? Zhao Jingzhu replied. Stop talking about this. He's just making up reasons. Basically, he's tired of it. When you married him, you didn't care what he did. If he wanted to do something, he did it. If not, he didn't. You didn't care when he woke up or went to bed. In the end, he still wanted a divorce. This guy has no fixed habits. He has no other relationships. He just does what he wants. There are no real reasons, she said. Her words made Zhao Jingzhu speechless for a moment. In the end, she could only go forward with the others to harvest rice. Qin Yang turned his head to look at them, happily waved, and then bent down to continue harvesting. Not long after, Chen Dachuan and Chun Ginchang's family also arrived. Brother Yang, you're here so early. Do you want me to help you harvest first? Chen Dachuan asked. Behind him, Chen Jinchang rolled his eyes. Does he think we don't want to help him? We haven't even finished our own rice, but he's already thinking of helping others. Thanks, Dachuan, but you should harvest your own rice first. Chen Yang waved his hand. Chen Dachuan responded with an, oh, and after a while, he spoke with some helplessness. Harvesting rice here with my dad is so boring. There are 3 beautiful sisters nearby. It would be more fun to harvest rice with them. Dad, when will you marry me a wife? He asked. Chen Jinchang almost slapped him after hearing that. Do you think I don't want to marry you a wife? Is the question whether you can marry her? When people hear that you have a problem with your mind, they are not happy. For many farmers, busy farming seasons are both tiring and happy. They are tired because farming is hard work, but happy because they finally get to harvest their efforts. But for Qin Yang, it's just pure exhaustion. After harvesting the rice, he has to plow the fields again and plant a new crop, which is very tiring. That day, everything at Qin Yang's home was finished. Qin Yang had been tired for about 20 days. Even in his next life, he still thinks farmers are the least valued group. They work so hard to grow food, but they might not even have enough to eat themselves. They say they contribute, but when they go to the city, people still look down on them as country bumpkin workers. He decided he wouldn't be a farmer anymore in this life. Qin Yang cursed quietly, thinking that after finishing this year's rice planting, he wouldn't plant rice again. He needed to find a way to convince his mother and his 3 ex-wives not to plant rice anymore. But after harvesting the new rice, his mother had already milled it early and was waiting for everyone to come back and taste it. Today, everything was settled. Life had been good lately. There was enough food and clothes. His mother's smile had returned. At this moment, in the kitchen, his mother and Zhao Jingzhu were busy working. Outside, Deng Yufeng was braiding hair for Chunya and Chenyi. Li Shuangyue was helping his mother and Zhao Jingzhu. For lunch, they had a very rich meal. Not only was there enough rice, but they also made some local snacks from rice paste. These snacks are full of carbohydrates, and with a splash of chili sauce, they tasted especially delicious. Everyone enjoyed the meal, but Qin Yang thought it was a good time to give them a little mental preparation, so he decided to talk to them seriously. Mom, I need to tell everyone something. After we finish planting this late rice this year, our family won't farm anymore starting next year. His mother was still immersed in great happiness, thinking her son had made big progress this year. Not only did he go hunting in the mountains and catch fish in the river to improve their life, but he also earned quite a bit of money. Even during busy farming times, she didn't have to urge him to harvest rice and plant crops. Although his work wasn't perfect, she was very satisfied. But she didn't expect that right after harvesting the rice, he would encourage her to stop farming altogether. This made her very upset. You keep talking nonsense every day? What do you mean we don't need to farm anymore? If we don't farm, how will we eat? What will we eat? How will we pay our land taxes? Have you forgotten your own name after eating meat for a few days? And now you still dare to say we shouldn't farm? Do you believe I'll hit you? Actually, Ding Xiaoyi is a very caring mother. She usually feels upset when she scolds, but now she's clearly angry. Deng Yufeng looks at Qin Yang with a mischievous smile, thinking, let's see what you do now. Zhao Jingzhu doesn't say anything. Mom, let's talk nicely. Qin Yang just said a little thing. Don't get so excited. We can discuss this calmly. Li Shuangyue quickly defends Qin Yang. So you're saying he's forgotten how we survive after eating meat for just 2 days? If we don't farm, how will we pay taxes? How will we eat? Isn't he messing around? Mom, I think it's too tiring to farm. Look at Jingzhu, Yufeng, and Shuangyue. They're all beautiful and have good skin. But after working in the fields for a while, they've gotten darker. I feel sorry for them. Li Shuangyue immediately smiles. Deng Yufeng can't help but look in the mirror to check. Sure enough, she's darker. Only Zhao Jingzhu remains silent. You're just worried about your ex-wives, Ding Xiaoyi says with a sneer, thinking, you sure know how to flatter them. I was thinking we could let our relatives farm the land. They can pay the taxes and maybe give us some grain as a gift. Then we can just buy rice to live on. Are you crazy? We don't even have grain coupons. How can we buy rice? Without grain coupons, I can go to the black market to get some. Then we can buy as much rice as we want. If we can't get coupons, we can spend a bit more money to buy bargaining grain. Actually, rice isn't that expensive, Qinyang explains. But that's not possible. His mother interrupts, blocking his idea. Qinyang scratches his head but understands. In this time, people can't see the future, and land distribution to everyone is something they've been waiting for a long time. Just after the land was divided, he was already thinking of leasing it out to others. Wouldn't that cut off his family's livelihood? It's no longer the 1980s. Even at the beginning of the 2000s, many people still didn't want to give their land to others to farm because, for farmers, land is the most important resource. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted to talk to them for now. If he really needed to solve this problem, it would have to wait until the end of the year. At that time, he needed to build a good house, his family had to have money, and they also needed enough food. Only then would his mother listen to him. For now, he decided not to think too much about it. But before getting his mother's approval, he also needed to make his 3 ex-wives believe in him. Especially, he wanted all 3 to support him, so his mother wouldn't have much to say. He was still thinking about how to get his 3 ex-wives to agree and stand with him. Compared to the others, Li Xuanyue was easier to handle. She was the most flexible among the 3. But Deng Yufeng and Zhao Jingzhu were more difficult. Zhao Jingzhu was good because she was rational. As long as he could convince her with his reasons, she would agree. The hardest to deal with was Deng Yufeng. She was both rational and emotional. He needed to show her the benefits and also make her satisfied. Yes, since they wanted to do business before, he thought he could start from that. Once they were doing business, they wouldn't have time to stay in the fields, and they could still make money. That would settle the matter. Yes, he would let them choose to do business. But how to do business was another question. What kind of business should they start? Qinyang left his house and took a walk around the village, trying to think about this problem. After walking for a while, he suddenly had an idea. Our family is big, especially with mostly women. The easiest business to start is probably food-related. But doing a good food business isn't so simple. We're in a rural area, so we can't attract many customers unless we make preserved foods. Not only preserved foods, but it would be best to make convenient foods, even ones that can be sold in the city. By the way, would cold dishes work? Cold dishes are mostly vegetarian, and we can find all kinds of ingredients in our village. The cost is relatively low. If I can just get the flavors right, I can sell them later. Thinking this way, his eyes lit up. There really might be a possibility. So he hurriedly ran back home. Didn't you all want to start a business before? Do you have any ideas? He called everyone aside and asked them. What ideas do you have? Deng Yufeng looked at him and asked. I'm just asking you first. If you have ideas, I'll listen. If not, I'll give you a suggestion, then tell us your idea, Deng Yufeng said. Got it. So, you don't have any ideas. I do have one. I want to make cold dishes. What are cold dishes? Actually, they are just cold salads. Cold salads. How do you make them? Zhao Jingzhu asked curiously. Basically, I cook the ingredients first, then set them aside. We choose whatever vegetables the customer wants, usually by weight, and then mix them with seasonings. They taste really good. Are they tasty? Of course. I'll make some for you to try. Since there was time now, Qinyang quickly started preparing to make cold salads. It was summer, and there were plenty of vegetables at home. Qinyang told them to buy some of the vegetables they already had, then hurried to the town on his bike to buy more. Besides seasonings, he also bought some vegetables they didn't have at home. For example, kelp and wood ear mushrooms. In the end, he even spent a little money to buy a pig's ear. Unfortunately, they didn't have soy products. But those could be made at home. He could make some tofu skin strips later. For now, he just wanted to prepare these dishes well. When he returned, Qinyang took over dinner that evening. He mainly wanted to show off his skill in making cold dishes. In his previous life, Qinyang was used to living alone, especially after his mother passed away. He didn't worry about food or clothing and was quite well off. He preferred cooking at home rather than eating outside. It turned out he was pretty good at cooking, and his dishes were quite tasty. Now, making these cold dishes was easy for him. First, he blanched the vegetables until cooked, then set them aside. Next, he went to prepare the pig's ears. When the braising was almost done, he took out the pig ears to cool. Then he started preparing the seasonings. The most important part of cold dishes is the flavor of the seasonings. This is what attracts people. If the seasonings taste good, many people will want to buy. So what makes seasonings delicious? According to everyone's comments, even dipping shoes in it would taste good. That's how good it is. If this dish sells well after making it, many others will try to copy it. At that time, your own seasonings need to be better than theirs to keep your competitive edge. Seeing Chen Yang busy inside, Zhao Jingzhu walked in and softly asked him, "Do you want me to help? Is there anything I can do?" Chen Yang was very busy but shook his head. "No need, just watch me here. Just remember all the steps. When you start this business, you'll have to handle it yourself." Chen Yang said this and kept working. Zhao Jingzhu sat quietly nearby, mainly watching how Chen Yang did everything. By evening, everything was ready. They reheated the leftover lunch from noon, then prepared 2 cold dishes. One was a simple vegetable salad. Besides the wood ear mushrooms and kelp that he soaked and chopped, they added some homegrown vegetables like celery. They mixed everything with the seasoned sauce, and it looked bright red and oily, very appetizing. But the most important part was the pig ears. He sliced the pig ears and mixed them with the seasoned sauce. Then he poured it over the dish. Just smelling the fragrant sesame oil and seeing the color made it very tempting. "This must be delicious." Chunya, smelling the aroma, stepped forward with bright eyes and pointed at the dish confidently. With her many years of eating experience, she knew this would be tasty. "Come on, everyone, try some." Chen Yang smiled slightly and invited everyone to eat. Ding Xiaoyi curiously stepped forward to look. "It looks pretty good, but are you sure it's really tasty?" Ding Xiaoyi said, then picked up a chopstick and took a bite. After tasting it, she couldn't help but nod repeatedly. "This flavor is really good. You made a great seasoning, and I didn't expect this kind of taste from the cold dish. When you blanched the vegetables earlier, I thought they looked unappetizing, but after mixing them, the flavor improved a lot. Let me try the pig ear." After trying it, she couldn't help but clap and cheer. Zhao Jingzhu and a few others also went to taste it, and after trying, they looked at each other in surprise. "It really is delicious. I think, honestly, our vegetarian dishes cost very little to make. We can add almost all the vegetables we have at home, mix them well, and then sell them. This way the cost drops a lot. The meat will be a bit more expensive, so we won't make much of it. Mainly, we'll focus on vegetarian cold dishes. What do you all think? I think it's worth trying." Zhao Jingzhu is a sensible person and quickly saw the business opportunity, so she nodded in agreement and looked at Li Shuangyue and Deng Yufeng. "What do you two think?" Jingzhu said, "and I'll follow her lead." Deng Yufeng is a supporter of Zhao Jingzhu and didn't hesitate to show his support. Li Shuangyue also nodded in agreement. All right then. Chen Yang knew he had convinced them with this idea, so he smiled and said, "Let's go with this plan. Tomorrow is market day, so later you can start preparing some dishes and ingredients. If possible, we can make another batch tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the town to set up a stall." "Sounds good." Li Shuangyue was very happy and agreed with a nod. After dinner, the women started working in the kitchen. Chen Yang was nearby, guiding them, watching, and helping a little. While they were working inside, there was a noise outside. "Brother Yang, are we not going hunting tonight? Are we going fishing instead?" It was Chen Dachuan's voice. "Go." Chen Yang didn't hesitate and came out from inside. "Should we go now?" Dachuan was a bit excited. "Let's go now?" Chen Yang glanced inside. "Do you still need my help? If not, I'll go fishing. Tomorrow, I'll also sell some fish in the town." "No need. After you go fishing, try the food we made and see if it suits your taste." Ding Xiaoyi waved him off. "Be careful yourself," Li Shuangyue warned. Chen Yang smiled slightly and hurriedly left. Dachuan was even happier. Recently, they had been busy harvesting early rice and had no time to go hunting or fishing. He had been waiting for this moment. "Brother Yang, do you think we should gather those loaches and eels? If we do, I have caught quite a few at home during rice harvest time. I found many. Maybe we can go catch some loaches or eels." But just as he spoke, he suddenly turned to Chen Yang. Chen Yang's mind moved. "Yes, there are still many loaches and eels in the fields. If we go catch them, we can get a lot. Did you catch many at home?" "I did." "Want to see? There are a lot. My dad kept them, but I don't know where he plans to sell them. Let's go. I'll check it out." Chen Yang became interested and hurriedly followed him back to Chen Dachuan's house. "Xiaoyang, come in and have some wine." Chen Jinchong was very happy to see him and invited him in for tea. "Uncle Jinchong, I heard Dachuan say that you've caught many eels and loaches during rice harvesting. Is that right?" "Yes, they're all here." Chen Jinchong immediately took him to the side. He saw a bucket filled with loaches. And the bucket wasn't enough. There was also a small pond in their yard with loaches and eels. That many? Qinyang was stunned. No, during rice harvest, I've seen loaches, but not this many. You only do that when planting rice and transplanting seedlings. I haven't been involved in catching these. Lately, besides farming with Dachuan, I've also been catching loaches and eels. Of course, I've caught quite a few. The dikes in the fields are full of these things. Not just me. Others have caught a lot too. Qinyang saw these creatures moving eagerly. They could be sold in the city. You guys are really good, Qinyang thought, but didn't say much about his real reason for coming. He wasn't sure if he could sell these things. There's so much. Are you planning to sell it? Honestly, I probably can't eat it all myself. I want to sell it, whatever I can get for it. But the town always offers low prices. How about this? You take it, give me a little money as a thank you, and then you can sell it. You know a lot of people in the city, so maybe you'll find someone interested when you sell. Qin Jinchang has also sold things with Qinyang a few times and thinks he has good luck, so he has this idea. Qinyang thinks for a moment and then says, okay, I'll go take a look sometime. I also want to see if I can catch loach or eel. Of course there are places to catch loach and eel. If you really want to go, I can tell you where, Qin Dachuan said excitedly. After hearing this, Qinyang already had some ideas and hurriedly left. Dachun, let's stop fishing. How about we find a place to catch loach and eel? Great. I know a good spot for that. I'll tell you where. Where is it? Qinyang looked at him with interest. Don't underestimate Dachun. He might seem simple, but he knows a lot about catching fish in the villages around town. Feng Lake Village. There are lots of loach, eel, and turtles in Feng Lake. I've been there several times. Feng Lake Village? Qinyang's mind moved. He actually knows Feng Lake. It's right next to their village. It's quite famous. Feng Lake is very big, so it's not surprising if there's plenty inside. Let's go to Feng Lake tonight. Okay. Dachun was excited and immediately nodded, ready to prepare. Since it was their first trip, Qinyang didn't bring much, just a bucket and a bamboo basket. They rode a small motorcycle with Dachun to Feng Lake, mainly to check out the situation. Feng Lake was very quiet. It's a huge lake. When they arrived, they saw the calm surface of the lake, with a breeze carrying a faint fishy smell and a cool feeling. It's very relaxing in the summer heat. Hurry up. Dachun looked very excited and waved at him. Let's go down quickly and take a look. But he didn't know that at this moment, Qinyang was looking at the entire lake and saw that the surface was completely red. Wow, it's really red. This shows there are many creatures in the lake, but he wasn't sure if they were fish, eels, loaches, or turtles. Damn, it would be great to come to Feng Lake to fish. Thinking this, he followed Dachun to a nearby mudflat area. Brother Yang, we can enter Feng Lake from this place. The area is all mudflat, and it mostly has eels, loaches, and turtles. But whether we catch anything depends on our luck. I think you're lucky. You always manage to catch something when we go hunting or fishing together. If you bring me along, we'll definitely get a lot. At this moment, Qin Dachun wasn't as foolish as before. He looked very clever and hurriedly led him inside. They first put the big fishing rod aside by the road and moved down from a less grassy spot. As soon as they stepped down, they found it was all mud. But beneath the mud, there were many loaches, turtles, and eels, just what he wanted. And such a large mudflat made Qinyang's eyes almost pop out. Why didn't I think of this place before? This is going to be fun. Be careful, Dachun. These muddy areas are dangerous. Don't run around. Qinyang warned him when he saw how excited Dachun was and how he was about to go down. Yeah, these mudflats aren't firm at all, very dangerous. Like some kind of thing, Dachun muttered, a bit skeptical. Qinyang's face froze at his words, almost laughing out loud. My big brother Dachun is always so awesome. Okay, follow me closely. You don't need to catch anything. I'll do the work. Just stay behind me, Qinyang decided after thinking carefully. He told him to follow behind and walk in front. This way, it would be a little safer. Qinyang was very cautious. Before stepping, he would test the ground with his foot to make sure it was solid and steady before taking a real step. As he moved slowly forward, the color in his eyes deepened and grew closer. It seemed like there was something ahead. He reached out and turned something over. In fact, at night, it's hard to see clearly. Although there is moonlight, the mudflat is full of mud, and the creatures inside, be they loaches, eels, or turtles, blend in with the mud's color. Even shining a flashlight from above doesn't make things very clear. But Qin Yang had a red dot to guide him. As long as he aimed his light at the red dot, he could see everything clearly. This made his work much easier. He reached out and grabbed something. Immediately, he felt it was slippery underneath. It was definitely an eel. Grabbing an eel in summer can be a bit scary because it feels like a snake. Why do some people get scared when they see eels? Because eels and snakes look almost the same, especially in poor light conditions, which can be frightening. Qin Yang was confident because he had a special skill that told him what he caught was valuable. That's why he dared to grab it. Otherwise, he'd be afraid to reach into the water at night. Wow, it's so big. Daju was excited when he saw the eel Qin Yang caught. It really was huge, even bigger than ones he caught in the village. This shows that Fenghu Lake is good for raising aquatic animals. Qin Yang casually put the eel into a basket behind him and kept moving forward. A little to the left ahead, there was another red dot, and it looked very red, definitely something valuable. He moved closer and reached out. It was very hard. It seemed like a shell of some kind. He tried to lift it with force, and suddenly, he caught something. It had 4 legs and was nervously flapping them. His head was also searching for a good angle, as if it might bite him. It was a turtle, and it was a big turtle. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Daju, Qin Yang's loyal follower, praised him again. He reached out and took the turtle, then threw it into another basket. Qin Yang didn't know how to praise himself anymore. He was just awesome. Every time he went out with them, he always caught something good, and it was always valuable. Where else can you find such good luck? From then on, Qin Yang seemed to be on a roll. He saw many colors in his mind, and wherever he aimed, he could catch whatever was there. Inside this mudflat, the yellow eels and soft-shelled turtles looked like they had been robbed. No one could believe how accurately someone found them. It was really a tough job. After about 2 hours, both baskets were full, and even their buckets were nearly overflowing. They're full. No more, Dajuan shouted, joking around. Qin Yang almost lost his balance and nearly fell. Yang, stop. We're full. There are so many things here, Qin Dajuan said with a big smile, excitedly shouting at him. Qin Yang felt it was getting late, so he slowly pulled his legs back and headed to the shore. The 2 baskets and 1 bucket weren't exactly full, but they had a lot of things inside. There was definitely no need to gather more. Look at this. So many. I've never caught so much before. My dad and I have been working so hard these days and only caught a little. But you caught so much just now. We're really going to get rich. Dajuan looked very happy and excited, clapping his hands and almost laughing. That's true. Let's pack these up and go home, Qin Yang said, clapping his hands and pushing the cart with him. Since the cart could carry both people and goods, it was a bit inconvenient. So, they decided to walk home. When they got back, they started dividing the catch. Yang, most of these are yours. How about this? You give me 2 soft-shell turtles, and I don't want anything else, Dajuan said after hearing about the division. Unexpectedly, Dajuan came here and immediately shook his head, saying he only wanted those 2 turtles and nothing else. My dad told me before we came that if I go with you, I'll probably benefit. He said I can take some advantage, but not too much. 2 turtles are enough for me. Those 2 turtles are worth dozens of yuan, at least 20 or 30. Earning that in a day is enough for half a month's wages for others. That's a big deal. So, don't give me anything else. Just these 2, and the rest is yours, he explained seriously. Dajuan is a very honest person who knows his limits. He spoke sincerely, not pretending. His words made Qin Yang nod in agreement. Then you can choose yourself. Qin Yang pointed at the one with the soft-shelled turtle. I won't choose. You will sell it tomorrow, and just give me the money then, Qin Yang chuckled, thinking, you're not stupid, you're quite clever. And I want to tell you something, De Chun suddenly said mysteriously in a low voice. Seeing how comfortable you are marrying 3 sisters-in-law, I don't ask for much. I won't marry 3, and I can't marry 3. I just want to marry 1. Isn't that good enough? But getting a wife costs money, so I need to earn more. Qin Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. All right, I can't help much with marriage, but after I sell tomorrow, I will share the money with you. De Chun grinned widely. But then he scratched his head and asked Qin Yang again, sneaking around. Brother Yang, after getting married, does your health usually get worse? Who told you that? My mom did. She always says my dad's health isn't good. I also saw Aunt Xiaolan fighting with Chen Dongfeng in the shed. Aunt Xiaolan said Chen Dongfeng's health isn't good either, very weak. saying he can't last more than 2.5 minutes. How can someone be that age and not last that long? Is he really not healthy? Qinyang looked strange. That has nothing to do with marriage. They just weren't healthy to begin with. If it were me, it would be different. I don't have many skills, but I excel at endurance. They can only last 2.5 minutes, but I can last at least 2.5 hours. And it's not because I can't do it. It's because I worry others can't. Qinyang patted his shoulder again, smiling. Young man, you still have a lot to learn. All right, go back quickly. Dechun looked at him with admiration. Indeed, my brother Yang is impressive, so full of energy, he's amazing. He nodded repeatedly, taking Qinyang as his role model, and happily went home. Qinyang returned home. The house was very quiet, as if everyone was asleep. He tiptoed inside and carefully placed everything he had gathered into the small water basin in the yard. For a moment, the eel and soft-shelled turtle happily swam inside. After releasing them, he realized there were quite a few, at least about 30 soft-shelled turtles and countless eels. After finishing, he tiptoed to take a shower. Once done, he entered his room. When he looked inside, he found his room was very tidy, which made him feel a bit confused. Who tidied it up for him? He looked around curiously. It was obvious it was one of his 3 ex-wives, but he didn't know which one. He guessed it was probably Li Shuangyue. Among his ex-wives, only Li Shuangyue had the most ambiguous attitude toward him, maybe because they divorced later than the others. After their divorce, Qinyang was reborn and started arranging things for everyone, making sure they ate well during this time. Li Shuangyue was naturally softer than his other 2 ex-wives, so she probably liked him more. Thinking of this, he felt a bit excited. On the day he was reborn, he had already driven a car with Li Shuangyue, which used a lot of fuel. But after his rebirth, he had already finished driving, and he didn't feel happy at all. In fact, he felt a bit weak in his legs. Being reborn for so long made him, a healthy 27-year-old man, feel somewhat longing. But his other 2 ex-wives also lived here, so it didn't seem very appropriate. Plus, Deng Yufeng had already noticed some clues last time, and if he dared to act rashly again, that woman might just eat him up. After thinking it over, he decided to abandon that idea and thought he should find a good opportunity to have a proper talk with Li Shuangyue. After all, Qinyang now was no longer the same as before. Since his rebirth, he had gained more insight into things. He had even gone to Ginza in Tokyo to study with various teachers. Feeling a bit helpless, he finally drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but he woke up groggily. Thinking that tomorrow was market day and he needed to sell some things, he quickly got up and tidied himself. When he went outside, he saw that all 3 of his wives had already gotten up and were cooking in the kitchen. Besides cooking, they seemed to be doing other things as well. Qinyang went over to look and saw they were preparing cold dishes. Look at that. After seeing him come in, Zhao Jingzhu asked him to come forward and take a look. Qinyang took a quick look and nodded. Good job, that's how it should be done. When are you going? Usually, people eat this around noon. You don't need to rush. Just go to the town around 9 or 10 o'clock. I need to sell some other things first. He needed to sell soft-shelled turtles and eels, so he had to go first. Did you catch the soft-shelled turtles and eels in the pond last night? Li Shuangyue asked him. Yes, I went with Dachuan last night. We agreed to sell them in town today, so I'm leaving now. Qinyang didn't disturb them and hurried outside to pack his things. While he was packing and loading the items onto his tricycle, Li Shuangyue also came out to help. Don't stay up so late. You haven't had a good sleep in a day, Li Shuangyue said while sitting. What can I do if I can't sleep well? I'm the only one sleeping, and there's no one else, Qinyang said on purpose. Li Shuangyue's face suddenly turned red as she understood what he meant. At the same time, she also felt a bit angry. You, this guy, thought about divorcing me before we even separated, and now that we are divorced, you come here to tease me. You deserve it, Li Shuangyue said through clenched teeth. Qinyang sighed a little. It seemed that all his ex-wives didn't have a good impression of him. But Li Shuangyue was relatively nicer to him, yet she still mentioned this matter and scolded him. Li Shuangyue really held some resentment toward him. Which divorced woman doesn't feel resentment toward her ex-husband? Seeing Qinyang acting so carefree made her feel a bit sorry for him, but she was also angry and bitter. You, this guy, if I hadn't divorced you, you would have insisted on divorcing me. Now that we're divorced, you come here to tease me again. Are you even a person? I don't want to bother with you anymore, she said. After that, Li Shuangyue ignored him, washed her hands, and went back to the kitchen. Qinyang scratched his head, thinking to himself, when will I be able to live a life of driving a car? Forget it. I should just go sell things in town quickly. He hurriedly rode his tricycle, with a soft-shelled turtle on the front seat and eels in the back. He headed straight to the town. I found a suitable spot to take down these items and moved everything down in front of them. When these two items were opened, many people gathered around to watch. Wow, what good stuff. Actually, there are places here selling similar things. Since it's a rural area, there are many stalls selling these items every day. However, their quality varies, but Chunyang's items are all particularly good. Buying things here isn't the same as in the city. These items aren't rare here, but the prices are quite high, making it hard to sell quickly. Qinyang frowned, realizing that retailing here really isn't working. So he quickly packed up his stall and, riding his bike, headed back into the city. Although riding the bike was tiring, it took him just over an hour to reach the city. Getting into the city made things much easier. He immediately found a good spot. He noticed that the area on the other side was full of good energy. That meant it was safer and easier to sell there. He hurried inside and saw many people selling vegetables, mostly residents from the outskirts of the city bringing their homegrown produce to sell. This kind of activity is always on the gray edge of legality. If they were caught, it would be trouble, but normally, people sell quietly and pretend not to see each other. After arriving, Qinyang set his items down there. A nearby farmer looked at his goods and couldn't help but be impressed, pointing at a big turtle. Such a large turtle. Young man, where did you get this? Rural folks are good at judging quality at a glance. It's like experienced men at a club knowing which technicians to choose. Sir, I'm from Fengjiang town. Oh, from Fengjiang? That's great. Such a big one. How much are you selling it for? 17 yuan each. That expensive? The old man was surprised by the price. I sell vegetables here secretly for less than 17 yuan a month. So, a turtle like this costs 17 yuan? It's not that I'm expensive, but this is the market price. Look at how big this turtle is. Bigger than usual. And turtles are very nutritious. It doesn't matter whether to sell or not, but it's true that soft-shell turtles are sold at high prices. The old man didn't know what to say, so he just nodded repeatedly. Anyway, I couldn't afford it anymore. But even though he couldn't afford it, there were actually some people nearby who could. Two elderly people, dressed neatly, holding hands, came over and saw the turtles here. Their eyes brightened. They stopped and didn't leave. Young man, how much are they? Are you asking about the turtles or the eels? The turtles. Take a look, 17 yuan each. Is that a bit expensive? I'm already selling them cheaply. Look at how big these turtles are. They're lively and healthy, caught just last night. Plus, these turtles are very nourishing. People believe that turtles are good for health, and they are quite rare, especially in the city. The elderly couple carefully examined the turtles, looked around, and seemed to like them very much. They definitely wanted to buy one. So, the old man happily paid 17 yuan and chose one. Great, business is starting. Qinyang was very happy as he took the 17 yuan and smiled. How much for the eels? Soon, other people came forward to ask. My eels are 1.5 yuan per gene. That's a bit expensive. Not too bad. Market prices are about the same now. Look at how big and fat these eels are, so plump and fresh. It's true, they really look delicious. Soon, someone bought 2 eels. After opening his stall, maybe because everyone thought his goods were good, quite a few people gathered around. Everyone, don't rush. I'll serve one by one. Please line up patiently, Qinyang said, almost unable to hide his excitement. There were so many customers and such good products. Soon, all the items were sold out. There were 31 turtles, earning over 500 yuan. The eels, weighing dozens of jin, sold for a few dozen yuan. In total, they made less than 600 yuan. But that was still a lot of money. Qinyang felt a bit excited. This was truly a big sum of money. Plus, he still had about 500 yuan on him, and he was carrying over 1,000 yuan in total. With over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, he knew he had to handle this money carefully. Now Zhao Jingzhu also has more than 2,000 yuan, which was meant for building a house. She was also going to give him her own 1,000 yuan, so together they would have over 3,000 yuan. But after thinking, She realized that the most important thing right now might not be building a house, but getting a means of transportation. Whether she was going to the city to sell things or they were going to the town, they all needed a way to get around. Relying only on their legs was not enough. She was lucky to have a third leg, a small mobility aid that, with a little encouragement, could help her walk. But the three women usually took the bus number 11, which was very tiring. They really needed to buy a vehicle. The most common options were a donkey cart or a horse-drawn carriage. Yes, there was a place nearby that sold human-powered tricycles. Once she decided, she hurried to find a shop that sold these tricycles. Unlike motorized tricycles, which require complicated paperwork and many parts, a human-powered tricycle was easy to buy as long as she had money. Soon, she found a shop and saw the tricycles inside. She was very happy with what she saw. The price was not cheap, though, about 200 or 300 yuan for one. If it had been Qinyang before, he wouldn't have enough money to buy one. But now, since they urgently needed it and she had some money, she didn't hesitate. She spent about 300 yuan and bought one. She also completed all the paperwork and got the necessary stamps right then. By noon, she was ready to ride the tricycle out. She placed her small cart on the back, happily pedaled the human-powered tricycle, and headed back to the village. On her way back to the city, she thought that since it was past lunchtime, her three women probably weren't selling things in the town anymore. So she didn't stop at the market but hurried home. But before she reached home, she saw three women carrying things at the village entrance. More precisely, only one woman was carrying items, while the other two held things in their hands, chatting happily as they headed home. It was her three former wives. Qinyang felt a bit happy. He pressed the bell on the human-powered tricycle. Ding ding. The three women heard the sound and all turned around. Li Shuangyue couldn't wait any longer. When she saw him catching up from behind, she happily showed her dimples and waved at him. "You're back." Qinyang smiled and nodded, stopping his vehicle behind them. "Why is there a tricycle?" Zhao Jingzhu looked surprised at the tricycle he was riding, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. "You spent money again," Deng Yufeng, who was the most impatient, guessed the reason as soon as he saw the tricycle and couldn't help but feel a little angry with him. "Yes, I spent over 300 to buy this manual tricycle. Mainly, it will be useful for our family. Whether I go to the city to sell things, or you go to the town or villages to sell, this will come in handy. It's not a waste of money." Qinyang had already stopped. He asked Zhao Jingzhu to put her things into the tricycle and then lowered the two-wheeled cart. "Don't walk back. One person can ride the two-wheeled cart, and the other two can sit in the manual tricycle. I'll take you home, and since the inside is empty, we can put things in there too." In the end, Li Shuangyue rode the two-wheeled cart, and Qinyang took the two of them on the manual tricycle heading home. Once they entered the village, some people saw the family of four. "Xiaoyang is back. Why did you get a tricycle?" "Oh, this tricycle is really nice. I heard it's called a manual tricycle, right? It's so beautiful and useful, and it can carry so many people." Some greeted him warmly, while others couldn't help but whisper among themselves when they saw the family of four. They didn't know what kind of spell these three women had cast, but none of them wanted to leave their homes, and just watching them made others envious. All of them looked as beautiful as flowers, making the single men in the village very jealous. "What a pity, we don't have 18. Such is life." But Qinyang didn't care much. He happily took them home. Grandma, my dad, Mom, and both aunts are all back." As soon as they reached the yard gate, Qinya peeked out and, upon seeing them, ran inside to report the news. Ding Xiaoyi also came out from inside. She was a little happy to see them return, especially when she saw the manual tricycle, which made her both happy and a little worried. "Without saying much, it's clear that my dear son has gone to town again to buy things. Are they all sold out?" She looked at Qinyang and then at the three daughters-in-law carrying baskets. "Yes, everything is sold out," Deng Yufeng said with a smile. "Mom, today our business in the town was very good. At first, we let people try our products, and after tasting, many wanted to buy. Our prices are also reasonable. That's great. Come inside quickly to eat. I'm sure everyone hasn't eaten yet." Ding Xiao was very happy, pulling everyone in and stopping her son. "Why did you buy another human-powered tricycle? Don't we already have a big cart?" "Mom, you can't say it like that," Qinyang said helplessly, explaining softly. "Think about it. Your three daughters-in-law might often go to the town or walk around selling things. If they only walk on their own legs, don't you feel sorry for them? Besides, I also need to go to the city often to sell stuff. A human-powered tricycle can carry more than our big cart, right? This made Ding Xiao silent. Also, today I sold several hundred yuan worth of yellow eel and soft-shelled turtles, about 600 or 700 yuan. I bought the tricycle for over 300 yuan. Isn't that good? Hearing this, Ding Xiao had no reply. It seemed that this reasoning made sense. All right, since you say so, what can I say? Just don't spend money recklessly. It's not about making you save every penny, but about showing them how to do it. At this, Ding Xiao firmly held on to him. Xiaoyang, your 3 kids are all grown up. Are you thinking of ways to give me 2 grandsons? Even though you have 3 children, I still feel it's not enough. I only have 1 grandson. Yes, her mother's constant wish was to have 2 grandsons born by her. Okay, but it's not urgent. Yesterday, I talked softly with Xuanyue, but she came over and scolded me. Do you know? Your daughters-in-law are not easy to deal with. If I dare to have any ideas, they'll come and take care of me. Ding Xiao was happy to see her son understanding and listening to her. But when she heard Li Xuanyue's attitude towards him, she couldn't help but laugh in anger. Do you still have the nerve to say that? Aren't all these problems your own doing? If you want to act like a decent person, others wouldn't treat you so unfairly. The one who talked about divorce is you, and now you're the one getting close to someone else. You're just a mean person. Ah, yes, I am mean. Xinyang hurriedly nodded. You are my mother. Whatever you say, I have to do. I can't go against you, can I? Hurry up and go inside to eat. Ding Xiaoyi pushed him in. At this moment, the children and Ding Xiaoyi had finished eating, leaving only the 4 of them sitting there, eating happily. It was clear they were very hungry and eating quickly. And from their expressions, it seemed they were also enjoying chatting, with smiles on their faces. Here is the money we made today from selling cold dishes. Zhao Jingzhu placed the neatly folded money on the table. Mom, count it. It's a total of 16 yuan and 80 cents. Ding Xiaoyi was very precise. She didn't look at it or take it, just waved her hand. No need. What are you showing me? This is the money you earned from your business, so I don't need to see it. Just take a look, Zhao Jingzhu said, looking at Xinyang again. Xinyang smiled slightly, but didn't look. Instead, he carefully calculated the money. How much do you sell per jean? We don't dare to sell too expensive, 45 cents per jean. 45 cents per jean, but the cost is quite low. Making this kind of thing, you can at least earn half. So, with this amount, we probably earned 7 or 8 yuan. In this era, earning 7 or 8 yuan at a market was already quite impressive. The 3 women had smiles on their faces. Then we also earned quite a lot this time. Li Yue rubbed her hands happily. Yes, we earned quite a lot, Xinyang said very satisfied, pointing to the 3-wheeled cart that was parked. From now on, you can use this human-powered tricycle. You can sell at the market when there are many people. When there's no market, you can go to the town and sell from the tricycle. That way, you can earn a little more. Ding Xiaoyi couldn't help but glance at her son when she heard this. She thought, if they do this, won't they have no time to do anything else? But she didn't realize that Chun Yang's intention was exactly like that. That might work. After listening, Zhao Jingzhu's eyes brightened, and she agreed with his idea. Plus, if we go door-to-door selling, only 2 people need to go, not 3. Xinyang smiled and nodded. Exactly. 2 people can go around selling, while the 3rd stays at home to take care of the children or prepare other materials. This way, selling will be smoother. That's great. Deng Yufeng and Li Xuanyue were both very happy with this plan. Their 3 ex-wives were not lazy people. Life had been tough before, and now that they had ways to make money, they were willing to cooperate. Xinyang was very pleased to see their happiness. With this plan, they wouldn't spend as much time in the fields. Later, he could rent out the land to others and have more free time. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. But there was another important matter, his house. He needed to find time to handle it. Building a house was a big deal. Only after building a proper house could he live more comfortably, and his 3 ex-wives might see him in a new light. The old house was already hard to live in comfortably. Now, he needed a good house. After dinner, he went to Chun Genjiang's house and handed 34 yuan to Chen Dachuan. De Chun, this is for you. De Chun took it happily. Brother Yang, are you going to sell those things? Of course. If I have them, I might as well sell them. We need to get the money sooner rather than later, Chen Yang said with a big smile. That's great. Chen Dachuan was a bit excited. Are we going tonight? Yes. Qinyang nodded without hesitation. Definitely. There are so many things at Fenghu Lake, and soft-shelled turtles are worth a lot. I sell them for 17 yuan each outside, and I sell quite a few. When I leave, there are still many people who haven't bought, and they ask me for more. You're really brave, Qin Jinzhong said, looking at Qinyang. That place has so many people. What if they catch you? You should be more careful. It's unavoidable. Selling in our town doesn't make much money. Even if I sell wholesale to others, the prices aren't high. Selling over there is more profitable. I have a good intuition and usually choose safe places. Even if there is danger, I can run away quickly. This statement made Chun Jinchong speechless, and he could only nod in response. Then, Qinyang changed the subject and looked at him. Uncle Jinchong, tonight I will go with Dachuan to catch fish in the sealed lake. Otherwise, I might sell your things in the county town someday. Will they sell well? And how can your two-wheeled cart carry so many things to sell? Are you planning to borrow a horse-drawn cart from someone? Borrowing a cart tomorrow works. Or I can make a manual tricycle myself. Oh, I heard you bought a manual tricycle. How much did it cost? Chen Jinchong looked curious and even a little excited. It seemed he was interested in the tricycle too. More than 300 yuan. Over 300 yuan. That is very expensive. City workers earn about 40 yuan a month, which is considered high. After covering family expenses, saving about 10 yuan a month is already impressive. Saving over 300 yuan would take 2 or 3 years. Rural areas are even poorer. Now, they make more money by hunting in the mountains, earning dozens of yuan each trip. But they rarely catch wild boars, and even when they do, most of the meat is shared among villagers, so there's little left to sell. So, 300 yuan is a huge amount for them. Uncle Jinchong, do you want to buy one too? Qinyang asked. Chen Jinchong thought for a moment and finally shook his head. Forget it. I can't afford it. How can I buy something that costs over 300 yuan? I should save some money first, he said, pointing to Chun Dachuan beside him. His meaning was clear. Dachuan also needs a lot of money to get married, and he has to think about helping him with that. Qinyang understood his thoughts, and since they are common concerns for parents, he nodded without saying more. Xiaoyang, when will we go on the boat to hunt? After discussing this, he looked at Qinyang again. Chen Genchang's eyes showed a bit of hope. Since following Qinyang up the mountain, he had gained a lot each time. Over this period, he had already earned nearly a few hundred yuan, which brought big changes to his family. Recently, because every family was busy harvesting rice and planting late rice, I didn't have time to go up there. After a while, I started thinking again and decided to go up and see if I could make some money for myself. Tonight, I plan to go to Feng Lake and catch some soft-shell turtles again. I think in a couple of days, we can go up the mountain to hunt. Last time, we hunted a water deer in the forest, but I feel like there aren't as many animals there. You should ask around or talk to Uncle Lu Rong to find out which places have more game. It's better to hunt where there are plenty of resources. I understand. I'll ask him. Lu Rong knows the town well. He's hunted in different places and knows where the game is. I'll ask him, and once I know, we can go hunting. All right, that's settled. When I got home, I saw my 3 ex-wives busy working again. Do we have any beans at home? Qinyang saw they were busy and seemed to be practicing different steps, clearly trying to improve their skills in making cold dishes, so he asked. Yes, we still have several liters of soybeans. What do you want to use them for? Mother came out and looked at him cautiously, as if guarding against something. She looked at him as if he was a thief. Mom, don't look at me like that. I'm not the same as before. I'm doing honest work now. I want to use the soybeans to make something. Make tofu? Mother finally relaxed and asked. Recently, my son had changed a lot. I just instinctively felt he wasn't reliable, so every time he asked to use something from home, I was very careful. No, not tofu. I want to make qianzhan. Qianzhan? What's that? Li Shuangyue asked curiously as she stepped forward. In our cold dishes, there are many ingredients we can pick ourselves, but we can also make some. For example, qianzhan is a good ingredient. Later, I can add it to the cold dishes. I'll teach you how to make it. Once you learn, you can make it yourself and add it in. That way, we can have more variety. This is an important task. After hearing this, Ding Xiaoa immediately went inside and took out some soybeans. How much do you need? Making 1,000 sheets in tofu is quite similar, except at the final stage, where the finished products look different. Different tools are needed for each. When it comes to making tofu, my mother is much better than Qinyang. As for Zhao Jingzhu, Deng Yufeng, and Li Shuangyue, who among them is good at this? So, they all helped to make these things and finally turned them into 1,000 sheets. When they saw the pressed, layered sheets with bumps on top, all four of them looked a bit confused. Rural folks, especially here, rarely make 1,000 sheets, but many make tofu. Is this called 1,000 sheets? Li Shuangyue looked at it and found it strange. Yes, this is called 1,000 sheets. We'll mix some tonight to eat. Okay. That evening, they had cold dishes, including cold 1,000 sheets. When they mixed it, everyone knew how it tasted. It's really good, Li Shuangyue ate happily. This can become our regular cold dish. Besides, when we find ferns, we can pick some. When there are lettuce, we can use that. When there's bamboo shoots, we can add those. Each season has different cold dishes, but these ingredients are all tasty and quite filling. The three ex-wives nodded repeatedly, and their looks at Qinyang changed. After dinner, Ding Xiaoyi saw the three daughters-in-law going back to work and pulled Qinyang aside. You're quite clever, and how do you know all these things? Mom, I used to be pretty smart, but I just like playing. Still, I had to make a name for myself in playing. There are many things I don't know, but in the future, you might need to help take care of the kids and do housework. They might also need to go out and sell things. What are you talking about? That's definitely my job. I'm happy to take care of my grandchildren, Ding Xiaoyi said with a big smile. Soon after, Dazhua ran over happily to find Qinyang. Today, they could ride a three-wheeled cart to Fenghu village. Be careful. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Jingzhu stepped forward to remind him kindly. Qinyang smiled slightly, waved to them, and led Dachuan away from this side. To carry more items on the tricycle, Dachuan even rode on the back of the bike. So, the two arrived at Fenghu village. Inside Fenghu Lake, it was still very quiet, with no one around. They turned on their flashlights, packed up their things, and put the boat away before heading to the muddy shore. Brother Yang, I won't bother you to help this time. Can I try catching something too? Dachuan looked eager. Can you catch anything? Qinyang asked with a smile. I'll try. All right, give it a shot. Qinyang nodded and didn't pay him more attention. Instead, he took his basket and started to catch calmly. Like yesterday, there were really many things here, mainly because he could find them. Sometimes, Qinyang wasn't sure if it was the presence of things here that allowed him to find them, or if it was because he came here that these things appeared with him. Who knows how this special ability works? Maybe luck plays a part too. Anyway, not long after he entered the water, he caught 3 big eels and 2 large soft-shell turtles. Meanwhile, Dachuan looked confused. How could he catch anything? At night, it always seemed like there was nothing on the shore except stones and mud. Sometimes he reached into the soil to grab something, but aimlessly searching like that, he couldn't find anything. Eventually, he gave up and simply came behind Qinyang. Brother Yang, I really can't do it. I can't catch anything. I'll stay behind you. Just tell me what to do, and I'll help you. Seeing how he looked, Qinyang couldn't help but smile. He nodded without saying anything and signaled him to help carry things. Working together made everything faster. Qinyang moved quickly, almost catching things as soon as he reached them. Behind him, Dachuan watched in amazement, nodding repeatedly and giving him a thumbs up. My brother Yang is so awesome. No one is as impressive as him. He can catch things so easily. Amazing. They happily caught things here, and today Qinyang felt he was doing even better than yesterday. If he kept going like this, he might earn a few hundred yuan today. While thinking about this, suddenly I heard a voice from the roadside. Who's there? Who are you? Qin Dachuan responded impatiently, feeling annoyed by the tone. He quickly turned his head and asked, Who are you guys? I'm old Third Su from Fenghu village. What are you doing? We're catching soft-shell turtles, Qin Dachuan replied immediately. Then, a hurriedly appearing man with a careless, rough look and a flashlight came over. Wow, you've caught so many. Which village are you from? You look unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. Old Third Su looked at the items already placed in a bucket, his eyes brightening with a greedy look. Qinyang immediately felt something was wrong, but he was usually quite cautious. He had a cigarette on him, so he quickly washed his hands and took out a cigarette. Oh, it's Brother Su. Come, have a smoke. We're from Luofeng village next door. Today, we're here catching soft-shell turtles and eels. From Luofeng village? Then you're not from our Fenghu village. How can you catch things from our village? He snatched the cigarette from Qinyang and pointed at the items. Who said Fenghu village belongs to you? Fenghu is the whole town's place. It's not divided up. Chen Dachuan also stepped forward to argue, showing he wasn't foolish. And he was right. Fenghu Lake is very large, much bigger than just one village can manage. Plus, it doesn't need management. People come here to fish or catch turtles whenever they want. So, this place isn't officially divided among villages, it's a town area. But because Fenghu Village is near Fenghu Lake and shares its name, some people say Fenghu Village belongs to them. But in reality, it's not divided. I mean exactly. That's why we call it Fenghu Village. Who told you to come here? Hand over those things, old Third Su, a rough, mischievous young man, said. He clearly saw they had caught a lot and became greedy. He also knew that soft-shell turtles could sell for a good price in the city. It was worth at least 100 or 200 yuan. He immediately reached out to grab them. Don't move, Qinyang frowned. Seeing that talking was useless, he held the items tightly to stop him. Old Third Su, isn't that breaking the rules? Qinyang looked at him coldly. Rules? Old Third Su chuckled loudly and suddenly pointed at this place. My rules are my rules. Damn it. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Do you think you're in Jijia? When Qinyang heard this, he suddenly pressed his head down and pushed him into the muddy ground. Old Third Su is of average height and can't compare to someone as tall and strong as Qinyang. He forcefully dragged him into the mud, completely burying his head. Old Third Su let out a loud cry. At this moment, Chen Daxuan's adrenaline was fully released. The opportunity was here. He could act now. He kicked Old Third Su from behind, causing him to fall face first into the mud. He also grabbed a large stone nearby, ready to throw it at Old Third Su. Qinyang was startled and quickly waved his hand to stop him, telling him not to get too excited. Harming someone badly or causing a serious accident would be bad. F your mother. Old Third Su's face was covered in mud, looking funny and awkward. He was furious and had mud in his mouth. But just after speaking, Qinyang stepped on him again, grabbed his head, and slapped him twice. Slap, slap. This made Old Third Su's eyes clear. Don't you know how to behave? Qinyang looked at him coldly. Qinyang is a kind person, so he carried cigarettes to prevent troublemakers. Usually, he's willing to give others some benefits as long as they don't bother him. But now, since he gave you face, and you didn't accept it, don't blame him for being rude. What am I doing here? Do I need your permission? Giving you cigarettes is to make you shut up. If there's nothing else, get lost. Why are you pretending to be a big shot here? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Qinyang cursed loudly, then kicked him down. Next time you dare to come here and act tough, believe it or not, I'll deal with you. Old Third Su stumbled away hurriedly, pointing at him before running off in a panic. Brother Yang, did we go too easy on him? This guy is not convinced by us. He will probably come back to trouble us again. We must be careful not to let him get away. Chen Dachuan saw that when he left, he still looked very defiant. He felt uneasy and warned Qinyang. Qinyang was also thinking about this matter. However, it's really hard to handle. After all, Fenghu Village is nearby. You can't just kill Old Man Su, right? I'm worried he might come back. Looks like we can't stay here tonight. Qinyang frowned and muttered to himself, feeling uneasy. We don't need to be afraid of him. If he dares to come again, we'll just fight him. Are two brothers afraid of a little troublemaker? Dachuan was very confident and seemed eager to confront him, even thinking about going to find him to fight. Since we are on his village's land and it's nighttime, we don't even have our hunting guns. We're at a disadvantage here. Forget it, we've done enough. I think we didn't lose as much as yesterday. Let's go back. Qinyang thought for a moment and decided to leave this place first. In this situation, it's better to go back early. Dachuan listened to him. Although he was a bit upset, he finally nodded and helped pack their things. He looked around and saw that they had more than yesterday. He finally relaxed and hurriedly got on his bike, ready to leave with Qinyang. Qinyang also got on a three-wheeled cart, preparing to leave. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly saw torches flickering in the distance of the village. It looked like a large group of people was coming from that way. Wow, are they coming to trouble us? Dachuan had just spoken strongly, but now he looked worried. He stared at Qinyang with wide eyes. Qinyang was also startled by what he said, but after looking, he relaxed. He frowned and looked into the distance. In the faint light, he seemed to hear a roar. The wild boars are coming down the mountain. Everyone be careful. Those wild boars are crazy, not just one. These sounds carried with the wind, clearly telling them what was happening. Wild boars coming down the mountain. Both of them looked at each other, their voices full of excitement. We didn't bring guns. Chindachuan was very happy because he knew their chance had come again. However, when he checked, he found they hadn't brought any guns, and he suddenly became very anxious. Never mind, someone there must have a gun. At worst, we can borrow one. Come on, let's go and see quickly, Qinyang said, not caring about anything else. For him, the best thing was to go catch a wild boar. At this moment, he ignored everything else and ran madly toward the scene. The two of them each rode a bike toward the area, getting closer and closer, and they could see the movement more clearly. Indeed, there were many people gathered, and they saw the wild boars too. But it was clear that the villagers didn't have much experience dealing with wild boars. Watching 3 boars come down the mountain, they charged wildly and looked very anxious. Especially as they pushed around the village, rushing left and right, they couldn't hurt the boars at all. The boars, seeing so many people and torches, also felt anxious, so they became even more frantic, reckless and wild. Because of this, the people trying to chase them were terrified, their faces changing color, and they could even hear crying from afar. Run here, over there, be careful, watch out. It might hit you. The sounds of shouting filled the air. Meanwhile, a few hunters from the village hurriedly prepared to shoot with their guns. But seeing the chaos and confusion among the crowd, they were too scared to act, and no one dared to make a move. One old man, holding a gun and sweating on his forehead, looked at the 3 boars running wildly inside. Many people were so frightened by the boars that they ran in all directions, some even falling repeatedly. I'll do it. At this moment, Qinyang approached the old man and immediately reached out his hand, asking for the gun. You? What do you know? The old man, who looked to be about 60, scolded angrily, not trusting a young person like him. Just then, one of the boars suddenly charged toward a woman in front. Coincidentally, the woman was holding a child. She fell to the ground with a thud but clung tightly to her child. The boar kept stepping on her. Not only did it step on her, but it also seemed to be trying to push her over. This happened so quickly, like lightning, and it looked like there was no time left. Qinyang didn't waste time and quickly grabbed the hunting rifle from the old man. With a loud thud, the gunshot rang out at that moment. After taking the gun, Qinyang simply raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet accurately hit the wild boar's head, causing it to fall with a thump. The old man nearby was startled, his body trembling, and he swallowed his angry words back into his stomach. Move aside, Qinyang shouted at them angrily, then aimed his gun and charged into the crowd. When the gunshot rang out, everyone was startled. They instinctively crouched down, covering their ears or hiding nearby. The remaining 2 wild boars seemed to sense danger approaching. They frantically ran in all directions, trying to escape. At this moment, Qinyang aimed at one of the boars again and shot. The bullet hit its head, killing it instantly. The last wild boar realized something was wrong. Instead of running away, it charged madly toward Qinyang. It seemed to know that it had to take Qinyang down, or else it would lose its life here. Be careful, the old man, who had his gun taken by Qinyang, finally reacted. He waved his arms wildly, signaling Qinyang to be cautious. Chindachuan looked very relaxed on the side. Don't worry, Brother Yang can handle it. 1 shot, 1 kill, no problem. After Chindachuan finished speaking, Qinyang fired again. The wild boar rushing toward him fiercely fell to the ground with a loud thud, blood flowing as it took its last breath. In an instant, all 3 wild boars were dead at Qinyang's hands. Everyone stared at Qinyang in shock. Things had quieted down now. They're all dead. All of them. Yeah, that was amazing. Wow. All 3 wild boars were killed by him. People spoke one after another, feeling like they had escaped danger. Qinyang then returned the gun to the old man, feeling a bit helpless and speechless inside. The wild boars coming down the mountain was a common event for villages, and everyone went out to hunt them. But a village with such weak fighting skills like theirs was truly rare to see. If Qinyang hadn't appeared, just these 3 wild boars could have taken out all these people. It's also good that I didn't get attacked by wild boars. Dachun, come help carry the pigs. But Qinyang didn't care about anything else. He had personally hunted all 3 wild boars, so he happily called Dachun to come help carry them. Dachun was so happy he almost laughed. He cheerfully went forward. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to carry one pig back to the cart, a person suddenly stepped out and pointed at Xinyang. This wild boar was hunted by our village. How can you take it away? The voice sounded a bit familiar. Xinyang turned his head and saw old Third Su standing there, glaring at him with fiery eyes. What do you mean? This wild boar was hunted by Brother Yang. Why can't we carry it? De Chun stepped forward, a little angry. Neither of you are from our village. Who gave you permission to hunt wild boars here? Since this wild boar appeared in our village, it belongs to us. Am I right, everyone? Old Third Su sneered, trying to stir up the villagers against them. Suddenly, a slap came from the side, directly hitting Old Third Su's face. Smack! Old Third Su staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned his head and saw an old man glaring at him. Old Mountain Su, what are you trying to do? Old Third Su was startled and pointed at the old man, shouting angrily. What am I doing? I want to beat you to death. The old man, who had just been disarmed by Xinyang, now held a gun and looked at him fiercely. Dog, stealing chickens and dogs in our village, and now you want a share of the wild boar we hunted? Do you think you have the ability? When the wild boar came down the mountain causing trouble, I didn't see you do anything. Now that they've killed the boar and come out to show off, you're not afraid of embarrassing our village. Old Mountain Su was a very respected person in the village. When he spoke, many others nodded in agreement. Everyone, Old Mountain Su took this opportunity to step forward and address the crowd. Our rule is whoever hunts gets the game. Did any of you help with the hunt? No. It was just this young man who took down 3 wild boars by himself. So, they belonged to him. Not only did he kill these 3 boars, but he also saved someone. If he hadn't shot and killed the boar, how many more people would have been hurt? Is it still appropriate to ask others for things like this? Old Third Su, I really want to slap you to death. Old Third Su knows he doesn't have as much respect in the village as Old Mountain Su, so his face immediately turns red. Aren't I just thinking about our village? What do you mean by that? Why are you turning against us? Turning against us, huh? Old Mountain Su laughs angrily and slaps him across the face. Haven't I hit you enough? Do you believe I'll slap you a few more times? You. Just now you were catching freshwater crabs and eels in the lake. That's our village's lake. Old Third Su looks around, seeing no one supporting him, and points at Xinyang and Chun Dachuan to speak again. Yes, I was catching freshwater crabs and eels at Yangshin Lake, but Feng Lake belongs to our town, not just one village. Xinyang is completely fearless. Old Third Su, are you crazy? Old Mountain Su is furious and slaps him again. Old Third Su gets slapped 3 times in a row and is about to lose his temper. Why are you hitting me? I haven't done anything wrong. Did I say something wrong just now? He's here to steal our stuff. Now he even wants to take our pigs. How can there be such good luck? Old Mountain Su ignores him and looks at the others. Does anyone have an opinion? Everyone remains silent. If no one has an opinion, that's fine. Old Mountain Su curses loudly. Why bother with all this? Anyone can go pick eels and crabs at Feng Lake. You can go too. Whether you catch anything depends on your skill. And if a wild boar comes down the mountain, that's also their skill. Stop embarrassing yourselves here. Young man, what's your name? I'm Xinyang. From the neighboring Luofeng village, Xinyang politely replies. We were just collecting things by Feng Lake when we heard the commotion here and came to see what was happening. We didn't expect to encounter such danger, but luckily we arrived late. Also, I was able to scare off those 3 wild boars thanks to the old man's help. If it weren't for his gun, I wouldn't have been able to kill them. Later, I'll give you a big pig leg. Xinyang's words clearly explain why he came over this time, and even show that he has helped everyone before. Finally, he expresses his gratitude to the old man in front of him and offers him a big pig leg as a sign of sincerity. From all aspects, they have already shown a lot of respect and reasonableness. Su Dashan was very pleased. The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him. Young man, your shooting skills are so good, and you stay calm when things happen. Here's an idea. You sell a pig here at a lower price. I know nearby everyone sells at 1 yuan, so you can sell at 90 cents per gene. Let the people in our village also taste the meat. Is that okay? Xinyang was moved, knowing that the old man was trying to ease relations with him and the villagers. The old man was clearly a respected figure in the village. Since he said so, Xinyang naturally couldn't refuse. No problem, but I don't have any tools with me. No worries, Just sell here. I have tools at home. I'll go get them and help you cut the meat here. I've done this kind of work before. Just wait a moment. The old man was very cheerful and then turned to shout at the others. Why are you just standing around? Go do what you need to do. The meat is about to be sold. If you want to buy some, hurry home and get your money. Hearing this, the people quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, old Susan knew he couldn't take revenge on Qinyang today, so he clenched his teeth and left. Su Dashan showed great respect by bringing over a board and tools to help slaughter the pig. The onlookers felt a bit disappointed. None of the 3 wild boars were killed by them. They were all killed by the young man. They could only come forward to buy the meat. Fortunately, the meat was not expensive, only 90 cents per gene, which was lower than usual. With Su Dashan's respected status overseeing the sale, they sold half a pig in no time. Old sir, this is yours, seeing that no one else wanted to buy meat. Qinyang tidied up and handed a large pig leg to Su Dashan. Su Dashan was not polite and took it happily, saying, I have to praise you. Your shooting skills are really impressive. You took down all those wild boars in just a few shots. Young man, do you often go hunting in the mountains? Of course. Brother Yang is amazing. He often takes my dad and me hunting in the mountains. We've gone several times, and each time we catch something. Today, I just came to check on Feng Lake. I didn't expect to meet old Su from your village bullying someone. I understand. You can go fishing at Feng Lake anytime without worry. If anyone tries to bother you, just tell them my old man's name. If they don't believe me, let them come and find me. Old master, thank you very much. It's getting late, so we should go now. I still have more pigs to sell. All right, take care and be careful. After packing up, Qinyang and Chun Dachuan left the village. Today was a big success. They sold 1.5 wild pigs, and they still have another half pig and many turtles. They could make a lot of money. Yanggu, where should we sell them? Let's go to the city. Qinyang was excited and quickly decided. The prices are higher in the city, so there's no need to sell in the town. Plus, they haven't been able to sell many turtles in the town lately. Okay, let's go to the city now. After leaving Feng Lake Village, the two of them went back home. They mainly went to Chin Dachuan's house to get tools for butchering meat. Yanggu, don't rush. When they arrived, Chin Dachuan suddenly made a funny face, signaling him not to move. Chin Yang paused and stared at him blankly. Are my parents fighting or not? Chin Dachuan whispered secretly. Chin Yang's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but slap his head. What nonsense are you talking about? He then opened the yard door and went inside. But he moved loudly, and soon there was noise inside. Not long after, Chin Jinjiang came out. You're back? What did you do? Today, we caught 3 wild pigs. We've sold 1.5, and we plan to sell the other half in the city. Chin Dachuan came with me to ask for your help. Can you lend me the tools for butchering meat? Wow, so impressive. Chin Jinjiang was excited. He went over to look and almost burst out laughing when he saw the remaining half pig. Amazing, just too amazing. How are you so lucky? Didn't you go to Feng Lake to catch turtles? Dad, there are so many soft-shelled turtles. We caught them in Fenghu village. The wild pigs came down the mountain, and Brother Yang shot one with each shot. He caught 3 pigs and sold them all together. All right, I'll go with you, Chun Ganchong said, feeling anxious. Ever since he started hunting with Chin Yang, he felt he couldn't stay at home. He kept thinking about going up the mountain to hunt with Chin Yang. This time, they didn't even go up the mountain. They just found game directly. He was very happy. Okay, I'll pay you guys, Chin Yang said, knowing Chun Ganchong was good at butchering meat. Having him help would make things easier, so he agreed immediately. Let's go together. So, Chin Yang loaded the goods, and Chun Dachuan and Chun Ganchong rode their bikes into the city under the moonlight. They left around 1 a.m., and by the time they reached the city, it was about 3 or 4 a.m. It was still early. Although it was early, it didn't matter. Based on their past experience selling things, maybe someone was trading somewhere else at this time, like in the black market. Such a pity, Chin Ganchong said regretfully as soon as they arrived in the city. We found the black market before, but it was raided. Now, we don't know if it's still there. Even if it is, we don't know where they're hiding. If we had come earlier, it might have been the perfect time to sell. That would have been great. While Chun Ganchong was talking about this, Chin Dachuan suddenly looked confused and scratched his head, looking at his father. Dad, why did you get up as soon as Brother Yang entered our yard? And you hurried out like you were prepared for something. Are you and Mom doing something? Chun Ganchong's face froze. Suddenly, he slapped his son on the head and scolded him angrily. What are you thinking about? Always messing around and not doing anything useful. Are you just thinking about these things? Qinyang almost laughed out loud. This big fool is really something. How long has it been? And he's still obsessing over this. Look at you. I told you I was right, didn't I? Are you embarrassed and angry now? Shinganchang clapped his hands proudly. Say one more word to me, and I'll really teach you a lesson. Don't talk to me about that. We need to hurry and sell our stuff. Shun Jinzhong knew that his silly son couldn't look away once he set his mind on something, so he didn't bother arguing. Instead, he quickly turned his head and started talking to Chunyang to change the subject. Xiaoyang, where should we go now? Based on past experience, Chunyang was like a guiding light. Wherever he said to go, they could get there, and they would definitely find things or buyers once they arrived. That was their experience. At this moment, Chunyang's eyes lit up with a sense of direction. When he heard this, he immediately smiled, looked ahead, and finally chose a direction. Let's go this way. Qin Jinzhong looked and didn't hesitate. He immediately followed him. Qinyang had already proven his good judgment many times, so there was nothing to say. Of course, he would follow him. Wherever Qinyang said to go, they would go. Besides, Qin Jinzhong was just working for Qin Dachuan. This time, they came to listen to Qinyang. Whatever Qinyang told him to do, he would do. Soon, they left this place and arrived at a remote area. It looked like there weren't many people here, but as they moved forward, they sensed something was wrong. It seemed like people kept coming out from inside, and there might be some secret places hidden inside. Qinyang was happy inside, knowing he had found another good spot. If he guessed right, he probably found a black market again. Wow! Qin Jinzhong also snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing the busy place, his eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great job, Xiaoyang. Did you already know they set up the black market here? That's why you found it so quickly. You're really amazing. Come on, let's go in and check it out. This time, we really caught a good opportunity. After saying that, Qin Jinzhong hurried inside. Beyond this place, they saw an open area ahead, wide and bright. There were many people inside, especially vendors setting up stalls, and even more ordinary people coming to buy things. It was almost like a market. Everyone here has gotten used to this routine. They talk quietly while exchanging prices, trying not to attract attention. It's definitely here. They quickly take these items off the handcart and place them in front. The wild boar is especially striking because it's the most needed meat. There's wild boar for sale here. Wild boar is rare in the city. When people see it, they get excited and start sharing the news with others. Soon, a large crowd gathers in front. How much does it cost? Wild boar is 1 yuan per gene, half a kilogram. No tickets needed. Just tell me how much you want. Soft-shelled turtles are 17 yuan each, and there's also yellow eel. Chunyang loudly announces the prices clearly, so everyone can see and understand. Hearing this, people nod and start buying. They know the prices and begin to act. As always, city goods are much more expensive than in the countryside. Although there are many items here, most are sold quickly. The wild boar meat sells the fastest, attracting many buyers. His stall becomes the most popular one. Besides pork, other items sell well too. For example, soft-shelled turtles and yellow eel are rare in the city and sell very well. Soon, most of the items are sold out. Seeing that it's almost time and everything is gone, Qinyang feels happy. He packs up and waves goodbye. Let's go back. It's almost dawn. We can have breakfast when we get home. They all nod happily, especially Qin Jinchong, who is very pleased. He happily follows Qin Dachuan on the tricycle back home. They arrive around 8 a.m., just in time for breakfast. Chunyang warmly invites Qin Jinchong and his family to join for breakfast. Ding Xiaoyi is very happy to see her son bringing Qin Jinchong and his family over. She breathes a sigh of relief but also feels a bit sad. Fortunately, the breakfast here is very hearty. Everyone, tired from the night, eats quickly and heartily. After eating, Qinyang prepares to give them their wages. This is the money for 2 soft-shelled turtles. Just like yesterday, I will give Dajuan 2 turtles, so the total is 34 yuan. Qinyang first takes out 34 yuan and places it in front of Qin Gingchang. Qin Gingchang feels a bit emotional. He knows his son just helped him with a few small tasks. There wasn't much work, but Qinyang never bullies him. This is your and Dajuan's wages, Qinyang says, taking out another 10 yuan. 5 yuan each. This is a pretty good wage. At the same time, Dajwan went pig hunting with me, so I should also give you a share. Here are 20 yuan for the pig hunting. In total, they get 64 yuan, which Qinyang hands to them. Here you go. This is what you earned tonight, 64 yuan. It's like a month's salary for a city worker. Qin Gingchang feels a bit embarrassed about taking the money. After thinking for a moment, he gives back 20 yuan. Xiaoyang, we've already taken quite a bit from you. We feel a bit guilty. Whether it's me or Dajwan, following you around is just taking advantage of you. Don't give us so much. Take this 20 yuan back. That's not right. Dajwan also helped me a lot. Without his help, it wouldn't have been easy. Keep this money. 64 yuan is not a small amount. Let's be honest. If you don't take it, I might not dare to bring Dajwan with me next time. Chen Gingchang can't refuse when he hears this, so he accepts the money and looks at him seriously. Thank you very much. I'll take the money. You should rest well. Dajwan and I also need to go back and rest. If anything comes up, you can find me. Okay. Qinyang nods and waves goodbye as they leave. How much did you sell the pigs for? Just then, Ding Xiao can't sit still anymore and hurriedly comes over. Qinyang smiles and takes out the remaining money. They sold 3 pigs in total. It was about 500 yuan, plus the turtles and eels, which sold for around 300 yuan, so they earned about 800 yuan altogether. They gave them over 60 yuan, and now they still have more than 700 yuan in hand. Over 700, Qinyang smiles slightly and shows her the remaining money. Over 700. Ding Xiaoyi's face was full of smiles. Hurry up and give it to Jingzhu. Qinyang felt a bit speechless, like he had a toothache. Why does it seem like other people's moms are better than his? Whenever his son had money, he didn't think about saving it for him, but wanted him to give it to others. Is there something wrong with that? It's not that I don't trust you, Mom. I know you're about to do something big. It's not appropriate to carry so much money on you. By the way, besides this 700 plus, do you have any other money? Since you've already given some to Jingzhu. Jingzhu stays at home doing chores every day and doesn't go anywhere. We too can watch the money for you at home. Honestly, in these times, thefts are quite common because everyone is poor. In the village, Chun Fong is known as a notorious troublemaker. And it's not just Chun Fong. There are many people like him. Why were heavy punishments used in those days? Because theft and various illegal activities were too common. Don't worry yet. Qinyang chuckled and called over his 3 ex-wives. Knowing he had earned a big sum today, Li Shuangyue was all smiles. Boss Chen has made quite a bit of money again, Deng Yufeng said sarcastically. Only Zhao Jingzhu looked calm. Jingzhu already has over 2,000 yuan, Qinyang said, ignoring Deng Yufeng's sarcasm, and spoke to them. I have over 1,000 yuan myself. We should have enough money to build the house, so I plan to invite our village's bricklayer to start preparing for construction. When will the building start? Li Shuangyue was the happiest. What are you so happy about? Deng Yufeng teased her again. That's Chin Boss's house. What does it have to do with us? Youth, you can't say things like that. This is a house we're building together. Everyone will have their own room, Qinyang explained. Haha. Deng Yufeng said nothing. Our village's bricklayer is Uncle Hong Sheng. You can go call him over. But are we tearing down this old house and rebuilding a new one? Zhao Jingzhu didn't follow Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue's way of talking, but started discussing serious matters directly. Ding Xiaoyi was very satisfied. Actually, she is most satisfied with Chun Yang's first daughter-in-law, Zhao Jingzhu, because Zhao Jingzhu is very graceful and capable. She handles things well, never confused, unlike Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue, who often have big mood swings. Yes, for building a house, you should definitely ask Uncle Hong Sheng. He's built many houses before. But do we really want to build a red brick house? He's usually built with earth bricks. I wonder if he can do that. Ding Xiaoyi also gave her opinion, but was a bit worried. It won't be much different, Qinyang smiled and nodded. I thought about it. Besides this place, the neighboring land also belongs to our family, just a few dozen meters from our old house. I plan to build there because the space is bigger. Building there is good. At least we won't have to move when building the house and can keep living here. Ding Xiaoyi immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Actually, she had her own private reasons. That land truly belonged to their family. They had hoped to have 2 more children so they could build 2 more houses for them. But who knew that after having only one son, her husband passed away suddenly? Over the years, this idea was just a passing thought in her mind, never truly realized. Now, Hearing her son say this, she felt her long-held wish was finally coming true. And once the new house was built there, the old house here could be kept, and she could even build a house for her grandson someday. Although right now they only have Chun Guang as a grandson, none of the 3 daughters-in-law have left home. Who knows, maybe someday they will rekindle old feelings with her son and get back together. Wouldn't that be a good thing? She was so happy. That works too. Zhao Jingzhu also nodded seriously and gave her opinion. Go ask Uncle Hongsheng first, see what he thinks or says. You need to ask him before we make the final decision. All right, it's settled then. I'll ask him. You all stay at home, Qinyang said quickly after exchanging a few words with them, then hurried to find Chun Hongsheng. Uncle Hongsheng, Qinyang entered, handed him a pack of cigarettes, and sat down heavily on a small stool. It's like this, my family plans to build a house. I need to ask you to come and take a look. Chun Hongsheng took the cigarettes and already guessed that Qinyang had something to discuss. He also knew that Qinyang had been hunting in the mountains recently and earned some money. However, I was a bit surprised when he said he wanted to build a house. Your old house is really quite old. If I remember correctly, it was built by your father. It was already quite old back then, built during your grandfather's time. I think your father was still young then, right? I don't know for sure, but it's been a long time. What do you think? Building a house is a good idea, but you haven't even laid the bricks yet. No need to lay bricks. Qinyang shook his head and shared his idea. A red brick house. Chun Hongsheng looked a little surprised, but nodded. Of course, a red brick house is great. We don't have any here yet. Do you understand? Of course I do. I've done it before. I've worked on similar projects. If you want to build a red brick house, I can handle it. Let's go see the place. Are you planning to tear down the old house or build on the land your father left you? I think I'd prefer to build somewhere new. Otherwise, we won't have a place to live. All right, let's go. The 2 of them arrived at the homestead. The area is quite large. There's a small hill at the back, but it's not a big problem. In front, there's at least 500 square meters of open space, and it's already quite flat, so no need to do much leveling. If you want it wider, you could dig a little into the hillside to make the area larger. This place is great. Chun Hongsheng was impressed and a little envious when he saw it. This land was left to you by your father and grandfather. There weren't many plots like this in our village back then. Everyone was jealous. It's a good place. Are you really planning to build here? Yes, I will build here. All right, then it's settled. Chun Hongsheng nodded immediately and pointed at him. How do you plan to build? Qinyang thought carefully. His 3 ex-wives definitely wouldn't leave easily. Since they can't run away, they'll have to live together. He had already promised them that. If they're going to live together, he needs to plan the new house carefully. This is what I plan to do. Qinyang stepped forward and started pointing out the location to him. This will be my main building. The main building should have a living room in the center, with my sitting room beside it. I think we can make 5 rooms in total. Then, on each side, help me build 2 more rooms. You already have 5 rooms in the main building. Why do you need 2 more on each side? Chun Hongsheng asked, scratching his head, a bit confused. There's no choice. My 3 ex-wives are living with me now. The old house was too small, and they didn't feel comfortable. So, I plan to build 2 extra rooms on each side of the main house, so each of them has their own space. It will be more comfortable for everyone. Chun Hongsheng looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly smiled. You're really lucky, kid. All your ex-wives refused to leave home after divorce. That's the first time I've seen that. I'm just joking. I have special skills, Qinyang said vaguely. Regarding Qinyang's nonsense, Chun Hongsheng didn't ask much. Besides, build 2 rooms on each side and add a storage room outside. That's a big project. It will cost a lot of money, Qinyang said, wide-eyed. I know it will cost a lot, but there's no other way. Our family has many members. You won't get away with just a few thousand yuan. Chun Hongsheng felt it would be tricky. Xiaoyang, I know your family is big, maybe even bigger in the future, but it's too expensive. If you have money, you should save it. There's no need to spend so much. Building enough rooms is enough. Just building 5 rooms in the main house is enough? Don't worry about it. Since I asked you to do this, just help me. You don't need to worry about the money, Qinyang said seriously. Have you talked to your mom? I told my mom. Of course, I make the decisions. First, help me calculate the bricks, then we can talk, Qinyang replied. You're building a red brick house, Chun Hongsheng said kindly, unable to resist reminding him. I know it's a red brick house. That's what I'm building. Rest assured. Well, There's no point in arguing further now. Chun Hongxing nodded and finally started marking the land, then went to count the bricks. Qinyang didn't care about these things anymore, as he didn't understand them. He decided to let Chun Hongxing handle the rest. I have 1,000 yuan here. Qinyang first took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Chun Hongxing. Chun Hongxing is a well-known bricklayer in the village, and he is also very honest. Qinyang trusts him, so he gave him a deposit of 1,000 yuan. This 1,000 yuan is to help me order red bricks first, and if you need money for anything else, you can use it. Our entire Qin family trusts you, so please take care of it. Chun Hongxing looked at the 1,000 yuan with some surprise, not expecting Qinyang to earn so much money. Since you've said that, there's nothing more to say. I'll first calculate the brick layout, and then bring the bricks back. The ground here is quite flat. I'll draw the lines and mark the layout for you. Then you can come and look. If you think the layout is good, we can start building. That would be great. Thank you. Hey, it's no trouble at all. After settling this matter, Chun Hongxing took the deposit and hurriedly went to handle the work. Meanwhile, Qinyang smiled happily as he returned home. Is it settled? Ding Xiaoyi quickly approached him, looking a bit worried. Yes, it's settled. I gave him the deposit. Uncle Hongxing will help us with the work soon. You're quick at handling things. But don't just be fast with this kind of work. You need to be quick with other things too. Especially since you have 3 ex-wives. You should pick one, right? Ding Xiaoyi looked a little impatient. Mom, why are you confused again? What am I choosing? I want all 3. If I pick one, then I'll only have one. Qinyang whispered to himself nearby. Oh, right. Ding Xiaoyi's mouth almost couldn't close, but she looked at him with some worry. Don't just say nice things to me. You need to take real action. I will. It just takes time. Don't worry, Mom, Qinyang said vaguely. All right, then stop wasting time here and go rest. News about Qinyang building a house in the village spread quickly throughout the whole village. While Qinyang was resting at home, everyone in the village was talking about it. Many people were amazed, surprised that Qinyang wanted to build a house so quickly. Others were envious and jealous. Especially some people, like Chun Dongfeng and Chun Feng's father and son, were very angry. Chun Feng asked his aunt, who was missing a tooth, to speak for him in the marriage proposal to Zhao Jingzhu. However, Qinyang scolded him harshly, and Chun Feng felt very upset. Now, after hearing that Qinyang wanted to build a house, he found it even more unbelievable. He wants to build a house? Is he joking? Their family is so poor. What kind of house can they build? Chun Dongfeng sat nearby smoking a cigarette, but his face looked worse and more serious. Everyone knew the situation of Chun Yang's family. The only reason to build a house now was that he had been earning money recently. When his son said this, Chun Dongfeng squinted his eyes, seeming to think carefully. Dad, say something. Chun Feng was anxious when he saw him silent. He is really making money, Chun Dongfeng finally said after a while. Why do you care if he's making money or not? Chun Feng was worried. Now he's showing off, and I feel uncomfortable. Chun Dongfeng frowned, looked at his son, and thought for a moment before explaining. What do you mean, care if he's making money? This guy just fishes and hunts. In just a few days, he earned enough to build a house. That shows as long as he goes out, he can get a lot of things. Why not? Building a house costs a lot of money. Earning enough in such a short time made Chun Feng's eyes shine with interest. So, what do you think we should do? This guy seems very lucky. As long as he goes up the mountain to hunt, he catches something. If he goes to the river to fish, he catches fish. Why don't we go with him? I don't want to go. Chun Feng immediately frowned. Isn't he asking us to go with him? Why should we? Even if we ask him, he won't take us. Last time, he even beat us. At this, Chun Feng's face showed resentment. You idiot. I mean, going with him doesn't mean he takes us. If he goes, we go. Just follow him. Chun Dongfeng said angrily, disappointed in his son. His son really wasn't very smart. Chun Feng's eyes lit up, and he finally understood, nodding. You mean we follow him to see if he's really that lucky? If we find something, we can take it from him. Is that what you mean? Exactly. Chun Dongfeng's face was full of anger. This guy is so lucky. He just happens to be a good guide. We can follow him to the destination. As for whether he finds something, we will act immediately. When the time comes, it will be ours. Who says it has to be his? We need to see his skills in the mountains. I heard he's also very good at hunting. Chun Feng thought carefully, recalling how impressive his agility was when they fought him that day. which made him a little scared. Don't try to show off now. His hunting luck is just temporary. Do you really think he's a great shot? How many years have I been hunting? How long has he been doing it? Can he keep up with me? Qinfang thought about it and felt it made sense. But then he remembered that his father was also bragging a lot. Last time, didn't you all fight over who would shoot first with Qinyang? In the end, Qinyang shot one after another, and none of you got anything. It doesn't seem entirely wrong to say that either. Qinfang only dared to think this way, but didn't dare to say it aloud. In the end, he just nodded in agreement with his father's opinion. Qinyang woke up around 4 p.m. After resting, he felt refreshed and much better. Just after sitting up for a while, Zhao Jingzhu came over. Uncle Chi's clothes are ready. Mom asked us to go pick them up and also give Uncle Chi some money. Really so soon? Qinyang was a bit surprised, but also happy that the clothes were finished. It's been quite a while. If it weren't for the rice harvest delay, they might have been done earlier. Let's go together. Qinyang immediately happily followed Zhao Jingzhu to Uncle Chi's house. Uncle Chi understood their intention as soon as they arrived. He took them inside and brought out a large pile of clothes. Looking carefully, each person's clothes were sorted with small tags bearing their names. All here. I made 2 sets for each of you. The fabric was enough, and I even kept a little extra. The leftover scraps I made 2 school bags for the kids. Your older child is about to start school, so it will come in handy. Uncle Chi, your skills are really good, Qinyang said admiringly after seeing the clothes. Zhao Jingzhu was also very satisfied. My craftsmanship is okay, as long as I can earn this meal. Although I have measured carefully, I can't guarantee there won't be any mistakes. After you go back, try on these clothes. If the sizes are a bit off, come find me, and I can help you make some adjustments. Uncle Chi's skills are so good, he definitely won't make mistakes. How much do these clothes cost? Zhao Jingzhu asked with a smile, after putting all the clothes away. Our prices are the same, you know the rules. I'll give you an average price, 1 yuan per piece. Why was making clothes considered a big deal in the past? Because fabric was expensive back then, and buying ready-made clothes was even more costly. Even hiring a tailor to make clothes took a lot of work and money. For their family, each person had 2 sets of clothes. There are 8 people in total, so that's 16 pieces. It adds up to nearly 20 yuan. Now, Qinyang can earn money, but in the old days, he probably wouldn't even have enough to buy fabric. Zhao Jingzhu immediately took out money. I have some here. Qinyang quickly stepped forward to stop her, showing he had money and would pay himself. Let him pay. Uncle Chi stopped Zhao Jingzhu, pointing at Qinyang, a bit disappointed. I heard you've changed a lot now, even building a house. But before, you were lazy and didn't do any chores at home. Either Jingzhu took Xiaofeng and Shuangyue to do them, or your mom helped out. You probably didn't earn much money, so this money should come from you. It wouldn't be right otherwise. Yes, I know I was wrong. Look, I'm fixing things now. I was young and careless before, and I caused trouble for our uncles and aunts. I know you've helped us a lot, and I apologize. But don't worry, I won't be like today again. From now on, I will handle everything at home. If I mess up again, you can come and scold me or hit me. It's okay. Qinyang spoke sincerely while paying and apologizing. What good would hitting or scolding me do? Just calling me uncle is enough to show respect. Do you think I don't know what's important? Uncle Chi took the money, glared at him. Yes, I promise it won't happen again. I'll go now. Qinyang chuckled as he took the clothes from Zhao Jingzhu and happily waved goodbye, leaving from there. Only after he left did Uncle Chi scratch his head in surprise. Really, the sun is rising in the west today. It seems something has changed recently. Usually, he's not like this. I wonder if his mother gave him some medicine to fix his bad habits. Uncle Chi shook his head again, feeling confused. He decided to focus on his own work instead. On the way home, Zhao Jingzhu hardly spoke, only glancing at him now and then, as if thinking about how much he had changed. Qinyang, on the other hand, was happily holding the clothes, feeling very pleased. He had earned a lot of money recently, but this was the first time he was really able to buy things for his family. Of course, he was happy. When he got home, he took out the clothes and loudly called out to Chunya and Chinyi. Come here. Check this out. I bought these clothes for you. Chunya and Chun-Yi immediately came forward when they heard about the clothes. Even though they were young, everyone knew that clothes were important. Usually, they only got new clothes during the new year. Dad, let me see. His loud voice also brought out Deng Yufeng, Li Shuangyue, Ding Xiao, and others. They all came out and took the clothes from him. Try them on. Qinyang handed out the clothes to each of them, smiling as he said, Uncle Qi said we should try them on when we get back. If the size isn't right, we can take them to him to fix. Come on, try them on. The three women and their children went inside to change clothes. Ding Xiao also put on a new outfit. Seeing this, Chun Yang's eyes welled up with tears. It was less obvious when she wore old, worn clothes before, but now, her white hair was very noticeable. Uncle Qi really has great skill. Look, these clothes fit perfectly. The fabric is good, and they look so new. They don't seem old-fashioned at all. Do you see? Mom looks much younger in this outfit. Ding Xiao smiled as she looked at him. Qinyang discreetly wiped his eyes and then nodded with a smile. Mom, you were already very young. What do you mean? I'm young. Almost 50 years old. Not young anymore. But still looking quite good. Ding Xiaoyi looked around and liked what she saw. Fortunately, the children also came out from inside, each wearing new clothes. Dad, do I look good? Chinyu was the first to come up to him, happily holding his hand and asking. Yes, you look nice. Qinyang nodded in approval. All three of his wives are beautiful, and the children resemble the adults, each with a proper appearance. Although they are still young, they look very cute in their new clothes, clearly promising future beauty. The three children changed into their new, well-fitting clothes and were very happy. Next, Deng Yufeng came out wearing a new outfit. When she appeared, Chun Yang's eyes lit up, and he felt a bit excited. Among his three ex-wives, Deng Yufeng has the most striking figure, with a very attractive proportion. It's not that the others are not good, but Deng Yufeng's figure is the most eye-catching. Her outfit was perfectly tailored, showing off her best features. How could I have thought about divorcing her back then? Her figure could have made me completely forget everything. Qinyang secretly scolded himself after seeing her. But then he turned to look at Li Shuangyue. Although her figure isn't as striking, it's still very good, tall and elegant, giving off a neighborly, mature woman vibe. Standing in front of him now, she looked very bright and attractive. Finally, Zhao Jingzhu came out. Among the three, Zhao Jingzhu has the most proper and elegant appearance, with a calm and steady aura. When she stood there, she seemed very modest and reserved, yet her overall look was bright and generous, making people feel very refreshed. Ding Xiaoyi looked at her three daughters-in-law, each more beautiful than the last, and she couldn't help but smile widely. This is how it should be. Where can you find such good daughters-in-law? I have three of them. No wonder many villagers have strong opinions about my son, saying openly or secretly that he's not a good person, lazy and idle. I admit, my son used to be lazy and idle, and he really was like that before. But now you say he is lazy and careless. I just think you are jealous and resentful. No matter how idle my son is, he married three beautiful daughters-in-law, and each one is very loyal to him. Good. Ding Xiaoyi looked very pleased. Otherwise, I would say your Uncle Qi's skills are really good. Look at this clothes. They are made very well. Did you give the money to Uncle Qi? Yes, I did. He just gave it to me. Zhao Jingzhu pointed to Qinyang. That's enough. Look at how well these clothes fit. Your Uncle Qi's skills are really good. That's all that matters. After putting on the new clothes, the whole family was very happy. Although it wasn't New Year, the old clothes they had before were a bit worn and old. Now, wearing these new clothes, everyone felt like they had been reborn. Especially in this era when clothing styles are simple, wearing these clothes made people look especially bright and beautiful. Qinyang was also very satisfied after seeing them. Isn't that how life should be? One day, 3 meals. For seasons, called spring. We should make life better for everyone. That's what makes life meaningful. After dinner, unexpectedly, several people came outside. It was Chun Jinzhong and Chun Dachuan, father and son. Also, Chun Haidong and Lu Rong came over. Seeing so many people, Qinyang warmly welcomed them inside and offered them wine. Stop fussing. Chun Jinzhong immediately waved his hand, signaling him not to cause trouble here. Are you talking about hunting again? Qinyang asked them. Not about hunting today. You just finished a long day yesterday, so you're not going today. I want to ask you, are you really planning to build a house? Chun Jinzhong asked. Qinyang nodded. Yes, I already asked Uncle Hong Sheng to help me buy materials and prepare for the construction. We definitely need to build. Our living conditions are not good, and there are many of us. The sooner we build, the sooner we can use it. Hopefully, we can move into the new house before the new year, so we can have a good celebration. That made sense, and everyone nodded in agreement. If you need help, just tell us, Chen Haidong said from beside. Your dad doesn't have any brothers either, so he's an only child. Even in your generation, you're an only child. We used to talk about you a lot, but don't think too much. As your elders and relatives, we just want you to be more sensible and make things easier for your mother. Now, you've done very well, even beyond what we expected. Building a house is always a big deal, and you can't do it all alone. If you really need help, just tell us, and we will definitely lend a hand. That really makes sense. In the past, building houses was mostly manual work, with no machines involved. Everything had to be done by people. Now, he plans to build a red brick house, and has even saved a step in laying bricks. If he were building a house with mud bricks, it would require many people helping to lay the bricks. But besides that, there's still a lot of work that needs help. I understand. If I really need help, you won't refuse. I'll come to find you, Qin Yang said with a smile, and he also gave everyone cigarettes. Brother Yang, don't worry. I'm free and have nothing to do. Just tell me what to do. As long as you don't mind me doing a poor job, Qin Dachuan said generously. Got it. Thank you, Dachuan. After chatting for a while, these people prepared to leave. Do you still have enough trees? Lu Rong asked Qin Yang before leaving. I've already gathered quite a few big trees for you. They're enough for making furniture. But besides furniture, these doors and windows also need wood. I'm not sure if it's enough. If not, just tell me, and I'll get some from the forest. The doors and windows don't need to be very big. There are plenty inside, and I can easily sneak some out for you, Lu Rong assured him. If you really sneak some out, what if they find out later? If they find out, so be it. I've helped many people build houses in the village, and this is normal. Just remember, if you need anything, just tell me, Lu Rong said. Qin Yang listened, smiled, and thanked him. By the way, when are we going hunting again? Lu Rong asked softly. Ever since we went hunting last time, I've been itching to go again. Just tell me when you're going, and I'll go with you, Qin Yang replied. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, if I really go hunting in the mountains, I will definitely call you. It's not like I would go alone. Actually, we have fewer game here. There are many places in our town where you can hunt. Maybe I can look for other spots or ask people at other forest farms if they have any news. If they do, I'll tell you, and we can go together to hunt them. That sounds good, Qin Yang nodded in agreement. If that's the case, it would be great. Then our whole town can go hunting, and we can also go to other places. As long as there's hunting, we can all go. Deal. Lu Rong was very happy and patted his thigh. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Lu Rong hurriedly left. Just then, Ding Xiaoyi stepped forward. Uncle Hong Sheng has many things to do. We might not be able to build a house here, so you probably shouldn't go hunting in the mountains. Stay at home and wait for Uncle Hong Sheng to handle things. I know. I'm just waiting for Uncle Hong Sheng to come and start marking the land for us and get ready to do something. That's good, Ding Xiaoyi nodded. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and softly asked him. Shuang Yu's dad will celebrate his 50th birthday in a few days. Even though you and Shuang Yu are divorced, you should still go and show your respect, right? Have you prepared anything? Qin Yang heard this and slapped his forehead. How did I forget about this? Yu. Seeing his expression, Ding Xiaoyi looked at him with some helplessness and poked his head. Every day, I don't know what you're thinking about. Even though you're divorced from Shuang Yu, you still want to win her back, right? You should show some effort. You're right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But there's still some time. No worries, I'll think of a way. You think of a way? I was just telling you this. If you really go over there, I wonder if her parents will kick you out. That's unlikely. They were pretty nice to me before. That's true. Who wouldn't be nice to someone who married a divorced man? But even so, the old couple had already agreed to marry you at that time. Yet you still divorced her. Do you think that's proper behavior? Qin Yang felt a bit embarrassed and helpless, and finally nodded seriously. Yes, I didn't do well before. I'm trying my best to make up for it. Just watch, I won't let you down. His words sounded nice, which reassured Ding Xiaoyi. But could Ding Xiaoyi truly feel at ease? Although Qin Yang now seems more reliable than before, this is a big matter concerning her son's future life. She couldn't really relax. In truth, she was still worried. But what could she do? After all, the child was her own. She had to accept it herself. Chen Hongxing moved quickly. Although the bricks hadn't arrived yet, He already brought the stakes to the foundation site the next day. According to the village's building rules, in this situation, they should level the ground first, then set up the stakes and lines to mark the layout. Once the stakes are in place and the lines are drawn to confirm the plan, they can sprinkle lime as a marker and then dig the foundation along the lines. After that, construction can officially begin. Right now, the land was quite flat, so there was no need for extra leveling. They could just set up the lines and stakes directly. In the past, there was a saying in rural areas about starting a business. What does it mean to start a business? Building a house and getting married. This is called establishing a family and a career. Because both require a lot of money and resources, they are considered a career. Especially in those days, it was hard for people to support themselves, and building a house was a luxury. Although Chun Yang was 27 years old this year, considered quite old in those times, 27 was still relatively young for building a house. Many people spend their whole lives only managing to build a few houses in middle age. Plus, Chun Yang was a well-known figure in their village. As they started work on his house, many people came to watch. Seeing such a large area, and when the stakes and layout appeared, the crowd was amazed. It's so big. How many rooms do you think that will be? Yeah, why build such a big house? It must cost a lot. I heard they plan to build a red brick house. Hey, a red brick house? Isn't that a house for city folks? For a moment, the onlookers started talking among themselves. From their tone and words, it was clear they were both jealous and amazed. Red brick houses are quite new and rare, especially in this era. Even in the city, many people still live in old, traditional brick houses. That small house made of red bricks looks very nice. Now, Chun Yang is building the first red brick house in the village. How can people not be jealous? Besides Chun Yang himself, his whole family came to help. Zhao Jingzhu, Deng Yufeng, and Li Xuanyue, along with their children, are helping with the work and giving advice. Since it's their own house, they want it to be built well. They can share their opinions, but they also know when to stop. Chun Yang makes the final decisions, and they follow his lead. They worked all morning, setting up the foundation and lines, and finally spreading lime. At noon, Chun Yang invited Chen Hongsheng to have lunch at his house. I will find someone to buy the materials for you. With that 1,000 yuan, you don't need to worry about these things. But your paperwork isn't done yet. I know. I still need to handle the formalities at the team office. Chun Yang nodded. Yes, you need to go to Uncle Dutching at the team office to get the paperwork done. Once that's finished, this project will be truly settled. I understand. I'll go see Uncle Dutching this afternoon. Once the materials arrive, we can start working. Can we finish before the new year? Exactly. As soon as the materials arrive, we'll start. We'll definitely finish before the new year. Chun Yang smiled and said, That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Hongsheng. No trouble at all. Making money is what we do. That's settled. I won't interfere anymore. You handle it yourself. Okay. I will. After lunch, Chen Hongsheng left. Chun Yang immediately took a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes to find Chen Ditching. Why do I say handling the project? Because dealing with these things not only costs money but also takes a lot of effort. When Chun Yang brought the cigarettes and wine, Chen Ditching understood right away. Today's matter has already caused a big fuss. Everyone in the village knows about it. You really surprised me quietly, didn't you? Chun Yang placed his things on the desk, and after Chen Ditching took a quick look, he spoke. Uncle Ditching, you know our living conditions at home. Now we have no choice but to build a new house. I'm here today to get the necessary approval. Although the land is indeed his own, he still needs to go through the proper procedures and get the necessary approvals. Congratulations, Chen Ditching said, then went inside and took out a note, placing it in front of him. I've already written the note for you. Just go ahead and build the house confidently. Seeing this, Chun Yang almost laughed out loud, knowing that his uncles and aunts really do care about him. I don't have any other requests. Once you build the house, just live a good life. If you start loafing around again like before, I swear I'll beat you. Look at how old your mother has become, Chen Ditching said, unable to hold back after finishing the serious talk. I understand. I just want to live a good life. If I didn't want that, why would I come here to build a house? Don't worry, I can only trust you a little now. Who knows what you might do in the future? Anyway, take this back with you. Don't leave it here. Building a house costs a lot of money, and you're giving me these things. Aren't you worried about wasting money? Chen Ditching pointed to the cigarette and bottle of wine on the table, signaling him to take them. How can I do that? These are for your respect. I'm leaving now. Qinyang, seeing everything is settled, wouldn't take the gifts back. He patted his butt and quickly ran back home. Hey, you're really not taking it? You're leaving it here? Why are you leaving it with me? Diching stood up, trying to stop him. But Qinyang had already run off, not caring about that. You can't take back gifts you've given someone. That's not how Qinyang does things. Besides, Diching had already prepared what he wanted to give. That's a big favor. These uncles and aunts have always been kind to his family, mainly because he lost his father at a young age, and his mother raised him alone, which wasn't easy. So, whenever they could help, they always tried to do so. But Qinyang used to be quite irresponsible, lazy and careless, making these relatives furious. Now, Diching looked at him standing tall and proud, feeling very happy inside. He also thought that it wasn't easy for him to support the family alone, as they had so many people to take care of. So he definitely couldn't accept these things. He didn't realize that Qinyang was thinking the same way. These uncles and relatives showed very careful care for him. If they could help, they did. If they couldn't, they still tried to find ways to help. But earlier, he was too unkind, and they couldn't help him. Now that he finally had a chance, they were even more willing to help. The more they helped, the more grateful he felt. He wanted to give them some gifts. Not for any special reason, just because they treated him sincerely, and he wanted to be honest with them in return. The saddest thing in the world is when good intentions are not appreciated. So, he tried to let this kindness last longer. After leaving Diching's house, Qinyang didn't go anywhere else. He hurriedly went to find a carpenter. The village carpenter's name was Chen Haitao. He had been a carpenter for a long time. In the past, whenever someone needed furniture, they would ask Chen Haitao to help make it. Usually, there were two ways. One was to provide the wood yourself, and Chen Haitao would help craft it, charging a manual labor fee. The other was to buy the finished work from Chen Haitao, which meant using his materials, making the price a bit higher. Qinyang had now cut down about 10 big trees, which should be enough for making cabinets and other furniture for his house. So, he hurried to find Chen Haitao. Chen Haitao saw him coming and understood what he meant when he saw him coming to ask for help. Do you have any wood? Chen Haitao asked, smoking the cigarette Qinyang gave him. Come on, I'll take you to see, Qinyang said mysteriously, leading Chen Haitao to the back mountain of his house. After nearly a month of drying, the wood was now quite dry. During this time, it hadn't rained, and it had been exposed to the sun outside, making it very dry. Chen Haitao went to look. Not bad. Did you move all this by yourself? Chen Haitao looked surprised. He didn't even ask if the wood was stolen. No need to guess. It's probably stolen. But Qinyang's family only had one person, and if he moved all this alone, it would be very hard work. I couldn't do so much alone. I asked others to help. Well, no wonder. Chen Haitao nodded, suddenly understanding, but then pointed at the wood. Good stuff. You really have an eye for quality. Lu Rong would be furious if he saw this. These are wood pieces that have been growing in the forest for many years. Qinyang chuckled but didn't say anything more. But Chen Haitao immediately understood. There's no way Lu Rong didn't pick these himself. Plus, Lu Rong has been hunting in the mountains with Qinyang recently, so they must have been working together. Cutting these trees wouldn't take long at all. Got it. Chen Haitao nodded and pointed at the wood again. This wood is pretty dry now, but I suggest you have someone saw it into planks soon. After that, it can dry even more, making it easier for me to work with when I make furniture. Understood. I'll have someone saw the wood right away. Once you've sawed the wood, tell me what style you want, and I'll make a few good pieces of furniture for you. Is that enough? For now, don't worry. These trees are big, and since they've been cut into several sections, it's plenty. If it's not enough, I have more wood over here, and I can give you some later. Okay. After discussing these things, Qinyang felt relieved and hurried to find Chen Jinchang. He explained everything to him. Chen Jinchang immediately understood. I'll handle this for you, he said confidently. Since the late rice has already been planted, they have some time. Although they need to tend the fields now and then, it's not a big problem. Helping him saw the planks is something he can do. So, how will I be paid? Qinyang asked. Why are you talking about wages? Why would I want pay for helping? No need for wages. Plus, I've been sawing planks for many years. It's a skill I have. Many of the wooden boards used in the village for building houses were cut by me, Chen Jinchang said, shaking his head. Uncle Jinchang, we need to be fair. If you don't take my wages, I'd feel bad asking you to saw the planks for me. That would be taking advantage. Yang Ji, no need to pay, added Chen Dachuan, patting his chest to reassure him. Do you look down on me? We are brothers. My dad is your. He originally wanted to say, my dad is your dad. But after thinking carefully, he felt it might be disrespectful to Chun Yang's mother, so he quickly changed his words. My dad is your son, so there's no need to be so polite. Wow. Chen Yang didn't expect him to suddenly give himself a big compliment. Chen Jinchong looked pale. You are so generous, putting us down like that. I really want to punch you. But after saying this, Chen Dachuan realized it might not be appropriate. It felt like his own status was lowered by 2 levels. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. What I mean is, since we're close, there's no need to be so formal. Also, I helped saw the wooden planks. Although he said this, Chen Yang shook his head. Uncle Jinchong, if you don't want to accept my wages, I can take Big Chun fishing with me and pay him. But please don't bring Big Chun along. He can go fishing and hunting with me and earn some money. You can call someone else, and I will pay them normally. Is that okay? Chen Jinchong was very happy. This way, he felt he was still getting some benefit. You should know, Big Chun is just hanging out with Chen Yang, but Chen Yang can give him quite a bit of money. Xiaoyang, thank you so much. You don't need to worry about sawing the wood. I'll find someone to carry the logs to our ancestor hall to saw, and after it's done, I'll let it dry further. You just do your own thing. You have many expenses now. Since you're so good at hunting and fishing, you should go earn more money, all right? It's settled then. After confirming this, Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. Chen Jinchong was right. I can ask others to do these tasks, but the most important thing is to earn money first. Now is the time to spend a lot of money. Only by earning enough can we really build the house. This morning, since Chen Yang saw that the sun wasn't too strong today, he decided to go out and work hard. He went into the kitchen and saw Zhao Jingzhu, Deng Yufeng, and Li Shuangyue busy working. Looking closer, he saw they were preparing cold dishes. When are you planning to sell these? Chen Yang asked them. After finishing, around 9 o'clock, Zhao Jingzhu started to go sell. She planned to visit various villages and walk around the town, hoping someone might buy something. While working, she answered, how's the business now? These days, Chen Yang hasn't paid much attention to their cold dish sales because he's busy with his own things. It's pretty good. We sell about 10 yuan worth each day, earning a few yuan profit. Making a few yuan a day is already considered a good income. That's great. Chen Yang nodded happily. After chatting, he came out. He thought about going fishing, but then he wondered if he should first make his own bamboo raft. He felt a bit embarrassed to keep using Chun Gingchong's bamboo raft. Thinking this, he immediately went to cut some bamboo. Making a bamboo raft isn't very hard, especially for Chen Yang, who is very handy. But the raft won't be ready quickly, so it's best to soak the bamboo in water first. After cutting the bamboo, he threw it into the water to soak, planning to make the raft later. In the afternoon, after eating, he went to Chun Gengchang's house to ask Dezhu to go fishing with him. But he didn't see anyone inside. Aunt Gingchong said he was probably in the ancestor hall, helping to saw some wood. So he hurried over to the ancestor hall. By then, the sound of sawing wood was already heard. When he entered, he saw Chun Gingchong and another man, both shirtless, pulling a saw. The wood was placed on a sawhorse, with the 2 men standing on either side, pulling a long saw back and forth. As they worked, sawdust fell, and the wooden board, fixed in place with a plumb line, was being cut in the opposite direction. This is a common way to saw wood. First, they mark the thickness with a plumb line. Both sides need to mark the line. After that, they focus on the line and saw along it. This way, the cut is even and neat. Don't underestimate this task. It requires skill and is very tiring. Both men were sweating heavily, their bronze-colored skin glistening with sweat. It was clear they were exhausted. Chen Yang quickly stepped forward to give them some cigarettes. At this time, Chen Dachuan was also helping, but not just sawing wood. Thanks for your hard work, Chen Yang said after giving them cigarettes. The person helping Chen Jinchong to saw the wood was also a relative, named Chen Jinxing. He is also Chun Ginchong's younger brother. It's not hard at all. We're happy to see your family building a house. Helping you with some work is no problem, Chen Jinxing said with a cheerful smile. This is very difficult to saw. If I had to do it myself, I might not be able to. It's better if you guys do it, Chen Yang said with a smile. Sawing wood is indeed not easy. It takes skill. But you don't need to worry about it here. Just do what you need to do. Once we finish sawing, we'll tell Hai Tao, he added. Okay. Qinyang naturally didn't mind. He called out to Dachuan, who was helping move the wood. Dachuan, don't stay here. I'll take you fishing. Hearing this, Dachuan happily stood up and hurriedly went out with him. On the Fengjiang River, Qinyang and Dachuan appeared again on the water. Both looked very motivated. Just now, they rowed a bamboo raft into the river and noticed two people walking along the shore again. They were untying another bamboo raft, seeming to come over. Aren't those Qin Dongfeng and his son? Dachuan turned his head and couldn't help scratching his head. Yang Ji, they're trying to share your luck, Dachuan said. Qinyang looked at them and clicked his tongue. They want to share our luck? They can't share anything. People like them. Even luck doesn't favor them, Qinyang said disdainfully. Yeah, they definitely won't get any of our luck. They're not even human, Dachuan agreed. Qinyang smiled slightly, ignoring them, and directed Dachuan on where to row. Wherever they went, they saw many red spots, and some places were especially red. Over here, he immediately pointed to a spot, telling Dachuan to row there. After Dachuan rowed over, he threw a beautiful net into the river. Soon, he started pulling the net back. While doing this, the Qin Dongfeng father and son had already followed Qinyang's direction, as they had planned earlier. From a distance, it was just a matter of seeing whether Qinyang's net could catch any fish. Their feelings were very mixed. They hoped Qinyang could catch fish so they could go and take his spot, but they also wondered why he was so lucky. Isn't that taking advantage of him? When they cast the net again, they saw that Qinyang's net was full of big fish. The fish were very lively, jumping around desperately. Damn it! Qin Feng was almost jealous and couldn't help but curse loudly. Qin Dongfeng, standing nearby, also couldn't understand. He wondered why this guy was so lucky. He kept catching fish with each new net. I haven't been this lucky myself. Meanwhile, on another boat, Qin Dachuan was so happy he was shouting loudly, acting like a wild man. That big fool, Qin Feng was so jealous his face turned purple. Qin Dongfeng was smoking quietly, not saying anything, just watching calmly. Over there, after catching fish with their net, Qinyang and Qin Dachuan rowed away from that spot. Dad, let's go quickly. Qin Feng couldn't hold on anymore and immediately pushed his bamboo pole to head toward their previous location. As soon as Qinyang and Qin Dachuan left, they arrived steadily at that place. Brother Yang, look. They went to the spot where we just fished. They want to steal our catch, Dachuan said, pointing and speaking to Qinyang. Qinyang smiled and understood what they meant. Trying to steal my catch? That's not so easy. When I cast that net, I already caught all the fish there. The rest are scared away, so they're not there anymore. Let them try. They might find some stones, at least. The two of them stopped fishing and happily watched from afar. Meanwhile, the father and son arrived at that spot. After Qin Feng settled in position, Qin Dongfeng started casting his net. He cast once, then pulled it up. It was empty inside. Ha ha! Dachuan clapped loudly in approval from afar. Those two fools, we've already fished everything there. Do you think you'll catch fish? That's hilarious. You can't even catch hot poop. Qin Feng watched their futile effort and, hearing this, almost jumped in anger, ready to curse Dachuan. He cursed very badly. Dachuan was very happy to see them fail. Ignore him. Let's keep fishing. Qinyang chuckled softly, finding the situation quite amusing. The two of them started fishing again, following the directions Qinyang had given, and each cast was accurate. Not only were their casts precise, but each spot they hit was full of big fish, all valuable catches. They even caught several soft-shelled turtles. From afar, Qin Dongfeng and his son watched as they fished, their eyes turning red with envy. Every time Qinyang and his son left, they immediately went to the spots where they had fished, hoping to find fish. Unfortunately, each spot was already empty, with only a few small fish remaining. Catching even a few small carp or grass carp was already quite difficult. Damn it! Why is it that wherever he goes to fish, there are fish, but we can't find any? Isn't that unfair? Qin Dongfeng was so angry after another empty net that he almost couldn't speak. Qin Feng's face looked very grim. Are you stupid? Qin Dachuan shouted loudly nearby. Can you even catch fish? With your terrible skills, what are you even doing? We have to do it for you. And you're trying to steal our catches? Do you think you can? These provocative words made the father and son even more furious, almost losing their temper. Dad, Let's stop fishing. What's the point? We can't catch anything if we follow him, Chen Fong said, clearly upset by reality and Chun Dachuan's taunts, so he decided to give up. But Chen Dongfeng felt the same way. We'll just wait on the shore. When he comes over, I'll have a serious talk with him. Chen Fong looked very angry. Chen Yang and Chen Dachuan were very quick. Before long, they had filled their baskets with fish and returned to the shore on their bamboo raft. Chen Fong was very angry earlier, even considering acting stubborn, but when he saw Chun Dachuan's broad figure and fierce gaze, he suddenly backed down. Something felt off. Maybe they weren't their match. Chen Fong, what are you trying to do? Chen Yang also stepped off the bamboo raft, securing their belongings and bringing down the catch. Especially when he pulled the fishing net from the raft, the fish inside were jumping lively, weighing at least 200 or 300 jin. Chen Dongfeng and his son watched with wide eyes. Damn, how did they manage that? How are they so accurate? We follow behind and can't even catch a single fish. Chen Yang, what are you so proud of? You're just lucky, Chen Fong said angrily, his eyes turning red. You're not wrong. I am lucky, but being lucky is also my skill. Why is your luck so bad? You can't catch even one. Let me guess. Your luck is terrible because your character isn't good? Even heaven isn't on your side. You. Chen Fong was so angry his eyes nearly popped out. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, What's the use of being lucky? Just because you're lucky now, does that mean you'll be lucky forever? Just wait and see. After saying that, Chen Fong left in a huff, too embarrassed to stay. Chen Dongfeng looked at him longingly, but finally also left helplessly. Hey, you too. Don't get so angry you make yourself sick. We caught so many fish, which means there are plenty in this river. You could come and fish too. Why are you still mad? Can't you play nicely? Chen Dachuan said sarcastically from behind. Chen Yang chuckled, thinking that this guy might be a bit crazy, but he seemed to be quite good at provoking others. Look at them. Clumsy and loves to play, Dachuan said, turning to smirk at Chen Yang as he watched the father and son walk away. Ignore them, Chen Yang said, shaking his head. Let's go and bring the fish back. Aren't you going to sell them? Yes, but first we need to go home. Dachuan nodded. Although he said they would bring the fish back after Chen Yang did, he didn't put the fish into his pond. Instead, he hurriedly found Chen Jinchong, who was busy sawing wood. Uncle Jinchong, I plan to sell the fish later. Do you want me to take your yellow eel and loach to sell too? Chen Yang asked. You're going to help me sell? But how can you do that? There are quite a few there, Chen Jinchong said, putting down his saw and looking worried. I'm not selling for you. I'll bring Dachuan with me, and he can sell them. How can he do that? I've thought about it. If it doesn't work out, I'll find someone in town to buy them. The price might be low, but it's better than letting them die at home, Chen Jinchong said, not expecting much from Dachuan. That's not quite right. Daju is becoming more clever now. Besides, what are we afraid of if I go with him? Here's the plan. Later, Daju will rent a horse-drawn cart from the village, and I will ride a hand-pulled tricycle to the city with him. With me watching nearby, we are sure to sell our goods. When Chen Jinzhong heard this, he felt a little excited. He had seen Chen Yang's skills before, and with his help, this task wouldn't be too difficult. Won't it be too much trouble for you? You know how Daju is. He doesn't always think carefully. I'm worried he might cause you trouble. Chen Genzhong's concern was reasonable. Selling things in the city also meant being careful of those people wearing red sleeves. If something went wrong, they could get caught, and that would be a big problem. He was very worried about this, afraid that Daju's lack of judgment might cause Chen Yang trouble. It's okay, as long as he listens to me. All right, you two be very careful. We're going to sell some things, but we don't have to sell everything. Just sell enough. Safety is the most important. Chen Jinzhong finally agreed. Okay, we're leaving now, Chen Yang said quickly and hurriedly left. He wanted Daju to rent a cart from Daqing and then rushed home to load the goods onto the tricycle. Going to sell in the city? Li Xuanyue looked worried when she saw how eager he was. It's okay. Things sell better in the city, and the prices are higher. That's why we're going there. Chen Yang comforted her. If we sell quickly, we'll be back in time for dinner. If it takes longer, we might come back after dinner. Anyway, when it's about time, you can eat without waiting for me. After saying this, Chen Yang hurriedly rode the tricycle away, soon meeting up with Daju, and the two headed into the city together. Daju had sold things before, but this time he was taking the lead himself. He had to sell his own family's goods, which made him both excited and a little worried. He was afraid he wouldn't do well and mess things up. Compared to him, Qinyang was very calm. He seemed to understand Deju's worries and was deliberately comforting him on the way. Don't worry, this time when we go to the city, even though you're selling alone, our stalls are together. They can buy whatever they want, and I will take care of things here for you. You don't need to worry. Qinyang's words helped calm Chun Dachuan a little, and he kept nodding. Yeah, with Brother Yang here, what is there to worry about? Even if he went to a brothel 10 times, he would be fine. He can handle everything. Thinking this way, he relaxed much more and kept smiling and nodding. After arriving in the city, they needed to find a good spot to sell. Chen Dachuan looked around blankly, not knowing where to go. But Qinyang seemed to be making a decision. It seems the air in this direction is the brightest, so let's go this way and see what kind of place it is. After muttering to himself, he finally chose a spot and waved his hand, telling Dachuan to follow him to the side. They walked for about 10 minutes and finally reached a place. It was a hospital. Hospitals are really good places. This should sell well here. Seeing the scene, he immediately became interested, called Dachuan over, and set up their things. Brother Yang, can we set up our stall here? Will anyone stop us? I'm worried someone might come and tell us not to sell here. That would be hard to deal with, Dachuan said nervously. It's okay. If they don't let us, we can just say no. Anyway, we've already come here, so we should check out the situation. Let's set up first. Since Qinyang said so, Dachuan could only nod repeatedly to show he understood and cooperate with him to set up the stall. They chose a spot right at the main entrance of the hospital, where there were many people. Many patients or their family members were coming and going, and after they set up, many people looked over. Qinyang knew that soft-shelled turtles were the most attractive to these patients because everyone thought they were very nourishing. Sick people needed to recover, so they should eat nourishing food. Is there scientific proof for this? Not really, but everyone believed it that way. Since they were in this place, Qinyang naturally wanted to use this belief. He deliberately placed the soft-shelled turtle at the front so people could see it. Sure enough, as soon as he arranged everything, someone noticed and happily approached. Young man, how much for this turtle? $17 each. That's too expensive, isn't it? It's not that my turtle is expensive, but it's a wild one. It's hard to find wild turtles now, and this one is very good. My price is actually quite cheap. Plus, turtles are very nutritious. If you're interested, you should buy it quickly. There are so many people here now, and if someone else likes it, you might miss your chance. Qinyang's words had a strong effect. The person hesitated for a moment and finally bought a turtle for $17. Besides the turtle, some people also came forward to buy fish. His fish were especially attractive because they were large and beautiful. His big fish weren't just big for the sake of size. For example, osmanthus fish are usually about 1 gene, about half a kilogram, each. Most of his osmanthus fish were about this size. Suddenly, many people came to buy, and everyone kept praising the fish. His stall became very popular. As his stall got busy, even people who didn't usually eat fish but liked eels or loaches also came to look at Dachun's stall. So, both stalls became very busy. Qinyang and Dachun were almost overwhelmed. With so many customers, they were always on high alert. Qinyang kept selling and watching carefully for any warning signs, making sure no one stayed too long, or it could become difficult. Fortunately, they had good luck. They stayed there for a long time, and as more people gathered, they weren't asked to leave. They sold very well. Time flew by quickly. They were extremely busy, but they also started to sell out. Qinyang's fish sold especially fast. The turtles were already sold out, and only a few slightly less good ones remained, but they would probably sell out soon. Dachun's sales were a bit slower because he had more items. Once they finished selling, Qinyang immediately helped Dachun sell the remaining items. Actually, Dachun looked a little anxious after his items sold out. He had sold quite a few, but not as quickly as Qinyang. At this moment, seeing Qinyang come to their stall to help sell, they finally relaxed. Qinyang is good at selling things, and he is more experienced in greeting customers. His words are also very pleasant. With Qinyang's sweet talk helping him sell, the items sold very quickly. The customers also showed respect. They initially just wanted to buy a little to try, but once they heard the young man speak so nicely, they decided to buy more. His friendly attitude made it worth giving him more business, which made their sales even faster. By the time it was getting dark, all their goods were sold out. Although Dazhun had never been this busy before, and it was a bit tiring mentally, He was so happy to see everything sold out that he almost wanted to jump for joy. Brother Yang, we sold out. We actually sold everything. Haha. I wonder if my dad will still look down on me. We're amazing. Pack up the stuff. First, let's find a nearby restaurant to eat, then go home because we're starving. Okay. Okay. Shindachuan was very happy and cheerfully went with him to find a small restaurant nearby. There are many restaurants around the hospital, and they quickly found one. When they entered, it looked a bit familiar. Huh, aren't you guys the fish sellers? The restaurant owner was surprised to see them and smiled. Yes, we sell fish. Have you bought fish from us before? Yes, your place was very busy earlier. You might have seen us, but we don't remember clearly. But I remember you well. You sell Fengjiang fish, right? We bought several pounds. The owner was very friendly. Come, what would you like to eat? I'll cook for you. Here's the menu. Qinyang smiled slightly. He invited Shindachuan to sit down and ordered one meat dish and one vegetable dish. Both of them were very hungry. As soon as the food arrived, they ate quickly, devouring everything. Finally, they were full. And I have to say, the owner's cooking skills are quite good. The dishes were delicious. After finishing their meal, Qinyang and Shindachuan prepared to leave. Do you often come here to sell your fish? After Qinyang paid the money, the shop owner suddenly asked them. Maybe not always. If we have free time or if we get a lot of calls from our side, we might come over to sell. We are from Fengjiang town, which is quite far from here. If the amount isn't much, we usually don't come because it's not worth it. Qinyang sensed the meaning behind his words and thought of a way to explain. How much would make you come over? The shop owner hesitated and asked. It depends on whether we think it's worth it. If it's not worth it, we wouldn't want to. Usually, we need to sell at least 100 jin to come here, or it wouldn't be worthwhile, Qinyang replied. Over 100 jin? Well, that's not impossible. We have many shops here. Before, we bought fish and other things at the market or supply store, but they were more expensive and the quality wasn't as good as yours. Young man, maybe you could deliver goods to us in the future? Deliver goods? Qinyang felt a bit excited. Delivering goods isn't impossible, but he couldn't agree so easily. Who would want to deliver such a small amount of goods? The amount is too small. It's not convenient or worthwhile for me to deliver, Qinyang said with a look of difficulty. No, we have many shops here. Because of the hospital nearby, a lot of people come and go, and many eat nearby when they visit. Things are not as strict as before, so running a small restaurant here isn't heavily checked. Our business is pretty good, especially for fish, loach, and eel. If you have stock, just deliver it to us. Your fish are really good, and everyone in Baikong City knows that Fengjiang's fish are the best. Hearing about delivering goods, Shindachuan was very happy and almost ready to agree. Fortunately, he listened to Qinyang. Seeing that Qinyang didn't speak, he also didn't dare to say anything, so he kept quiet. But it was clear he was struggling to hold back. Brother, we can't talk like that. You say there are many people here who need this kind of goods, but I don't know them, and they haven't ordered from me. If you really think there are many people here who want to buy, then you can gather everyone and discuss a plan. Otherwise, just telling me this small amount of goods, I wouldn't bother making a trip. We can handle it in our town. Otherwise, Qinyang was a clever person, always thinking ahead. Talking to me like that doesn't help much. You need to contact others too and show some sincerity. The shop owner understood the message immediately and nodded quickly. Don't leave yet. Sit here for a while. I'll call the other shop owners over so we can talk properly. Since it was past mealtime, there weren't many customers. The owner hurried out, and soon, about 7 or 8 people arrived. These people gathered around Qinyang and Shindachuan. Come, brothers, let me introduce you. These 2 shop owners are the ones selling fish at the hospital gate today. Some of you might have bought from them before. Their fish, especially the monkeyjiang fish, is very good quality. Usually, fish here are either expensive or hard to find, but their prices are reasonable, perfect for us to buy and sell. I think we should ask them to deliver fish to us regularly. What do you all think? All these people were in the same business and knew the prices well. They nodded repeatedly, agreeing. Of course, I have no problem with that. I also bought their fish. Today, many of us ordered fish from Fengjiang. The fish is really special and tastes great. Yes, if the owner is willing to deliver, we definitely want to buy. Suddenly, everyone agreed to accept the fish. Hearing this, Qinyang felt very happy inside, but he kept a straight face and didn't smile. I understand what you're saying. Here's what we can do. Everyone, tell me what kind of fish and how much you need. If we think it's okay, we can deliver. If the amount is too small or we think it's not worth it, we won't. Yes, yes, everyone. Let's quickly figure this out. Once we have a plan, we can give them confidence. The shop owners sat down at a table, took out paper and pens, and started writing and calculating. Chen Dachuan was very surprised and quietly whispered to Chen Yang. Brother Yang, I think this business can work. It's not urgent whether the business can succeed. The main thing is to see if we can sell more and put some pressure on them. We don't need to rush to decide. I understand. You see, I didn't say a word. I was just waiting for them to speak first. Do you think I am clever or not? All right, you're very smart. Chen Yang gave him a compliment. De Chun was very pleased and nodded repeatedly. Of course, I am quite clever. Just then, it seemed like they had also worked out their plan. Our shops will need about this much. The shop owner handed over a note, listing the types and daily quantities needed. Basically, they only need local fish, like grass carp, and some small local fish. Besides that, fish like osmanthus fish and topmouth gudgeon are also in demand and sell very well here. They also need soft-shelled turtles, loaches, and eels, especially loaches and turtles, which are very popular locally. Over 100 pounds, Qinyang looked at it and frowned. This is our daily requirement, but I think you don't have to deliver every day. The fish are alive, so we can keep them. You can send enough for 2 or 3 days at once. That way, your deliveries will be bigger, and you won't have to come every day. Isn't that better for us? You won't lose money, right? Otherwise, Qinyang would have to deliberately pressure them. Look, just a little pressure and they already figure out their own solutions. That's great. Chen Dazhong finally realized that his silence was part of the plan, and he looked at Qinyang with admiration. Ma Yangji is really impressive. It turns out he had already got them under control. No wonder he could marry 3 wives. It seems he's tough not only in bed, but also outside the bedroom. I am impressed. That makes sense, Qinyang said with a look of sudden realization. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Let's do it this way. We will deliver every 3 days, and each time, enough for 3 days. But you have to be able to handle that amount. Don't worry, we can definitely handle that amount. But about the price, can we get a slight discount? The other person immediately made another request. Retail and bulk purchasing do have different prices, so when they asked for a discount, Qinyang couldn't just ignore it. All right, I will lower the price a little because doing business is not easy for any of us. Here, I'll write down the new price for you to see if you agree. Qinyang was very straightforward. He took a pen and wrote the unit price on their order sheet. The price was slightly cheaper than his retail price, but not too much. He wouldn't lower it too much because that wouldn't be good for him. For them, a small discount was already very satisfying. Seeing this, they nodded repeatedly. They usually buy vegetables at regular prices elsewhere. Now, if they can get a small discount here, it saves them some money. Isn't that a good thing? Okay, we agree to this price. When will you start supplying us? They asked excitedly and happily. Starting tomorrow, Qinyang said with a smile. From tomorrow, I will officially supply you with several hundred jin each time. I won't go anywhere else. I'll bring everything directly here. Are you sure you can handle this? Yes, good. Then it's settled. My name is Qinyang. This is my brother, Chen Dachuan. Maybe in the future, he will often come here to deliver goods. Please take good care of him. All these shop owners were very sharp. During their chat, they already noticed that Chen Dachuan seemed a bit slow-minded. Now, hearing Chen Yang's subtle words, they understood everything and nodded repeatedly to show they understood. Actually, Chen Yang had another meaning. He was saying, this is my brother. Don't bully him, or I won't agree. Chen Dachuan might not be very smart, but Chen Yang's mind was normal. All right, it's settled. Just wait for my goods to arrive starting tomorrow. If anything comes up, we can contact each other anytime. Especially if you need to increase the amount or get other items, just tell Dachuan. Dachuan, get to know all the shop owners well. From now on, when the goods arrive, you'll be responsible for weighing and counting the money. Okay. Chen Dachuan was very happy when he heard he had a task. He nodded quickly. All right, it's decided. Let's deliver the fish to you early the next morning so you won't delay your business. Plus, the fish delivered that day will be fresher. Yes. Take care on your way. After bringing Dajuan out from inside, Qinyang felt relieved, and Dajuan looked very proud, as if he believed he had been given an important task and was about to create a bright future. Qinyang smiled slightly, thinking about this matter. If that was true, he would need to arrange other work for Dazhuan later. But just telling Dazhuan wasn't enough. He also needed to talk to his father. From what he knew about Qin Jinchang, his father would definitely agree. If Dazhuan was to deliver goods, he would need a dedicated vehicle. His human-powered tricycle was used by his 3 ex-wives to go door-to-door selling, so it couldn't be used by Dazhuan, as the timing wouldn't match. Plus, Dazhuan could carry hundreds of jin of weight, and riding a tricycle with that much load would be quite heavy. The best solution was to get a horse-drawn cart, which would be easier to handle. Yes, the best idea was to buy a horse cart. Thinking about buying a horse cart, Qinyang frowned but then quickly came up with a plan. He decided to go find Lu Rong. But before looking for Lu Rong, his first step was to bring the horse cart to Qin Diqing's house. He called out to Qin Diqing from outside, then took Dazhuan inside together. Qin Diqing was sitting in the yard, cooling off. It was almost 10 p.m. now, but since it was hot in summer, many people couldn't sleep and would sit in the yard, shirtless, to cool down. Coming back so late? What were you doing? Qin Diqing looked surprised to see them both enter and asked. We went to the city to sell fish. That's why we're back so late, Qinyang said as he entered, handing out cigarettes. Oh, I heard you've been catching a lot of fish recently. How's the sales? All sold out. All sold out, Qinyang nodded. Our Fengjiang fish is very famous in Baikong City. You know, everyone says Fengjiang fish is delicious. Selling there, we do very well. You're quite good at business. Going so far to sell fish, Qin Diqing couldn't help but laugh. Our business is good, not just today. We've also partnered with some local small restaurants. They want to buy fish from us, but to do that, we need some tools. I plan to let Dazhuan continue selling fish tomorrow, but we'll need to rent a horse cart from you for one more day. Although it is called renting, the village often needs to use horse-drawn carts, so Qinyang must clarify this with him. Tomorrow is fine, but if you want to do this business, renting from the village all the time isn't a good long-term plan, Qin Diqing reminded him. I understand. I only plan to rent it tomorrow because I promised to deliver goods again then, so I must use a horse-drawn cart tomorrow. As for later, I plan to buy a horse-drawn cart from someone else, so I can deliver goods steadily in the future. Buying a cart is not impossible, but there are no carts for sale in our village. Don't think about that. Qin Diqing misunderstood and thought he wanted to buy a cart from him, so he quickly refused. I know. Our village only has 2 carts. I didn't mean to ask to buy one from the village. I already have an idea, just wanted to tell you first that I still need to use it tomorrow. No problem. If you need it tomorrow, just ask Dazhong to pull it. Qin Diqing also relaxed. He was worried Qinyang wanted to buy a cart from him, which he definitely couldn't agree to. The village often needs to use horse-drawn carts for various tasks. Sometimes, carts can be rented out when idle or borrowed for use. But the village can't do without having some carts. Many things can't be done without them. Thank you, Uncle Diqing, Qinyang said happily, immediately thanking him, then pulled Qin Dazhong out from inside. Take this cart home and feed it some hay. Let's go. I'll go back with you. By the way, I have something to discuss with your father. The two headed toward Qin Dazhong's house, but just as they entered the yard, they saw Qin Jinzhong just returning, sweaty and obviously just finished work. Uncle Jinzhong, Qinyang felt a bit embarrassed seeing him like that, knowing he had been sawing boards for him until now. He quickly stepped forward and handed him a cigarette. You just got back too? Qin Jinzhong saw them pulling the cart back and was a bit surprised. Yes, just now. I want to talk to you about something. Qinyang nodded. What is it? Qin Jinzhong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and seemed to relax completely, smiling as he asked. Today, we sold things very smoothly and sold a lot. Everything was sold out. At the same time, we connected with some restaurant owners nearby who want to buy from us. I plan to supply them regularly, about every 2 or 3 days, with 400 or 500 jin each time, selling all our products to them. Because of this, I need someone to help me transport and weigh the goods at their shop and collect the money. I plan to ask Dezhu to do this work, and I will pay him a salary. Qin Gengchang was surprised. Did you sell all the items? Yes, everything is sold. Our eels and loaches are all gone, and the money is here. Dezhu looked proud as he quickly took out the money from his pocket. He had organized the money on the way, stacking it neatly into bundles, and now handed it to Qin Gengchang. Qin Gengchang took the money and felt happy. He didn't expect everything to be sold, and it seemed to be more than he had expected. I don't mind Daju helping you with the delivery, but I worry that Daju might not be able to keep track of the accounts properly. What if someone cheats him? Chen Gengchang asked with concern. It's not likely. Chen Yang shook his head. I have a rough idea of how much goods go out each day and how much money we should make. If they dare to cheat Daju, I won't work with them anymore, and I'll make them return the money. Our wholesale prices are lower than others, so if they cheat, they won't find such low prices elsewhere. They probably won't risk it. They only want to work with us because the prices in the city are higher when buying from others. That's because those are retail prices, not wholesale. So they want to cooperate with us for better deals. I also thought they'd be willing to work with us because they buy in large quantities at once. Plus, Daju isn't as incapable as you think. He's actually quite capable. This time, he went with me to sell, and he manages his own place very well. After hearing this, Chen Gengchang relaxed a little. Of course, he was happy to see Qin Daju working with Qin Yang. He appreciated that Qin Yang was different from others in the village. He wouldn't mock Daju's intelligence. Secondly, Qin Yang is very smart and often unintentionally teaches Chun Dachuan many things. Actually, Dachuan isn't very slow. With someone guiding him through these experiences, he might gradually become more understanding of the world. As a father, of course, he hopes to see his son become smarter and capable of handling some matters. So, when they go out together to sell goods, he is naturally happier. I also plan to buy a cart for Dachuan, so he won't have to rent one from others in the future. Specifically for transporting goods, Chen Gengchang feels a bit excited. Sort of. It's not just for him. I also have a lot of things to do here, and I can use the cart sometimes. Anyway, once I buy it, it definitely won't be idle. Chen Gengchang didn't expect Qin Yang to think so carefully and plan so well. He couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth. After a while, he stepped forward, patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. Yang, you really think things through so thoroughly, and your plans are so considerate. From his words, Qin Yang knew he would agree, and he had already thought about this before coming. I plan to pay him a salary of 50 yuan a month. He can go fishing with me in the river and help me sell things. If we go hunting in the mountains, I'll give him an extra share. No. But Chen Gengchang immediately stopped him when he heard this. If you pay him 50 yuan a month, then he shouldn't expect extra pay for helping you with anything else. That's what he should do. Don't be polite with me. With his kind of mind, he can't find a job outside. Not to mention him, even smarter people struggle to find work. If you're willing to teach him, I should thank you. There's no need to pay him extra. That 50 yuan is already too much. Chen Gengchang is a self-aware and sincere person, which made it hard for Qin Yang to refuse at that moment. All right. Qin Yang agreed happily and said with a smile, since that's the case, let's go ahead and do it that way. Good. Chen Gengchang said with a smile. Dachuan, come here. He immediately shouted at his son. Qin Dachuan scratched his head and walked over, looking curious. Come on. Zhen Jinchang pointed at Qin Yang and said, from now on, you will work with Xiao Yang. Do whatever he asks, and he will pay you. Remember, follow Xiao Yang well and learn from him. How much you learn depends on your effort. Make sure you do a good job. If you don't, I will punish you. Okay. Qin Dachuan was very happy. He liked playing with Qin Yang and was excited to hear this. But after hearing, he looked at his father with a bit of disdain. Dad, can you stop bragging? You can't even beat my mom, and now you're talking about beating me? Qin Yang chuckled softly. Zhen Jinchang looked embarrassed and thought to himself, I really want to hit you. Dachun, for now, go feed the horses. Uncle Jinchang, which family in our village has caught a lot of eel and loach? I want to buy some. Tomorrow, I'll send Dachun to deliver some to the city restaurants. It's perfect timing. I know, I'll talk to them. How much do you want? Just a few dozen, Jean. Wait here. I'll go call someone now. You just pay them later. Zhen Jinchang was very enthusiastic and hurried off to find people. Soon, two people arrived carrying loach and yellow eel. Xiaoyang, look at this. Zhen Jinchang helped carry the goods inside and pointed at them for Qin Yang to see. Qin Yang looked and saw that both the loach and eel were lively and healthy, perfect for what he wanted, and each was quite fat. All right, I'll buy from both of you, Qin Yang decided quickly. He also offered a price slightly higher than what the town usually paid. The two men were very grateful. They weighed the goods at Zhen Ginchang's house, paid the money, and thanked him profusely before leaving to go home and sleep. Qin Yang stored the goods carefully and gathered them together. By then, Dachuan had fed the horses and came forward. Brother Yang, aren't we delivering tomorrow? We don't have any fish left. Is this enough? Chin Dachuan asked curiously. Who said we have no fish? My pond has plenty. If I get up early tomorrow, I'll fish some out. You come help me. After we're done, you can help me deliver the goods. All right, I understand. Forget it. I'll go with you tomorrow. Chin Yang thought carefully and felt uneasy about Guangda Chun going alone. Since it's his first time doing this kind of business, he needs to teach Chun some things. Okay. Actually, Chun also felt a bit relieved. Although Chun Yang said he would handle these tasks, he knew his own abilities well. He was worried he might mess things up if he went alone. So now that Chun Yang is going with him, he feels much more at ease. With Chun Yang by his side, he feels confident and supported. Without him, if something unexpected happens, he wouldn't know what to do. In other words, Chun Yang is now his source of strength. All right, then go to bed early. I'll have him wake up early tomorrow to find you, Chin Jin said with a smile. Chun Yang nodded, then left, humming a tune as he went back home. It was already late, but when he returned, he saw someone still busy in the kitchen. He paused, even thinking he might be seeing things. When he looked closer, he saw Zhao Jingzhu cooking dried fish. Every time Chin Yang caught fish, he would throw some small fish at home. The family would dry and prepare these small fish, and once enough accumulated, they could sell them. Why are you still awake so late, drying fish? There's no rush, Chin Yang said. Zhao Jingzhu turned to look at him, a faint smile appearing on her face, but it quickly disappeared. It's nothing. I was worried these small fish might smell bad, so I dried them first, she explained. But Chin Yang felt something was off. Are you waiting for me? Because I haven't come back for a long time, Zhao Jingzhu didn't reply. She just stood quietly in front of the stove, continuing her work as if she hadn't heard him. Chin Yang knew Zhao Jingzhu was a reserved person, especially after their divorce. She often responded with silence, as if expressing her displeasure. Fine, I can't provoke you. Chin Yang scratched his head and turned to go take a shower. Go heat some water to wash. Don't keep washing with cold water. Although the weather was hot, it was now evening, and it wasn't so warm anymore. Don't get yourself sick, okay? Just after taking a small step, Zhao Jingzhu said this. Oh, Chin Yang nodded, then went to get a bucket of hot water and headed to a small shower room. He hummed a song while taking a shower, then came out feeling refreshed. When he went into the kitchen, he saw that Zhao Jingzhu was also almost finished drying the fish. Go to bed early, Zhao Jingzhu glanced at him and reminded. You haven't been resting well every day? Hurry up and rest. I'll finish these things and go to bed soon too. Chin Yang nodded. You should also rest early and not stay up so late. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to sleep now. After saying that, he went into his room and immediately fell asleep. Zhao Jingzhu quietly continued working in the kitchen. Feeling sleepy, Chin Yang decided it was late, so he got out of bed in the dark, washed up, and went to his fish pond. The pond was dug just in time, and the water quality was very good. Under the moonlight and with a flashlight, he could see groups of fish swimming below. They were very lively. Just as he was about to start, Dazhun happily drove over with his cart. Looking closer, the cart was already full of things. Yesterday evening's catch of yellow eels and loaches. Brother Yang, let me cast the net. It looks so fun, Dazhun said happily, seeing the catch, and quickly offered to cast the net himself. Chin Yang smiled and handed him the net, letting him do it. Dazhun took the chance and started casting the net. With one sweep, he caught a big net full of fish. Look how awesome I am, Dazhun said happily. Chin Yang nodded with a smile, then took the fish out and put them into a bucket, praising him. Yes, very impressive. They chatted and laughed as they sorted the fish. Afterward, Chin Yang rode his bike, and Dazhun drove the cart loaded with their catch toward the city. When they arrived in the city, it was past 8 p.m. It was already bright outside. They didn't know if the small restaurant was open, so they found a nearby breakfast shop and had some fried rice noodles. After eating, they headed to the small restaurant in front of them. At this time, the small restaurant had already opened. The owner, Mr. Jean, whom I saw yesterday, greeted us warmly. He was especially happy when he saw the items behind the cart and quickly came forward. Boss Chun, are these all fish? He asked. Yes, you can call everyone over to take a look. Then, divide these goods. Take what you want. These are yellow eels, here are loaches, and these are various kinds of fish. Mr. G nodded and immediately asked his wife to call people over. Soon, all the small shop owners arrived. When they saw the quality of the fish, they all nodded in approval. The quality was truly excellent, and the fish were very lively. Fengjiang fish really lives up to its reputation. Because the fish were so lively and everyone had ponds at home to keep them, they decided to split all the goods among themselves. In the end, they sold everything for over 130 yuan. During this process, Qinyang worked together with Dazhong, mainly teaching him how to handle the fish. After finishing, Qinyang gave them a reminder. Today is the first time I brought Dazhong here. From now on, Dazhong will come to discuss these matters with you. Don't worry, Brother Dazhong will come, and we'll follow the same rules as today, Mr. Jean said happily, pleased to have bought these fish at a slightly lower price, especially since they were delivered directly to him, which was much more cost-effective than buying elsewhere. All right, it's settled then. Qinyang waved to Qin Dazhong, signaling him to follow and leave. Dazhong happily followed him, excited. Dazhong, I need to buy some things, Qinyang said with a smile. Wait for me after we go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, but what are you going to buy? Some necessary items. Qinyang smiled slightly and quickly arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative to buy what he needed. Li Shuangyue's father was about to have his birthday. As his son-in-law, even though they were divorced, he still wanted to show respect. Besides, he also wanted to win back Li Shuangyue's heart, so he needed to buy some gifts. Honestly, his in-laws were quite kind to him. In the countryside, middle-aged men mostly liked alcohol and cigarettes, but he also bought a pair of shoes for him. He also had a plan. He intended to get a sheep to their house to prepare a feast. This would show good manners and give them face. He bought some more cigarettes, wine, and snacks like sunflower seeds, then put them into the cart. Chen Dachuan looked at these items with curiosity and asked him, Brother Yang, how did you buy so much food? Usually, when guests come to our house, we need to entertain them. Otherwise, we have nothing to serve. These things are also for your sister-in-law's family. Her father's birthday is coming soon. No wonder. Chen Dachuan suddenly understood and then hurried the cart home. After returning, Qinyang rode his bicycle quickly into the forest farm. The road into the forest was bumpy, but riding the bicycle was still fast enough. Why are you here? Are you going hunting? Lu Rong was surprised and happy to see him. Everyone knew Qinyang was a good shot and lucky, so they liked to go hunting with him. Why do you keep talking about hunting? Qinyang smiled and nodded. That's right. With your good marksmanship and luck, we all want to go hunting with you to earn some extra money, Lu Rong said openly. Let's talk about hunting later. I have something I want to ask for your help. Go ahead. You're familiar with the villages and also contact the people in the forest farm. I want to ask if I can buy a cart. Lu Rong was surprised and scratched his head as he looked at him. Buying a cart isn't impossible, but why do you need one? It costs a lot of money. I found some small restaurants in the county that want to work with me. I supply them with goods, but I can't carry the goods by hand, so I need a cart. That's why I want to ask if I can buy one. Oh, so you're doing something official. I'll help you with that, Lu Rong said suddenly, understanding. I'm already doing something official. What do you think I'm up to? Qinyang looked at him speechlessly. No. I thought you were just messing around. Okay, I'll ask for you, Lu Rong said with a grin, patting his shoulder. However, I will help you with this matter. When will you go hunting in the mountains again? I've been so bored these days. Sure, you find a place, and when I have free time, I'll go hunting with you all. All right, that's settled then. Lu Rong pounded his chest happily, as if he was taking full responsibility for this. Just after returning home from the forest, he found 2 villagers at his house. Xiaoyang, when they saw Qinyang come in, they quickly stood up and greeted him warmly. Qinyang was a bit surprised, but stepped forward happily to give them cigarettes. I heard you went to the county today to sell eels and loaches? Yes. Our family also has quite a few eels and loaches. Could you sell some for us too? One of them asked immediately. Qinyang understood. They wanted him to help sell the loaches and eels. Basically, they wanted to sell these things to him. Sure, but not tomorrow. Maybe in a couple of days. I'll have Dezhu come to weigh them for you then. Thank you so much. That's settled then. Okay. The 2 men didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Qinyang responded quickly and happily, thanking them profusely as they left with smiles on their faces. I heard many people in the village caught quite a few loaches and eels. Did you gather all of them? Ding Xiao asked worriedly. Yes, I'll collect them now. But there's no rush. We can ask for them when needed. If not, we won't collect them. Besides, I don't have time to catch loaches and eels now. They sell well in the city too. Can we make money from it? Li Shuangyue asked curiously. Of course, there's a profit margin. It's not a lot, but it's enough, Qinyang replied. Hearing that they could make money, they all relaxed a bit. Why did you buy so many things to bring home? Ding Xiao pointed at the snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol he brought in. They're for storage at home. Sometimes they come in handy, Qinyang said with a slight smile. The person carrying the items was Ding Xiao. She stepped forward and quietly asked her, "What's with those shoes? They look like men's shoes. Did you buy them for yourself? You told me that Shuangyue's father is about to have his birthday soon. As his son-in-law, I also need to attend the celebration and bring some gifts. That's why I bought some cigarettes, alcohol, and shoes for him." Ding Xiaoyi couldn't stop laughing. Yes, I just worry you'll forget. Just make sure you've prepared the gifts. But I think we should buy more for them, since you're the son-in-law and should show respect. These few things aren't enough. In the next couple of days, I plan to go up the mountain to hunt and bring back a sheep. Then we can prepare a big feast with the whole sheep. That would really make a good impression, right? That's a great idea. Ding Xiaoyi's eyes lit up when she heard. Don't blame me for pushing you to do these things. Shuangyue's parents are also very kind to us. Before, you were lazy and didn't do much. During harvest season, they even came to help us. They know you're unreliable. Because you divorced Shuangyue, last time when we harvested rice and planted wheat, they didn't even ask about us. Please understand. I understand. Qinyang nodded. Shuangyue's parents have been very good to me. In the past, my family had 2 ex-wives, but Shuangyue insisted on marrying me. We couldn't refuse, so we finally agreed. After agreeing, they didn't complain. When we needed help on the farm, they came without being asked. They traveled over 10 miles just to help us, then went back after finishing their work. Thinking about it, these two are really kind to me. Now it's his birthday, and I want to buy him some things to make his celebration grand. Even if they might look at me coldly, what can I do? It's my own fault. But right now, I need to focus on other important tasks. In the afternoon, I hurried to find Dachuan, and we went back to the river to fish again. We caught about 200 or 300 jin of fish, which we put directly into the pond. After dinner, I planned to go to Fenghu to take a look. So, right after dinner, I rode a tricycle with Dachuan, who was riding his bike, and hurried to Fenghu. However, catching soft-shell turtles at Feng Lake is fine, but fishing requires a bamboo raft. He looked around and saw that there were indeed bamboo rafts in Feng Lake, but they belonged to others, so he couldn't just take them. After a moment of thought, Qinyang rode his bike to Su Dashan's house. Su Dashan was relaxing at home, feeling a bit surprised when he saw Qinyang arrive. Qinyang immediately handed him a pack of cigarettes. Why are you so polite? You came just to visit, and you're giving me cigarettes too? It's the right thing to do. Last time, you helped me, and I also have a favor to ask you now, Qinyang said straightforwardly. Just tell me. Su Dashan had a good impression of him. If Qinyang hadn't shot and saved their village that day, there might have been casualties. Plus, Qinyang was very polite. He had sold a pig to their village at a low price before, so they liked him even more. I want to fish at Feng Lake, but I don't have a bamboo raft here. I saw several bamboo rafts in the lake. Do you know whose they are? Can you introduce me? I want to rent one from them. If they don't need it, I'd like to use it tonight. Why rent? That one belongs to me, Su Dashan said happily, laughing loudly. Really? Your bamboo raft is there too? Yes, my raft is there. You know, people from Feng Lake Village often go there to fish. I used to go hunting in the mountains, but now I'm older and my legs aren't as strong, so I don't go up the mountain anymore. Instead, I fish in the lake, though the fish aren't easy to catch, but there are plenty of big ones. Great, Qinyang said happily. Then I'll rent it from you. No need to rent. If you want to use it, just go and get it. I'll take you there. No, old man. We shouldn't take advantage. Since I'm fishing to sell fish and make money, I definitely won't use your raft for free. If you give it to me for free, I wouldn't dare to use it. Name a price, and I'll rent your raft. Qinyang spoke sincerely, not pretending. After thinking for a moment, the old man nodded. All right, you can just pay as you see fit. It's not easy to give away something free, but Qinyang always helps kind-hearted people. He'd rather suffer a little loss himself than let others suffer. Good people should have good rewards. For example, his 3 ex-wives. Other good people should also be rewarded, like Su Dashan and Chun Dachuan in front of him. So he gave them 50 cents. What are you giving so much for? Sudashan was surprised. Old sir, don't be polite. Take me to see which one is your bamboo raft. Sudashan looked like he wasn't joking, so he finally nodded and hurriedly took him to the edge of Foam Lake. Here, this is mine. Qinyang looked at it and thought it was quite new. All right, I'll fish here. Dachuan, get everything ready, and let's start. Dachuan didn't say a word the whole time, happily helping him set things up and tied a fishing net at the back. Because the buckets on the bamboo raft were small and couldn't hold many fish, they put the fish into the net and kept it in the water. When they came up, they would take the whole net out, so they could hold more fish. Old sir, you can go back now. After I finish fishing, I will tie the bamboo raft here. Qinyang waved to Sudashan. It's okay, I'll stay here and watch for a while. Seeing how good you are at hunting, I want to see how lucky you are at fishing. But I have to tell you, Foam Lake has lots of fish, but it's not easy to catch them. No problem. If you want to watch, just watch. I have some skill in fishing. Dachuan, row over there. Dachuan grinned. Old sir, just watch. My brother Yang is the best. Sudashan chuckled at this. He also saw that this simple Dachuan was a bit slow. But such a slow guy was common in many villages back then, so it wasn't surprising. As Dachuan rowed the boat over, Qinyang's eyes turned redder and redder. At this moment, he seized the opportunity and cast his net. After days of fishing, Qinyang's skills had become very good. He realized that some things only work well with water. With a splash, the net went in. With another splash, it came out. It was as smooth as driving. As the net entered and exited the water, the surface of the water rippled violently. Fish inside the fishing net are struggling and splashing water everywhere, causing a big commotion. The moonlight is just right. Sudashan is sitting nearby, smoking and watching them fish, looking very relaxed and carefree. But when he sees the big commotion in the net, he can't hold back anymore. He suddenly stands up, takes a deep breath, and curses loudly. Damn it! Although he's far away, the loud noise suggests they caught quite a few fish, and they are not small. Otherwise, they wouldn't make such a big fuss. Maple Lake is close to their village. He often comes here to fish and knows the situation well. It's not that there are no fish here, but whether they can be caught is another matter. He rarely catches such big fish. But he didn't expect that the fish in front of him would be so many and so large. Dachun, on the bamboo raft, is also smiling happily. Not only are there many fish, but they are also quite big. There are osmanthus fish, grass carp, and many others. Together, they manage to bring the fish into the boat and start again. They cast the net again and pull it up. Soon, they notice the fish on the lake's surface struggling desperately. Sudashan, standing on the shore, is stunned. His hand holding the cigarette is trembling. If catching so many fish in the first net was luck, then the second net definitely isn't just luck, right? Who has that much good luck? Catching so many fish in one net, again and again. Are they treating Maple Lake like their own farm? And it's a kind of net cage aquaculture. He quickly hears Chun Dachuan on the bamboo raft laughing heartily. Laughing happily. Actually, Qinyang, who is fishing here, also feels happy. The fish resources in Maple Lake are indeed very rich. Everywhere his eyes look, it's a sea of red. They cast another few nets. Each net catches at least 50 or 60 jin. After several nets, they've caught around 400 or 500 jin. Then, the two of them row the bamboo raft back to the shore. Old man, you're not leaving yet? Seeing Sudashan still standing there, stunned, Qinyang finally reacts. He and Chun Dachuan have been so absorbed in fishing that they forgot Sudashan was still watching them. Sudashan was at a loss for words and finally spoke to him. Qinyang responded with a hum and, along with Chun Dachuan, struggled to untie the net from behind the bamboo raft, then pulled it up with effort. After the net was lifted out of the water, lively fish jumped around so much that they almost blinded him. Wow, Sudashan, at his age, had never seen such a sight before and couldn't help but curse in surprise. Wow, you caught so many. How come every time you cast the net, you catch fish? And such big ones. Look at this. Fish weighing over 10 jin are very common. Of course, Brother Yang is the best. Whenever he goes hunting or fishing, he always comes back with a good catch, Chun Dachuan said proudly, happier than when he caught fish himself. Sudashan looked amazed, truly surprised by their strength. You're really impressive, good at both hunting and fishing. I'm impressed, he said, giving them a thumbs up. He had seen many skilled people, but this was the first time witnessing such talent. Qinyang smiled and shook his head, then took a 7 or 8 gene grass carp from inside and handed it to him. Old sir, take this fish home and enjoy it. No, that's not right. You already paid rent. So why are you still giving me your fish? Su Dashan asked. That's different, Qinyang insisted, stuffing the fish into his hand. You've helped me a lot, so take it home to eat. I don't have anything else here anyway. Su Dashan didn't refuse anymore. All right, I'll head back now. You two just need to tie up the bamboo raft. Don't worry about anything else. Soon, Su Dashan happily went home, muttering about how amazing they were as he walked. Meanwhile, Qinyang and Qindachuan didn't lift the fish out of the water. Instead, they continued to secure the net openings, placed the nets in the water, and soaked them in the lake. Then, they went back to the mudflat with Dachuan to catch freshwater turtles. The two quickly got to work. Although it was moonlit, Qinyang was lucky. He could aim and hit exactly where he wanted, catching whatever he targeted. Dachuan followed happily behind him. He had never thought catching fish could be so easy and fun. After catching some, they filled all their belongings with the fish. Only then did they stop. It was getting late, so they hurriedly packed up and rushed home to rest. However, they didn't know that the next day, news about their fish catching and turtle catching spread throughout the entire village. Everyone said he caught big fish, and many of them. Soon, the whole village was surprised, because now there was a steady place to sell fish and a pond to raise them. Qinyang didn't need to worry about catching fish every day and then selling them. He even managed to sleep in a little. But in his sleepy state, he didn't know what time it was when he heard someone calling outside. The voice was sharp, clearly his mother Ding Xiao's. Xiaoyang, get up quickly. Uncle Lu Rong is here looking for you. Hurry up, Qinyang shivered and immediately got out of bed. In the yard, Lu Rong was sitting and smoking, talking with Ding Xiao. Qinyang looked up at the sky and saw the sun was high, so it was probably morning. Only Li Shuangyue was in the kitchen, busy with chores, with his mother surrounded by 3 children. Zhao Jingzhu and Deng Yufeng weren't home. They probably went out to sell cold dishes. Uncle Lu. Qinyang quickly went over and handed him a cigarette. Seeing him come over, Ding Xiao immediately hugged the children and moved aside so they could chat. About what you told me yesterday, I've already found out for you. Really? Qinyang became interested. Yes, Lu Rong chuckled. You know Qinglong Forest Farm, right? It's the biggest forest farm around here. They have quite a few carts, and I checked for you. It's possible to sell carts there. They produce horses too. Every year, some are born. When they grow up and are trained, they sell them, which helps increase their income. But those horses are in high demand. I only asked the director of Qinglong Forest Farm, Jiang. What did Director Jiang say? Qinyang was a bit excited. He said many people are fighting over the horses in their forest farm. He can't say for sure, and some of those people might have connections. But I introduced myself, and they have to give me some face. Still, there's one thing. What is it? He heard you're good at shooting, and there are lots of wild animals in Qinglong Forest Farm. Also, there's a village called Qinglong Village under the farm, which often suffers from wild boars. They asked if we could go help. Of course we can. Qinyang immediately understood his meaning and suddenly burst into laughter, patting his thigh. Of course, such a good opportunity could happen. Who said it couldn't? When shall we go? Lu Rong also laughed happily, looking very pleased to see his excitement. Actually, when he first heard the news, he was very excited too. Such a good thing, of course, can happen. I made an appointment with him for the day after tomorrow afternoon. The day after tomorrow afternoon? Okay, let's go then, Qinyang said happily, clapping his hands and rubbing them with excitement. But have you told him what to do if I catch the prey? Qinyang thought carefully and suddenly turned to look at him. Of course I told him. The game we catch belongs to us. But if Director Jiang really helps us with the matter and even sells you the carriage, we can share a little with him. As for others, they can't really help much. I think we should invite Geng Zhang and a few others to go with us. That way, more people from our village will go, and we can share some of the benefits. We don't need to involve others who aren't familiar with us. If we share with them, we might lose out. If we don't, they might feel it's unfair, and that would make them unhappy. Exactly, that's the idea. Let's stick to the old plan. Invite Uncle Geng Zhang, De Chun, and Uncle Haidong to join us. 5 of us will go together. As for the others, maybe Director Jiang will come along, but we won't worry about the rest. All right, then it's settled. We'll go the day after tomorrow. Good, it's decided. After finishing this conversation, Qinyang felt refreshed and happy. Since Qinglong village was attacked by wild boars coming down the mountain, it shows that the wild boar population there has become very large. Wild boars coming down the mountain usually travel in groups. If they are already at that level, it means there are a lot of wild boars coming down. If we encounter a group of 10 or more, that would be a good catch. Then, catching a few could significantly increase our income. There's no need to worry about building houses anymore. There's no need to worry at all. But after leaving here, the first thing to do is to tell Chen Gingchang. He also wants to see how well their wood planks are being sawed. In the ancestral hall, many planks have already been cut, but Chen Gengchang and his brother Chen Jinsheng are still working hard to saw. After Chen Yang went inside, he gave both of them a cigarette and told them to sit down and rest for a while. He also mentioned the hunting plans to Chen Jinjiang. Qinglong village, I know about it. That place really has a lot of wild animals. Every year, they have wild boar problems. Sometimes, the boars come down the mountain at night and dig up people's fields and eat their crops. It's a good opportunity for us to go there, Chen Jinjiang said excitedly. Have you finished the work here? Chen Yang asked, pointing around. Almost done the day after tomorrow, Chen Jinsheng replied. Our side doesn't have much left either. When the time comes, we'll saw all the boards for you. After that, we'll help you dry and air them out. Then, Haitao can come over to make furniture for your house. That sounds great, Chen Yang said with a big smile. Let's settle on that. Go talk to Uncle Haidong, and we'll leave together then. The day after tomorrow arrived quickly. During these days, Chen Yang mostly went fishing. Early that morning, he also sent Chen Dachuan to sell things in the city. But on that same morning, all the wooden boards had already been sawed. Brothers Chen Jinjiang and Chen Jinsheng helped carry the boards outside to dry. Ding Xiaoyi also came to help. Seeing so many new boards and smelling the fresh wood scent after they were cut, Ding Xiaoyi's face was full of smiles. In this era, building a house or buying furniture was a big event. It cost a lot of money, and it was a significant expense. Chen Haitao also came over. Not bad, Chen Haitao said as he carefully touched the boards and praised them. Honestly, these boards are really good. It's because the materials you started with were excellent, and Jinjiang and Jinsheng did a good job sawing. These boards are very nice. Really good? Chen Yang said with a smile. Very good. The boards are almost dry now, just a little more airing, and we can start working. By the way, let's discuss what kind of furniture you want for your house. Chen Yang was about to speak, but Ding Xiaoyi pulled him aside. Haitao, come to my house for lunch. Jinjiang and Jinsheng, you too. Thank you for your hard work lately. During mealtime, my daughters-in-law all came back, and I told them to discuss what furniture to buy. Chen Haitao understood and couldn't help but smile as he looked at Chen Yang, thinking, your mom is really something. Chen Jinsheng and Chen Jinsheng nearby also couldn't stop laughing. No wonder their family could keep 3 divorced daughters-in-law. Your older sister-in-law is truly impressive. Ding Xiaoyan knew that everyone saw through her little thoughts, but she didn't mind. It's natural. These 3 daughters-in-law are so kind to her. When it comes to big things like buying furniture, she wants them to have a say. She wouldn't let her son decide everything alone. Most importantly, her son doesn't know much about this, so she needs them to make the decisions. This morning, Li Shuangyue and Deng Yufeng went to buy cold dishes. When they come back, it will be almost time for lunch. At that moment, they can officially discuss the furniture plans. Hearing about adding furniture to the new house, Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue were very happy. But initially, Ding Xiaoya made the main decisions. Haitao, each of them needs a room. Each room should have at least a table, a bed, and a wardrobe. Yes, that's normal, Chen Haitao nodded. Our kids don't need to be included in the count for now. Anyway, with 5 rooms, we need 5 sets of these items. Besides that, help me make 3 more beds. Make 3 more beds? For the 3 children? Exactly. When they grow up, they'll need their own space. Also, if relatives visit during festivals, they'll need a place to stay. Got it. Chen Haitao nodded again. What do you all think? Ding Xiaoya looked at her 3 daughters-in-law. Mom's plan sounds good. We all agree. Deng Yufeng was the first to speak. Also, make me a bigger dining table and a few more chairs. And some cabinets, both for dishes and for the living room. Oh, and 2 more desks. Let's make 3. When the kids grow up, they'll need desks too. Let's do it all now. Ding Xiaoya thought long-term. Sister-in-law, Your idea really covers everything from when the children are young to grown up, Chen Haitao said with a smile. There's no other way. They're our own kids, so we should take this chance to prepare everything now. That way, we won't have to trouble ourselves later, she replied. Chen Haitao carefully took note. Is there anything else we need to buy? That's all for now, Zhao Jingzhu said, stepping in to speak. We don't have everything ready yet, so we'll just get these things first. We'll tell you if we think of anything else later. Are the pieces of wood enough? Qinyang asked, looking worried. I think it's about right. If it's not enough, I have some wood at my place. I can add more later, he replied. The carpenter's family really isn't short of wood. Sometimes, when others don't have enough, they lend some, but it just costs money. All right, let's go with that, Qinyang said with a big smile. Come on, let's eat. Everyone felt happy after finishing their tasks. Since Qinyang had to go to Qinglong Forest later in the afternoon, they ate quickly. After eating, Chen Haitao hurried back home. Next, he needed to start making furniture for his family. Chen Jinshang and Chen Jinshang, the brothers, also hurriedly left to tidy up, especially since Chen Jinshang was going to Qinglong Forest with him later. After arranging the furniture, Ding Xiaoye's face was full of smiles, and she even looked a bit hopeful, eager to see what her home would look like once everything was finished. Are you going to Qinglong Forest to hunt this afternoon? Ding Xiaoye asked. Yes, Qinyang nodded. I'm trying to bring back a live sheep for my dad's birthday. Good idea, Ding Xiaoye nodded eagerly. Just be careful and don't do anything reckless. I won't. Just wait for me at home. And you don't need to wait for me to eat dinner, or even in the evening. I'll be going with quite a few people, and if we're hungry, we'll find somewhere to eat. We don't know exactly when we'll be back. All right, I understand. After saying that, he went into the next room to prepare his gun and bullets. Just then, Deng Yufeng came in from outside. What's wrong? After seeing Deng Yufeng, Qinyang smiled and asked her, unable to help but admire the figure of his second ex-wife. This mature woman's charm made him feel a pull from Boss Zhao. Are the cigarettes, alcohol, and the pair of shoes you bought meant for Li Xuanyue's father's birthday? Deng Yufeng looked at him angrily. Qinyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect her to find out. Yes, he admitted quickly. There was no way to hide it. So he simply confessed. Haha. Deng Yufeng curled her lips and looked at him with a disdainful smile. You really are shameless. You're happily living with someone else, but you still want a divorce. After tricking her into leaving, now you're going over to flatter her parents. Are you bored? Qinyang was used to Deng Yufeng's sarcastic words and teasing remarks. He looked at her with some helplessness. Xuanyue's parents had always been kind to him. They even helped with farm work before. Although he divorced Xuanyue, he still believed in showing respect and gratitude to the old couple. When he said this, Deng Yufeng raised her beautiful phoenix eyes and looked at him. You still know how to be grateful? Are my parents not good to you? Okay. Qinyang felt a headache coming on and nodded hurriedly. They are very good. My in-laws are also very kind to me. Their birthday is coming up, so I need to prepare a nice gift for them. Maybe buy them something nice. But Qinyang's words weren't just talk. He really was close to his in-laws. Except Zhao Jingzhu, who lost her parents early and was not close to Zhao Sheng. He was very close to Deng Yufeng's and Li Xuanyue's parents. The reason was simple. Qinyang, despite being lazy and carefree, was also clever and well-liked. In his in-laws' eyes, he was a good kid. He looked good and was generous to those around him. In short, besides being lazy, he had no major flaws. Someone like him could walk freely across the village, so his in-laws naturally liked him. Good, that's what you said. Deng Yufeng glared at him. If my parents' birthday comes and you don't prepare something properly, I'll remember. Don't blame me if I'm not nice to you then. After speaking, Deng Yufeng turned to leave. But seeing her ex-wife's shy and angry look, Qinyang couldn't help but step forward and gently hug her. I'm sorry, Yufeng. I was immature before. But don't worry, I will handle everything from now on. Deng Yufeng's body stiffened. She loved this warm hug, but thinking about what this man had done to her made her anger rise again. She raised her hand to slap him. But this time, Qinyang had experience. He quickly caught her hand and gently pulled her close, then lightly kissed her lips. Deng Yufeng was startled, not expecting him to do that at this moment. Her sharp scream immediately caused a commotion outside. What's going on? Came Li Xuanyue's voice. Qinyang was also startled. He quickly let her go, afraid that Li Xuanyue would notice something was wrong. Deng Yufeng was stunned for a moment after he kissed her, but she quickly reacted. Her pretty face showed a fierce look as she glared at him, then hurriedly came out from inside. "What are you doing outside?" Li Shuangyue seemed to have seen her rushing out and asked. "Nothing much. I accidentally bit myself," Ding Yufeng replied irritably. "You bit yourself? Why are you angry at me for that?" Li Shuangyue didn't like her always using words to hurt others, so she immediately retorted. Soon, the two women started arguing outside. Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly and carefully reflected on what he just felt. It was really smooth. "I knew you, Ding Yufeng, was pretending to be tough in front of me. If I had really made a move, wouldn't you have no way to fight back? Next time, I'll find a good chance to discuss some moves with you. But for now, let's leave quickly." He was worried that the fact he just kissed her might be discovered. He hurriedly grabbed his gun and tools, then came out, mounted his tricycle, and prepared to leave. Next to him, Zhao Jingzhu looked on coldly without saying a word. He rode his tricycle to the side. Meanwhile, Lu Rong had already gone down the mountain and caught up with his carriage. Chen Jinzhong, his father, and Chun Haidong had also gathered together. Chen Dachuan sat in Chun Yang's manual tricycle, both of them pedaling. The three of them then sat in the carriage, heading toward Qinglong Forest Farm. The sun was very hot, but a few people were unusually happy and didn't mind the heat at all. For them, what they looked forward to most was what kind of game they could catch after entering the forest. Qinglong Forest. When they arrived there, Lu Rong parked the carriage and signaled Chen Yang to put the tricycle aside. "Old Jiang," he called out to the small cabin at the forest management office. Soon, the small cabin door creaked open, and a middle-aged man stepped out. The man was quite sturdy, with a full beard, and looked like someone who had been living here for many years. "Let me introduce you. This is Director Jiang Guangming of Qinglong Forest. This is Chun Yang, and this is Chun Dachuan." Lu Rong introduced them in the middle. Director Jiang greeted each of them, and finally, he came to Chun Yang with a smile and said, "So, you're here to buy a carriage from us?" "Yes, Director Jiang. We urgently need a carriage now. I heard you have some for sale, so we came to take a look. We do have carriages. We keep quite a few horses here. Every year, we breed foals, raise them, and when they grow up, we sell them. Right now, we have a very good carriage. But I must be honest, these things are not common, and they're hard to find outside. Usually, they're already reserved by others. Plus, those buyers are quite influential, and I don't like offending them. If you want to buy, you'll need to show some skill." "Understood, Director Jiang," Chen Yang said with a slight smile. "Old Lu told me you're good at hunting. He spoke about it in a way that made me curious. I want to see what kind of skill you have to impress old Lu so much. If you really have that kind of talent, then buying the carriage will be easy. But if we don't find anything, that would be embarrassing. If I don't find anything, it's not my problem, right?" Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit wronged. "If you don't find anything, it's not your fault. But if you do and can't shoot, then it shows you're not that skilled," Director Jiang said frankly. "It won't happen. Brother Yang not only can find game, but he can definitely shoot it. His marksmanship is so good that I can't even compare. I can't even pee as accurately as he shoots," Chen Dachuan said, upset that the other person didn't believe his brother Yang. He immediately started explaining on Chun Yang's behalf. Jiang Guangming scratched his head, looked at him, and finally chuckled. "All right, let's go inside first and have some water. It's not easy to travel such a long way. After we rest, we'll go up the mountain to hunt." "Are we going up the mountain to hunt now, or are we waiting for them to come down?" Chen Yang asked him with a smile as they entered. "Yes, I heard that large groups of wild boars often come down the mountain to look for food. Should we go up now, or wait here and stay alert for them to come down?" Qin Jinchong couldn't help but ask after they went inside. "We'll go up the mountain to hunt this afternoon. Wild boars usually appear at night. If you're interested, you can stay here and wait with me. I have plenty of things to hunt. Besides wild boars and sheep, there are also muntjac. Maybe we can even catch some goats and muntjac now." Goats and muntjac. These are Chun Yang's favorite animals now, especially goats. He plans to catch one to take back to his parents-in-law and impress them. "All right, after drinking water, we'll head up the mountain to hunt." After making the plan, everyone ate a little to recharge, filled their water bags, and prepared to leave. Qinglong Forest Farm is a large forest area with tall trees and lush greenery. The sunlight that filters through is much less than in other places. At this moment, as they headed up the mountain, even in summer, most of the sunlight was blocked by the trees, so it didn't feel very hot. This was good for their hunting. Leading the way was naturally Jiang Guangming, who carried a gun and explained as they went. He talked about what was here and what was there, but upon closer listening, it was mostly about what used to be there or what he saw before. Now it was hard to tell. He led the way in front, while Chunyang followed behind, looking around. At first, there were no red dots, but after going up the mountain, they quickly appeared. However, the red dots were very faint. This meant those animals weren't worth much, so Chunyang didn't say anything. After walking for about an hour, they still hadn't reached their destination. Chen Haidong, walking ahead, was starting to get impatient. Chief Jiang, we've been walking for a while. Why haven't we seen any movement yet? He asked. Jiang Guangming looked a little tired too. When he heard this, he quickly waved his hand. We go hunting for patience, not rushing. The game is definitely there. I can't be lying to you. But even if it's there, we still have to wait. We can't get everything instantly, so shouldn't we go inside and look around? Don't worry. I'm sure it's there. I wouldn't lie to you. Let's walk a little further. Soon we'll see the place. The others didn't say much because hunting is mostly about luck. If you're lucky, you might find a good spot and see more animals. If you're unlucky, you might not see anything at all, and that's just bad luck. So, we can't really blame anyone. But Lu Rong looked at Chen Yang with hope, as if to say, if we can't find a place here, can't you find one? Chen Yang smiled slightly, but he was also carefully looking around for a good spot or some prey. After walking a bit further, the area suddenly turned red. Chen Yang realized they had found a good place and quickly pointed in that direction. Let's go over there, he said. For Lu Rong, Chen Haidong, and Chen Jinchong, this was like an order, meaning this place had what they needed. They were very excited. Hey, are we going here? Old Jiang, what do you think about this place? Lu Rong asked Jiang Chong directly. Jiang Chong paused and looked over, then shook his head. I've been there before, but they don't have many of these animals. I usually find more of them around our side. This place doesn't have many, so I doubt there's anything there. How can there be none? Chen Yang said we should go that way, so we're definitely going that way. Daju immediately disagreed. Do you trust me or him? I only know he's good with a gun, so I asked him to help with hunting. But I know this area best. I know where the animals hide. Are you guys going to listen to him now? Jiang Guangming frowned, feeling like they didn't trust him. Old Jiang, don't be upset. Xiao Yang is not only accurate with his shots, but also very lucky. Almost every place he goes, he finds prey. He said that if I am over there, I will feel that I am there. This is something everyone agrees on, Lu Rong explained. Is there really such an amazing thing? Okay, I want to see how lucky he really is. Let's sit here and try. Jiang Guangming tilted his head and finally agreed. So they all moved along this way. Chen Yang spoke up to motivate Lu Rong, Chen Haidong, and Chen Jinchong. They all came ready to fight, even feeling that the prey was just ahead. At this moment, everyone became alert and moved forward, occasionally turning their heads to look at Chen Yang, as if waiting for him to spot something. But this time, Chen Yang didn't do much else. He only followed the direction of the light spots. After walking for about half an hour, they finally reached a place, but they still didn't see the prey. Jiang Guangming felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chen Yang suddenly point to one side. Here they come. Just two simple words, but they made everyone present tense up. Sure enough, right there, Lu Rong, who was familiar with Chun Yang's style, knew he wouldn't joke around, so he immediately looked in that direction. And then they saw a group of goats running over. Yes, a group, because there were about a dozen of them. They looked relaxed, as if they were searching for food. A dozen goats. When they came out of the woods one after another and appeared in front of them, everyone almost burst with excitement. These animals, although smaller than wild boars, were still valuable. If they could catch them, it would be a big profit. Wow! Even Jiang Guangming, who knew this forest best, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, with an incredulous look. I've never seen so many goats at once here. This is a whole herd. Look, some are big, some are small. Damn, we're really going to make a fortune this time. Trust me. All right, Lao Jiang. Just as Jiang Guangming finished speaking, Lu Rong, standing beside him, couldn't help but pull him back, looking at him with some helplessness. Hunting isn't something you should decide on your own. Your shooting skills are not much better than mine, maybe even worse. Now that we've found the prey here, let Xiao Yang handle the hunting. None of us should interfere. He's the most suitable person. Jiang Guangming scratched his head and thought about how he had originally invited Qinyang to come hunting. He nodded in agreement. However, he still felt uneasy, so he reminded Qinyang a few more words. It's not easy to find a group of sheep like this. Are you confident? Don't waste the chance. If we shoot now, all the other sheep will run away. Of course, Qinyang smiled slightly. It's almost impossible for them to escape from me. Later, you all need to watch yourselves. If they try to run, just catch them or knock them down. It's okay if you don't kill them, as long as you hurt them. I'll handle the rest. Don't worry about Xiaoyang, Chen Haidong said with a smile. He rarely misses his shots. When he fires, something always gets hit. We don't need to think for him. Just focus on yourselves. Huh? You really trust him? I want to see just how skilled he really is. All right, I'll listen to you. Qinyang chose a good spot, and the others moved to different positions. Everyone gathered around this area. Qinyang looked very calm. He aimed carefully and then looked at the others, asking if they were ready. They found their spots and nodded. Qinyang took a deep breath, stared straight ahead, and suddenly fired his gun. A mountain goat in front of him fell with a thud, its front leg pierced by the bullet and unable to stand up anymore. At the same time, the others also started shooting loudly, causing chaos on the scene. It seemed another goat had fallen, but no one knew who shot it. Meanwhile, the remaining goats ran wildly in one direction, trying to escape. They sensed danger and desperately tried to break through. Qinyang was very fast. After his first shot, he didn't expect much from the others and quickly moved forward. Stop them. Don't let them run, Qin Jinchong shouted anxiously. After yelling, he ran ahead with his gun, but a figure was even faster than him. That was Qinyang. After reaching Fengcheng, Qinyang did not stop and hurriedly ran forward. At this moment, he suddenly saw a goat rush in front of him, and he quickly raised his gun to shoot. A goat fell down with a thud, but it was unclear if it was dead or alive. He continued running ahead. Others behind him also rushed forward like crazy, but at first, they could keep up. Later, their speed slowed down. Only Qin Dachuan was still running faster. In fact, both Qinyang and Qin Dachuan felt exhausted later on. Running up the mountain was tough, and they couldn't compare to the goats. Just then, Qinyang felt as if a ball of fire appeared in front of him. Yes, this fire suddenly entered his body. His body started to shake uncontrollably. He shivered and felt a strange, dull sensation. It was as if something was being released from him. He felt a yellowish glow, but at the same time, he sensed a vast, powerful force within him. In that moment, his exhaustion quickly disappeared, replaced by a surge of strength. Qinyang then took a big step and ran even faster, catching up with the herd of goats. The goats had already shown signs of exhaustion. They thought the people behind couldn't catch up, so they relaxed a little. But when they looked back, they saw the pursuers chasing them like crazy. The goats were stunned. Who could run so fast and not get tired? What were they trying to do? While thinking this, Qinyang shot again, knocking down another goat. The remaining goats were so scared they scattered and ran away. But before they could escape, Qinyang fired once more. Another goat fell. The remaining goats ran even faster. Qinyang was a bit worried now because he felt that the goats he shot had all died, but he actually wanted the ones that were still alive. Thinking this, he suddenly sped up. It seemed that one goat and a few young goats, tired from running, suddenly appeared exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Qinyang leapt onto a large goat and held it down tightly. He felt his strength was incredible. With a firm push, he managed to knock the goat over. The goat bleated loudly, but now it had no way to escape. It was pressed down and fell to the ground, looking extremely frightened. Qinyang had brought a rope, which every mountain hunter carries. Sometimes it is used to tie up things, and now he used it to secure the goat. Not only that, but the small goats seemed exhausted and scared too. Their eyes were full of confusion about what was happening, like fresh college graduates full of innocence. Qinyang was very direct. He tied up all the goats with the ropes. In total, he caught 3 small goats and 1 adult. At this moment, Qinyang felt the same helplessness creeping over him. He collapsed onto the ground, lying on his back and laughing loudly. He had caught 4 adult sheep and 3 young ones, probably killing 4 or 5 himself. Plus, they had knocked down 1, so he had about 8 or 9 sheep in total. He felt like he had really achieved something. Knowing that others would come looking for him later, Qinyang wasn't in a hurry. He just sat there, waiting calmly. After a while, he heard footsteps behind him, along with the rough voice of Dachuan. "Brother Yang, where are you?" Dachuan seemed a little anxious and excited. "Here," Qinyang replied with a slight smile, calling out from behind. Dachuan hurried over and was happy when he saw Qinyang. But he was even more surprised to see the 4 tied-up goats. "Oh my God, you caught so many, and tied up some too. Brother Yang, you're amazing. All these are yours. How did you catch up with them?" Dachuan was so excited he looked like a lively monkey on the mountain, unable to sit still. He kept looking at everything around him, clearly very interested, with a look of disbelief on his face. Although Dachuan's mind was still simple, like an 8-year-old, he still knew a lot. He understood how hard it was to catch prey in the mountains, and catching them alive was even more difficult. Now, seeing him do it was unbelievable. "How did you do it? You're so impressive." Chen Dachuan looked at the scene, very happy, and couldn't help but praise him. "No wonder you're the only one in our village who can marry 3 wives. It makes sense. Who can compare to you? You're so impressive. You're my hero." Qinyang smiled slightly and patted his head. "Did you bring back the other sheep?" "Yes, I did. My dad and the others couldn't keep up with us, so they probably just helped carry the sheep. Let's go. We should also take these things back. Don't rush. They will probably come over later. Let's wait for them and bring everything back together. This trip up the mountain has been a complete success." "Yes, yes, yes." Daju was very happy, laughing cheerfully. He decided not to leave and sat down here, waiting with him. They were right. After sitting for a while, they heard footsteps behind them. It was Jiang Changzhang Lu Rong, Chun Gengzhang Chun Haidong, and a few others coming over. When they saw what was in front of them, they were stunned and gasped. "Wow, 5 sheep, 4 of them are still alive. How did you do it? Are you even a real person? How did you manage to get them alive?" They kept talking, each time in amazement. Daju stood in front of them, looking proud and confident. It was obvious. "Did you see how amazing Brother Yang is? Here, he's the coolest. No one is as impressive as him. These are just small things to him." Qinyang wasn't as arrogant or showy as Daju. When they arrived, he smiled and explained. "We both fought hard. I fought hard, and they fought hard too, so it was easier to chase them. They really couldn't handle it, and I managed to catch up. Turns out, these goats aren't that good at running. If they really faced someone like us who plays hard, they wouldn't be able to run or would get tired. Look at them now. They're exhausted and can't walk properly. I just took them all in one go." Lu Rong and Jiang Changzhang almost burst out laughing at his words. Both of them were used to living in the mountains and had seen many animals and hunted quite a lot. It's true, making animals so tired they collapse is one thing, but catching a goat alive is another. This was the first time they'd seen it. This guy, he probably needs at least 3 hours to get ready. The physical strength of those who write novels should be about the same. Definitely better than those who just read novels. "Impressive. Let's go back," Qinyang said. He had rested enough and waved his hand, leading everyone to carry the items back. This time, their hunting trip up the mountain was a big success. After bringing everything back to the forest farm, it was just getting dark. They decided not to go hunting again. They took this chance to process the dead sheep, bleed it, and planned to sell it tonight. They also cut some of the sheep to cook and eat. While doing so, they divided the meat among themselves. "How about this? Leave 1 sheep at the forest farm," Lu Rong suggested. "The rest we will take away." Qinyang was the main hunter this time, and Jiang Changzhang helped by guiding them. It was fair to leave him 1 sheep, so others agreed without objection. Jiang Changzhang knew that although he contributed, compared to them, his effort was small. Without their help, it might not have been possible to catch any game. Giving him 1 sheep was a sign of respect, so he nodded in agreement. They caught a total of 9 goats, 3 large and 1 small alive, and 5 dead. Jiang Changzhang took 1 for himself, feeling very satisfied. The remaining 8 goats were divided among the others. "Xiaoyang, these 4 live sheep are hard to find. This is the first time we've seen such sheep that can be caught alive. These 4 are yours. The other 4 we will sell, and after selling, we'll split the money," Chun Gengzhang said first. He said this because he didn't want Qinyang to lose out. Actually, Qinyang had already been at a disadvantage because he did the most work. Okay. Qinyang was quite happy. His uncles and elders treated him well. Although this division benefited them a bit, he didn't mind. In fact, Chun Gengzhang was also showing kindness to him. He didn't take any money for the wood he cut, which was helping him. Plus, he liked those little lambs, and they would be a good gift for his parents-in-law later. Maybe we should sell these sheep, Chen Haidong suggested as they cooked inside. Where can we sell them? Right in Qinglong village. It's a big village with many people. Selling the 4 goats, there is no problem. Maybe we should sell them there. Chen Haidong looked at everyone. Sounds good. Jiang Guangming also got excited and nodded strongly. Let's sell them all. Sell my sheep too. We can go together after eating. We'll sell lamb in the village and see if any wild boars come down the mountain. Recently, wild boars have been coming down in groups, digging up food. Okay. Everyone agreed happily. Especially Qin Yang, who was so pleased he started cleaning his gun. Maybe tonight he would have a chance to show his skills. The lamb stew was ready, and everyone happily ate, feeling stronger. After resting a bit, they used the cart to take the sheep down. But before that, Qin Yang needed to settle the horse cart deal with Jiang Guangming. Captain Jiang, how was my shooting today? Qin Yang asked while resting after the meal, approaching Jiang Guangming with a smile and offering a cigarette. Lu Rong and Qin Jinshang all looked at Jiang Guangming, waiting for his response. Jiang Guangming took a puff of his cigarette, suddenly clapped his hands loudly, and cursed fiercely. Awesome. Truly awesome. Jiang Guangming had worked in the forest for decades and believed he was skilled. But after seeing how impressive he was now, he was truly amazed and realized he was nothing compared to him. Plus, the hunting earlier had actually given him some advantage. The cart is definitely yours. Seeing how good you are makes me happy. I won't sell it to you at a high price. I'll sell it cheaply, definitely not more than others. What's the price? Qin Yang looked at him excitedly. Come over here. Jiang Guangming waved his hand, no longer looking proud and commanding like before. Instead, he led them to the horse pen. Inside the stable, there were several horses. He went in and took out one of them. The horse has a beautiful coat, is strong and spirited. It's clearly a good horse, and it's in its prime years. This is the best horse we have here. I've tried it myself. It's top in strength, endurance, and speed. It's our best and most sellable horse. Do you know how much I usually sell this kind of horse for? How much? At least 1,200 yuan, not counting the carriage it comes with. 1,200 yuan. That's quite expensive for them. But for Qin Yang, it's not impossible to buy. He already paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan for building a house, so he doesn't have enough for 1,200. But that's okay. If he really wants to buy it, he can earn more money, or ask Zhao Jingzhu for some. This horse is good. I'll sell it to you for 1,100 yuan. Plus, I'll give you the carriage as well. That's a fair deal, right? All right, Lao Jiang. Lu Rong was the first to agree, laughing and flattering him. You're doing a good job here. I like it. When Xiao Yang was hunting, his shooting was perfect. It's rare to see such skill. You should thank him properly. Xiao Yang, this price is good, and I've seen the horse myself. It's really a good one. He's not trying to cheat you this time. Do you look down on me? No matter how good I am, I wouldn't cheat my friends, Jiang Guangming said confidently. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Rong said the price and the horse were good, then it must be true. He could buy it without worry. I thank you, Jiang Changzhong. I can pay you 1,100 yuan, but I don't have that much money right now. Can I take the carriage first and pay the rest later? How much more do you need? Qin Jinshang and Lu Rong asked at the same time. Qin Yang checked his money. He originally had about 1,000 yuan, but after paying the deposit and selling a couple of things, he now has around 800 yuan. I have 800 yuan now. I still need 300 yuan, he said. Just sell those sheep, and it will be enough, Qin Jinshang and Lu Rong said together. Qin Yang estimated roughly. These 4 sheep weigh about 200 pounds in total. Based on the price of over 1 yuan per pound for lamb, they could sell for around 300 yuan, which is enough to cover their costs. Okay, let's sell the sheep first. If I don't have enough money later, I will take some from here. When I get home, I will pay you back. No need to rush to pay us back. After all, we rely on your hunting skills to make money. Let's get this done. You give him 800 yuan, Lu Rong decided quickly, and he asked Qin Yang to give Jiang Guangming 800 yuan. He also had Jiang Guangming write a receipt for Qin Yang. All the horses here are from the forest farm, so even when selling, they need proper official procedures to avoid trouble. After finishing these steps, they headed into the village to sell the lamb. Actually, it was still early. By the time they returned to the village, it was just past 8 p.m. Since Jiang Guangming's hometown, he was free to drum and announce loudly to everyone about selling the lamb. Lu Rong, Chen Jinchong, and Chun Haidong started cutting the meat nearby. With Jiang Guangming shouting loudly and the drums beating, soon everyone in the village was drawn to the scene. People started gathering, and the place became busy. Qinglong Village is a large village, even a super large one. It is the biggest village in their entire town, with a wide area and many residents. Before long, the crowd grew large, and more people kept arriving. In the past, villagers would go hunting in the mountains. After catching animals, they would sell the meat in the village, which became a regular practice. The prices for the meat weren't very high, but they weren't too cheap either. Their pricing was reasonable. Since they didn't need official receipts for their self-hunted animals, many people bought from them. Some bought a pound of meat, others bought 2 pounds, whatever they wanted. They only sold 5 sheep, which weighed about 300 pounds in total, and quickly sold out of all that lamb. Jiang Guangming kept the money for his own sheep, while the other 4 sheep's meat was divided among the 4 families. The 4 sheep weighed about 200 pounds altogether, and they sold for 315 yuan. According to their division, each family would get nearly 80 yuan. But now, all the money was in Chun Yang's hands and was handed over to Jiang Guangming. Village Chief Jiang, here is 300 yuan, making a total of 1,100. Today, I've paid for the carriage. Jiang Guangming reached out, took the money, and nodded with a smile. All right, I won't be polite then. This isn't yours, it belongs to your production team. It's what you should pay, Qin Yang said, also feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Chen Dachuan, standing nearby, looked happily at the carriage. He had just driven the carriage down. The horse was very strong and fast. Soon, he could drive the carriage every day to deliver goods. Chen Jinzhong, Lu Rong, and Chun Haidong also nodded repeatedly. Having a carriage was a very impressive thing back then. Most people couldn't afford one. Only production teams could keep a horse-drawn carriage, and some teams didn't even have one. Is there no more? Someone came over, ready to buy meat, and asked when they saw the stall empty. No more. All sold out today, Jiang Guangming said helplessly, spreading his hands. You came too late. If you had come earlier, maybe there was some left. Sorry, it's all gone now. Come back next time if you want to buy. But who knew when the next time would be? People who missed out looked disappointed. Suddenly, a loud shout tore through the night sky. Help! The wild boar is coming down the mountain. The wild boar is coming down Wangfeng Ridge. It's damaging our crops again. Everyone, grab torches and block it. This shout made the whole village seem to come alive again. Many people came out of their houses. Some carried guns, others had knives or sticks. Everyone held a torch in hand. One reason was to scare away the boar and protect the crops. Another reason was to see if they could catch a wild pig. If they did, the whole village could share the meat and enjoy a feast. This was a common activity in every village. As the village became lively, Qinyang couldn't help but feel excited and hopeful. Chen Jinzhong, Chun Haidong, and Lu Rong were even more thrilled, almost shouting loudly. Let's go? Jiang Guangming was also very excited. He waved his hand and shouted at the front. Follow me. I'll take you there. I know that place well. Sure enough, when they saw the wild boars coming down the mountain again, they knew they had to kill 2 of them today. Not only to protect their village, but also to make some extra money. Jiang Guangming didn't have high hopes for them before, but after seeing Chun Yang's shooting skills, he realized this was a great chance. So he hurried to the front. Chun Yang and the others followed behind him. The group of 6 quickly set up the horse-drawn carriage and the tricycle, then hurried to join the others. At this moment, not just them, but everyone in the village was holding torches and heading toward Wangfeng Ridge. People of all ages, young and old, were involved. Some people were just curious, wanting to see what was happening, and also hoping to scare away the wild boars to protect their crops. Others were eager to join in, hoping to catch a wild boar and get some meat. But Jiang Guangming didn't pay much attention to these people. He knew wild boars were hard to hunt, and coming down the mountain might not even help. However, he had high hopes for himself and Qinyang. Qinyang had shown his skills, and if the opportunity arose, he might be able to kill a boar and get some meat. Qinyang and his group moved very quickly, passing many people in the blink of an eye and rushing ahead. Right there, when they reached a certain spot, Jiang Guangming pointed to a valley in front and shouted loudly. See that? Several of them. It looks like some people have already surrounded them. Let's go. Let's attack too. Jiang Guangming was very excited and waved vigorously at Qin Yang, signaling him to come over so they could attack from this side. Qin Yang already raised his gun and moved forward. When he looked ahead, he saw that it was a good spot to attack, and several wild boars were running around wildly. Maybe the boars were already panicked, running everywhere, looking quite frightening. In such a situation, wild boars could easily hurt people. Don't think that coming down the mountain would make hunting them easy. Often, it's very difficult to catch them. Hunting wild boars is very dangerous. It requires not only strength and stamina, but also quick thinking. And when wild boars go crazy, they can even injure people. Be careful, everyone. Qin Yang shouted loudly as he seized the chance and ran forward wildly, yelling at the people nearby. Wild boars can be very dangerous when they go crazy. Be careful. He didn't dare let anyone leave from here, because he understood their desire to hunt wild boars, so he could only remind them. While he was warning them, he was already running ahead quickly. During his run, he raised his gun and started aiming to shoot. Hey, where did this young man come from? Does he think he's better than us? Some villagers who hadn't gone to buy meat also saw Qin Yang warning them and felt a bit upset. But just as they were upset, Qin Yang's gunshot rang out, loud and sharp, like an explosion next to their ears, making their heads spin. The loud shot at close range made them feel dizzy, but more importantly, a wild boar in front of them fell heavily. So accurate. The villagers had some hunters among them. Watching Qin Yang shoot and hit the wild boar while walking, they were stunned and felt very surprised. Although the fallen wild boar wasn't dead yet, it was badly hurt and struggling to get up. Qin Yang raised his gun again and shot, killing the wild boar. Don't fight over it. Chen Jinchong and Lu Rong both followed Qin Yang closely, rushing toward the fallen boar. Stop running. Let's drag this wild boar to the side. Both of them were very experienced. Now that there were many people, the wild boar Qin Yang shot down belonged to him. They couldn't let others sneakily take it away. If they didn't drag it away now, with more people around, some might get greedy and claim it was theirs. That would be hard to explain later. So, both of them wisely chose not to chase after the boar, but instead helped Qin Yang drag the dead wild boar to the side. Actually, Qin Yang agreed with this. Seeing their understanding, he stopped worrying about others and kept running forward, guns in hand. He found that after his body was enhanced, he became very strong. His stamina was excellent, and he ran much faster than others, making wind as he moved. With this physical condition, he was definitely quick in bed and very enduring. One day, he planned to find his 3 ex-wives and see if he had changed significantly. Seeing his speed, he aimed at another wild boar and shot again, breaking its leg. The wild boar let out a loud scream and collapsed to the ground, squealing loudly, but its eyes looked strangely bloodshot. At that moment, another shot rang out, hitting its eye and killing it instantly. Wow! Although Jiang Guangming was the first to run forward, his speed was clearly much slower than Qin Yang's. Not only him, but even the others who were hunting earlier were far behind. They simply couldn't catch up with Qin Yang. They couldn't catch him, and their shooting was also limited because the distance was too far for them to aim properly. They could only watch as Qin Yang shot the wild boars one by one. In no time, Qin Yang had killed 2 wild boars, which made the people behind both amazed and worried. Everyone wanted a share of the wild boars coming down the mountain. If Qin Yang kept shooting like this, how could they share the spoils? But Qin Yang didn't care about that. After killing 2, he kept chasing forward. Now, he had already pulled far ahead of the others behind him, making it impossible for them to catch up, let alone compete with him. Another gunshot, another wild boar fell. The people behind could no longer see Qin Yang, but hearing the gunfire made their hearts jump, knowing he probably killed another one. They were stunned and speechless, standing there frozen. No one dared to chase anymore, because they didn't know how or couldn't catch him. They didn't chase, but Datsuin and the others still desperately ran toward the scene. Even if they couldn't help Qin Yang directly, they wanted to bring back the wild boars. So they kept running behind, trying to catch up, but they couldn't. They just managed to drag the wild boars along behind them. That was so awesome. Jiang Guangming laughed loudly, excitedly nearly jumping up when he saw another wild boar on the ground. He wasn't unfamiliar with skilled hunters, but seeing such precise shooting like this was the first time for him. He had never even imagined it before. Now, Chen Yang was hitting one after another, truly impressive. And Chen Yang was still chasing forward. At this point, no one could keep up anymore, not even Datsuin. All Datsuin could think was, my brother Yang is so amazing. How can he run so fast on 2 legs? My legs aren't that good either. He must be using 3 legs to run, and his 3rd leg is especially impressive. No wonder he can marry 4 wives. With legs like that, who could compete? As for people like Jiang Guangming, they are even less agile in middle age. Now, they simply stop trying to run forward. Instead, they stay behind and gather these things so others can't come and steal them. Someone from the village came over. When they saw such a big wild boar, their eyes lit up with excitement and envy. Old Jiang, who is that young man? Where did you find this hunter? How is he so amazing? 1 shot, 1 kill. Even if he doesn't kill outright, he must leave the boar badly injured. Was that him selling lamb meat in our village just now? Yes, his shooting is so accurate, it's unbelievable. How can anyone be this precise? That's incredible. Where did you find him? You're going to make a lot of money this time. The villagers surrounding them seemed to realize they couldn't compete, so they gave up and lay down, no longer trying to chase. Instead, they started chatting with Jiang Guangming. Jiang Guangming chuckled happily, feeling a bit proud as he looked at them. So what do you think? Do you think his shooting skills are amazing? 1 shot, 1 hit. The young man really is a great shot. I've never seen anyone shoot like that before. It's the first time I've seen such skill. It's truly impressive. There's nothing I can do about it. Don't bother chasing him. He's not someone we can beat. The villagers sighed with a smile. They agreed. So, they decided not to chase anymore. They just watched from here. This guy is so incredible. They wanted to see how many wild boars he could shoot down. Meanwhile, only Jiang Guangming was watching the wild boar. The other 4 people went with Chun Yang to chase after the boar. Soon, the wild boars were carried over one by one. There were 4 in total. Seeing the 4 huge wild boars brought over and placed in front of them, everyone was stunned. These are 4 wild boars. In Qinglong village, wild boars often come down from the mountains to damage crops, but they haven't had many good ways to deal with them. Every time, the whole village would go out together, using torches or guns to chase them away. But they could only scare them off, not do much else, like killing a few. But now, one person has already killed 4 wild boars alone, which is really shocking. They are all humans, so why is he so amazing? He can shoot 1 pig with each shot, and he hasn't even come back yet. It seems he might have killed a few more over there. While they were thinking this, Chen Yang and Chen Dachuan carried a wild boar over together. The boar weighed over 200 pounds. Both of them carried it, looking tired but still steady. And they stared in disbelief, unable to believe what they saw. Chen Yang and Dachuan put the boar on the ground and sat down, taking a deep breath. Earlier, he had rushed forward killing wild boars alone, with no one behind him. He completely wiped out 5 boars later. Yes, all of them. None left. He killed them all by himself. Now, looking back, his legs felt a bit weak. It was like he had just fought a big battle with his 3 ex-wives. But this was because of his improved body. If he hadn't strengthened himself, he might have only managed to kill 2 or 3 boars in that situation. Everyone was stunned, watching him, not knowing what to say. He was so impressive. Our village isn't short of brave people, and even the whole town has many strong folks, but they had never seen anyone so fierce before. You really don't treat wild boars as just animals. Are they all gone? Jiang Guangming stepped forward, laughing wildly at the 5 wild boars. All gone. Qinyang spread his hands. What's left? They're all here. All 5 are dead. None escaped. I've slaughtered them all. From now on, there shouldn't be many wild boars coming down the mountain to bother you. I've also avenged you. Everyone laughed loudly. People from Qinglong village looked at the many wild boars, feeling envious and almost turning purple. But they also admired him because every time wild boars came down the mountain, their whole village would go out. But this year, they didn't manage to kill even one. Seeing someone come alone and kill 5 boars like that, what's the point if you're not impressed? They were convinced and respectful, completely convinced. Some people just missed out on buying meat earlier. Should we keep selling here a bit longer? At this moment, Chen Jinchong had rested enough and asked the others. Yes, do you still want to buy meat? Jiang Guangming thought about it and immediately asked them. I didn't buy the lamb earlier, and wild pig meat is a bit cheaper. Come on, Let's go over there to cut and sell meat. I want to buy some. These people who planned to take advantage of the situation didn't succeed, but they still wanted to eat meat, so they responded and hoped to join in. Jiang Guangming waved his hand, telling them to bring the horse cart over so they could carry the meat back to the village. Then they would set up to sell it in the village. However, they only sold one pig here. They earned over 100 yuan from that one. After selling this pig, they didn't sell any more pigs in the village. They had already sold a few goats and this wild pig, reaching their limit. Selling more didn't seem worthwhile, so they stopped at the right time. Everyone has been busy and helped a lot. This wild pig is for everyone. The remaining 4 pigs are mine. After collecting the money, Qinyang shared it with everyone, even giving all of it to these few people without keeping any for himself. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one objected. Qinyang was already very generous to give them 1 pig, especially since they only helped carry it and didn't fire a shot. How could he ask for more money? Sharing the earnings from 1 pig was already very kind. Then we'll be leaving, Qinyang said with a smile, knowing they couldn't sell here anymore. When will you come back? Jiang Changzhong, who had a big harvest today, asked curiously after seeing Qinyang prepare to leave. He was already thinking about the next hunt. It's hard to say. It depends on your situation. We just finished this group of mountain climbers, and who knows when we'll be back. Keep an eye on things here. If there's a chance, we'll come again. If not, we'll wait a bit longer. No rush, Qinyang replied thoughtfully. Yes, keep in touch with me anytime, Lu Rong said with a big laugh. After the exchange, their group caught up with 2 carriages, and Qinyang rode a human-powered tricycle heading out of the village. Once again, Xiaoyang took care of us, and we all shared some money, Chen Jinchong said as they left Qinglong village. Since Xiaoyang helped us, we should help him too. Xiaoyang, I think you and Dachuan don't need to go anywhere else. Just go home and rest. You both have been busy all day. We'll help sell these items. You're going to sell them? Qinyang scratched his head and looked at them. Are they easy to sell? Yes, very easy. Lu Rong understood what he meant and explained with a smile. Qinglong village is quite far from our village, and you haven't sold anything here before. So now that we've just started, it should sell well. Many people here have never bought before. Take this chance. Since we're heading back anyway, we'll sell some in nearby villages. The remaining 4 wild boars should be enough for you to sell. We'll be back before dawn. You 2 can ride the tricycle back. We'll use the carriage to sell things, and once we're done, we'll return. As Chun Chong said, we all rely on you to earn some money. At this point, Qinyang no longer hesitated. He called Dachuan to sit on his tricycle, loaded the 3 sheep with their legs tied, and they pedaled home together. The other 2 carriages were driven to different villages to sell goods. Qinyang and Dachuan worked together and finally managed to get the tricycle and the sheep home. They felt relieved when they returned. Qinyang placed the 4 sheep in his wood storage room, which was just big enough to hold them, and gave them some food. Xiaoyang, are you planning to raise these sheep? Look how small the lambs are. Once they grow up, you can slaughter them. It's a shame to eat them now, Dachuan said happily after finishing. Hunting sheep in the mountains is normal, but catching live ones like this is quite rare. Usually, when catching sheep, they often get injured. But now, these sheep are lively and healthy, with no injuries at all. Besides feeling numb after their legs were tied, the sheep showed no other signs of injury, which made him very happy. These sheep definitely need to be raised. All right, let's go back now, Qinyang said with a smile as he looked at the sheep in the woodshed. He waved his hand, signaling that Dajuan could go rest. Mom, look. It can eat now. I gave it some grass, and it actually ate. So cute. Do you think this little sheep is about the same size as me? Half asleep. Qinyang heard voices from the yard. He opened his eyes and saw that the sun was high in the sky, probably morning. He shivered and sat up. When he looked outside, he saw 3 little sheep playing with Chunya and Chun-Yi in the yard. The remaining big sheep was still inside the wood shed, not out yet, but he could hear it bleeding inside. You're awake? Li Shuangyue came over with a big smile. Are you hungry? We saw you come back very late last night, so we didn't wake you for breakfast this morning, but we left some for you. If you want to eat, go ahead and have some now. What time is it? Qinyang rubbed his temples. Young Master Chun, it's 11 a.m. now. Do you want me to give your feet a massage? Ding Yufeng came over. Can you stop calling him Young Master Chun in that tone? He doesn't look like a young master right now. He didn't wake up late on purpose. He didn't even know what time he got home yesterday. Li Shuangyue said, a bit annoyed. So you're on his side now. What good does that do? If he doesn't want to divorce you, he won't, right? Deng Yufeng said with a sneer, hurting him without hesitation. Li Shuangyue's face turned pale with anger, and she replied irritably, yes, he divorced me. But didn't he also divorce you? Qin Yang, hearing their argument, rubbed his forehead. Where's Jingzhu? And where did Mom go? Today, they went to sell cold dishes. I was supposed to go with Jingzhu, but Mom insisted she wanted to see too. So I let her go, Li Shuangyue answered. That's good, Qin Yang said, relieved after changing the subject. Seeing that they started talking again, Deng Yufeng scowled and went inside to prepare the meal. After Deng Yufeng left, Qin Yang took Li Shuangyue aside. Your dad's birthday is coming soon, and we should prepare a few tables for the celebration. Do you have any ideas for a birthday gift for him? Li Shuangyue had actually been worried about this for a while. She has several siblings, and they all married Qin Yang without hesitation. Her parents initially disagreed, but later reluctantly agreed, and they didn't blame Qin Yang. Instead, they helped as much as they could, but in the end, her life became quite difficult. Now, they are even divorced. She feels very guilty and sorry for her parents and really wants to buy them some birthday gifts to make them proud. She isn't short of money now. At first, Qin Yang gave each of them 10 yuan, and recently, they have been selling cold dishes to save some money. She can't give all her money to her parents, but she can buy them some things. When she heard Qin Yang say this, she looked at him in surprise, perhaps not expecting him to ask about such things. She was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. I was thinking this way. Your dad and mom have been very good to me. They often come to our house to help with work, like harvesting rice and planting rice seedlings. I'm used to being free, and since my in-laws helped me so much, I want to show some respect for them on their birthday. Of course, you shouldn't blame me for divorcing you, and I don't have the right to call them my in-laws, but I truly consider them as such. I already bought some cigarettes and wine for them, and they are stored at home. My mom has kept them. Besides that, I also bought a pair of shoes for my parents. I even got a sheep, planning to send it to them so they can slaughter it on their birthday and have meat to serve everyone. But that's just what I thought of. As a daughter, you can also buy something for her. I don't know what exactly, but it's up to you. After saying this, Qin Yang took 30 yuan from the money left over from yesterday and handed it to her. These days, you should still be selling things. While you're out, buy some gifts for your dad in town. We can go together later. Also, I need to send the sheep to him in the next couple of days, so I should talk to your dad first. Holding the money he gave her, she still felt like she was dreaming. No way. He really gave me money? Thinking of this, Li Shuangyue's eyes welled up with tears, as if she was about to cry. See, I treat you well, right? You. Li Shuangyue didn't know what to say. Honestly, was Qin Yang a bad person? When she divorced him, she hated him so much, thinking he was heartless and unfaithful. But normally, Qin Yang was quite good to her. So when Qin Yang gave her money and bought her father's birthday gift, she felt touched again. Qin Yang, are you doing this on purpose? Li Shuangyue said through gritted teeth, but her eyes were full of tears. Don't cry. Aren't you my wife? I have to treat you well. My in-laws are so kind to me. I can't let them lose face. But right now, I'm a bit angry. Qin Yang looked at Li Shuangyue with a mischievous smile. Li Shuangyue's face turned red. This guy really knows how to tease. If you're angry, just be angry. What does that have to do with me? Didn't you say I was raising my left leg when I walked? I didn't want to do that, Li Shuangyue said, grabbing the money, suddenly pushed him, and turned to leave. Qin Yang scratched his head, looking at her helplessly. I've already done this much. Why won't you let me get close? I'm so angry, how can I vent? But he was just teasing Li Shuangyue. It was like throwing a stick without hitting the target. In fact, he didn't hit the mark, but he could see that Li Shuangyue's mental defenses were shrinking and retreating. No, one day I will teach you properly. I'm no longer the Qin Yang from before. I've studied in the 21st century, especially learning a lot from the teachers there. Now I can say I am an experienced expert. There's no knowledge I don't understand, no pose I can't do. Now, be reserved if you want, but just wait and see how you act reserved. Xiaoyang. At this moment, someone shouted from outside. Isn't that Chen Genjiang's voice? Qin Yang hurriedly went outside. Outside, Chen Genjiang and Chen Haidong were walking over, smoking. Qin Yang warmly greeted them, and even took out cigarettes from afar to give to them. Here, This is the money from selling the pigs. Chen Jinchong smiled as he took it, then pulled out a small red bag from his pocket. Inside, it was filled with money. I folded it nicely and tied it with a rubber band. The 4 pigs sold for over 600 yuan, all inside this bag. Thank you for your hard work. Mainly because the sales over there were very good. I went to sell with Haidong at one place. Lu Rong went to another, and we finished selling quickly. We came back early to rest, and I just woke up. I wanted to bring the money to you. Qinyang happily stored the money away. Here, this is the money I borrowed from you yesterday. After putting the money away, he counted out 80 yuan from inside. 80 yuan for each of them. That doesn't seem right. Yesterday, they couldn't split 80. It was about 70-something, close to 80. But since you helped me sell things all night yesterday, let's say it's 80. The remaining 80, I'll take to Lu Rong at the forest later. This was their share of the money, and they didn't refuse, taking the money happily. Last night was a big success, and everyone was very satisfied. With this money, building a house shouldn't be a problem now, Chen Haidong asked curiously. It should be enough to build a house. But who would complain about having too much money? I think next time we have a chance, we can go hunting in the mountains again. Sounds good. It's settled then. Chen Haidong was very happy. After exchanging a few more words, they each went their own way. Oh, by the way, after walking a few steps, Chen Jinchong turned back to tell him, your cart is still at my house. I asked Dachuan to feed the horse a bit, and in the afternoon, he'll bring it back. Okay, that cart is really impressive, and the horse is strong and fast. The village chief really didn't lie to us, Chen Jinchong added. Chen Yang smiled slightly, watched them leave, then hummed a little tune and went back home. They now shared over 160 yuan from the 600 plus, and he still had about 500 yuan left. He planned to give Lu Rong another 80 yuan, leaving himself with over 400 yuan. Plus, they still had 4 sheep at home and an extra cart. It can be said that I have truly reached the peak of my life. During lunch, Zhao Jingzhu and Ding Xiaoyi finally returned. Ding Xiaoyi's face was full of smiles. She had just seen her son playing with the children after returning, and she went over happily to look at him. Did you catch this goat yourself? Yes, I did. I chased it until I was exhausted, then caught it. The 3 little lambs were so confused. They probably haven't seen someone as fast as me before. Qinyang chuckled. How much money did you make last night? Was it just from these few sheep? Ding Xiaoyi asked curiously. Of course not. Look, I have a few hundred yuan here, and I also bought a cart. Everyone in the family knew about the cart, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. You bought it? Zhao Jingzhu looked curious and noticed there was no sign of the cart. Yes, I bought it. It's at Uncle Gunjan's place now. Dazhu is feeding it, and in the afternoon, he'll bring it back to us. From now on, I'll have Dazhu ride the cart to the town to deliver goods. Each trip will earn us at least a few dozen or even 100 yuan. If he goes 3 times a week, in a month, we could make several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan. Although the cart cost me over 1,000 yuan, it was worth it. Really? That's amazing, Ding Xiaoyi said with a big smile. But as she spoke, her eyes started to water a little. She never expected that her family would undergo such a huge change. She used to scold her son for being useless, but now he has become the backbone of the family, holding everything up. Zhao Jingzhu beside her also looked a bit dazed. The changes Qinyang had gone through recently were so great that even those closest to him found it hard to believe. And these changes made them feel even more deeply. Mom, Jingzhu, from now on, let's live a good life. You two just focus on your small business. We can earn some money from it. If possible, I'll get some kind of transportation later, so we won't have to pedal the tricycle so hard anymore. Is there anything else useful for us? Having a manual tricycle to push around is already very satisfying. Look at how many people walk with baskets on their shoulders to sell things. At least we don't have to carry anything. Ding Xiaoyi wiped away her tears and smiled as she spoke to her son. Although she said this, Qinyang was someone who had been reborn from the 21st century. A human-powered tricycle could solve some small problems now, but he definitely had bigger dreams for the future. At least, he wanted to get a fuel-powered tricycle. But right now, talking about these things is useless. When he has the ability later, he will see if he can buy one outside. The most urgent thing is to build the house first. Not long after lunch in the afternoon, they heard Chen Dachuan's wise voice outside. Brother Yang, I've brought the horse cart over for you. With his shout, Chunya and Chun Yi happily looked outside. Dad, what a big horse. Not only the two little girls, but also Deng Yufeng and Li Xuanyue couldn't help but go outside to see. They knew this was the horse their man bought. Seeing such a tall, proud horse coming in, with a carriage behind it, these two women couldn't keep their mouths closed from surprise. Is it full now? Qinyang asked him with a smile. It's full. I gave it some hay to eat. This thing really eats a lot. And look at its muscles, Qin Dachuan said, a bit envious, looking at the tall horse. It seems much better than me, he added. Qinyang's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, it's not much better than you. I understand, Qinyang said with a slight smile, happily looking at the horse, but also thinking about how to arrange it. The yard definitely couldn't keep the horse. Its manure would be pretty smelly, and the whole yard would become unusable. Since it can't stay in the yard, he decided to keep it outside, building a shelter to protect it from wind and rain. Thinking about it, he immediately took action. He asked Dachuan to help and quickly brought back some wood, then started building a small thatched hut outside. They extended part of the wall of their yard and built a small cottage. This would shelter the horse from wind and rain, and also block part of the cold, making it less chilly. After some effort, they finally finished. Really nice, Qin Dachuan said, very satisfied when he saw it. Whenever you have time in the future, just help me feed the hay. When you need to use it, just come here and lead it out. Qinyang patted his shoulder and said, make sure to do a good job with this business.